On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the cold wind was raging. 13-year-old Tai-Dan was wrapped in several layers of rags, holding a wooden barrel on his hands covered with frostbite. Looking at the half-frozen steamed bread in the wooden barrel, Tai-Dan smiled. Not long after, he came to the reservoir 10 miles away from Yunyang village to fetch water. At this moment, a thick layer of ice had already formed in the reservoir, and Tai-Dan placed the wooden barrel on the ice. Putting the steamed bread against his belly, he picked up the wild vegetables he had dug yesterday and started to eat. The bitter taste of the wild vegetables exploded in his mouth, and they were as hard as pebbles. When he swallowed, his throat was scratched and hurt, but he was satisfied with the feeling, and then he swallowed it in one gulp. After eating the wild vegetables, Tai-Dan picked up a pile of branches and hay and walked to the ice surface, skillfully lifting a stone to knock on the ice surface. As Tai-Dan raised the stone high again and again, it fell heavily. Cracks gradually appeared on the ice surface, and the splashing ice chips kept piercing the little hands full of frostbite. Fortunately, his hands had been frozen and lost consciousness, so he could continue to knock on the gradually cracking ice layer woodenly. Under the ice surface, the dark blue reservoir water became more and more clearly visible, until a large hole appeared in the ice layer that could put the wooden barrel in. Tai-Dan hurriedly threw away the stone, rubbed his hands hard, trying to make his stiff fingers a little more flexible. Fearing that the water surface would start to freeze again, Tai-Dan quickly put the wooden barrel into the hole and squatted on the side to collect water. The moment he touched the ice water, he felt a comfortable feeling in his hands, and Tai-Dan enjoyed it very much. But then the feeling of bone-breaking cold would rush straight to his head, and Tai-Dan bit his lips tightly with his teeth to relieve the pain in his hands. As time passed, the wooden barrel was finally filled with dark green water. Tai-Dan struggled to lift the water up. After his hands left the ice water, the suffocating pain was slightly relieved. Suddenly, the sole of Tiedan's straw sandals that were attached to the ice surface was torn open by ice chips. When his bare feet touched the ice surface, the piercing coldness instantly hit him. A chill that chilled him to the bone rushed straight to his head. Tai-Dan gritted his teeth to relieve the pain from his feet. Hiss after a long time of not moving, Tiedan's limbs were frozen stiff, and his lips without any blood were trembling all the time. Tai-Dan tried hard to hold himself, constantly rubbing his arms to make them generate heat. After a long time, the pale lips gradually turned red. After warming up a lot, he spread branches and hay on the ice hole to prevent the ice from freezing too quickly. When he turned around to lift the bucket, he was stunned. I saw a gray stone bottle at the bottom of the bucket, and the water I had finally drawn just now had disappeared. What happened? Where's my water? Tai-Dan rubbed his eyes, then picked up the stone bottle and looked at it in confusion. The bottle was about half a foot long and round in shape. It was like a mallet in the hand, and the opening could fit a fist. There were some ice chips hanging around the stone bottle. Tai-Dan cleaned it with his hands, but unexpectedly, the frostbite on his hand was cut by the ice chips, and dark red blood flowed out. The blood seemed to have soaked into the wall of the bottle and disappeared in a short while. Looking inside, the bottle seemed to contain an abyss, only pitch black. Ordinary people would not make a bottle so flashy. I think it should have been used by wealthy people many years ago. Not knowing what the stone bottle was used for, Tai-Dan put it aside and prepared to draw water again. As soon as the thought came to mind, the water in the ice cave actually flew up directly, forming a water column and rushing straight into the stone bottle. What's going on? Tai-Dan jumped back in shock. His feet slipped, and he sat on the ice, staring blankly at the ice water being sucked into the bottle continuously. If this goes on, the water in the reservoir will be sucked dry. Suddenly, the stone bottle seemed to understand Tiedan's thoughts and stopped in an instant. Tai-Dan couldn't believe it. Can this stone bottle understand me? Then he continued with a try-it mentality. Water in? Sure enough, the water in the ice cave began to be sucked into the stone bottle again. Stop! As soon as the voice fell, the stone bottle stopped taking in water. Tai-Dan wanted to continue trying, but he felt a flash of stars in his eyes. Maybe it was because of the stone bottle. He was now dizzy and wanted to vomit. His body, which had just stabilized, began to tremble again, and his limbs began to spasm. He didn't dare to try again, thinking that the stone bottle would be very heavy with so much water. So he pulled up the stone bottle with all his strength, but he fell flat on his face. It's not even heavier after so much water. Tai-Dan was overjoyed. He had found a treasure. After looking around and making sure that no one was around, Tai Dan carefully put the stone bottle into his arms. If such a treasure was seen by others, it would be terrible. Tai Dan took another bucket of water, picked up the broken straw sandals, and tied them to the rags around his waist, and then left with the bucket of water contentedly. Yinyang village is located on a high slope, and the rainwater flows down the high slope, just opposite to the location of Yinyang village. There are several large pits in the village, all dug by later people. Rainwater is deposited in them, and over time, it becomes bitter water. Many families would filter it several times, boil it, and let it settle for a while before drinking it. However, Yinyang village doesn't have much rain throughout the year. Water is needed to feed livestock and irrigate the fields on weekdays, so people need to go outside to fetch water. As for winter, besides being cold, not even a snowflake falls. The big reservoir is not close to the village. It takes a long time to walk there. Only during the slack season will someone go to fetch water. On weekdays, it depends on idle people like Tai Dan to fetch water and bring it back to sell in the village. However, the rich and powerful families in the village, such as the landlord Wang's family, would not drink this bitter water. Instead, they asked someone to deliver it to them from a town dozens of miles away. It is said that the water there is extremely clear and not bitter to drink. It was during the Chinese New Year, and many families hung lanterns in front of their doors, which reflected the good wishes, rich and noble. Tai Dan didn't dare to have such extravagant wishes. It was good enough to be alive. If he had such thoughts again, he would feel uncomfortable. Families that needed water would hang wooden signs on their doors to indicate that they needed water. But it was a little late to come back today. At this point, basically few families were short of water. But Tai Dan didn't give up. He carried a bucket filled with water and staggered from the beginning to the end of the village. As expected, he didn't find a single house with a wooden sign on the door. There was no choice but to go back to his own residence. Under the dilapidated eaves, a few rays of slanting sunlight shone through the gaps on the dirty ground like alms. It was said that this was where Tai Dan lived, but in fact it was a pigsty with ventilated walls and leaky roof. The ground inside and outside the house was the same, all hard as iron. The furnishings in the house were pitifully simple. In the empty room, there was only a pile of moldy straw used as a bed and a pile of firewood left over from last night's heating. There was also a dog hole, which was right in front of Tietan's small broken straw bed. Chapter 2. The Widow, and it was the heart of winter, and a considerable amount of sewage had accumulated among the withered leaves and decaying roots. The water that trickled from this mire flowed into a narrow ditch behind the Iron Egg's dwelling. This foul water coursed through the channel, emanating an unbearable stench of decay. Compared to the reservoir, this water was unfit even for livestock. Fortunately, with the passage of time, Iron Egg gradually accustomed himself to the noxious odor. The owner of this ramshackle abode was Iron Egg's aunt, known among the villagers as Widow Hui. It was she who had allowed Iron Egg to reside here. Despite their kinship, there were still terms to the arrangement. Each day, after delivering water to the villagers, Iron Egg was required to pay 5 won his rent. As for sustenance, Widow Hui had long warned him that she would only provide shelter, with no further responsibilities. A mere 10 paces from the shed stood Widow Hui's earthen house. Iron Egg laboriously set his wooden bucket down and shook his aching hands. Noticing the wooden plaque at Aunt Hui's door shaped like a bagua, he approached and knocked. Aunt Hui had instructed him that if the plaque appeared in the form of a bagua, he could knock. If it resembled an inverted gourd, he should wait. When asked for the reason, she merely mentioned something about selling medicine from within the gourd, a notion that Iron Egg could hardly comprehend. Typically, when the plaque resembled a gourd, a man would emerge shortly thereafter, and each time it was a different individual. He observed that each man who exited appeared remarkably refreshed, exuding an air of contentment. At that moment, the door swung open. A woman clad in simple garments, her collar turned outwards, stood before him. Her face bore a peculiar flush, yet her gaze was one of disdain as she looked at Iron Egg. She was indeed Aunt Hui, the very woman who welcomed those men in and out of her life. "I have brought you water, Aunt Hui," Iron Egg announced. Widow Hui, disinterested, scarcely glanced at him and retorted, "Be careful when pouring the water, do not wet my floor, and avoid touching anything in my room." "Ugh, how disgusting." Feeling embarrassed, Iron Egg nodded and left his tattered straw sandals at the door before entering with the wooden bucket. Aunt Hui's dwelling was modest, adorned with numerous small garments resembling strips of cloth, some white, some red. Iron Egg could not fathom their purpose, nor could he envision what they might look like when worn. Curiously, he thought that these garments provided less warmth than his own clothing, yet Aunt Hui treated them as treasures, requesting that he wash them for her within a few days. Adjacent to the living area was the kitchen, where Iron Egg filled the water jar beside the stove. At that moment, Widow Hui entered, carrying a bowl of rice. "Where is today's payment?" she inquired after taking a mouthful of rice. "Aunt Hui, I returned a bit late today. The village has no shortage of water," Iron Egg explained, swallowing as the aroma of rice wafted up to him. "No shortage of water? I suspect you didn't even go to deliver it." Widow Hui placed her bowl angrily on the stove and continued, "You, young and reckless. If it weren't for my pity in providing you shelter, would you have survived to this day? Now you've learned to lie and shirk your responsibilities, have you?" "No, Aunt Hui." The iron-headed boy shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattle drum. Aunt Hui was indeed correct. Without her, in this frigid weather, he would have nowhere to shelter, and he would have likely succumbed to the cold long ago. "What do you mean? If you can't produce 10 coins by tomorrow, do not expect to stay in my home," Mrs. Hui exclaimed in anger. "Aunt Hui, please do not be upset. I will deliver water early tomorrow and return the money to you," the iron-headed boy replied, somewhat embarrassed. "What are you dawdling for? Can't you see the house is nearly out of firewood? Hurry and gather some." "Truly useless," Mrs. Hui snapped, grabbing a leftover bowl of rice from the stove and dumping it into the dog bowl in the yard. The boy stared blankly at the large yellow dog feasting in the yard, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. Nevertheless, he trudged barefoot, with hunger gnawing at him, out to collect firewood. After toiling for half the day, the boy returned to the shed, clutching his growling stomach. He had not earned a single handful of wild vegetables today and had completely ruined his shoes. Yet, reflecting on it, he realized that not being homeless in such a harsh winter was a stroke of fortune. At least he would not freeze to death on the roadside. He sat on the moldy straw and retrieved a half-frozen steamed bun. It had been given to him by someone while he was running errands in town, and he had saved the remaining half for several days after consuming the first half. Only after finishing the last handful of wild vegetables did he decide to eat the remaining portion. However, once he consumed this half, he would inevitably face hunger from today to tomorrow. He bit into the bun, which was as hard as iron due to the cold, making it difficult to swallow. He had no choice but to hold it in his mouth until it softened before he could begin to chew. The bun lodged in his throat, and he relished this satisfying sensation. It felt as though he were indulging in an abundance of exquisite foods, to the point of being unable to consume more. Once the bun finally slid down, he tilted his head back to sip from a stone bottle, feeling a wave of refreshment wash over him. Surprisingly, the water was no longer bitter. It even had a hint of sweetness. The water in the stone bottle seemed enchanted, cleansing his insides and bringing him immense comfort, even uplifting his spirits. And perhaps it was not merely an illusion. He felt an invigorating strength coursing through his body. Surely, the tea that the officials drank could not compare to this? The boy drained the bottle, his belly round and full, and let out a long, satisfied belch. "Huh?" As he set down the stone bottle, he noticed the water he had spilled while drinking had cleared away the dark sludge in the gutter, creating a center of clarity that mirrored his rosy cheeks. He inhaled sharply, realizing the foul stench that often lingered in his nostrils had vanished. The water in the stone bottle was truly remarkable. He crouched down, scooping up the crystalline water, and, while it had yet to freeze solid, brought it to his lips. Half of the water was swallowed by him, although it did not possess the refreshing sensation of the water from the stone bottle. The remaining half held in his mouth was remarkably sweet. In fact, it surpassed the sweetness of the water consumed by the affluent townsfolk. Iron Egg immediately thought to himself that having stumbled upon such a treasure must remain a secret. Otherwise, not only would it be snatched away, but his very life might also be at stake. Moreover, if he could somehow replicate the water-esque quality to resemble that of the town-s, he could sell it to the wealthy families without revealing the secret of the stone bottle. Only the water from this ditch had been purified, while the foul water continued to drip down from above. Iron Egg placed the empty bucket over the ditch to collect the repugnant water. The flow was not particularly slow, yet it would take a considerable amount of time to fill the bucket. To alleviate his empty stomach, Iron Egg decided to venture out under the moonlight to see if he could find something to eat. Behind the shack lay a hillside from which the foul water flowed. In winter, this hillside was home to a type of bamboo shoot that only appeared at night, known as tinder shoots. Though mildly toxic, consuming them would induce a tingling sensation, yet they could still serve as sustenance. Iron Egg navigated through a bamboo grove, where most of the bamboo had withered, decaying from the top down to about waist height, with leaves scattered on the ground nearby. He crouched down, clearing away the dead leaves, and with the help of the moonlight, he spotted the tinder shoots beneath. However, he could only see the tip of a shoot, with the body buried in the soil. Tugging forcefully would not yield results. as the winter soil was frozen solid. Instead, he began to excavate the earth surrounding the tender shoot until he could glimpse its roots. At that point, a strong pull would easily uproot it. The first tender shoot he retrieved was no larger than the palm of his hand, devoid of skin, and a dull yellow hue enveloped it. After securing it, Iron Egg continued to extract more tender shoots. Encountering some that had grown deeper, he stood firm on the ground, exerting all his strength as if pulling up a radish. The moonlight was obscured by clouds, and the surroundings gradually became indistinct. At this moment, Iron Egg was quite fortunate, having joyfully collected 6 tender shoots, thinking to himself that today was indeed a lucky day. The toxicity of these tender shoots was not lethal, but consuming them would lead to dehydration and discomfort for a period. Iron Egg had a clever solution for this. Outside the dog hole of the shack lay several earth pits he had previously dug, by placing the shoots inside and waiting for several hours. A portion of the toxicity would dissipate into the soil, albeit at the expense of their delectable flavor. Upon returning, Iron Egg buried the tender shoots in the pit and poured a bit of water from the stone bottle over them. After completing this task, he found that the bucket had already collected half a bucket of foul water, which was twice as much as that in the ditch. Iron Egg then added a drop of the water from the stone bottle, and in an instant, the bucket of dirty water began to transform. Chapter 3: The Magical Transformation of Tender Bamboo shoots. The water in the stone jar gradually spread from its foul odor, while the water in the bucket began to clarify, transforming the nauseating stench into a refreshing sweetness. Once the entire bucket was clear, Tai Dan cupped some water in his hands and tasted it. It was undeniable. The water was still remarkably sweet. However, this validated his hypothesis. As the sources of purified water increased, the sweetness would indeed diminish. Yet, it had not yet reached the quality of the town's water. Drinking it still brought immense comfort. Thus, an ingenious thought struck Tai Dan. What if he poured this water back into the stone jar? Would it undergo purification once more? Without hesitation, he transferred the water back into the stone jar, then tasted a small sip, only to discover no change. This revelation confirmed that once something has been purified, it cannot be purified again. Tai Dan then placed the bucket on a low-lying area, contemplating the possibility of filling it completely for a trial. Just then, joyful voices reached his ears, and through the gaps in the shed, he could see other homes adorned with colorful decorations. The biting cold of the winter night was increasingly harsh, and the village seemed devoid of life, with only sporadic bursts of children's laughter piercing the silence, making it feel as though Tai Dan were the sole inhabitant of the world. The chilling wind left little comfort, and he feared that if he succumbed to sleep, he might not awaken the next day. Gazing at the extinguished fire pit, he resolved to rekindle the flames. He rummaged through leftover firecrackers from others' festivities, fortunate to find remnants of gunpowder within. Extracting all the gunpowder, he also retrieved a bamboo tube and 2 pebbles from his previous endeavors. He then carved a small hole at the bottom of the bamboo tube with the pebbles to allow air to circulate. Next, he filled the tube with crumbled, dried leaves. The last remnants of the extinguished fire contained a few charcoal pieces, which he crushed and mixed into the bamboo tube, sprinkling gunpowder on top. Using the 2 pebbles, he struck sparks to ignite the gunpowder and charcoal, covering it with a bamboo lid to ensure a prolonged burn. With a fire starter prepared, Tai Dan gathered dry twigs and leaves, propping 2 pieces of firewood above, igniting the leaves until the fire gradually blazed. Satisfied with the warmth enveloping his body, he noticed the bucket was now full. Utilizing the firelight, he added a drop of the water from the stone jar. After it purified, he tasted it again. Perfect. The flavor possessed only a hint of sweetness, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible unless savored carefully. It was indistinguishable from the town's water. Tai Dan quickly secured the water, planning to sell it to the affluent households the following day. This venture promised far greater profits than selling common spring water. Moreover, he could confidently inform them that this water had been transported from the town, ensuring they would harbor no suspicions whatsoever. Upon reflecting upon this, Tai Dan resolved to rise early the following day. After all, there were indeed individuals who earned a living by delivering water to affluent households, and he must engage in competition. Tai Dan was eager to secure this money swiftly and place it into his own pocket. That night, however, he did not enjoy the restful slumber he had anticipated. The extinguishing of the fire caused the chill to awaken him several times, compelling him to rekindle the flames before he could drift back into sleep. In a state of muddled consciousness, he managed to rest for a few hours. And as the birds of the mountains began their morning calls, he awoke early. Titan first went to unearth the young bamboo shoots he had buried the previous night. A yellow liquid oozed from their surfaces, indicating that some of the toxins had been released, just as he intended to retrieve them. He was astonished to discover that he could not move them at all. Alarmed, Tai Dan hastily dug through the soil beneath the shoots and was astonished to find that they had developed roots overnight, anchoring themselves firmly in the earth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the shoots had even grown larger than the day before, now approximately the size of a whole palm. Having previously unearthed young bamboo shoots several times, Tai Dan was well aware that such shoots, once buried, could not possibly grow anew. Good heavens! It was winter, a season when all life lay dormant. Furthermore, the soil near his makeshift shelter was utterly barren and incapable of yielding crops. Could it be that the water from the stone bottle had facilitated their rooting? Contemplating this, Tai Dan felt a surge of excitement, which soon subsided. For he had witnessed the extraordinary properties of the stone bottle on numerous occasions and had come to understand its capabilities. Once calm, he buried 5 of the shoots back into the soil. From chicken comes egg, from egg comes chicken. Tai Dan comprehended that this was the way to ensure a steady and sustainable livelihood. Once the bamboo shoots matured into full bamboo, they would yield an inexhaustible supply of food. As dawn had yet to break, the wealthy families likely remained asleep, and he could not afford to deliver water too early, lest he arouse unnecessary suspicion. Thus, he placed the smallest of the remaining shoots into a broken bowl, added a bit of water, and stirred it with 2 wooden sticks. All the while contemplating, if young bamboo shoots could thrive, could not rice and other crops also flourish? Tai Dan resolved to sell the experimental water, enabling him to purchase rice seeds for trial. However, although he was at the village's edge, a few households still resided nearby, making large-scale cultivation unwise, as it would easily attract attention. Moreover, watering and fertilizing would be cumbersome. He wished for a larger plot of land. The young bamboo shoots simmered for a considerable duration, aimed at further diminishing their toxicity. Once they had boiled sufficiently, Tai Dan picked up a piece and placed it in his mouth, the scorching shoot bubbling within. The moment it touched his teeth, it broke apart, delivering an exquisite texture that was utterly captivating. However, as Tai Dan chewed, he sensed something amiss. A rather profound sense of wrongness. The toxicity of the shoots should impart a peculiar bitterness, yet he detected none. This signifies that the toxicity within the tender bamboo shoots has completely dissipated. It appears that the water from the stone bottle has purified the toxicity contained within the shoots. The unique and delectable flavor of the tender bamboo has become even more pronounced. Iron Egg savored both the shoots and the broth, indulging in a few hearty belches, contentedly patting his little belly. As dawn began to break, Iron Egg adjusted his ill-fitting trousers and set off. Having suffered from malnutrition for many years, he resembled a withered stalk of hemp, and previously, he would need to take a long rest midway through his water deliveries before summoning the strength to continue. However, after drinking the water from the stone bottle, he felt invigorated. Not only did he not tire, but he also found himself growing increasingly energetic with each step. Having grown up in the village, Iron Egg had been delivering water for quite some time, and he was well acquainted with the villagers. Even Wang, the landlord of Yuyang village, who owned hundreds of acres of fertile land, was no exception. His entire household relied on water purchased from a distant town, delivered by a designated person every 2 months. The price of the water itself was not exorbitant, but the transportation costs were steep, causing the price to inflate tenfold upon delivery. Consequently, the Wang family could not afford to use this water indiscriminately. Water for livestock and irrigation still had to be sourced from the reservoir. Iron Egg saw this as an opportunity to supply water to the Wang estate. If he could establish a long-term partnership with the Wang family, he would no longer need to solicit water orders from household to household daily. Chapter 4. A bucket of water for 200. When the majestic gates of the royal residence towered high, their glazed tiles shimmering under the sun, a testament to the owner's nobility and wealth. Flanking the entrance, stone lions stood solemnly, guarding the secrets of the grand estate. Iron Egg, with a gaze filled with envy, approached the door, carrying a full bucket of diluted water, and pressed his ear against the gate to listen for any sounds within. Before he could react, the door creaked open, nearly causing him to tumble into the arms of the visitor. Once he steadied himself, he noticed that the man wore cloth shoes, moving with an almost silent grace. Iron Egg gazed enviously at the man's footwear, imagining how impressive he would look striding through the village in a pair of his own. Iron Egg, what brings you here? Inquired the middle-aged man, the steward of the royal residence, Mr. Wei. Iron Egg recognized him from frequent encounters as he exited Widow Huey's home, exchanging occasional greetings, and thus felt a semblance of familiarity. "Mr. Wei, I have come to deliver a bucket of water for the palace," Iron Egg said, taking small, eager steps towards the steward with the water bucket in hand. "This type of water is not to our master's taste," Mr. Wei replied. "It's still early. You might as well check the village for anyone in need of water." With that, he turned to return to the palace. Iron Egg, acutely aware of his pressing need for money to purchase rice seeds, summoned his courage and positioned his frail frame in front of Mr. Wei. "Please, just have a taste. You'll see," he urged. Mr. Wei's expression soured. He had clearly stated that they did not require water, yet here was this stubborn child. The words hovered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back and continued on his way. However, Iron Egg once again blocked his path. "Just try it," he insisted. Mr. Wei, exasperated, shook his head. He had sampled such water before, bitter and astringent, nearly impossible to swallow. Yet he was aware of Iron Egg's proximity to Widow Huey's home, should word of his tasting spread. His position as steward would be in jeopardy. Reluctantly, he took a symbolic sip of the water. To his surprise, the taste was identical to that of the water supplied by the town, no bitterness at all. "Indeed, it's almost as good as the water my master drinks," he mused, though it still possessed a slight bitterness and lacked the refreshing aftertaste. Mr. Wei swished the liquid in his mouth a few times before shaking his head and commenting, however, "It still lacks the sweetness." Just as Iron Egg began to despair that he would be unable to sell his water, Mr. Wei continued, "How much do you intend to sell this water for?" Joy surged within Iron Egg. A bucket of well water could fetch around 10 when in winter. And since his water had been filtered through a stone vessel, he believed a price of 21 would be reasonable. Hesitantly, he raised 2 fingers. He intended to say that the barrel of water could be sold for 20 coins, considering the demeanor of Steward Wei, who seemed rather disinterested in his water. If he set the price too high, it might not sell at all. 200 coins. Steward Wei pondered. Tai Dan could hardly believe that Steward Wei thought it was 200 coins. Just as he was about to explain, Steward Wei declared, "All right, I will take this water. Wait here. I shall summon someone to fetch the payment for you." Steward Wei signaled a servant to bring the money to Tai Dan, who proceeded to place the water as instructed. A barrel of water for 200 coins. This meant that delivering 1 barrel now equated to previously delivering 20. Moreover, he no longer had to run from house to house. The value of this water was astonishing. Tai Dan was overjoyed. "By the way, Steward Wei, how is the rent for the Wang residence calculated?" Tai Dan thought to himself, with such marvelous water that could purify even toxic bamboo shoots. If it were exchanged for grain, the taste would surely be delightful. Steward Wei glanced at Tai Dan and leaned closer. Noticing that Tai Dan barely reached his chest in height, he then reached out and pinched Tai Dan's arm, examining his waist and other areas. "You are still too young. My boy, you will need to grow a few more years before you can consider being a tenant farmer." Tai Dan shook his head and said, "I wish to rent land from the Wang residence." "You wish to rent land?" Steward Wei replied, slightly taken aback. "Renting land is different from being a tenant farmer. Tenant farmers must give 60% of their harvest to the landlord, regardless of how much grain they collect. In contrast, renting entails paying an annual fee, with all profits and losses borne by oneself." Having been raised in Yuyang Village, Tai Dan was aware of these distinctions. But he believed that possessing the stone bottle would make many things considerably easier. Being a tenant farmer who shares the grain is less preferable than bearing the risks and rewards alone. "How much does it cost to rent land?" Tai Dan inquired. Steward Wei was momentarily stunned. This boy truly intended to rent land? "I cannot say for certain. Different plots have different prices, but your 200 coins are certainly insufficient. You would need at least 10,000 coins to rent." Tai Dan nodded, committing the figure of 10,000 coins to memory. He mused that with the stone bottle in his possession, he should not be destined for a lifetime of toil. At the very least, he ought to emulate the landowner Wang, marrying 5 plump and beautiful wives and raising a brood of chubby children, with every meal featuring lavish delicacies. Before long, a servant approached, carrying a pouch of copper coins. 200 coins, please count them." Tai Dan took the heavy copper coins, his heart brimming with joy. He could scarcely resist the urge to spread the coins out and dive in for a bath. This was a full 200 coins. He had never seen such a sum in his life. After confirming the amount, Tai Dan made his swift exit. To avoid arousing Steward Wei's suspicions, he sought out an acquaintance and spent 100 coins on a pound of rice seeds. Naturally, Tai Dan would not disclose that he was purchasing rice seeds. He simply stated that he was buying some food, ensuring that no one would raise an eyebrow. Generally speaking, the price of rice fluctuates around 81 per pound. However, during this winter season, every household must store grain for the cold months ahead. Consequently, the price of rice sold by each family tends to be somewhat elevated. Although Tai Dan feels a pinch in his pocket, he recognizes that this is the prevailing rate for everyone. In addition, Tai Dan purchases some straw with the intention of crafting a pair of grass shoes for himself, as it seems rather improper to wander barefoot around the village. The straw is considerably cheaper, primarily used for feeding livestock or burned to create ash for fertilization. A bundle of straw, larger and wider than Tai Dan himself, costs merely 10 won. Thus, he carries the rice seeds and embraces the straw as he makes his way back to the shed. Upon his return, he immediately heads to inspect the patch of tender bamboo shoots and is taken aback by their rapid growth. The once barren land has begun to sprout delicate shoots, nearly the length of a pinky finger. This swift growth instills in Tai Dan an increased confidence in his rice cultivation endeavors. Subsequently, he selects a portion of the quality rice seeds and soaks them in water to ensure they absorb moisture, which is beneficial for germination. After a span of 10 hours, once the seeds have swollen, they will be ready to plant in the earth. Then, Tai Dan begins to till the soil beside the bamboo shoots. The ground before the dog hole is strewn with various small stones, requiring him to extract them as he turns the earth. Encountering sharp-edged stones inevitably leaves scratches on his hands. Before long, his rough hands are covered with cuts, some filled with dried mud. After considerable effort, he manages to cultivate only a small patch of land, just enough to be shielded by the dog hole alongside the bamboo shoot area. While the total area is modest, it suffices for his needs. Having completed these tasks, Tai Dan weaves himself a pair of grass shoes from the straw he purchased. Sitting upon the straw mat, he admires his feet clad in the new shoes, a smile brightening his face. Rising to his feet, he steps outside, experiencing an unusual comfort in his footwear. Glancing at the sky, he notices a glimmer behind a veil of mist. It is the sun, proudly positioned at its zenith. As noon approaches, it is at this hour that Aunt Hui finally awakens. Chapter 5. The Enchanted Rice. Tai Dan unearthed a pouch of coins from beneath the moldy straw, retrieving 10 copper coins which he promptly handed over to Aunt Hui. Aunt Hui, without much elaboration, instructed Tai Dan to take the soiled bedding outside for washing. He complied, and she also requested that he replace it with fresh linens. During his labors, Tai Dan felt a pang of regret for the money spent, as he counted that only 80 coins remained. Upon completing these tasks, Tai Dan returned to the shed. When he peered into the cracked bowl containing the soaked rice seeds, he was astonished to find that not only were the seeds adequately soaked, but they had also sprouted tender green shoots. Filled with excitement, Tai Dan lifted the bowl, noticing that the rice seeds had absorbed all the water from the stone jar, leaving no trace of liquid aside from the sprouted seeds. The water in that stone jar never failed to amaze him. One by one, he placed the rice seeds into the soil, gently adjusting the tender shoots upright before covering them with earth once more. Finally, he sprinkled the water from the stone jar over them, marking the successful completion of his task. As for the leftover straw from shoemaking, Tai Dan spread it out, encircling the 2 patches of earth in front of the doghouse. The remaining rice grains were hidden beneath the moldy straw along with the copper coins. In the days that followed, he would occasionally extract a few grains, boiling them into a watery porridge so thin that the rice was hardly visible. He savored each morsel, for every missed meal meant an opportunity to save. During this time, he also fetched water from the reservoir to sell in the village. Concerned that selling too much of the water deemed unpalatable to the Wang family might raise unnecessary suspicion, he ceased deliveries after the first. Meanwhile, the seedlings in the shed transitioned from vibrant green sprouts to golden, ripened grains. After the harvest, Tai Dan uprooted the stubble, leveling the field and compacting it as if it had never been disturbed. This yield amounted to a substantial 20 pounds of rice, filling a wooden barrel to the brim. Embracing the barrel, Tai Dan pressed his face against it, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the rice within, his smile growing ever more radiant. The previous pound of rice had sustained him for over 10 days. He mused that this 20 pounds would likely last him for half a year. Yet, such a conspicuous barrel of rice would surely attract attention. Anyone entering his abode might notice it immediately. An idea struck him regarding the stone jar. If he could transfer the rice into it, perhaps it would resolve the issue. To prevent any mishaps, such as the water and rice intermingling, he cautiously scooped a small handful of rice. The moment he entertained this thought, the stone jar quivered and opened its cavernous mouth, swallowing all the rice from his hand. When he called the rice forth once more, Tai Dan sighed in relief, discovering that the water and rice remained separate. This revelation also illuminated the fact that the stone jar could contain other substances beyond just water. Covering the wooden barrel with straw, Tidan's gaze drifted towards the bamboo, which had only just matured into shoots, with new sprouts yet to emerge after 15 days. Fortunately, the bamboo that sprouts from the young shoots of this variety is not excessively tall, merely surpassing the height of the iron egg by a couple of heads. Otherwise, if it were to grow beyond the confines of the shed, passers-by might mistakenly believe they were hallucinating upon seeing vibrant green bamboo flourishing in the heart of winter. Iron Egg smirked slightly, cracking his knuckles, and then propped up a battered bowl, pouring an ample amount of rice from the stone jar into it. This time, unlike before, the quantity of rice was noticeably greater, submerging the bottom of the bowl. Soon, the fragrant white rice began to bubble vigorously within the cracked bowl, its enticing aroma wafting upward toward the shed. Iron Egg hastily placed some straw over the bowl, saliva uncontrollably pooling at the corners of his mouth. In no time, he extinguished the fire, leaning in close to greedily inhale the delightful scent emanating from the bowl. It was heavenly. Ignoring the heat, he seized 2 broken sticks and plunged them into the rice, eagerly shoveling it into his mouth. The unique fragrance of the white rice exploded in his mouth, nearly bringing him to tears with excitement. Throughout his life, he had tasted cooked rice on several occasions, yet for reasons unknown, this particular meal tasted remarkably exquisite. After finishing his meal, Iron Egg took a moment to rest, feeling invigorated, and then lifted the heavy wooden barrel, intending to hide it behind the shed. Ordinarily, this large barrel would have required both hands and considerable effort for someone of Iron Egg's small stature to carry. However, now he effortlessly hoisted it with a single hand, without breaking a sweat. Could the rice in the stone jar be more miraculous than purified water? Grasping the stone jar, Iron Egg suddenly realized that anything contained within it likely underwent a remarkable transformation in quality. The rice grains were not only plump and round, but also astonishingly fragrant, a testament to their time in the stone jar. Patting his round belly, a thought struck him, and he decided to place a bed of moldy straw into the stone jar as well. Upon retrieving it later, he discovered that the once moldy straw had taken on a brilliant sheen. After spreading it out as a bed, he lay down upon it, and the previously limp straw felt plush and comfortable. He could even detect a faint aroma of fresh straw, which lifted his spirits as he dozed off. This sleep was no trivial matter. He slumbered soundly from midday until the following morning, reclaiming all the rest he had previously missed. Days passed, and Iron Egg felt an invigorating vitality coursing through his body. If tasked with plowing a few fields, he would have welcomed the challenge. During this time, he refrained from indulging in more cooked rice, as he needed to sell the rice for money to rent land from the local landlord. Yet, simply consuming thin gruel and enjoying long naps, he noticed his once frail physique had become significantly stronger. Even his strength had increased considerably. In these days, vibrant green shoots began to emerge around the young bamboo, forming a dense cluster that brought joy to the heart. To prevent the young bamboo from growing into towering giants, Iron Egg promptly pulled each one out with haste. This endeavor proved no less arduous than the previous occasion when he plucked tender bamboo shoots from the hillside. For the roots of the shoots had anchored themselves more deeply in the soil. Each shoot that Tidan extracted demanded considerable exertion. Fortunately, his strength had notably increased, ensuring that he could at least manage to pull them out. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. After all the tender shoots were finally unearthed, his hands trembled from fatigue. Gazing at the bulging sack filled with the shoots, he counted a total of 43, each as large as the palm of his hand. Tidan mused that this modest plot of land yielded such a bountiful harvest. If it were an entire acre, one could only imagine the abundance of grain it would produce. The pressing concern now was to convert these grains into currency. As he made his way toward the reservoir, a marketplace awaited him, situated 20 miles from Yuyang village. The market convened every 8 days, attracting artisans, grain collectors, and butchers, among others, to set up their stalls. This schedule, unregulated by any decree, had naturally developed over time. The inhabitants of Yuyang village and its neighboring hamlets flocked to this market day to engage in commerce, a tradition locally known as going to the market. Tidan occasionally ventured there himself to sell handmade straw shoes. He contemplated exchanging his harvested rice and tender shoots for money at the marketplace. Coincidentally, the following day marked market day. Tidan resolved to set off at night, hoping to return before dusk the next day if he hurried. Thus, with his hands laden with a heavy wooden bucket and the tender shoots, he moved with remarkable lightness. By midday, he had already arrived at the bustling market, which remained vibrant as ever, filled with the lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares reverberating throughout every corner. Straw shoes, Cloth shoes. You must wear new shoes for the new year. Fine leather furs. Don't miss out as you pass by. Steamed buns. Delicious, fragrant steamed buns. Drawn by the enticing call of the bun vendor, Tai Dan's gaze fell upon a stall adorned with towering steamers, from which a cloud of steam wafted, carrying with it an irresistible aroma. Just a whiff was enough for Tai Dan to discern that they contained a savory mixture of pork and scallions. After several hours of travel, his stomach rumbled, and the previously enticing aroma of the buns became even more tantalizing. He lingered momentarily in front of the bun stall, not intending to purchase, merely savoring the fragrant air. When the vendor's expression turned to one of discontent, Tai Dan patted his backside and moved on. Next, he swiftly sought out a grain shop that appeared to be relatively substantial. Chapter 6. Leasing land at this juncture. The grain supplies of each household had dwindled considerably, with only a handful of well-to-do families possessing any surplus. The price of grain for sale had risen, necessitating an increase in the buying price as well. "Are you purchasing or selling grain, esteemed guest?" inquired an elderly man with graying hair, who did not even lift his gaze as he deftly manipulated his abacus. "I am selling," replied Tai Dan softly, surveying the interior of the shop, where grains were meticulously piled into sharp peaks in every corner. The air was infused with a rich aroma of rice. The rice that Tai Dan offered had not undergone the stone mill process, thus its quality was merely slightly superior to ordinary rice, with no other distinctions. "Let us pour the rice into the measure. It is customary to handle the goods without touching them." He nodded, emptying the entirety of his rice into the measuring container. The old man squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the rice within. "I shall buy it at 100 won per pound," he stated. His extensive experience allowed him to discern the quality at a glance, and he offered a fair price. "Very well, shopkeeper. I shall return often." Tai Dan thought the old man to be quite honest, and thus decided he would seek him out for future grain sales. The old man, remaining silent, exchanged a tael of silver and a bundle of coins before retreating to his counter to resume his calculations, with a substantial sum of money in hand. Tai Dan beamed with delight, his smile stretching almost to his ears. He continued his stroll and, passing by the blacksmith's shop, purchased an old, rusted sickle for 351. Iron goods were not expensive here. The region lacked water but was rich in minerals, with several mines yielding an abundance of iron ore each year. Many merchants, aiming to expedite the consumption of this iron, mixed crushed stone into their iron products to hasten their wear, thereby ensuring continued sales of iron tools. The market was awash with iron goods adulterated with stone, while those of pure iron naturally commanded a higher price, inadvertently elevating the value of unadulterated iron tools. This was common knowledge, and over time, it became an unspoken rule. The sickle Tai Dan purchased was indeed one of these mixed iron tools. Originally, he had no funds to acquire agricultural implements, having only managed to harvest one season's worth of rice instead of two. Now, armed with a sickle, he anticipated a significantly enhanced yield. After procuring his necessities, Tai Dan hurried back to his humble abode, summoning the sickle from the stone vessel. To his astonishment, the rust had vanished, replaced by the menacing gleam of the serrated blade. This was not merely a farming tool, it was a weapon, he mused. Realizing that with so many treasures at his disposal, he needed a means of defense. Tai Dan wielded the sickle with utmost caution, wary of its sharpness. With his left hand, he grasped the straw close to the ground, while his right hand held the sickle with the blade facing backward. He drew the sickle from left to right, utilizing its serrated edge to sever the straw. The stubble left in the field could regenerate, allowing for another harvest of rice. Furthermore, it could serve as base fertilizer or covering for subsequent crops. The second yield would grow more rapidly than the first, and within a mere 10 days, yet another harvest could be reaped. Iron Egg discovered that with the aid of the water from the stone bottle, he could not only reap the second harvest but also the third and fourth. As he gathered the grains, he not only grew sturdier but also taller. This was all thanks to the little stone bottle. Now, he need not worry about food, and he heartily enjoyed his meals every day. Originally, the doorframe towered over him by a head, but now he had to lower his head to enter the shed. On ordinary days, Iron Egg would either pay Aunt Hui or go to fetch water from the reservoir to sell. As time passed, within a month and a half, Iron Egg finally saved up 10,000 won. Moreover, he even had an additional 800 copper coins left over from selling the first harvest of rice. Spring was approaching, and Iron Egg sought out a money exchange at the market, converting all of it into silver, amounting to a substantial 10 taels. On his way back to the Wong residence, Iron Egg found himself checking the silver in his arms frequently. It was the fruit of his hard labor, and merely gazing at it brought him immense joy. Upon arrival, he was introduced by Steward Wei, allowing him to meet the landlord Wang smoothly. Landlord Wang had thick, elongated eyebrows that arched slightly, exuding an air of authority without anger. Perhaps he had just risen. As two maidservants were assisting him in donning a brocade robe while tidying his hair in front of a bronze mirror, Iron Egg recalled that the last time he had seen Lord Wang, he had half a head of white hair, but this time, not a single strand was visible. It seemed that wealth truly rejuvenated one. Lord Wang appeared younger than ever. Steward Wei approached Lord Wang to explain that Iron Egg was there to rent land, to which Lord Wang leisurely turned his gaze towards Iron Egg. The land I have is rented for a minimum of 5 years. The amount you have is only sufficient for 1 year. Return when you have saved enough, he stated. Iron Egg nearly choked on his breath, believing he had finally gathered enough silver, only to be dismissed with a single sentence. Just as he was about to respond, an elderly man, frail and aged, suddenly emerged from the side room. To Iron Egg's surprise, upon the old man's entrance, Lord Wang immediately rose and waved his hand, prompting the two maidservants to hastily retreat with the bronze mirror. Master Su, why have you come out? Lord Wang greeted with a bow, while Steward Wei also bent slightly. Realizing that this was not a simple character, Iron Egg understood the gravity of the situation. The elderly man, surnamed Su, settled into the redwood chair beside Lord Wang. His facial skin sagged considerably, drooping from his cheeks to the corners of his mouth, which bore a smile reminiscent of a benevolent deity. A figure rarely seen within a radius of 180 miles. He likely hailed from a place unknown to Iron Egg. Young man, how old are you? Master Su inquired, leaning forward with a smile as he grasped Iron Egg's small hand, causing him to feel quite uncomfortable. I will turn 14 at the onset of spring. Iron Egg replied. Master Su nodded at this, then squeezed Iron Egg's arm, his aged eyes glimmering with a hint of delight, his smile revealing satisfaction. Releasing his hand, Master Su scrutinized Iron Egg from head to toe, as if admiring a fine ornament. Indeed, you are a promising candidate to embark on the path of immortality. Should you wish, you may remain by my side as a celestial apprentice, and I shall impart to you the methods of energy cultivation. Taidan, however, could not grasp the essence of these concepts. He merely perceived the elderly gentleman as a storyteller, speaking of immortals and energies, while his mind was solely preoccupied with the notion of tilling the land. Without a moment's hesitation, Taidan dismissed the idea outright, for his thoughts were consumed by agriculture, and he neither understood nor wished to complicate matters with talk of immortals or energies. Are you foolish, Taidan? Master Su has taken a liking to you. This is a stroke of fortune. Lord Wang lamented, gazing at the simpleton before him. Master Su chuckled heartily, patting Taidan on the shoulder and addressing Lord Wang. He remarked, My dear Lord Wang, if he desires to cultivate the land, then let us grant him a plot of the finest soil. Very well. I shall instruct my servants to make the necessary arrangements shortly. Lord Wang exhibited great reverence towards Master Su, keeping his hands clasped before him throughout the exchange. However, I have one stipulation. You must first serve as my celestial apprentice before tending to your crops. I assure you, the duration will not be long. Certainly no later than the onset of spring. Taidan fell into contemplation. Although he possessed a stone vial that enabled him to cultivate crops even in winter, Master Su had just mentioned the provision of prime land. This was a dream cherished by the common folk. To cultivate such land would bring honor to one's family lineage. Moreover, serving as an apprentice to the old man would undoubtedly relieve him of the burden of expenses for food and drink. After all, it would require little effort. He might as well acquiesce. But I lack sufficient funds for the rent, Taidan admitted, scratching his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Master Su laughed heartily at Lord Wang. Ha! Your family is affluent. Dear Lord Wang, you need not concern yourself with such trifles. Once he becomes my apprentice, you will surely bestow upon him a treasured plot of land. Free of charge? Is there such a fortuitous occurrence in this world? Taidan felt an unsettling apprehension. He was merely a commoner, albeit a robust one. Why were Lord Wang and Master Su extending such generous offers to him? No need. I shall save money to pay the rent, he insisted. Master Su nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He then retrieved a small pill from a gourd. The pill was entirely purple, resembling a concoction made from purple sweet potatoes, and appeared quite appetizing. Taidan noted that when Master Su produced the pill, Lord Wang's eyes brimmed with envy, which led him to realize the pill must possess significant value. Otherwise, why would Lord Wang exhibit such a countenance? Take this and consume it. To embark on the path of immortality, one must first strengthen the body. This elixir will aid you. After today, come daily to collect another. And remember to take it punctually, Master Su instructed. Taidan accepted the elixir from the old man's hand, tucking it into his bosom. He had never heard of such a thing as an elixir. The tonics sold in the marketplace were not referred to as such. If it were indeed called an elixir, it must surely be of superior quality compared to those sold in the apothecary. Perhaps if it were placed in the stone vial, its efficacy might be enhanced even further. Chapter 7. The Ingress of Spirit. As Taidan placed the elixir into the stone vial and retrieved it, he was astonished to find that the color of the elixir had transformed from a deep purple to a delicate azure. Staring at the remarkably altered potion, Taidan was momentarily taken aback. How could the color have changed? However, recalling that anything contained within this stone vial had the potential to improve, he thought little of it and promptly swallowed it whole, not even pausing to savor its flavor. Once the elixir settled in his stomach, a gentle warmth enveloped his abdomen, and a soothing energy began to manifest. Lying on the straw mat, Taidan attentively embraced this warmth as it coursed through his veins, permeating every inch of his being. Gradually, the chirping of the birds outside grew exceptionally crisp, while the distant laughter of children became melodious. Subconsciously, Taidan closed his eyes, keenly attuning himself to the transformations within his body. To his astonishment, upon shutting his eyes, he discovered he could perceive his internal organs and limbs. Having lived thus far, he had neither seen nor even heard of such celestial abilities. Initially skeptical, Taidan began to believe in the venerable Master Su. Indeed, Master Su must be a celestial being. Suddenly, Taidan noticed several fine strands appearing around him, resembling playful fish. Intriguingly, he realized that similar strands resided within him as well. These delicate threads emanated an irresistible allure. Instinctively, Taidan yearned to grasp one of the strands to examine it closely. Yet, upon opening his eyes, the strands vanished into thin air. Reaching out to seize them was as futile as attempting to capture the moon's reflection in water, leaving him frustrated and restless. After several unsuccessful attempts, Taidan resolved to seek Master Su's guidance the following day. At dawn the next morning, Taidan rose early, skipping breakfast, and made his way to the Wang Manor. Perhaps anticipating his arrival, he was promptly escorted to the exterior of Master Su's retreat. Just then, Master Su was seated cross-legged, facing the rising sun, and with each breath, a faint violet glow flickered momentarily. After a period of breath control, Master Su, with a smile upon his face, inquired, "Taidan, what brings you to me?" Eagerly, Taidan recounted the events of the previous day and asked, "Master Su, how can I grasp those fine strands?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Master Su's aged eyes. Those are not mere strands, but the essence of celestial energy. 100 strands coalesce into a thread, and 1,000 threads form a pathway. It is through this that one achieves immortality. You, my boy, have sensed the spiritual energy after merely ingesting a single elixir. Your innate talent is commendable. Then, stroking his beard, Master Su continued, "Come with me to the retreat, and I shall teach you the cultivation techniques to circulate your energy. Pay close attention and learn well. In time, you will be able to assimilate the spirit into your body." Upon hearing the esoteric terms circulate energy and assimilate spirit, Taidan felt an inkling of imminent prosperity. The stooped figure of Master Su before him was undoubtedly a celestial being. The furnishings of the hermitage are rather simple, with a Taoist platform at the center, surrounded by incomprehensible runes inscribed by the iron egg. Upon the platform lies a cushion, accompanied by a wooden backrest, and beneath it, a mat. As you sit down, I instruct you, and you comply. The iron egg follows the command, clumsily settling onto the mat below. Sitting upright, legs crossed, palms facing upwards, and hands resting upon his knees, the ring and little fingers interlocked. The iron egg awkwardly mimics the instructions, firmly etching the words of the venerable immortal Su into his mind, for this is a skill imparted by a master and must not be taken lightly. Very well. Now focus your mind and attune to the spiritual essence of the universe, those delicate threads. The iron egg gradually closes his eyes, striving to sense as he did the day before. As his concentration deepens, he begins to vaguely perceive the spiritual energy. Noticing that the iron egg is entering a state of focus, immortal Su extends a finger towards the crown of his head. Imagine a flow of energy from the Bai Wei, passing through the Tiantu, traversing the Shanzhou. With each acupoint mentioned, immortal Su points to the corresponding location on his own body. Initially, the iron egg manages to remember, but as more acupoints are named, he starts to falter. A look of anxiety and panic crosses his face. Yet immortal Su remains undeterred, his voice unceasing, his finger continuing to tap. After enumerating a total of 81 acupoints, he finally pauses, exhaling heavily. How many have you retained? The iron egg stammers. I only remembered 10, maybe a few more. Immortal Su's tone suddenly sharpens. When circulating through the meridians, not a single acupoint may be misaligned. How can you be so careless? How many did you truly remember? The iron egg shivers. 10, 14. Upon hearing this, Immortal Su nods, his brow slightly furrowed. But he refrains from further comment. I shall teach you once more. Remember, it is better to forget than to misplace a single point. With renewed determination, Immortal Su resumes teaching the iron egg the circulation of the meridians. As time passes, the iron egg steadily engraves these acupoints into his memory. Throughout this process, the spiritual energy within him begins to flow along the pathways taught by Immortal Su. As the sun sets in the west, the iron egg finally commits all 81 acupoints to memory. At this moment, the spiritual energy that was once dispersed throughout his limbs has coalesced into a single thread. For reasons unknown, this thread of energy moves with ease, allowing the iron egg to circulate it through the meridians as instructed. As this energy descends into his dantian, he suddenly feels as though he has shattered some barrier, his body lightens, and visions of the surrounding spiritual essence emerge in his mind. Within a foot of his body, threads of spiritual energy manifest in 5 colors: azure, ochre, red, blue, and gold. Among them, the azure threads exert the greatest allure, numbering over a dozen. Enveloped in this newfound realm, the iron egg finds himself momentarily entranced. On the other side, Professor Su, who had been tirelessly instructing Tai Dan for nearly an entire day, was drenched in sweat, swaying unsteadily, barely able to remain seated. With a hint of irritation, he cast a glance at the dazed Tai Dan and sighed. Tai Dan, have you remembered everything? Startled, Tai Dan snapped back to reality, nodded decisively, and replied, Master, I have memorized it all. Observing this, Professor Su let out a profound sigh of relief, slightly weary as he waved his hand dismissively. He then retrieved another pill from his robe and said, That is sufficient. Take this pill daily and practice diligently. When you can feel the energy generating within you, you will naturally be able to absorb the spirit into your body. The essence of the heavens and earth will transform into your spiritual power, and then you may return to inform me. Upon hearing this, Tai Dan hesitated for a moment, sensing the faint stream of spiritual energy coalescing within him, and uncertainly remarked, Master, I believe I have already absorbed the spirit. Professor Su was skeptical, shaking his head as he replied, Manifesting a sense of energy is not so simple. Hurry back, for I still have training to attend to. With that, Professor Su pressed the pill into Tai Dan's hand, eager to dismiss him. Tai Dan scratched his head, rising to leave, but paused at the door, hesitantly saying, Master, I truly feel as if there is a current within me, akin to a small serpent. Upon seeing the earnest glimmer in Tai Dan's eyes, Professor Su slowly widened his own in surprise. Chapter 8, the initial trial of cultivation now. Focus on circulating your energy. I am eager to see what transpires. With those words, the old immortal Su forced himself to concentrate, his gaze fixed intently upon Tai Dan. The latter scratched his head, perplexed by the elder's evident skepticism. Yet, recognizing the authority of such a celestial figure, he resolved to comply with whatever task was set before him. Subsequently, Tai Dan settled once more upon the meditation mat. With a single thought, the thread of spiritual energy within his dantian began to circulate throughout his body. Strangely enough, the natural energies of the universe, which Tai Dan had previously been unable to grasp, now began to converge towards him as he continued to circulate his energy. Gradually, wisps of azure spiritual energy were drawn into his body, becoming as familiar to him as his own limbs through the practice of his technique. Su, too, noted the transformation in the surrounding spiritual energies, his eyes widening in astonishment. Half an hour later, having completed a full cycle of his technique, Tai Dan opened his eyes. Master, I have not deceived you, have I? Su's face radiated joy as he regarded Tai Dan, as though he were gazing upon an extraordinary treasure. Indeed. I never expected to encounter such unrefined brilliance in this rustic locale. The heavens do not forsake me. Yet, as if overwhelmed by fatigue after such unexpected joy, Su's complexion began to pale visibly. Within mere moments, he collapsed to the ground, drenched in cold sweat and appearing alarmingly ashen. Master, what has happened to you? Tai Dan hastily leaped down from the platform, supporting the elder. I am fine. I simply endured for too long, and my old bones cannot withstand it any longer. As he spoke, a hint of pain flickered in Su's eyes. He retrieved a vial of medicine from behind him and presented it to Tai Dan. The natural energies of the universe exist only within potent herbs aged over 50 years and in elixirs. Take this vial of pills and diligently cultivate at home. Fill your dantian as soon as possible, condensing the threads of spiritual energy into a single strand, then return to find me. Taidan accepted the pills, observing as Su steadied himself with considerable effort and produced a bell, shaking it twice. He wanted to offer further assistance, but was halted. Su glared at Taidan, scolding him. What are you hesitating for? Hurry back and cultivate properly. Scratching his head, Taidan noted that Su appeared to be recovering, and he took his leave. Just as he exited the main gate of the hermitage, he nearly collided with 7 servants from the royal palace, each cradling oversized oil lamps that emitted an unusual fragrance. Rushing past him into the hermitage, Taidan was uncertain of their purpose but sensed a connection to Su's earlier weakness. Upon returning to his humble abode, Taidan's stomach growled audibly. It dawned on him that he had not eaten all day. Thus, disregarding everything else, he tossed the several pills bestowed upon him by Su into a stone jar and prepared to kindle a fire for cooking. As for the cultivation, there is no need for haste. After all, each thread and strand is intertwined. To condense a strand of spiritual energy, it takes the cyclical operation of iron egg for a full rotation to absorb only a few wisps of spiritual essence. Such mastery cannot be achieved overnight. Iron egg poured out approximately a pound of rice and a tender bamboo shoot from the stone bottle. During this period, as Iron Egg's physique grew stronger and his strength increased, his appetite also expanded significantly. Once, he could satisfy himself with merely 1 bamboo shoot and a pound of rice in a day, but now he required such an amount in a single meal. The moment his palm made contact with the rice, Iron Egg suddenly froze, a wave of familiarity washing over him. How is it that this rice seems to possess a hint of spiritual energy? Without delay, Iron Egg settled into a meditative position, focusing his senses. In that instant, the spiritual energy within the rice became vividly apparent to him. Astonishingly, every grain of the rice he had poured from the stone bottle contained a trace of ethereal power. Roughly calculated, this pound of rice harbored 8 or 9 strands of spiritual energy. Turning his gaze to the nearby bamboo shoot, he found, as expected, that it contained a dozen strands of heavenly and earthly spiritual essence. Old Master Su had mentioned that such spiritual energy only existed in medicinal herbs over 50 years old. Yet, what could explain this anomaly? Iron Egg's eyes shifted toward the seemingly dull stone bottle. Clearly, the spiritual energy within the rice and bamboo shoot was inexorably linked to this bottle. Moreover, the spiritual power that had previously surged within him was evidently absorbed from consuming these rice and bamboo shoots during this period. Instantly, Iron Egg's gaze toward the stone bottle grew fervent. What a treasure! Eagerly, Iron Egg began to prepare a meal. He first dug a hole in the ground with a hoe, then buried the bamboo shoot and covered it with soil. Next, he kindled a fire above it, propping a cracked bowl filled with rice on top. The rice would be cooked to perfection around the same time the bamboo shoot was roasted. Once the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Iron Egg eagerly commenced his feast. The outer skin of the bamboo shoot turned a delightful golden brown. Upon peeling it open, the tender flesh released a steamy, sweet fragrance. Iron Egg scooped a mouthful of rice, followed by a bite of the bamboo shoot, relishing every moment. In the span of merely a tea break, Iron Egg devoured the entire pound of rice and the whole bamboo shoot. Subsequently, he distinctly sensed the emergence of nearly 20 strands of spiritual energy within him. Previously, he had been unable to harness this energy, allowing it to dissipate within his body. However, this time was different. Upon sensing the energy, Iron Egg promptly began to circulate the techniques imparted by Old Master Su. Having studied diligently throughout the day, the methods now felt as though etched in his mind. Almost as if by instinct, a wisp of spiritual energy in his dantian began to flow within him. Instantly, the strands of energy within him merged seamlessly into the meridians, coalescing with this wisp as the techniques activated, revealing the initial form of a second strand of spiritual energy. After a considerable time, having circulated his cultivation technique for an entire cycle, Taidan finally opened his eyes. As he sensed the nascent strand of spiritual energy within his dantian, he broke into a broad grin, exclaiming, "This is far swifter than my daytime practice." During the day, he had barely managed to absorb 3 or 4 threads of spiritual energy after a full cycle. However, after consuming a pound of rice and a tender bamboo shoot, he had directly absorbed nearly 20 strands. This marked a staggering difference of 5 or 6 times. At that moment, he yearned to devour all his remaining provisions. Alas, Having already feasted, he felt both eager and powerless, merely stroking his distended belly with a sigh. Subsequently, Tai Dan retrieved a pill from the stone vial given to him by the old immortal Su. This pill, like the previous one, appeared purple when placed in, but emerged as a vibrant green. Having already consumed it once, he thought little of it and swallowed it whole. This pill was indeed a treasure imbued with inherent spiritual energy. Upon ingestion, a powerful surge of spiritual energy flooded into Tai Dan's abdomen. He wasted no time and once again activated his cultivation technique, wholeheartedly absorbing this influx of energy. After diligently circulating for 9 full cycles, he finally absorbed all of it. At that moment, his dantian was brimming with dozens of strands of spiritual energy. Despite enduring a night of intense cultivation, Tai Dan felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he felt invigorated, his senses heightened. Even his skin, previously darkened by the sun, had lightened somewhat, and he had grown an inch taller. Feeling the surging power within, Tai Dan approached a tree in front of the shed. With a mere thought, a strand of spiritual energy coalesced around his fist. Bang! He unleashed a punch, and the tree was left with a small crater. Tai Dan couldn't help but marvel. Is this truly my fist? He pondered in disbelief, for not a single bit of skin had been scraped. Such was the might of spiritual energy. Chapter 9. The first level of nailing. Do not be misled into believing that the countryside is an idyllic paradise where everyone is amicable. On the contrary, here, even minor disputes over firewood can escalate into fierce confrontations, potentially leading to conflicts between entire clans. From a young age, Tai Dan understood the significance of strength. Gazing at the indentation on the tree trunk, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Such formidable powers. In the future, as I cultivate the land, no one shall dare to bully me. Ever since he witnessed the formidable techniques imparted to him by the venerable Master Su, Tai Dan became utterly consumed by his practice. Dedicating most of his time to cultivation, it did not take long for him to realize that his appetite was soaring. Previously, he could satisfy his hunger with just a pound of rice and a single tender bamboo shoot. However, within a few days, that quantity was no longer sufficient. Reluctantly, Tai Dan found himself compelled to prepare an additional pound of rice just to feel satiated. A pound of cooked rice weighs nearly 3 pounds, and when combined with the similarly substantial bamboo shoots, Tai Dan found himself consuming nearly 7 to 8 pounds of food in one meal. Unlike medicinal pills, Tai Dan discovered that this rice not only provided spiritual energy but also significantly enhanced his physical strength. The immediate and evident effects compelled him to indulge in copious feasting each day, despite the discomfort it cost him. Fortunately, due to his diligent farming efforts in recent times, he had several hundred pounds of rice stored in a stone jar, in addition to the rice that continued to ripen behind his shed, allowing him to sustain such an extravagant diet. In the past, such indulgence would have been unthinkable for Tai Dan. After more than 10 days, within the humble confines of his shed, Tai Dan sat cross-legged on the ground, forming hand seals and focusing intently on his cultivation. Beneath his tattered clothing, his dark skin revealed well-defined muscles. One glance would dispel any notion that this young man was once the frail, breathless little Tai Dan of yore. These muscles were no mere decoration. Just the other night, spurred by curiosity and under the cover of darkness, he approached the village stone mill and astonishingly lifted the 400 to 500-pound millstone with ease. With such raw power, he could easily become the invincible hero of any tale. However, despite his newfound strength, Tai Dan's elation was short-lived, as he soon fell into a state of despair. His cultivation had encountered a hurdle. After consuming the last of Master Su's medicinal pills and several hundred pounds of rice and bamboo shoots, Tai Dan had successfully gathered 999 strands of spiritual energy. Just one more strand was needed to coalesce into a complete force and fill his dantian. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, that final strand eluded him, resisting all attempts to absorb the spiritual essence from the rice and bamboo shoots. Fortunately, upon awakening today and instinctively entering his practice, Tai Dan felt a surge of determination. The 1,000th strand of spiritual energy would surely be achieved today. Immediately, Tai Dan boiled 7 or 8 pounds of rice, a few tender bamboo shoots, and a bundle of wild vegetables, consuming everything in one sitting. He then sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy. It was a considerable challenge for Tai Dan to finish such a large quantity, leaving him on the brink of nausea. Fortunately, this ordeal was not in vain. After absorbing nearly 100 strands of spiritual power from the food, the last wisp of energy finally began to take shape in Tai Dan's dantian. The moment the 1,000th wisp of spiritual power formed, his dantian was filled to capacity. with no trace of emptiness remaining. In a mysterious sense, Titan felt as though he had pierced through a barrier. Subsequently, these 1,000 strands of spiritual energy spontaneously converged, coalescing into a singular entity. After several breaths, the Dantian, which had felt as if it might burst, once again felt spacious. Focusing his mind, Titan beheld a tangible azure spiritual energy manifesting within his Dantian. This energy was significantly larger than the previous strands, deeper in hue, and more adeptly controlled. At long last he had succeeded. After so many days, the triumph filled Titan with exhilaration, causing him to leap with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he was eager to test the prowess of this newfound energy. His cultivation lasted an entire day, and as night fell, Titan discovered that he could see clearly even in the darkness. Venturing to the desolate mountains beyond the village, he sought a large azure stone. This stone was about the size of a person, and while lifting it was not a challenge for Titan, breaking it was an entirely different matter. As he concentrated, channeling the energy from his Dantian to his fist, he struck with a punch, shattering the stone into 2 halves. Furthermore, Titan realized that while this energy flowed within him, he could manipulate it at will, controlling his bones and muscles with ease. With a mere thought, the energy surged to his legs. Suddenly, he heard a series of cracking sounds, a peculiar sensation of stretching coursing through him. After a few breaths, Titan found himself towering nearly a foot taller. This was nothing short of divine intervention. He was elated, freely directing the energy to wander within his body. Should anyone venture to this remote mountain, they would witness a figure clad in coarse garments, twisting and elongating like a shadow beneath a lamp. Occasionally, strange voices would emanate from his lips. Such bizarre antics could surely silence the cries of a child at night. After several attempts, Titan, still yearning for more, finally ceased, returning to his original form. It was not that he wished to stop, but each manipulation of his skeletal structure consumed that precious energy. Spiritual power was rare, and Titan was reluctant to squander it. Moreover, there were limits. For instance, while this energy could elevate his height by a foot, any further increase would prove exceedingly difficult. As night deepened, Titan refrained from disturbing the old immortal, returning to his humble abode to once again sit cross-legged in meditation. In his cultivation, Titan was astonished to discover that when he concentrated his spiritual energy into a singular flow, his rate of advancement surged remarkably. In a state of excitement, he devoted the entire night to his practice. The following day, as dawn broke, Titan made his way to the hermitage of the Venerable Su. After a brief moment, he was ushered to the entrance of the sanctuary. Even through the thick, imposing door, he could detect a faint, musty scent. This aroma was not unfamiliar to him. It reminded him of the elderly villagers. In an instant, a vague melancholy washed over Titan's heart. It seemed that the Venerable Su might not have much time left. Pausing briefly, Titan called out to the door of the hermitage, "Master, I have successfully condensed my spiritual energy." No sooner had the words left his lips than an excited, tremulous voice echoed from within. "What? How could this be accomplished so swiftly? Come in and let me see." Ignoring the slightly unpleasant odor, Titan respectfully pushed open the door and stepped inside the hermitage. Upon entering, he found Master Su's aged eyes fixed intently upon him, a joy that could not be concealed gracing his features. Surrounding the venerable master were 7 oil lamps, each larger than a human head, arranged in a formation resembling the Big Dipper, casting a bright glow that illuminated the entire space as if it were midday. The source of the lamp oil was unknown, but the flames emitted no smoke. Instead, a fragrant aroma enveloped the hermitage. Master Su beckoned Titan closer, extending his withered fingers to press against Titan's chest. Focusing intently, after a moment, a glimmer of light sparked in the old sage's eyes as he trembled with excitement and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is the aura of the first level of spiritual absorption. Heaven has not forsaken me." Chapter 10. Possession. Observing the fervent excitement radiating from the old immortal Su, Titan couldn't help but worry that the elderly man might succumb to his overwhelming emotions. Nevertheless, Su was no ordinary individual. After a brief moment, he managed to regain his composure. Taking a slight breath, he produced a stick of purple incense, roughly the thickness of a chopstick, from behind him, igniting it before placing it in the incense burner beside him. Instantly, the chamber was suffused with a unique fragrance. Strangely enough, once lit, the incense burned at an astonishingly rapid pace, visibly diminishing in size within mere moments. Su gestured for Titan to sit cross-legged upon the mat, his face adorned with a warm smile as he said, "Come, take a seat here. I shall impart to you the second level of the qi absorption technique." Move closer. Do not waste this precious fragrance. Inhaling it will undoubtedly accelerate your cultivation. However, Tai Dan hesitated and did not immediately sit down on the mat. Su's heart sank slightly, and with an imperceptible hint of unease, he inquired, Tai Dan, why do you linger in hesitation? As soon as he spoke, Tai Dan trembled and raised his head, his dark eyes fixed intently on Su. I know, Master, you are nearing the end of your days. In this lifetime, apart from my parents, no one has shown me such kindness as you, Master. Rest assured, after you depart, I shall don mourning attire and procure a fine coffin to ensure you are laid to rest with honor. As he spoke, Tai Dan's voice quivered with emotion, his youthful face radiating sincerity. Yet, Su fell into an eerie silence upon hearing his words. Tai Dan, fearing he had inadvertently uttered something inauspicious that displeased Su, was about to clarify when suddenly, a low, rumbling laughter erupted from Su. Ha ha ha. I never imagined that in my final moments, I would be pitted by a mere mountain child. His laughter grew increasingly boisterous, bordering on madness. Alarmed by the seemingly deranged demeanor of the old immortal, Titan stepped forward, seeking to comfort him. However, just as he moved, Su abruptly lifted his head, the mirth still present on his face, and asked, Tai Dan, I possess a method that could prolong my life, yet it requires borrowing something from you. Would you be willing? Tai Dan's heart leaped with joy at this prospect. And without a second thought, he replied, I am willing. Master, you have treated me with such kindness. Whatever you wish to borrow, you may have. But as soon as the words left his lips, Tai Dan's mind began to churn with doubt, prompting him to question, however. I am merely a humble farmer with no treasures to offer. What could Master possibly wish to borrow from me? Su chuckled softly, a glimmer of greed in his eyes as he gazed at Tai Dan. What do you mean you possess no treasures? Your body, imbued with profound celestial potential, is the greatest treasure of all. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 oil lamps surrounding Su trembled violently, their flames suddenly tinged with a blood-red hue. Bathed in this crimson light, Su's once decrepit visage gradually took on a hint of vitality. Even a fool would sense the ominous turn of events, let alone Tai Dan, who, despite never having attended a private school, was not slow-witted. In an instant, Tai Dan took off running, swiftly reaching the entrance of the temple. Just as he was about to escape, the mocking voice of old Su echoed behind him. Heh, now you wish to flee? It's too late. As he spoke, a gust of wind suddenly surged forth. Tai Dan dared not look back. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed old Su clutching a yellow paper adorned with intricate patterns, aimed directly at him. The moment he recognized the paper as a formidable treasure, he could not allow it to strike him. In a moment of desperation, Tiadan's mind raced, channeling his spiritual energy swiftly into his legs. With a sudden whoosh, his height diminished by a foot, causing old Su to miss his target. Before Tai Dan could revel in his success, he heard old Su's voice, tinged with surprise. Oh, you can control your body right after your breakthrough? But do you truly believe such trivial tricks will allow you to escape? With that, old Su's arm elongated drastically. In the next instant, the glowing yellow paper smacked against Tiadan's head with a resounding clap. Instantly, Tai Dan felt his body stiffen, rendering him utterly immobile. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself unable to utter a word. Old Su disregarded him entirely, effortlessly dragging him onto a meditation cushion. He then brought a half-burned purple incense closer to Tiadan's nose. The curling smoke surged into Tiadan's mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Meanwhile, as time passed, the crimson hue of the oil lamp's flame gradually faded. Old Su, affected by this change, began to lose his previously rosy complexion, his face turning pale. With a weary sigh, he glanced at the dwindling flame and lamented, the essence of mortals proves to be of little use. Gathering his strength, old Su retrieved a brush from his robe, biting into his wrist to draw ink from his own blood. He began to inscribe symbols upon Tai Dan and the ground. Soon, a circular pattern, about 10 feet in diameter, adorned with what appeared to Tai Dan as ghostly runes, manifested within the temple. Once he completed the drawing, old Su's face, now pallid, finally bore a satisfied expression. Throughout this ordeal, Tai Dan never ceased his struggles, but alas, they were in vain. He could barely manage to open his mouth to speak, yet could not move even a finger. Master, why do you wish to harm me? Tai Dan implored. Old Su was unfazed by his sudden words. Why should I explain my actions to a mere mountain child like you? Spare your struggles. Even if the binding talisman is nearing its expiration, the tranquil soul powder you ingested days ago has already been activated by the medicinal aroma. In just 10 breaths, your spirit will succumb to slumber, leaving you utterly defenseless against my possession. As he spoke, old Su let out a deep sigh. To possess another's soul is to defy the heavens. Engaging in a battle of spirits is perilous, for one misstep can lead to total failure. Fortunately, I have procured this tranquil soul powder. Tiadan's eyes widened in disbelief. You have poisoned me as well? Old Master Su scoffed. What of poisoning? Let this serve as a lesson for you. Remember in your next life, never accept gifts from strangers. Yet, Taidan suddenly found himself enveloped in excitement. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had unknowingly surpassed 10 heartbeats without experiencing any sensation of drowsiness. Quickly, he recalled the transformation of the elixir within the stone vial from purple to green. It was evident that during its time in that vial, the so-called soul-calming powder had been completely purified. Fearing that old Master Su might detect something amiss, Taidan promptly closed his eyes, feigning the lethargy induced by the powder. Simultaneously, the flames of the 7 oil lamps dwindled to their final flicker of crimson. Without further delay, old Master Su swiftly positioned Taidan in a posture of 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, pressing his forehead against Taidan's. At that moment, the crimson patterns adorning Taidan's body and the ground erupted with brilliance. The next instant, darkness enveloped Taidan. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself in an ethereal expanse, a space devoid of familiarity and shrouded in whiteness. Not far away, a spectral figure, strikingly reminiscent of old Master Su, gazed at him in profound astonishment. You have not been poisoned? Chapter 11. Izumo Yang, entering the Zaya mountain with a sudden exclamation. The ethereal figure resembling the venerable Su Lao Xian abruptly swayed, instinctively attempting to flee. Witnessing this, Taidan's consciousness snapped back into clarity. Although he was uncertain as to why Su Lao Xian had suddenly been seized by fear, he understood that this might be his only chance for survival. Without a moment's hesitation, Taidan lunged forward. In an inexplicable turn of events, as soon as Taidan began to chant, he collided directly with the apparition of Su Lao Xian. The impact felt akin to 2 stones crashing violently together. Taidan was instantly overwhelmed, his head spinning, and a piercing pain surged through him, prompting a cry of anguish. Conversely, Su Lao Xian was met with a fate far worse, without uttering a single sound of despair. He was shattered into countless fragments by the force of Taidan's charge. Then, with a resounding explosion, the figure of Su Lao Xian disintegrated into myriad scintillating points of light, swiftly dissipating into the ether. As the excruciating pain that had nearly torn Taidan asunder vanished, he felt a refreshing coolness wash over him, alleviating his torment entirely. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when Taidan finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Su Lao Xian lying motionless before him. Startled, he sprang to his feet, ready to flee. However, before he could take a step, a peculiar sight caught his peripheral vision. Why was Su Lao Xian so utterly still? Summoning his courage, Taidan examined the scene closely. Su Lao Xian lay supine on the ground, a conspicuous pool of blood beneath him. It was unclear what horrific sight Su Lao Xian had beheld, but his aged eyes were wide with terror, nearly bulging from their sockets. His face was marred with blood, and upon closer inspection, it was evident that blood flowed from all 7 orifices, signaling a demise that was unequivocal. Still wary, Taidan lingered, fearing that this ancient creature might have further tricks up his sleeve. After a tense moment, he noted that Su Lao Xian remained utterly motionless. Not even a flutter of an eyelid. Only then did he cautiously approach. Tentatively checking for a breath, Taidan was relieved to find none. He exhaled deeply. The old man was dead. A wave of weakness washed over him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. After a while, he regained his composure and began to realize that regardless of Su Lao Xian's motives for wanting to harm him, the old man's formidable abilities were all too real. Surely, there was treasure to be found upon his person. With this thought invigorating him, Taidan approached with renewed determination. Ignoring the fact that Su Lao Xian's body was still warm, he began to search the corpse. Soon, he unearthed several items, 2 vials, a small booklet of unknown material, and a piece of silk that Su Lao Xian had kept close, inscribed with tiny characters, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. After a lengthy search, Taidan was discontented to find only these few possessions. Where was the wealth? How could such a powerful figure possess nothing of monetary value? To Taidan, these items were of no use without silver. With wealth in his possession, Taidan yearned to acquire as much land as possible. In due time, he could wed a woman of ample stature and relish a comfortable life. Undeterred, Taidan commenced a thorough search within the confines of the secluded dwelling. Remarkably, after a diligent rummage, he uncovered several items, a few voluminous black robes of indeterminate fabric, 2 peculiar medicinal herbs encased in boxes, and a stack of silver notes. As he beheld the considerable pile of notes, which numbered at least in the dozens, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. Casting a furtive glance around, Taidan cautiously tucked the notes into his bosom before turning his attention to the various vials and containers. He first opened the 2 medicine bottles. One contained several small, deep brown pills, approximately the size of a fingertip. Upon concentrating his senses, Taidan discerned that these brown pills lacked the abundant spiritual energy of the previous elixir bestowed by the Venerable Su. Only a few wisps of spiritual energy resided within, even fewer than the grains of rice he possessed. Having learned from past experiences, he refrained from consuming these unknown pills. Safely storing the deep brown pills, he proceeded to examine the second bottle. Inside was a single pale blue pill, brimming with substantial spiritual energy. Instantly, Taidan recognized it as the same type he had consumed earlier. The purple pills would transform into this hue after passing through the stone vessel. However, this particular pill was considerably lighter in color. As for the remaining objects, Taidan, illiterate in many respects, paid them no heed and simply stowed them away. With his treasures secured, he prepared to depart when suddenly a quivering voice from outside interrupted him. Immortal Master, County Magistrate Huang requests an audience. At once, Taidan's hand, poised to open the door, froze. The county magistrate. The mere mention of such a title sent a shiver through him. This was the sovereign of the surrounding 100 miles. The young Taidan, in times past, would have trembled at the very sound of that name. Yet now, the county magistrate sought an audience with the Venerable Su. In that moment, Taidan's understanding of Su's identity crystallized, igniting a fervent flame of ambition within him. Could it be that I, too, have begun to cultivate the immortal arts? Outside, as silence lingered within the dwelling, the timid yet resolute magistrate Huang, unwilling to offend either party, mustered his courage and called out, "Immortal Master?" Inside, Taidan harnessed his spiritual power to manipulate his physique, transforming himself to resemble the Venerable Su. The old master's remains and belongings were discreetly stored within the stone vessel. Apart from the bloodstains on the floor, the room exhibited no signs of disturbance. Subsequently, Taidan donned a black robe and stepped outside. Magistrate Huang, upon hearing the door creak open, bowed his head even lower. As Taidan emerged, he beheld the magistrate's obsequious demeanor, head bowed and posture submissive. At that moment, an unfamiliar sensation welled up within Taidan's heart. After a slight cough, Taidan spoke in the voice of Su Laoxian. "Lead the way ahead." Lord Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and respectfully bent his waist to guide the way. Before long, Taidan and Lord Wang arrived in the main hall. Inside, Stewart Wei was cautiously attending to a middle-aged man clad in a blue official robe. This man was none other than Huang Shizong, the magistrate of Xiaoshan County. Upon catching sight of Taidan, Huang Shizong, who originally bore an imposing demeanor, immediately bent his back and a smile graced his face. Stepping forward a couple of paces, Huang Shizong bowed respectfully to Taidan. "Forgive me, master. The repairs on the Taoist temple you instructed are nearing completion, and I apologize for making you wait so long. Please, feel free to reprimand me." Witnessing the county magistrate, a figure of authority, bowing so lowly before him intensified the peculiar sentiment within Taidan. This pursuit of immortality seemed far more impressive than tilling the fields. Noticing Taidan's prolonged silence, Huang Shizong grew anxious, yet too intimidated to inquire further. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. After a considerable pause, Huang Shizong could no longer contain himself. "Master, may I inquire when you will be visiting the Taoist temple? I wish to prepare well in advance." Considering the current situation, it was evident that Su Laoxian had already devised a plan to travel to Xiaoshan County. If Taidan were to suddenly decline, there was a risk of exposure. After a moment's contemplation, Taidan replied, "Tomorrow, come to fetch me." Chapter 12. The Essence Restoration Pill. Upon hearing the words, Huang Shizong hesitated, seemingly on the verge of expressing something profound. However, as his gaze fell upon the weathered visage of old Master Su, he promptly sealed his lips. Although Taidan observed Huang Shizong's apparent inclination to speak, he feigned ignorance, lifting a nearby teacup and taking a sip. Taidan remembered vividly that old Master Su often displayed such demeanor. Yet, was this truly the tea of the affluent? It was undeniably fragrant. Taidan, maintaining his composure, savored another sip of tea. As night descended, a shadow stealthily emerged from the Wang residence. This figure was none other than Tai Dan. Seizing the tranquility of the late hour, he returned to his humble abode. Upon arrival, he uprooted the remaining unripe rice and tender bamboo shoots, meticulously turning the soil back and compacting it as if it had never been disturbed. He spared no detail, gathering every last grain of rice and remnants of straw into a stone jar. After thoroughly inspecting his work, Tai Dan left a silver note for Aunt Hui and retraced his steps to the Wang family without a backward glance. On the following day, just as dawn broke, Huang Shizong arrived at the Wang residence with several horse-drawn carriages. Without Tai Dan's prompting, Lord Wang personally accompanied Steward Wei to pack every item within the villa onto the carts. Tai Dan watched as Lord Wang, with his considerable girth, labored heavily, a rare sight that brought a smile to his face. Soon, everything was loaded, and Huang Shizong cautiously approached Tai Dan, whispering, "Master, all is prepared. When shall we depart?" Shortly thereafter, Lord Wang eagerly followed, his demeanor suggesting he wished to convey something. Tai Dan chose to disregard him, nodding to Huang Shizong, "We shall leave at once." An expression of urgency crossed Lord Wang's face as he stepped forward, imploring, "Might I request Master to bestow upon us the essence restoration pill?" At the utterance of Lord Wang's request, Huang Shizong's countenance instantly turned frosty. Without allowing Lord Wang to finish, Huang Shizong pivoted sharply, reprimanding, "Wang Licheng, silence. The essence pill of Master Su is of immeasurable worth. How dare you covet it?" Tai Dan, upon hearing their exchange, was reminded of the 2 vials of elixirs he had unearthed from old Master Su the previous day. It seemed the essence restoration pill was indeed among them, and it appeared to be an object of great desire for County Magistrate Huang as well. The reprimand left Lord Wang too startled to utter another word. Subsequently, Huang Shizong adorned his face with a smile, addressing Tai Dan, "The rustic fellow knows not his place. Please do not take offense, Master." Tai Dan, mimicking old Master Su's tone, replied nonchalantly, "It is of no consequence." Thereafter, Huang Shizong respectfully invited Tai Dan into an opulent carriage drawn by 4 majestic steeds. Upon entering, Tai Dan was greeted by a sight of splendor. The carriage was spacious, akin to a quaint chamber, with a bronze incense burner positioned centrally, accompanied by an incense table and a complete array of seating and screens. Tai Dan carefully approached the couch, settling himself upon it with utmost caution, and was immediately enveloped by a sensation akin to resting upon a cloud, remarkably soft and comfortable. For a fleeting moment, he felt so at ease that he nearly let out a sound of delight. As the crack of a whip resonated, the caravan began to move slowly. Watching the familiar scenery recede before his eyes, a tinge of melancholy arose within Tai Dan's heart. Yet, this fleeting sorrow was swiftly dispelled by the novel sights that continually emerged. After half a day, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Xishan City. As the county seat of Xishan County, the city exuded a refreshing aura. Its towering city walls, standing at an impressive 30 feet, presented a striking sight from afar. With the county magistrate himself guiding them, Tai Dan and his companions bypassed the guards at the city gate and entered without hindrance. After walking for another quarter of an hour, the carriage came to a halt. Peering through the carriage window, Tai Dan beheld a Qingstone Taoist temple spanning over 10 acres. At that moment, Huang Shizong's voice rang out, "Immortal Master, we have arrived." Adjusting his black robe, Tai Dan stepped out of the carriage. Huang Shizong hastily approached, eager to assist Tai Dan down. However, Tai Dan disregarded his offer, leaping from the carriage to gaze at the antiquated elegance of the temple. Huang Shizong's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, yet he felt no embarrassment, promptly addressing Tai Dan, "Immortal Master, the main hall, side rooms, meditation quarters, and alchemy chambers of the Xishan Temple have all been meticulously restored. Additionally, there is a 5-acre bamboo grove behind, a truly splendid spot for enjoyment. I wonder if the Immortal Master finds it satisfactory?" Having never witnessed such a grand temple before, Tai Dan could hardly conceal his approval, nodding repeatedly, "Indeed, indeed." Seeing the old immortal finally smile, Huang Shizong was filled with joy and cautiously inquired, "As long as the Immortal Master is pleased, if I may be so bold, when will the foundational elixir be ready?" Huang Shizong's query snapped Tai Dan back to reality, and his thoughts began to race. Could it be that the foundational elixir is the reward for the repairs of the Xishan Temple? Although the dark brown pill was likely the foundational elixir, Tai Dan could not be entirely certain. As his mind whirled, Tai Dan formed a plan. Clearing his throat, he replied to the county magistrate, "It is not yet ready. Please return in a few days to collect it." Upon hearing this, despite Huang Shizong's profound disappointment, he dared not press further. After placing his items down, he took his leave. Once Huang Shizong departed, Tai Dan immediately relaxed, sprawling his arms and legs upon the couch. Although he had maintained the facade of the old immortal for the past 2 days, he was not weary, yet his heart had often been fraught with anxiety. However, after merely 15 minutes of lying down, he found himself restless. The matter of the foundational elixir weighed heavily upon his mind, and he could not remain idle for long. It was imperative to resolve the issue of the foundational elixir. Tai Dan understood that while he had temporarily deceived Huang Shizong, failing to address the matter might reveal some flaw to the county magistrate. In a state of agitation and unease, Tai Dan resolutely turned over and commenced his cultivation. It was not until an hour had passed and he had cycled through several rounds of energy that he finally attained a tranquil state of mind. Subsequently, Tai Dan retrieved all the items left by the esteemed Elder Su from his bosom. Although the vials bore labels, Tai Dan was illiterate. Not only was he unable to decipher the inscriptions on the vials, but he also found himself at a loss. Even knowing that the small booklet and the silken fabric adorned with intricate characters were treasures, after some contemplation, Tai Dan made a silent resolution. He understood that to recognize the foundational elixir, he must first learn to read. Pouring a handful of rice from a stone jar, he quickly consumed a few bites. Then channeled his spiritual energy to alter his appearance and stealthily slipped out of the Shishan temple. On his way, Tai Dan had noticed that just a few miles from the temple lay a market. Although he had never attended a private school, he had heard of a certain book designed to teach children to read. While it was quite intricate and far less accessible than the instruction found in a private academy, it was still usable, albeit with difficulty. Furthermore, despite the elegant atmosphere of the Shishan temple, it lacked any kitchenware, so Tai Dan needed to procure some supplies. Chapter 13. The trial drug. As Tai Dan stepped out, dusk enveloped the surroundings. The marketplace teemed with life, bustling with activity. Before even entering, a medley of aromas from various delicacies wafted through the air, tangible and enticing. Beef brisket, pork head meat, pig's feet. You'll crave for more. Wang's marinated chicken, Wang's marinated goose. Come and have a look. The calls of the vendors instantly stirred Tai Dan's appetite. Although the rice he cultivated aided his cultivation, over time, his palate had grown weary of blandness. Moreover, having lived for so long, he had seldom tasted truly exquisite meat. Now that he found himself with ample resources, he resolved to indulge in the delights he once longed for but refrained from enjoying. Swallowing hard, he pivoted and headed toward the most vibrant tavern. Upon entering, a server's eyes brightened as he approached. "Dear guest, will you be dining or lodging?" Tai Dan, unfamiliar with the term dining, simply pointed to the braised pork and steamed shad on another table, declaring, "I'll have one of each of those dishes, please." The server, recognizing that Tai Dan was a generous patron, gleamed with excitement and responded, "You have come at a perfect time. Our dishes are unparalleled. Please, follow me." With that, the server guided Tai Dan to a private room upstairs. Soon, several servers entered, bearing an array of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. Tai Dan's appetite surged as he beheld the culinary delights. No sooner had the servers departed than he eagerly reached for the braised pork. Upon tasting it, the rich flavors enveloped his senses, making him yearn to devour the entire dish. "Delicious, truly delicious," he exclaimed, as he continued to indulge in piece after piece of the succulent pork. However, as he feasted, Tai Dan abruptly realized that while the braised pork was indeed delightful, it lacked any spiritual essence. After merely a few bites, he found himself feeling unsatisfied. He sampled several other dishes, each initially bursting with flavor, but ultimately leaving him feeling hollow. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Dan paused, a complex expression crossing his face. "Enough," he decided. "Nothing compares to my rice." He abandoned the scarcely touched dishes, tossing a silver ingot onto the table, and exited the tavern with purpose. As he glanced back at the once coveted high-end establishment, he shook his head. What had once been the epitome of his dreams now appeared rather mundane. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed from the boy he once was. Before long, Tai Dan discovered a bookstore. Inside, individuals donned in long robes, exuding an air of intellect, wandered about. In times past, he would have dared not even glance at these scholars. Yet now, he felt no trepidation, lifting his foot with determination as he strode into the bookstore. The attendant promptly approached, ready to assist. "Esteemed guest, our High bookstore offers a plethora of literary treasures, including the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as the dictionary of terms in the Book of Songs. We also possess a complete compilation of examination questions from the imperial court over the years. May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" Tai Dan inquired. I have no interest in these. Do you have any books for teaching children how to read? Upon hearing this, the attendant replied, Indeed, we have several, the Sangjie Pian, the Fanjiang Pian, and the Jijiu Pian. Which one would you prefer? Tai Dan scratched his head, uncertain of which book would be suitable. Thus, he boldly waved his hand and declared, I shall take one of each. The attendant was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that someone would purchase all three books which served nearly the same purpose. However, seizing the opportunity for business, the attendant eagerly proceeded with the sale. After acquiring the books, Tai Dan also purchased pots, bowls, and utensils. Once he had gathered all his belongings, he hastened his steps towards the Shishan temple, yearning for his beloved rice. A quarter of an hour later, Tai Dan returned to the Shishan temple. After placing his items down, he promptly cooked several pounds of rice. After finishing the pot of rice accompanied by tender bamboo shoots, he exhaled contentedly, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he sighed. How delightful. He then settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his energy to absorb the essence from the rice, before retrieving the three books under the moonlight for a thorough study. Strangely enough, since the passing of the Venerable Su yesterday, Tai Dan felt as if his mind had become remarkably clearer. Remarkably, within just one night, he managed to stumble through the reading of those three books. By comparing them, he had directly recognized several hundred characters. The following day, Tai Dan held 2 medicine vials. Gazing at the labels affixed to them, and slowly read aloud, Gubin Dan, Shiling Dan. Among them, the dark brown pill was indeed Gubin Dan, while the light blue pill was Xingling Dan. The Gubin Dan contained only 3 pills, whereas the Xingling Dan had merely 1. Although the spiritual essence within the Gubin Dan was scant, it was worth a temple, and even the county magistrate of Huang had desperately sought it, clearly indicating its rarity. However, was such a small amount of spiritual essence truly worthy of the magistrate's subservience? Perhaps the Gubin Dan possessed other benefits. Yet, Tai Dan was hesitant to consume the Gubin Dan himself, having recently been poisoned by Su. Therefore, he needed to find a subject for testing the medicine. A moment later, Tai Dan returned to the Shishan temple, cradling a piglet in his arms. Indeed, this piglet was to be the test subject for the medicine. If the Gubin Dan were poisonous, Tai Dan would not mourn the loss of the piglet. If it did not succumb to poison, it could simply be raised and later slaughtered for meat. The piglet, with its dark coat and fine fur, resembled a wild boar at first glance. Despite being a rustic breed, Tai Dan carried the piglet to the bamboo grove in the backyard. The front yard was meticulously cleaned, and he did not wish for the pig to cause any mess. The backyard bamboo grove spanned over 5 acres, basking in the warm spring sunlight, with dappled shadows creating a picturesque scene. However, Tai Dan was too preoccupied to appreciate the moment. His expression tinged with a sense of loss as he set down the piglet and promptly retrieved a Gubin Dan. Strangely enough, as soon as the Gubin Dan was produced, the piglet, which had been struggling intermittently, seemed to catch a whiff of nourishment and eagerly approached. Watching as the Gubin Dan was swallowed whole by the piglet, Tai Dan affectionately patted its head, exclaiming, "Ah, you lucky creature, to consume what even Magistrate Huang covets." After ingesting the Gubin Dan, the piglet began frolicking joyfully in the bamboo grove. Tai Dan made no attempt to hinder it, merely observing as the piglet dashed about in unrestrained delight. Moments later, the piglet let out a high-pitched squeal reminiscent of a youthful beast. Tai Dan's eyes brightened, realizing that the Gubin Dan was taking effect. He quickly stepped forward to the piglet's side, only to find it collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. Initially, Tai Dan feared the Gubin Dan might be some form of poison. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was astonished to see that the piglet had inexplicably grown in size. Moreover, its fur was visibly thickening and becoming coarser at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, what had once been a piglet of little more than a foot in length had transformed into a creature exceeding 2 feet. Additionally, 2 small tusks had sprouted from its mouth. After a brief interlude, the piglet had morphed from a mere infant into a miniature version of an adult wild boar. Chapter 14. An old friend's visit. Upon understanding the situation, Tai Dan realized that the Gubin Dan was not a poison. The piglet's intense reaction was likely due to its diminutive size, making the potency of the Gubin Dan overwhelming for it. With the knowledge that this elixir posed no threat, Tai Dan felt unencumbered and proceeded towards the quiet chamber. As for the piglet, he decided to leave it to roam freely in the bamboo grove, momentarily casting it from his mind. Entering the tranquil room, he settled onto the cushion and extracted a Gubin Dan, swallowing it whole. Once ingested, he slightly furrowed his brow and began to chew, noting an unremarkable bitter flavor. After swallowing, a few wisps of ethereal energy surged into his body, effortlessly absorbed without the need to invoke his spiritual cultivation technique. After a brief moment of concentration, Taidan's brow furrowed further. Why did this Gubin Dan provide no additional effects? Aside from the scant ethereal energy, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the rice he had cultivated himself. Disappointment washed over him. Shaking his head, he carefully stored the last Gubin Dan, only to have a sudden spark of inspiration illuminate his mind. This elixir may hold no value for him, yet for an ordinary person, it could be a treasure. If he could produce more, it would undoubtedly facilitate his pursuits. With this newfound idea, excitement surged within Taidan. After some contemplation, he realized that crafting the Gubin Dan was not particularly challenging. He promptly retrieved some rice from a stone jar and gathered a few tender bamboo shoots from the backyard, diligently grinding them together in a bowl. When the color appeared off, he remedied it by adding a handful of dark wild vegetables from the jar, tossing them in with abandon. After further grinding, a bowl of deep brown rice paste materialized before him. He shaped it into small pills, each the size of a fingertip, crafting over 30 in total. After rolling them into perfect spheres, he placed them over the fire to dry. It was not until he had replenished the firewood twice that the Gubin Dan were completely dried. At first glance, the pills bore an uncanny resemblance to those crafted by the venerable Xiao Lao Xian. Grabbing one, Taidan tossed it into his mouth and began to chew. Surprisingly, perhaps due to the vigor of the bamboo shoots, a bitter flavor erupted upon entry, completely overshadowing the taste of the rice. As he chewed, he noted a slightly viscous texture. Furrowing his brow, he realized that mere fire roasting was insufficient. After swallowing the rice pill, he felt a familiar trickle of spiritual energy emerge, mirroring that of the previous Gubin Dan. Recognizing the issue at hand, Taidan was undeterred. He placed the 30-odd rice pills in a ventilated spot on the beam of the room. The next day, upon sampling one, he discovered it had transformed to match the original Gubin Dan perfectly. With the collection of over 30 Gubin Dan now secured in a medicinal bottle, Taidan finally exhaled in relief. Now, when the county magistrate, Huang, returned to seek him out, he would no longer have to worry about revealing his secret. After attending to the most pressing matters, Taidan finally found the time to peruse the small booklet and the silken cloth inscribed with minuscule characters. With the aid of 3 literacy books, he managed to read through the booklet in just one day, all the while expanding his vocabulary. To his astonishment, he discovered that this booklet was a manuscript left behind by the venerable Su Lao Xian, chronicling the minutiae of his cultivation journey since embarking on the path of spiritual practice. It was only after finishing Su Lao Xian's manuscript that Taidan gained a rudimentary understanding of cultivation. He realized that the techniques employed by Su Lao Xian were not the fantastical feats depicted in theatrical narratives. Rather, they were the endeavors of mortals emulating the heavens in pursuit of longevity. Entering the realm of nascent spirit marked the formal initiation into the path of cultivation. Should one successfully advance to the 9th level of nascent spirit, solidifying their foundation, they could become one of the rare foundational cultivators, thereby extending their lifespan by 200 years. Upon reading this, Taidan felt as if he were immersed in a mythical tale. 200 years. Did that not imply a lifespan of over 2 centuries? The longest-lived individual Taidan had encountered was Lord Wang's father, who had only reached his 60s before passing away. This was even after a joyous morning. However, upon reflection, he realized that Su Lao Xian would not deceive himself in his own manuscript. This meant it had to be true. The mere thought of it sent waves of exhilaration through Taidan, prompting him to let out a couple of joyous shouts. Once his excitement subsided, he eagerly turned back to read the text once more. According to the manuscript, Su Lao Xian had only reached the 3rd level of nascent spirit, while this realm comprised a total of 9 levels. The booklet also contained the subsequent teachings of the nascent spirit technique for Taidan's cultivation. However, this technique was merely the most fundamental method of practice, capable of advancing only to the 3rd level of nascent spirit. Upon reaching this point, a serious expression overtook Taidan's face. What should I do after reaching the 3rd level? After pondering for quite some time, he was unable to devise a plan. Reluctantly, he decided to set this concern aside for the moment and focus on reaching the 3rd level first. Subsequently, he retrieved the silken cloth and stumbled through its contents. The Pei Yuan Dan, a low-grade 1st-tier elixir, contains spiritual energy, its properties gentle, suitable for early and mid-level practitioners of the nascent spirit. The main ingredient being Pei Ling grass, along with 30-year-old Zhu Gua and 100-year-old ginseng. Was this a 1st-tier formula? From Su Lao Xian's manuscript, Dan learned that the so-called first-tier substances were meant for practitioners in the nascent spirit realm. This meant that if he could successfully concoct the Pei Yuan Dan, his cultivation speed would significantly accelerate. With this thought in mind, Dan couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement once again. However, in the next moment, the exhilaration faded from his expression. At present, he was not only unfamiliar with alchemy, but he also did not even know what Pei Ling grass or zhugua looked like, leaving him utterly at a loss for how to begin. Helplessly, Dan resolved to purchase a few more medical texts for further study. In the following days, he resumed his routine. Aside from cultivation and reading, the most significant task was cultivating the land in the backyard. Since his cultivation began, Dan's appetite had significantly increased. The rice in his jar was nearly depleted, and it was imperative to cultivate the land. With several hundred pounds of strength, clearing the bamboo forest was a trivial task for him. After just a few strokes of the hoe, roots and stones were uprooted effortlessly. In a matter of days, Dan had transformed 3 acres into fertile farmland. This amount was temporarily sufficient, but with rice dwindling, he decided to plant 2 acres of rice and utilize the remaining acre for various vegetables, such as peppers and greens. Just as Dan's life was becoming increasingly prosperous, the county magistrate, Huang, arrived. One day, while Dan was feeding the pigs, a sudden knock echoed at the gate of Xianshan Temple. Following that, a cautious voice called out, "Master Su Stin, I am Huang Shizong, and I have urgent matters to discuss." Dan brushed off the rice husks from his hands, stood up, and muttered as he walked, "Finally, the county magistrate has come to collect the foundational elixir." Indeed, he had recently fed the pigs with rice imbued with spiritual energy. As the rice ripened, Dan's supplies increased, prompting him to feed the pigs directly with the rice. Remarkably, after consuming it, the piglets became increasingly clever. One could only wonder how the desperate Huang would react upon learning that Dan's life was not much better than that of a pig. With a kind heart, Dan thought it best not to let the magistrate know that he was faring worse than a pig. Arriving at the front courtyard, he took the vial containing the rice pills, donned his black robe, and opened the temple's doors. Outside, Huang Shizong had been waiting for some time, his expression devoid of impatience. The moment he saw Dan, he bowed deeply, saying, "I apologize for disturbing your cultivation, esteemed master." Dan waved his hand dismissively and tossed a rice pill, stating, "No problem. This is the foundational elixir. Take it." Huang Shizong hurriedly accepted it, a gleam of joy appearing in his eyes. Dan immediately turned to shut the door, but Huang Shizong quickly called out, "Esteemed master, I truly have urgent matters. Your fellow Taoist, Master Jinyan, has arrived." Upon hearing this, Dan's footsteps faltered. Master Jinyan, Chapter 15, the Thousand Analysis Hand. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts surged through Dan's mind. This so-called Taoist friend of Elder Su, so audacious as to summon him, must undoubtedly be a cultivator as well. To be on familiar terms with Elder Su, who has reached the 3rd layer of spirit gathering, it stands to reason that this Master Jinyan's cultivation level is not far behind Elder Su's. Regardless, as a mere 1st layer spirit gatherer, I would certainly not stand a chance against Master Jinyan. I cannot allow him to discover that Elder Su has already met his demise at my hands. For now, I must keep Master Jinyan at bay, then alter my appearance and make a swift exit. In the blink of an eye, Dan had formulated a plan, and his previously tumultuous heart began to find its steadiness. It must be said, Dan's mind was truly awakening. In the past, faced with such an unexpected turn of events, he would have been flustered and disoriented, lacking the clarity of thought he now possessed. Clearing his throat, Dan turned to the county magistrate, Huang, and admonished, "Why did you not announce the arrival of my esteemed friend sooner? Quickly, leave me to meet Master Jinyan." Huang, bowing his head in acknowledgement of the oversight, promptly guided Dan towards the county office. A short while later, Dan arrived at the county office alongside Huang. With the magistrate's authority, the attendants dared not impede their passage, and Huang led Dan directly to the back courtyard of the office. This space served as Huang's retreat during moments of leisure, though modest in size. It was complete in its amenities. At this moment, Master Jinyan resided within Huang's study. The magistrate respectfully announced Dan's arrival at the study's entrance. "Master, Jinyan is within the study. Should you have any instructions, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall take my leave for now." Without waiting for Dan's response, Huang discreetly withdrew. Dan paid no heed to Huang's retreating figure, standing resolutely at the door, inhaling deeply with determination, extending his hand to push the door open. However, before his fingers could touch the handle, the study door creaked open, An elder clad in a brocade robe emerged, a smile illuminating his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Taoist friend, it has been a while. Are you well? Tiedon's fingers trembled slightly. The elder's sudden appearance had indeed startled him. Yet, in the next moment, Taidan forced himself to regain his composure. Mirroring Master Jinyan's gesture and imitating Elder Su's tone from days past as he replied, "Thank you for your concern. Dear friend, I am in good health." As he spoke, Taidan noticed Master Jinyan's gaze scrutinizing his countenance, causing a flicker of unease within him. Before Taidan could react further, Master Jinyan suddenly exclaimed, "Haha, has the Taoist friend finally succeeded?" Taidan, perplexed by what Master Jinyan meant by succeeded, could only guess. However, observing the elder's appraising demeanor, Taidan abruptly realized that Master Jinyan was likely referring to the matter of Elder Su's possession of his body. After all, in Elder Su's writings, the latter sections primarily discussed the topic of possession. In pursuit of this goal, Elder Su had indeed risked everything, exerting himself to the utmost, with no energy left for other endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Taidan nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his voice as he remarked, "Indeed, it has finally come to fruition." Jin Yan, the immortal, erupted into hearty laughter, appearing exceedingly elated. "Haha, splendid. My friend has been reborn. This is truly a momentous occasion. Come, do share with me what it feels like to have undergone such a possession." Upon hearing this, Taidan breathed a subtle sigh of relief. Indeed, the topic was centered on the matter of possession. The two then entered the study, where Taidan briefly recounted the experience of Su Laoxian during his possession. Were it any other topic, Taidan would have hesitated to speak freely. Fortunately, he was thoroughly acquainted with the intricacies of possession. Exercising utmost caution, he engaged in conversation for a considerable time without revealing a single flaw. As the conversation about possession drew to a close, Jin Yan gradually regained his composure from the initial excitement. He retrieved a small booklet from his robe, along with a wooden box, and presented them before Taidan. Upon closer inspection, Taidan noticed the 3 large characters inscribed on the booklet, Qianqi Shou. You have procured a wood attribute physical body. I, too, have fulfilled my promise by acquiring this Qianqi Shou. As he spoke, a trace of pain flickered across Jin Yan's face. This Qianqi Shou, along with the required Jie Yuan grass for cultivation to the initial stage, cost a hefty 3 Pei Yuan Dan. He continued, "Once you have cultivated the Qianqi Shou to the initial stage, it should barely suffice to breach the array of that cave dwelling. If there are no treasures within that cave relic, my dear friend, we shall suffer a significant loss." While Jin Yan rambled on, Tiedon's thoughts raced. According to Jin Yan, Su Laoxian had discovered a cave dwelling relic. Upon hearing this, Taidan immediately recognized the implication. It was akin to grave robbing. Even mortal graves contain gold, silver, and jewels. The relic of a cultivator-esque cave dwelling surely harbors treasures. Observing Jin Yan, who held no suspicions toward him, a thought suddenly blossomed in Tiedon's mind. Perhaps he need not flee just yet. He could join Jin Yan in exploring the cave dwelling relic first. Since the depletion of his medicinal resources, Tiedon's cultivation speed had drastically diminished. For many days now, he had consumed several kilograms of rice daily, barely accumulating a modest amount of spiritual power. His rate of advancement had plummeted in contrast to before, and the prospect of breaking through to the second layer of Lingling felt like a distant dream. However, if he could procure some elixirs from the cave-dwelling relic, he might swiftly transcend his current limitations. The more Taidan contemplated, the more he perceived this as an opportunity not to be relinquished. Resolute, he carefully placed the Qianqi Shou and the wooden box into his bosom and addressed Jin Yan. "Rest assured, dear friend, I shall master this Qianqi Shou and assist you in breaching that cave." Upon hearing this, Jin Yan's face lit up with expectation. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "That cave dwelling has been revealed once more. Although you and I can conceal it, we cannot keep it hidden for long. To prevent any unforeseen complications, we must depart without delay." Upon hearing this, Taidan nodded, feigning a demeanor of considerable agreement. The master Jin Yan, observing this, revealed a fleeting glimmer of inscrutable light in his eyes. "My friend, you must at least restore your cultivation to the second level of spirit gathering before you can practice the technique of Qianqi Hand. It will take no less than 2 months. Fortunately, Qianqi Hand is not overly difficult, especially with the aid of the Jie Yuan grass. A week's time should suffice for a modest accomplishment. Thus, all things considered, 3 months should be ample for you to master Qianqi Hand. At that time, I shall return to seek you out." Tai Dan's pupils trembled slightly at the thought. 3 months? That timeline seems rather tight. Upon returning to the Xianshan temple, Tai Dan first retrieved the scroll of Qianxi hand and began to study it word by word. The deeper he delved, the more his brow furrowed in concentration. Every character within Qianxi hand was familiar to him, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded him. After toiling through the night, integrating the knowledge from old Immortal Su's notes on the spirit-gathering technique, Tai Dan finally gleaned some insights. The Qianxi hand is an ancient wood-based technique, specifically designed for unraveling formations and breaking restrictions. Upon reaching a minor completion, one could decipher and manipulate ungoverned low-grade first-order formations. Achieving great success would elevate one's capabilities further, allowing the control of even middle-grade first-order formations. Should one attain perfection, dominion over all formations within the spirit-gathering realm would be possible. However, to reach the state of minor completion, it is essential to utilize the sap of Jie Yuan grass in conjunction with one's training. One single Jie Yuan grass is barely sufficient for minor completion. To achieve great success, or even perfection, the quantity of Jie Yuan grass required would increase exponentially, necessitating rare and precious varieties of the herb. Chapter 16. Experimenting with the celestial herb. The thousand analysis hand is an enigmatic technique, its origins shrouded in mystery. The contents encompass not only the methods for cultivating the thousand analysis hand, but also reflections from those who came before. Beside the resolute herb, one individual noted, a first-tier medium-grade spiritual plant. One specimen suffices for minor accomplishments, while 100 ordinary resolute herbs are required for major success. Or merely one of the rare spiritual-grade resolute herb. Upon reading this, Tai Dan furrowed his brow, pondering, what exactly is this spiritual plant? And what of the rare spiritual-grade resolute herb? Could it be a more precious variant, of superior quality? Naturally, with such scant notes from the past, Tai Dan could not deduce much. Yet, the name led him to suspect that perhaps this spiritual plant was related to agriculture. Consequently, Tai Dan opened the wooden box entrusted to him by Master Jinyan, revealing a delicate herb, its entirety a deep purplish hue, slightly withered, measuring over a foot in length. Cradling the resolute herb, Tai Dan focused his senses. Astonishingly, this herb truly lived up to its designation as a first-tier spiritual plant, its spiritual essence nearly rivaling that of a spirit ascension pill. Suddenly, a bold thought surged within Tiedan's mind. Could I cultivate this resolute herb? To his surprise, it seemed plausible. The spiritual water within the stone vial had the power to rejuvenate the severed shoot. Perhaps it could also revive this withered herb. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of its potential. Thus, he resolved to attempt it, for even if it failed, little would be lost. With this determination, Tai Dan grasped the resolute herb and made his way to the backyard. Without the need for a hoe, he dug a sizable pit with his bare hands. Carefully placing the herb into the hole and covering it with soil, he retrieved his cherished stone vial and gently poured its contents. In that instant, as the water cascaded upon the resolute herb, Tai Dan distinctly observed the once withered plant tremble slightly. As more water flowed forth, the herb transformed at a visible pace into a vibrant green. In a fleeting moment, a lush, verdant resolute herb, radiating vitality, stood before Tai Dan. Overjoyed, he beamed with delight. Cradling the stone vial as if it were a treasure, yearning to bestow affectionate kisses upon it. In the following days, Tai Dan diligently watered the resolute herb with the water from the stone vial. As time passed, this first-tier spiritual plant, nurtured in ordinary farmland, flourished further, sprouting several tiny buds. Tiedan's heart soared with joy. He understood this heralded the imminent arrival of resolute herb seeds. Having successfully experimented with the cultivation of the resolute herb, Tai Dan now faced the next challenge. To practice the thousand analysis hand, mere possession of the herb was insufficient. A certain level of cultivation was imperative, requiring at least the second tier of spirit absorption. Furthermore, Tai Dan needed to reach this stage in a short span of time. Otherwise, with the passage of time, Master Jinyan might grow suspicious. Yet, rapid cultivation could not be achieved solely through the consumption of rice. He needed elixirs as well. This predicament vexed Tai Dan, for the only cultivators he was acquainted with were Elders Su and Master Jinyan, leaving him at a loss for how to procure elixirs. After a moment of anxious contemplation, it suddenly dawned upon him that, while he lacked the elixirs, he possessed the formula for the Peiyuan pill. Though he lacked the skill to concoct elixirs, he could grind the herbal ingredients into powder according to the proportions outlined in the formula. Even if it did not match the efficacy of the elixir, it would surely yield some beneficial effects. Moreover, he had a stone vial to assist him in cultivating the herbs, and by consuming a greater quantity, he could expedite his advancement to the second level of spirit absorption. During this time, Taidin had not neglected his studies. He had learned that the two extraordinary herbs he obtained from Elder Su were the Zhu Guo and ginseng. The ginseng, measuring nearly a foot in length, was certainly over a century old, meeting the requirements for crafting the Peiyuan pill. However, Taidin was unaware of the age of the Zhu Guo. Nonetheless, since the water from the stone vial could rejuvenate these spiritual plants, he decided not to dwell on uncertainties and promptly began to water them. With these two herbs resolved, the only remaining requirement, aside from the peeling grass, was common herbs that could be easily purchased in Xiashan City, posing no concern. However, he found himself unable to procure the peeling grass. Scratching his head, Taidin resolved to visit the county office directly. Although the peeling grass predominantly grew in spiritual fields, it could also be found in the wild, albeit in scant quantities. If the entire population of Xiashan County, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were to search for it, surely they would uncover some. Thus, seeking the assistance of the county magistrate was the most expedient course of action. Upon learning of Elder Su's visit, Magistrate Huang was immensely delighted, promptly abandoning his other duties to hasten outside. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed immortal. How may I serve you?" Without Taidin needing to elaborate, Magistrate Huang understood that such a celestial being would not seek him out merely for a cup of tea. Taidin wasted no time and produced a piece of paper inscribed with numerous tiny characters. "Magistrate Huang, I urgently require this herb and wish to mobilize the populace for its search. Those who find it shall be rewarded with 3 Guban pills." The moment he heard about the 3 Guban pills, Magistrate Huang's pupils widened in astonishment, followed swiftly by an overwhelming wave of elation. He had tasted the Guban pill himself and could attest that it was a treasure worthy of a being like Elder Su. Just one pill had made him feel several years younger. If he could obtain 3, would it not be akin to regaining his youth? With this thought in mind, Magistrate Huang immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, esteemed immortal, I shall certainly procure this herb for you." Taidin nodded and retrieved a large rice ball from his robes, presenting it to Magistrate Huang. "This is a token of good faith. Remember, the sooner you find it, the better." Magistrate Huang eagerly accepted the rice ball and fervently vowed to locate the herb. Subsequently, Taidin turned and made his way back to the Xiashan Temple. Shortly after Taidin's departure, nearly all the constables and officials from the county seat surged forth in a frenzy. They initially swept through the various medical halls in Xianshan County, and upon failing to locate the desired medicinal herb, they hastened towards the surrounding towns and villages. Concurrently, a series of proclamations were affixed throughout the county seat. To ensure that the illiterate populace understood the contents, individuals were specifically appointed to read and elucidate the notices. The county magistrate sought a precious herb, measuring 1 foot in length, entirely white as jade, adorned with white spots on its leaves. For the discovery of this remarkable herb, a reward of 100 taels of gold would be bestowed, along with the opportunity for a position as a constable. This announcement ignited fervent excitement among the onlookers, their breaths becoming heavy with anticipation. Madness. Absolute madness. To think that a single herb could be exchanged for 100 taels of gold, and even secure a post in the county office. Good heavens! If I were to find this precious herb, I could amass wealth and marry Tsuwa. Let us go, let us go! No time to waste at the stalls. Let us swiftly seek out the herb. Amidst the crowd, several herbalists appeared lost in thought, as if they had encountered this extraordinary herb before. Meanwhile, upon Taidin's return, he had sown the zhu fruit seeds into the soil. In just a few days, the century-old ginseng began to sprout leaves and branches, gradually blooming with vibrant red flowers. Likewise, after a few days buried in the earth, the zhu fruit also began to unfurl its branches and leaves. This scene rekindled within Taidin a profound yearning for the fruits of his labor. Chapter 17. The creation of the Peiyuan pill. As several rice balls were consumed, the entire Xianshan County descended into a frenzy. Regardless of whether they hailed from the urban populace or the rural farmers of the neighboring townships, nearly everyone embarked on a fervent quest to uncover the traces of the peeling herb. Amidst the bustling excitement outside, however, Taidin remained undistracted, diligently tending to the fields of Xianshan Temple, feeding the pigs, and occasionally savoring the rice and vegetables he had cultivated himself, leading a blissful and contented life. At this moment, while the front courtyard of the temple retained a semblance of tranquility and elegance, exuding a Taoist charm, the back courtyard had transformed into a rustic farmstead. Aside from a small patch of bamboo, The rest of the land had been painstakingly cultivated by Tai Dan into fertile fields. After a period of diligent watering, aside from the zhu fruit which was still budding and blooming, both the ginseng and the jiayuan grass had matured once, yielding a batch of seeds. Tai Dan meticulously placed these seeds into a stone bottle for a ritualistic infusion before sowing them into the earth. In addition, Tai Dan procured a variety of seeds for the other medicinal herbs required for the Puan pill, treating them in the stone bottle before planting them in the newly tilled fertile fields. Tiadan's reasoning was straightforward. Since he lacked the ability to refine the Puan pill, he would resort to more rudimentary methods of consumption. Thus, he resolved to infuse all the medicinal herb seeds required for the Puan pill through the stone bottle, followed by watering them with the infused liquid. Once these herbs matured, their potency would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary herbs. Afterward, he would place the matured herbs back into the stone bottle for further enhancement, ensuring that the Puan pill he fashioned through these means would yield satisfactory results. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the favorable winds of the peeling herb. Fortunately, Tai Dan was not left wanting, as the vast population of Xianshan County did not disappoint him. Nearly 5 days after the announcement was posted, a farmer had already located the peeling herb. Knock, knock, knock. On this day, just after Tai Dan finished his meal, the door of Xianshan Temple was rapped upon. A surge of joy welled within him. Could it be news of the peeling herb? Donning his dark robe, Tai Dan opened the door, only to find County Magistrate Huang standing before him, cradling a flower pot in his hands. Within it resided a peculiar plant, entirely jade white, adorned with white speckles, and measuring over a foot in length. Master, I have fulfilled your request. The medicinal herb you sought has been found. Tiadan's eyes fixated on the flower pot, his mind devoid of any inclination to engage in conversation with the magistrate. He reached out to accept the pot, gently stroking a jade-white leaf and concentrating to sense its essence. In that instant, Tai Dan perceived a significant surge of spiritual energy emanating from the seemingly delicate herb. The abundance of spiritual energy was unparalleled among all the medicinal herbs he had encountered. With the appearance correct and the energy abundant, Tai Dan was assured that this herb was indeed the peeling herb he had been searching for. With a relieved sigh, Tai Dan carefully secured the peeling herb, nodding in acknowledgement to County Magistrate Huang. Indeed, this is precisely what I required. As he spoke, Tai Dan retrieved 3 large rice balls from his bosom and tossed them directly to County Magistrate Huang, saying, "You have performed admirably. Consider the extra one as my reward for you." The magistrate, overjoyed, hastily accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you, master. Should there be any tasks in the future, please do not hesitate to command. I shall exert my utmost to fulfill them." Tai Dan waved his hand dismissively, ushering the magistrate away, and without a glance, cradled the Pei Ling grass as he departed. Upon reaching the backyard, he approached a designated patch of earth reserved for the Pei Ling grass and carefully planted the Tier 1 spirit herb within. Just days prior, he had diligently nourished this soil with the water from his stone vial. As soon as the Pei Ling grass was sown, its previously wilted leaves visibly regained vitality at an astonishing pace. After further watering with the stone vial, this herb appeared remarkably invigorated. Satisfied, Tai Dan nodded and retrieved some rice from the vial, making his way to the remaining patch of bamboo growth. He called out, and in an instant, a jet-black creature leapt forth from the thicket. It was the piglet he had purchased for medicinal trials. Perhaps due to Tai Dan's daily feeding of the piglet with the rice from the stone vial, this little creature was unlike any other he had encountered. In just over 10 days, it had grown tremendously, resembling a balloon inflated to its fullest. Upon closer inspection, the piglet's sleek black coat gleamed like polished steel, and its tusks had grown to over 3 inches long, their stark whiteness evoking a chilling sensation. Most notably, its small, black eyes sparkled with an unusual intelligence. Indeed, this piglet was astonishingly clever. After feeding it, Tai Dan returned to the front yard to resume his cultivation. As days passed, the Pei Ling grass finally matured and bore seeds. Filled with delight, Tai Dan carefully collected all the seeds and placed them in the stone vial overnight. The next morning, he planted this batch of Pei Ling grass seeds in the earth. Subsequently, he uprooted the now mature Pei Ling grass and made his way back to the front yard. It was time to test whether his rudimentary alchemical skills were effective. As per his routine, Tai Dan soaked the Pei Ling grass in the stone vial. After a brief interval, he withdrew the herb and, with focused intent, sensed its essence. Soon, a smile of elation graced his face as he realized the spirit energy had doubled. The stone vial was indeed remarkable. He then meticulously gathered all the primary and auxiliary ingredients for the Pei Yuan Dan, adhering strictly to the proportions dictated by the alchemical formula, preparing enough to produce 5 pills. Next, Taidan retrieved a brand new large earthen jar and filled it with the combined medicinal materials. After grinding the mixture thoroughly, he was left with a jar of viscous, pearlescent liquid. He carefully placed the jar upon the stove and, using the gentlest flame, simmered it for 3 hours. As the steam evaporated completely, only a layer of pasty solid remained at the bottom of the jar. Taidan meticulously scraped every last bit of the viscous solid, skillfully molding it into pill-sized orbs resembling longan fruits. As he gazed upon the 5 pills, each exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Could this truly work? Just as he reached the precipice of hope, doubt crept in. What if his reckless experimentation had resulted in a toxic concoction? After a brief moment of hesitation, Taidan extended his hand to touch the pills, focusing intently on their essence. In an instant, his expression transformed dramatically, a surge of joy illuminating his countenance. How could there be so much spiritual energy? Each pill contained over 100 strands of spiritual power. To ascend from the first to the second stage of spirit absorption, one required 9 strands of spiritual energy. This meant that with merely 100 pills, Taidan could ascend to the second stage of spirit absorption. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Fortunately, he retained his composure and resolved to first test it on the little piglet. With that, Taidan placed the pills into a stone vial and called for the piglet. Holding the pill in his hand, he addressed the little creature with a benevolent demeanor. Come, let me treat you to something special. Chapter 18. The spirit plant of the spiritual level. The young pig's nostrils flared rhythmically as it gazed at the elixir in Taidan's hand, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. It repeatedly looked up at Taidan, emitting soft grunts that conveyed its impatience. Taidan, understanding the urgency, tossed the elixir into the air. As it hung momentarily, a flash of dark light appeared, and the pig leapt up, swallowing the elixir whole. The speed of its action astonished Taidan, prompting an instinctive thought. With such swiftness, capturing this pig during the new year would pose quite a challenge. Once the elixir was consumed, the pig's body stiffened momentarily before it plummeted to the ground with a thud. Taidan rushed forward and placed a hand on the pig's head to sense its condition. Gradually, a look of joy spread across Taidan's face. At that moment, nearly 100 strands of spiritual energy were swirling chaotically within the pig, nourishing its flesh wherever they passed. A faint essence of spiritual power began to coalesce. It took a full hour for the pig to absorb the nearly 100 strands of energy completely. After this transformation, the pig, which was just over a month old, now resembled an adult domestic pig, though it appeared more akin to a wild boar. Its coarse black fur stood on end like needles, and its tusks, nearly a foot long, gleamed with a cold light, resembling 2 short swords. The pig's robust physique made Taidan swallow hard, reminding him of the delicious braised pork he had savored before. This pig, having been fed so many grains and elixirs, would surely make for a delectable dish, wouldn't it? Unaware of Taidan's culinary thoughts, the pig rolled over and began to frolic around him, emitting joyful grunts. Its small, bean-sized eyes sparkled with vivacity, looking at Taidan as if he were a parent. While Taidan marveled at the pig's newfound intelligence, a smile crept across his face, dispelling any lingering thoughts of hunger. It seemed fitting to let such a perceptive creature guard his home. After patting the pig's head and allowing it to roam freely in the bamboo grove, Taidan returned to the courtyard. Though he had anticipated the elixir's extraordinary nature, he had not expected it to bring about such a significant transformation in the pig. Once back in the courtyard, Taidan eagerly retrieved a yuan cultivation pill and swallowed it whole. Moments later, a torrent of profound spiritual power surged within him. He promptly activated the spirit absorption technique, drawing in the energy. After a quarter of an hour, Taidan slowly opened his eyes, delight evident in his gaze. One single pill had allowed him to condense 1/10 of a second strand of spiritual power. With renewed vigor, he retrieved another elixir and swallowed it once more. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Taidan directed his energy towards the heavens, circulating it throughout his body. The spiritual energy surged within him, and the second strand of power had formed significantly in his dantian. After a brief pause, he activated the spirit absorption technique once more, completing another cycle of energy circulation before gently opening his eyes again. Gazing at the now empty medicine bottle, Taidan's expression grew slightly grave. With each pill consumed, the potency of the elixir diminished imperceptibly. Was this what the tome referred to as drug tolerance? Or was it merely a flaw in the method he had devised? After pondering for a while, Tai Dan could not arrive at a conclusion. Shaking his head, he cast the thoughts aside. Fortunately, although the efficacy of the elixir had waned, the decline was minimal. He believed that achieving a breakthrough to the second or even third level of spirit gathering would pose no significant challenge. Days passed, and the spirit cultivating grass in the backyard finally matured. Having accumulated a substantial harvest of ginseng over a foot long and crimson fruits, Tai Dan promptly crafted a large batch of essence-nourishing pills. Subsequently, in merely half a month, his dantian was once again filled with spiritual energy, overflowing with 9 strands, leaving no room for even a fraction more. Having experienced this once before, Tai Dan remained composed this time. He swallowed 3 pills in succession, allowing over 200 strands of spiritual energy to surge into his body as he leisurely activated the spirit-gathering technique. The influx of such abundant energy facilitated his seamless breakthrough to the second level of spirit gathering. Upon successfully breaking through, Tai Dan's dantian seemed to shatter some unseen constraints, expanding once more and creating space to accommodate additional spiritual energy, making it increasingly agile in its manipulation. Finally reaching the second level of spirit gathering, Tai Dan was filled with immense joy. This round of cultivation had completely depleted his stock of spirit-cultivating grass. The grass in the field had only recently been planted and was not yet ready for harvest. Consequently, Tai Dan's cultivation speed returned to normal levels. However, he found little leisure time to spare. Besides his daily training, watering the crops, and studying, he had taken on a new task, practicing the 1000 analysis technique. The enlightenment grass, having been sown continuously for nearly 2 months, had finally reached the threshold necessary for Tai Dan to practice the 1000 analysis technique to proficiency and beyond. As for the so-called spirit treasure level enlightenment grass, Tai Dan had his own means. At that moment, in the southeast corner of the backyard of the Xiao Mountain Temple, within a space measuring 3 zhang, 3 deep purple enlightenment grasses swayed without wind. This area had once been entirely covered in enlightenment grass. Initially, Tai Dan thought it quite simple. He believed that by simply watering with the water from his stone bottle, he would eventually cultivate the spirit treasure level grass. Sure enough, a month prior, the patch of enlightenment grass exhibited extraordinary changes, with 3 plants resembling insect kings absorbing the nutrients from the rest. In the span of a single night, the entire patch was left with just these 3, while the others withered away. Upon witnessing this, Tai Dan was filled with delight. He knew he had likely cultivated the elusive spirit treasure level enlightenment grass. Even if it wasn't exact, it should be quite similar. More than a month later, these 3 plants exhibited yet another transformation. Their entire bodies were a deep purple, exuding a somewhat exquisite translucence. Such splendor was something Tai Dan had never encountered in his lifetime. After once again watering the 3 spirit herbs with the water from the stone bottle, Tai Dan officially commenced his training in the art of the 1000 analysis hand. Remarkably, this marked Tai Dan's inaugural venture into the realm of magic. Although the spirit summoning technique included a low-grade first-tier spell, the object control technique, it was only accessible to those who had attained the 3rd level of the spirit summoning, leaving Tai Dan with a sense of regret. The 1000 analysis hand, despite its grand title, proved unexpectedly simple to cultivate. Within just an hour, Tai Dan had grasped the basics. Sweat glistened on his forehead as he recited the incantation with a certain clumsiness, his fingers dancing gracefully as he performed the hand seals. And the spiritual energy within him surged in response. Gradually, a faint azure light began to manifest above his hands. As the final syllable of the incantation escaped his lips, the spiritual energy in his dantian flowed effortlessly along an enigmatic path into his palm. In the next moment, several strands of azure light coalesced in Tai Dan's hand, forming a delicate glove that shimmered with a celestial glow. As he gazed at his radiant hand, an extraordinary sensation surged within Tai Dan. Is this the magic of immortals? In a moment of playful curiosity, he dissipated the 1000 analysis hand only to summon it once more. Soon, his recitation became increasingly fluent, and the synchronization between the hand seals and his spiritual energy grew more adept, erasing the initial awkwardness he had felt. Chapter 19. The Enigma of Bamboo. According to the records of the 1000 analysis technique, after embarking on the journey of mastering this technique, one must engage in continuous practice until the azure light solidifies and flows naturally, with the activation time shortened to within 10 breaths, thereby allowing the use of the resolving herb to ascend to the minor completion realm. For an ordinary person, the transition from initiation to minor completion typically requires about a week's time. Tai Dan initially intended to follow the guidance laid out in the 1000 analysis technique. However, After only a few attempts, an unexpected thought struck him. Could he utilize the resolving herb during his practice of the thousand analysis technique? As this notion emerged, he found himself filled with eagerness. The transition from minor to major completion in the thousand analysis technique is practiced similarly. Thus, it seemed reasonable that the same approach could be employed from initiation to minor completion without peril. With a substantial supply of resolving herbs at his disposal, he resolved to experiment. After a brief contemplation, Tai Dan decided to proceed. He promptly retrieved a stalk of resolving herb from a stone vial, preparing the herb into a liquid as described in the thousand analysis technique, and meticulously applied it to his hands. Following this, he recited the incantation once more and initiated the thousand analysis technique. As soon as the incantation was uttered, he immediately sensed a difference. During this application of the thousand analysis technique, the crystalline liquid upon his palm emanated a peculiar spiritual energy, which merged with his own internal energy and began to circulate. Soon, this energy underwent a transformation, acquiring a faint hue of purple. After several breaths, as Tai Dan fully executed the thousand analysis technique, he noticed that the layer of the glove on his palm had lost some of its ethereal quality, becoming a touch more substantial. A smile graced Tai Dan's face. It was effective. Realizing the efficacy of this method, he decided to continue his practice in this manner. 3 days later, in the front courtyard of the Siam Mountain Temple, Tai Dan's eyes appeared half-closed, his expression solemn. His fingers deftly manipulated the hand seals, softly reciting the incantation, while waves of pale purple light surged from his palm, gradually intertwining and taking shape. After 5 breaths, Tai Dan suddenly opened his eyes wide and murmured, "Thousand analysis technique." As the words left his lips, the pale purple radiance from his palm coalesced abruptly, forming a layer adorned with faint patterns that flowed continuously over his hand. Observing the luminous display upon his palm, Tai Dan grinned widely. He had achieved minor completion. In his routine practice, utilizing the resolving herb had indeed proven beneficial. Not only had his training time been halved, but the thousand analysis technique he executed at minor completion was significantly more formidable than the record suggested. The activation time had been reduced by half, and the technique he conjured surpassed the typical minor completion standard. However, this method of training came at the cost of consuming several stalks of first-tier spiritual plants, the resolving herb. Should he wish to break through to the major completion realm, the quantity would presently be insufficient. Yet, for Tai Dan, this was of little concern. In the backyard, there were still more than 30 stalks of resolving herb nearing maturity. Thus, Tai Dan remained unfazed. After breaking through to the minor realm of the thousand analysis hand, Tai Dan did not dwell in excitement for long. Instead, he resumed his cultivation of the spirit-gathering technique. It was premature to venture into the cave with Master Jin Yin. Tai Dan resolved to refine the thousand analysis hand to perfection and elevate his own realm to the 3rd level of spirit gathering before proceeding. As time passed, the batch of spirit cultivating grass was nearing maturity, and Tai Dan's progress with the thousand analysis hand accelerated rapidly. After consuming over 100 Jejuan grasses, he was on the cusp of reaching the perfected state. In light of this, Tai Dan tended to the plants with increasing diligence. One day, while he was watering the spirit cultivating grass with water from a stone vial, a piglet suddenly dashed out from the bamboo grove, biting at the hem of Tai Dan's trousers in an attempt to drag him into the thicket. Although the piglet had grown considerably and was nearly the same size as Tai Dan, his strength had vastly increased from the days in Yunyang village. The piglet tugged persistently but could not budge Tai Dan, becoming increasingly agitated and making gestures for him to follow. Initially perplexed, Tai Dan paused, wondering what had possessed the pig to act so strangely. However, as he observed the piglet's increasingly pronounced actions, his eyes began to shine with realization. The piglet had become notably clever in recent times, and such behavior surely held significance. Consequently, Tai Dan followed the piglet into the bamboo grove. What was referred to as a bamboo forest had dwindled to merely half an acre, easily visible from one end to the other. The ground was littered with holes dug by the piglet, presenting a disheveled sight. Had any connoisseur of elegance seen the once picturesque 5-acre garden transformed into this state, they would likely lament the waste of beauty. In just a few steps, Tai Dan reached the center of the grove alongside the piglet. The piglet rushed to a particularly stout purple bamboo, turned to Tai Dan, and grunted, signaling him to approach. As Tai Dan drew near, he was astonished to discover a freshly sprouted bamboo shoot on the ground. Under the sunlight, faint golden lines adorned the edges of its leaves, standing out vividly. Surrounding it were numerous holes made by the piglet, yet this bamboo shoot remained untouched, indicating that the piglet had encountered it while foraging but, unable to uproot it, had come to seek Tai Dan's help. Contemplating this, Tai Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This piglet possessed considerable strength, capable of uprooting ordinary bamboo shoots with ease. Yet this particular shoot had withstood its forceful attempts, suggesting something extraordinary about it. Without hesitation, Tai Dan moved closer, extended his hand, and focused his senses. In an instant, excitement flickered in his eyes. This bamboo shoot contained spiritual energy, not just a trace, but dozens of strands, rivaling that of spiritual plants. At that moment, Tai Dan realized he had stumbled upon something truly remarkable. If one were to cultivate these bamboo shoots diligently, nurturing them into a lush grove, it is conceivable that a continuous supply of delectable bamboo shoots would be readily available in the future. Without hesitation, Tai Dan uprooted the remaining bamboo in the last patch of bamboo forest, tilled the soil, and irrigated it with the water from the stone bottle. In a mere half-day, the last vestige of bamboo within the Shishan temple had vanished, leaving behind only a barren patch of earth. Gazing at the desolate ground, Zhu Zai was on the verge of tears. Initially, it had merely sought Tai Dan's assistance in extracting those seemingly delicious bamboo shoots. Little did it know that this would result in a future devoid of sustenance. Although the appetizing bamboo shoots still remained, Zhu Zai was acutely aware that anything watered with Tai Dan's stone bottle was strictly off-limits for it. It vividly recalled the chilling glare Tai Dan had cast upon it the first time it pilfered a few ears of rice, as if he were ready to devour it whole. Tai Dan, however, was indifferent to Zhu Zai's thoughts. With the acquisition of another spirit plant, he was beaming with joy. Among the myriad of plants in the world, few could rival bamboo in terms of rapid growth. This particular bamboo shoot was no exception. Nourished by the water from Tai Dan's stone bottle, it sprouted an impressive foot in mere hours. Tai Dan's smile widened, and he watered it with increasing fervor. Soon, when the bamboo shoots matured, they would yield an endless supply of bamboo shoots. At that time, Tai Dan could indulge as much as he desired. Chapter 20. The Mastery of Qianqi Hand. A sudden visit from Jin Yin, however, the good times did not last long. A few days later, for reasons unknown, the growth rate of the bamboo shoots transitioning into tender bamboo suddenly slowed dramatically. It was not merely a slight deceleration. After several consecutive days, the tender bamboo exhibited no growth whatsoever, aside from a few golden spots gradually appearing on its surface and the inner spiritual energy becoming increasingly abundant. Its growth had almost come to a halt. No matter how fervently Tai Dan watered it with the water from the stone vial, the bamboo stubbornly refused to grow. Simultaneously, the golden spots on its surface grew larger, and the spiritual energy contained within became richer. Tai Dan had never encountered such a situation before. Gritting his teeth, he decided to intensify his efforts and poured water with renewed vigor. He was determined that with the stone vial in hand, he would not fail to cultivate this plant. Another half-month passed. During this period, aside from the maturation of the spirit-nurturing grass, which allowed Tai Dan to indulge in more of the Yuan Dan, the most significant achievement was that his Qianqi hand was nearing completion. Strangely enough, perhaps due to the fact that the Jiyuan grass he cultivated was endowed with spiritual energy from the stone vial, it had facilitated a transformation in Tiadan's Qianqi hand. When he performed it, not only did its hue turn entirely purple, but the time required to recite the incantation was also reduced to a single syllable. Now, Tai Dan could execute the Qianqi hand in merely a breath. As for its power, Tai Dan could not test it. One day, in the tranquil chamber of the Shishan temple, a vial of liquid made from Jiyuan grass, resembling translucent purple crystal, was placed before Tai Dan. This was concocted from 3 Jiyuan grass plants that had been nurtured for over 2 months. Tai Dan calmed his mind slightly and fully immersed his hands in the Jiyuan herbal liquid, almost as if by an instinctive thought. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, swiftly circulating through designated meridians. Simultaneously, the Jiyuan grass in the earthen pot emitted a faint purple glow, and a strange force surged into Tai Dan's body through his palms. As the spiritual energy within him continuously circulated, the Jiyuan herbal liquid in the pot visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. After a while, the liquid was entirely consumed, and Tiadan's spiritual energy reached a critical juncture. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled and called out, "Qianqi hand." In an instant, countless strands of purple spiritual energy enveloped Tiadan's palm, and after a series of mysterious patterns flashed by, they completely merged into his hand. The Qianqi hand was finally perfected. Tai Dan was particularly thrilled to have mastered a new spell. However, this joy did not last long, for Master Jin Yin had arrived. That night, While Tai-Dan was meditating and circulating his energy, a sudden knock echoed through the doors. Upon hearing it, Tai-Dan's expression darkened. At such a late hour, the county magistrate would undoubtedly not dare to disturb him. This could only mean that the visitor was Master Jin Yin. Immediately, Tai-Dan circulated his spiritual energy, transforming his appearance to resemble that of the old immortal Xiao, donned a black robe, and opened the temple door. As expected, standing outside was the long-absent Master Jin Yin. The esteemed Master Jin Yin, clad in simple attire and bearing a long sword on his back, approached Tai-Dan with urgency. "My friend, is the thousand splits technique attainable at a minor level?" Tai-Dan, maintaining his composure, nodded and replied, "It has indeed reached a minor level." A look of delight illuminated Master Jin Yin's eyes. "Wonderful! When did you achieve this? Why didn't you inform?" As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly recollect something and hastily interrupted himself, adding, "I have been inconsiderate, forgetting that you have only recently undergone reincarnation and need time to restore your cultivation." Tai-Dan nodded in understanding and then inquired, "What brings you here at such an hour?" Master Jin Yin's expression grew anxious. "Today, I noticed several idle individuals lingering near the cave. Fearing that the night may bring unforeseen troubles, I thought it prudent to check on your progress. Now that you have mastered the thousand splits technique, we must swiftly decipher that cave. It would be unfortunate to have our fruits of labor snatched away." At these words, Tai-Dan felt a surge of urgency. "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare some items, and we will depart immediately." With that, Tai-Dan turned and hurried away. Upon returning to his quiet chamber, Tai-Dan set to work with clarity of purpose. He poured out a vial of his self-made essence nurturing pill from a stone bottle for unforeseen circumstances. Next, he proceeded to the backyard, summoned Piglet, and left a substantial bag of rice for it to guard the premises. Finally, steeling himself, Tai-Dan approached the spiritual bamboo. After more than half a month of growth, the bamboo had extended significantly. Though it was only as thick as a fist, it reached nearly a yard in length. Its surface was adorned with golden spots, exuding remarkable hardness, and striking it produced a sound akin to metal. Tai-Dan had previously tested it with a sickle he bought. Even with his current strength, a single strike left no mark. Recognizing the potential dangers of the cave, especially given Master Jin Yin's tense demeanor, he realized he needed a means of defense. The spiritual bamboo would serve perfectly as a weapon. He dug into the soil, revealing the bamboo's roots, and began to snap them off one by one with his fingers. The sound was akin to iron colliding. The roots were relatively slender. Otherwise, he would have struggled. After a while, he had broken most of them, and with a deep breath, he forcefully uprooted the bamboo. A few experimental swings produced resounding whooshes through the air, and Tai-Dan could not help but smile with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Master Jin Yin waited anxiously, growing increasingly impatient as Tai-Dan delayed. Just as he prepared to search for him, Tai-Dan finally emerged, shouldering a bamboo staff that made him look like a farmer carrying a burden. Master Jin Yin was momentarily taken aback. "What is this, my friend?" Seeing the intense gaze directed at the spiritual bamboo in his hands, Tai-Dan replied with a grin, "This is the weapon I have prepared." Although Master Jin Yin was aware that Elder Su had nearly exhausted his resources in pursuit of reincarnation, he could hardly fathom that Elder Su had fallen to such depths, resorting to a mere bamboo stick as a weapon. After a moment, Master Jin Yin shook his head and spoke, "If this journey proceeds smoothly, I shall certainly assist you in seeking another magical artifact." Iron Egg had already gleaned the nature of such artifacts from the cultivation notes of Elder Su. They are imbued with spiritual power, inscribed with runes, serving as weapons for cultivators, much like the spiritual bamboo in Iron Egg's possession, which could be deemed a magical artifact once a chi refining master etched runes upon it. Upon hearing this, a surge of enthusiasm ignited within Iron Egg. Master Jin Yin seemed quite amiable. However, as Iron Egg pondered further, he realized that Jin Yin's goodwill was directed towards Elder Su. Should he discover that Iron Egg was not Elder Su, vengeance would surely follow. With this thought, the fervor that had once burned bright within him swiftly extinguished. Unaware of Iron Egg's inner turmoil, Master Jin Yin noticed that he was ready and promptly turned to lead out 2 horses. The first 3 levels of the spirit gathering realm are collectively referred to as the early stage of spirit gathering. Cultivators at this level possess relatively scant spiritual power and do not squander it lightly. Thus, their travels are no different from those of ordinary folk, often employing horses or similar means of transportation. Master Jin Yin mounted his horse and beckoned to Iron Egg. "Friend, the journey ahead is long. Let us hasten our pace." Chapter 21. The The first-order medium array. Though Tai Dan was unaccustomed to riding, he found himself compelled to rise to the occasion. Mimicking the movements of the esteemed Jin Yin, he pressed down on the saddle and swung himself onto the horse. Once astride, a sigh of relief escaped him. Riding was far less daunting than he had anticipated. Instinctively tightening his legs, he secured himself to the saddle, quickly stabilizing his initially shaky posture. With his feet firmly in the stirrups, he felt as steady as an old hound upon the horse's back. Meanwhile, Jin Yin cracked the whip and galloped ahead. Tai Dan, imitating him, awkwardly urged his steed to follow suit. The duo departed from the city of Xiashan and set their course westward. After a full day's journey, they veered off the official path and into a rugged expanse of hills. Jin Yin appeared intimately familiar with this terrain, skillfully guiding Tai Dan through the forest under the moonlight. As they traversed deeper into the mountains, the precise distance remained unknown until they arrived at a desolate area. Before them loomed a sheer cliff, its steep face rendering any ascent impossible for both man and beast. However, this was evidently no obstacle for Tai Dan and his companion. After securing their horses, Tai Dan followed Jin Yin in a series of agile leaps to commence their climb. Half an hour later, they stood before the precipice. To Tai Dan, the cliff seemed utterly unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary features, let alone the existence of hidden relics. Although doubt lingered in his mind, he masked it well. Jin Yin remained silent, approaching the cliff face to retrieve a slip of paper from his robes. Channeling his spiritual energy, he activated the talisman inscribed upon it. With a pronounced incantation, the paper ignited spontaneously, transforming into a brilliant flame that illuminated the cliffside. Tai Dan furrowed his brow at the spectacle. He recognized the talisman from the notes of the venerable Su Lao Xian. It was a spiritual talisman, a principal means for practitioners in the early stages of spiritual cultivation. The very talisman that had once immobilized him was a first-order medium binding talisman. What Jin Yin wielded remained a mystery. Curiously, as the flames dissipated, a dark opening revealed itself in the cliff, with wisps of ethereal energy drifting from within. Jin Yin swiftly darted into the entrance, urging Tai Dan, who hesitated momentarily, "Friend, this dispelling talisman is of low grade, effective for only 10 breaths. You must enter quickly." Upon hearing this, Tai Dan, not wishing to linger, exerted himself and followed suit into the cavern. Observing Tai Dan's ease, Jin Yin could not help but exclaim, the vigor of youth is truly commendable." While Tai Dan raised his gaze to scrutinize the so-called relic, he paid little heed to Jin Yin. Though the entrance was modest, the interior unfolded a vast expanse. Before them stood 2 intricately carved stone doors, blocking their path. Jin Yin, with a courteous gesture, smiled at Tai Dan. "Come. Let me witness the prowess of this 1,000-analysis hand." Tai Dan nodded and stepped forward. Under the expectant gaze of Master Jin Yin, he gestured with his hands, reciting incantations with an air of solemnity. In truth, having mastered the technique, Tai Dan could effortlessly execute the 1,000 dispersal hand in an instant. This display was merely a ruse to deceive Master Jin Yin. As Tai Dan focused his thoughts, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, flowing into his palm. Under his deliberate control, this execution of the 1,000 dispersal hand revealed no unusual manifestations. It was not until 10 breaths later that he ceased his recitation and slowly approached the stone door with both hands. Having never witnessed the minor success of the 1,000 dispersal hand, Master Jin Yin displayed no signs of alarm. However, as Tai Dan's hands drew within a foot of the stone door, a faint azure radiance suddenly materialized in the air, obstructing his palm. In the blink of an eye, as if a switch had been triggered, the wood element's spiritual energy in the atmosphere intensified, and something behind the door seemed to gather strength. Accompanied by the gradual sound of sword cries, a sense of impending danger, akin to being watched by a ferocious beast, quietly arose in Tai Dan's heart. Master Jin Yin swallowed hard and instinctively stepped back a few paces, addressing Tai Dan. "In my recent research, I discovered that this formation is a mid-level first-grade azure wood spirit trapping array. It not only attracts the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also contains 3 wood element talismans, swords ready to strike. Fellow cultivator, be exceedingly cautious." As he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered across Master Jin Yin's face. Though the talisman swords are not magical artifacts, they are remarkably precious. Alas, when the formation is broken, those 3 swords will be lost. Upon hearing this, an odd expression crossed Tai Dan's face, who claimed that the talisman swords would be lost. As his palm made contact with the azure radiance, it felt as though he had touched a tangible object, a subtle resistance coursing through his hand, heightening his vigilance. However, Before Tai Dan could react, intricate purple patterns began to emerge within his palm. Instantly, in his perception, the once impenetrable azure light, akin to an unyielding wall, seemed to shed its exterior, revealing a soft and vulnerable essence, allowing Tai Dan to act at will. In the next moment, the entire azure-wood spirit-trapping array fell under Tai Dan's control. This formation enveloped the stone chamber before him, within which three particularly sharp energies stirred restlessly. These, it seemed, were the talisman swords Master Jin Yin had mentioned. With a mere thought, Tai Dan silenced the entire azure-wood spirit-trapping array, and the once resounding sword cries immediately ceased. Master Jin Yin, witnessing this, was overjoyed. "Haha, I knew your comprehension was extraordinary. With just a single resolving herb, you could cultivate the 1,000 dispersal hand to minor success. Had it not been for the limitations of your spiritual root, you might have entered one of the 3 great sects back in the day." As he spoke, Master Jin Yin reached out to push open the stone door and stepped inside. Tai Dan could not help but open his mouth, wanting to say something. Yet the words remained unspoken. In the eyes of the esteemed Jin Yin, it remains uncertain whether the venerable Su Lao Xian can rely solely on a single Yuan Jie herb to elevate his cultivation to a modest level. Is the mastery of spells truly so formidable? Furthermore, what are these 3 great sects? From Jin Yan's discourse, it appears he holds them in considerable reverence. As thoughts churn in his mind, Tai Dan's movements remain undeterred, diligently keeping pace with Jin Yan's strides. Unexpectedly, just as Jin Yan was about to push open the stone door, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed his gaze, followed by a light chuckle as he withdrew his outstretched hand. "To break this formation, it is entirely due to your merit, my friend. Please, allow you to proceed first." Observing Jin Yan's sudden retreat, Tai Dan's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me go ahead? Could there be danger lurking?" Ever since the harrowing experience of Su Lao Xian's soul-snatching, Tai Dan has grown increasingly wary of the character of these so-called cultivators. Chapter 22. The Little 5 Elements Original Skill. After some contemplation, Tai Dan did not hesitate. He seized the spiritual bamboo behind him and forcefully prodded it, causing the stone door to swing open. Observing this, Master Jin Yin felt no embarrassment. Instead, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, "It appears that this bamboo possesses such remarkable utility. Splendid indeed." Noticing Master Jin Yan's shamelessness, Tai Dan remained silent and gestured for him to proceed. Master Jin Yan's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment's determination, he drew his sword from behind and cautiously stepped inside. Tai Dan put away the spiritual bamboo and followed closely behind him. Upon entering the stone door, to their surprise, the cave dwelling was not particularly large. Although it lacked the opulence of a lord's estate, such as that of the magistrate of Huang County, it contained a solitary meditation cushion and a jade table, with only a skeleton clad in a blue Taoist robe. Beside it, there were 2 side chambers, the contents of which remained unknown. However, the 4 fist-sized luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling bespoke its extraordinary nature. It was evident that the skeleton was the master of this cave, and most of the treasures were likely to be found upon it. Despite the treasures being so close, Master Jin Yin did not advance to claim them. Instead, he turned to Tai Dan and remarked, "This cave adheres to strict principles. One can tell at a glance that its master hails from a distinguished lineage. Friend, we appear to have encountered a celestial opportunity." His words subtly hinted at the presence of significant treasures associated with the skeleton. Upon hearing this, Tai Dan remained still, responding, "What you say is indeed correct. Perhaps we can advance further together." Seeing that the old immortal Su was unmoved, Master Jin Yin sighed. He knew that Su, the old fox, was not one to be blinded by greed. After a moment, a pained expression crossed Master Jin Yin's face as he retrieved a spiritual talisman from his robe. Alas, this enticing spirit talisman was procured with great effort, costing me 2 cultivation pills. It seems today I cannot retain it. With that, Master Jin Yin activated the talisman, which transformed into a burst of white light that enveloped the skeleton. The moment the talisman was activated, Tai Dan felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the white light, causing the spiritual energy within his dantian to stir restlessly. If the energy within his dantian reacted so vigorously, one could only imagine the response of an uncontrolled entity. In the next instant, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from within the skeleton. Both Master Jin Yin and Tai Dan's expressions changed simultaneously, and they retreated a few steps. Immediately after, a blade of wind shot forth from the skeleton, cleaving a bottomless fissure into the ceiling of the stone chamber. Master Jin Yin, shaken, inhaled deeply, a first-tier intermediate spell, Windblade. Goodness, how fortunate we were not to have approached the treasure directly. Titan experienced a similar sense of dread. Had he not been cautious, he might have met his demise just moments ago. After a brief pause, as the skeleton within the white light of the talisman exhibited no further anomalies, Master Jin Yin finally exhaled in relief. In the next moment, a fervent glimmer ignited in Master Jin Yan's eyes as he swiftly advanced to the skeleton's side. Jin Yin, with a direct and unrefined motion, forcibly tore the azure robe from the skeletal remains and began to explore. As the robe was ripped away, Titan heard a clinking sound. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small token that had cracked into two pieces, falling to the ground. Jin Yin, upon seeing this, initially thought it to be a valuable item and hastily picked it up. However, after a fleeting glance, he sighed in disappointment and cast the token aside. I had hoped for a treasure, yet it turned out to be a subpar artifact that contained the wind blade technique. Regrettably, once activated, the artifact became entirely useless. After discarding the token, Jin Yin concentrated all his attention on the owner of the cave dwelling. Moments later, Tidan witnessed Jin Yin extracting 3 pieces of azure stones, each the size of a fingernail, from the azure robe. Almost instantaneously, a look of ecstatic joy surged in Jin Yan's eyes, and his previously slightly flushed cheeks turned an unmistakably crimson hue. Spirit stone fragments. Ha ha ha. There are indeed 3 fragments of spirit stones within this cave. What a tremendous fortune. Upon hearing this, Tidan's gaze fixated on the 3 azure stones, his own heart ablaze with excitement. According to the records in Su Laoxian's notebook, spirit stone fragments are treasures worth several times more than cultivation pills. I desire after rummaging around some more. Jin Yin appeared to have discovered yet another extraordinary treasure, his body quivering slightly, even his fingers trembling. As he delicately presented the item, his previously restored complexion flushed anew. And in an instant, his eyes became bloodshot and crimson. A jade slip. It is indeed the legendary jade slip capable of containing the essence of cultivation techniques. It must contain a superior method. Titan focused intently and saw that Jin Yin was holding a jade stone, entirely silver white, measuring 3 inches in length and 1 inch in width, smooth to the touch, with a faint glow radiating from it. There was no record of such a jade slip in Su Laoxian's notes. However, judging by Jin Yin's uncontrollable excitement, Tidan understood that this jade slip was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Jin Yin, disregarding everything else, slightly trembling, pressed the jade slip to his forehead, concentrating to sense its essence. To Tidan's eyes, Jin Yin studied the jade slip for what felt like an entire tea time. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that even his ears turned red, clearly indicating the jade slip's immense value. Just as Tidan's impatience grew, eager to discover the cultivation technique contained within the jade slip, Jin Yin finally regained his composure, looked up with a smile, and spoke to Tidan. Ha ha ha. This jade slip contains a superior technique known as Minor 5 Elements Origin Skill. I was so overwhelmed with excitement that I kept you waiting. Saying this, Jin Yin extended his hand, offering the Minor 5 Elements Origin Skill jade slip to Tidan. Unable to contain his joy, Tidan eagerly reached out to receive it. Just moments away from grasping the jade slip, suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Master Jin Yin. With a swift flick of his wrist, a gleaming black short sword shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Tian's face. Chapter 23. The Lethal Strike of Jin Yin. Very well. I have been awaiting your arrival. Tidan remained unflinching in the face of danger, his expression as tranquil as a placid lake. He had long suspected Jin Yin of harboring ill intentions and knew it was implausible for him to genuinely share his insights. Thus, he had discreetly mastered the Qingmu prison spirit array, poised for Jin Yan's impending assault. As his thoughts crystallized, a faint violet glow materialized in Tidan's hands. Suddenly, the entire cave resonated with a tremor, and in the air, 3 fierce beams of azure light swiftly took shape. One beam of azure light struck towards the short sword with a swift whoosh, severing it cleanly in 2. The other 2 beams, one to the left and one to the right, howled as they lunged towards the Master Jin Yin. In that moment, Jin Yin was seized by panic, his face a mask of shock and fury. How can you control the Qingmu prison spirit array? This is inconceivable. Despite his overwhelming astonishment, Jin Yan's response was swift. A blue spiritual talisman suddenly emerged in his grasp. A lightness talisman. Swiftly, the blue talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into 2 streaks of azure light that coursed into Jin Yan's legs. In an instant, his speed surged by 30%, narrowly evading the onslaught of the 2 azure beams. Tai Dan frowned slightly, the violet light in his hands intensifying. One azure beam was reserved for defense, while the other two encircled him, relentlessly pursuing Jin Yin. In that moment, the stone chamber was filled with the roar of sword light, every object in its path obliterated. Witnessing this, Jin Yin's eyes twitched in desperation, his thoughts consumed by the singular urge to flee. Alas, the confines of the stone chamber were tight, in mere moments. He was struck by a sword on his back. Instantly, a wound over a foot long appeared on Jin Yan's back, blood gushing forth. With a pained cry, Jin Yan could no longer contain his pleas for mercy. Brother Su, it was a moment of folly that led me astray. Given our years of camaraderie, I implore you to spare my life this once. Do you remember? I was the one who assisted you in acquiring the techniques for possession and the dispersal of tranquil souls. I will relinquish all that I possess here. It shall be yours. Had Jin Yin been facing the venerable Su Laoxian, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of compassion to be rekindled. Unfortunately, he was confronted by the resolute Tai Dan. After their previous encounters, Tai Dan harbored no illusions regarding the benevolent nature of these cultivators. Ignoring Jin Yan's desperate cries, he adeptly manipulated the array, causing the two azure sword lights to accelerate. Simultaneously, the spiritual light enveloping Jin Yan's legs dimmed significantly, indicating that the lightness talisman was nearing its expiration. Recognizing Su Laoxian's unwavering intent to eliminate him, a fierce murderous intent ignited within Jin Yan's gaze. Just then, he was struck by another sword, tumbling towards Tai Dan. Tai Dan remained vigilant, the protective azure light before him braced for impact. However, what Tai Dan did not anticipate was that despite his utmost caution, he would still fall victim to Jin Yan's cunning. With a deft flip of his hand, Jin Yan produced a vial, hurling it directly at Tai Dan's face. Instinctively, Tai Dan directed the azure light before him to strike. Unbeknownst to him, this very action played directly into Jin Yan's scheme. With a single stroke, the vial exploded with a resounding bang, releasing a cloud of powder that enveloped Tai Dan completely. The blood-soaked and woeful Master Jin Yan, witnessing this, could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed to the ground, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Old Monster Su. How potent is this spirit-startling powder? You have recently taken over a new body. Your soul and flesh must be at odds. Once this powder takes effect, your soul will surely separate from your body. In no time, you shall be utterly lost. As he spoke, a hint of melancholy flickered in Master Jin Yan's eyes. Old Monster Su, do not blame me. The path of immortality is a solitary one. With destiny at play, how could I yield? To Master Jin Yan's astonishment, Tai Dan did not fall. In the next moment, a streak of azure sword light surged downwards in a swift arc caught off guard. Master Jin Yan was struck by another sword. Observing Tai Dan, who appeared unscathed, Master Jin Yan's rage and astonishment mingled. This is impossible. How is your soul not separated? Tai Dan grinned. Why is it impossible? This is my body. How could your so-called spirit-startling powder ensnare me? You fool. At these words, Master Jin Yan was momentarily stunned. In a flash of insight, a multitude of thoughts surged within him. Ever since Old Monster Su had taken over, Master Jin Yan had sensed something amiss. The treasures of the cave remained unclaimed, and instead of negotiating as usual, Su had refrained from conversation, seemingly wary of something. Coupled with the fact that he seemed unaffected by the spirit-startling powder, which should have caused discord within him, all these signs finally coalesced into realization for Master Jin Yan. Turning to the vigilant Tai Dan, his voice dripped with bitterness. You. Old Monster Su has failed in his possession and has been countered by you. How can this be? You are merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. He could hardly believe that both he and Old Monster Su, seasoned practitioners, had fallen to the hands of this young boy. Fate outmatches skill. Who could have foreseen such a talent arising from the countryside? After uttering these words, Master Jin Yan resigned himself to his fate and closed his eyes. Tai Dan, disinterested in further dialogue, concentrated his thoughts and commanded, strike. The azure light suspended in the air instantly swooped down. The severely wounded Master Jin Yan was cleaved into 3 parts, meeting his demise. With Jin Yan's death, Tai Dan finally breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down onto the ground. Remarkably, this was Tai Dan's first true act of killing. Yet, he had witnessed death before during the famine of his childhood, where his parents had perished. Thus, he felt little remorse, only the metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, leaving his complexion a shade paler. After a brief moment, regaining his composure, Tai Dan moved to Master Jin Yan's side, disregarding the gruesome scene, and began to search. Soon, he unearthed 3 fragments of spirit stones, each the size of a fingernail, along with a glistening silver jade slip. This was indeed a treasure acquired from the cave. Besides, it was evident that the esteemed Master Jinyan possessed certain inherent items. Remarkably, Taidan soon produced a cerulean talisman, a potion vial, and a wooden plaque. Upon a glance, Taidan recognized that the cerulean talisman was the very lightness talisman that Master Jinyan had just employed. Indeed, this talisman was likely to enhance speed. With a certain fondness for treasures, Taidan restrained his eagerness and carefully stored the lightness talisman, then turned his attention to the other spoils. The potion vial contained a jade-white elixir, the effects of which remained a mystery. Now was not the time for exploration, so Taidan likewise tucked it away. As for the wooden plaque, upon seeing the inscription, Taidan could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. The front bore the grand characters, Xianyuan City. Xianyuan? Taidan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could this Xianyuan City be a realm inhabited by cultivators? Throughout his life, Taidan had only known of Xian County City and remained oblivious to the world beyond, let alone the existence of Xianyuan City. On the reverse side of the plaque was a map, and as Taidan examined it closely, he located Xian County City, following the map's path. Its destination was undeniably Xianyuan City. With this map in hand, Taidan could venture forth to discover the location of Xianyuan City. His eyes brimmed with yearning. I must go and see it. After gently securing the plaque to his chest, Taidan rummaged once more, but found no further treasures on Master Jinyan's person, prompting a sense of regret as he withdrew. Subsequently, Taidan tore a piece from Master Jinyan's garment to wipe his hands, then solemnly picked up the silver-white jade slip. Chapter 24. The transition of cultivation techniques. As he grasped the jade slip, Taidan summoned his spiritual energy, which surged into it. Upon entrance, the jade slip instantly emanated a faint radiance. Subsequently, a remarkably intricate cultivation technique materialized in Taidan's mind, the Lesser Five Elements Fundamentals. This technique, in comparison to the spirit absorption method, was infinitely more complex. Within it not only existed diagrams illustrating the operation of the technique, but also methods for refining the dantian, opening spiritual orifices, and tempering the body through the aid of spiritual energy. According to the jade slip, practicing the Lesser Five Elements Fundamentals would not only expand the dantian far beyond that of ordinary techniques, but also refine a physique comparable to that of a body cultivator, making it an exceptionally rare dual cultivation method of both law and body. However, perhaps due to the profound nature of the Lesser Five Elements Fundamentals, once Taidan withdrew the jade slip, he found himself somewhat dazed, gradually forgetting the exquisite intricacies of the technique. It was evident that mastering the Lesser Five Elements Fundamentals was impossible without this jade slip. The revered Master Jinyan had evidently perceived this, which led him to resolve to take action against his old friend. After carefully securing the jade slip within a stone vial, Taidan rose to seek out the array swords. While it remained uncertain whether these three array swords could serve as weapons, their value was indisputable. With the Adept Thousand Analysis Master present, Taidan effortlessly located the trio of array swords. They were concealed within the adjoining chambers. Upon entering, he rummaged about and soon discovered the three array swords embedded within the stone walls. These array swords, made of an unknown material, were the size of a finger and a vibrant green hue. Intricate patterns were engraved upon them, with wisps of azure spiritual energy swirling around their blades, exuding an aura of extreme sharpness. Delightedly securing the three array swords, Taidan proceeded to meticulously search the cave for any overlooked treasures. To his surprise, he indeed stumbled upon a medicinal formula, the minor barrier-breaking pill, designed to assist cultivators in transcending their realms. Was suitable for practitioners in the early to mid-stages of spirit absorption, classified as a mid-grade first-tier pill, with its primary ingredient being the yin-yang flower and the yin spirit mushroom. Glancing at the formula, Taidan's expression brightened. With the minor barrier-breaking pill on hand, his future breakthroughs would undoubtedly become significantly easier. After safely stowing the formula, Taidan continued his search, but alas, aside from this formula, he found nothing else of value. Subsequently, Taidan returned to the main chamber, stepping over the lifeless body of Master Jinyan to push open the stone door of the chamber. At that moment, dawn had broken. A streak of violet mist mingling with the morning light illuminated the precipice, transforming the area into a resplendent scene akin to a celestial paradise. Taidan involuntarily took a deep breath. Instantly, a wisp of violet mist, infused with the pure spiritual energy of the surrounding mountains and forests, was inhaled, invigorating him. He suddenly realized, no wonder the venerable old immortal would greet the morning light every day to cultivate. Upon observing the cave, Taidan comprehended why its master chose to seclude himself within this deep, ancient forest. Regrettably, I find myself ill-suited to dwell in such a place. Shaking his head, Taidan turned and descended the mountain, making his way back to the Shishan temple after locating his 2 horses. The rear courtyard of the temple still harbored a vast collection of medicinal herbs that required urgent attention. The journey through the dense forest and winding paths proved arduous for Taidan, who, despite being in the second stage of spirit absorption and possessing formidable strength, would have surely perished among these nameless mountains had he not been so endowed. After 2 days of relentless effort, Taidan finally returned to his beloved Shishan temple. Upon inspecting the front courtyard, he was relieved to find no signs of thievery. Everything remained untouched, as if he had never left. However, the rear courtyard told a different tale. The ling plants, including the precious peeling grass that had gone several days without water from the stone bottle, were withering and on the brink of death. In a state of urgency, Taidan hastily poured water from the stone bottle, and the miraculous effect was immediate. Within a mere quarter of an hour, the seemingly lifeless plants revived and flourished once more. With a sigh of relief, Taidan was soon confronted with another vexing issue. The piglet had devoured all the rice he had left behind. It was astonishing, for that bag of rice weighed over 100 pounds. In just a few days, the piglet had consumed the entirety of it without succumbing to its gluttony. Moreover, after consuming such a substantial amount, the piglet had not gained an ounce but appeared to have shrunk in size. Fortunately, its increasingly menacing tusks and gleaming coat indicated that it was in no significant distress. Upon seeing Taidan, the piglet displayed no signs of discomfort. Instead, it pranced around him, whining incessantly as if starved. Taidan, visibly displeased, remarked, "You insatiable creature. You have spared my ling plants, yet had you harmed them, I would have had no choice but to turn you into a meal today." As he uttered these fierce words, he poured more rice from the stone bottle, expressing his disdain. "Eat away, day in and day out. You think only of feasting, and yet you gain not a shred of weight. Truly, what a loss." Once he had tidied up the chaotic scene in the rear courtyard, Taidan returned to the front. The ling plants and rice in the rear courtyard would require time to mature, so he seized this opportunity to cultivate the small 5 elements technique. Only upon embarking on the practice of this technique did Taidan realize the rudimentary nature of the spirit absorption technique. In the early stages of spirit absorption, the Dantian space cultivated by the small 5 elements technique was twice as expansive as that of the spirit absorption technique. Fortunately, Taidan's relatively low realm made the transition to this new technique manageable. With the aid of the Peiyuan pills he had crafted himself, he successfully transitioned to the new technique in just half a month. Following this successful transition, Taidan's Dantian space expanded dramatically. Chapter 25. Entering the city of immortal fate. Aside from the transformation of his Dantian, Taidan's physical strength had also significantly increased. Originally possessing a mere 1,000 pounds of strength, it had now surged to double that amount, and his skin, which had taken on a slightly dark hue, had thickened considerably. Taidan tested his newfound power and found that ordinary iron weapons could no longer pierce his skin. He then retrieved the pill he had previously received from the esteemed Master Jinyan. This pill, pristine white and the size of a longan fruit, increasingly resembled a genuine Peiyuan pill. Contemplating this, Taidan took out the formula for the Peiyuan pill and studied it meticulously for a time. Ultimately confirming that this pill was indeed the authentic Peiyuan pill, curiosity swelled within him. He wondered how the Peiyuan pill he had crafted through rudimentary methods compared to the one produced through alchemical techniques. After a moment of reflection, Taidan swallowed the authentic Peiyuan pill whole. After closing his eyes to sense its effects, he opened them once more, his gaze revealing a hint of delight. This genuine Peiyuan pill remarkably exhibited effects comparable to the one he had personally needed. The only discernible difference was a slightly stronger herbal flavor in his homemade version. Yet in essence, there was virtually no disparity. It made sense, for although he lacked alchemical expertise, the pill he had crafted had been imbued with spiritual energy from the stone vial. Thus, Taidan resumed his agrarian cultivation lifestyle. Before long, the various spiritual plants and medicinal herbs in his backyard matured once more. He harvested them all and transformed them into Taidan brand Peiyuan pills. This time, he yielded 26 pills, sufficient for a period of cultivation. However, relying solely on these 26 pills was insufficient for Taidan, who wished to transition his cultivation method. As his cultivation level reverted to the second tier of spirit gathering, deciding to act decisively, Taidan cleared out all the rice and fruits in the backyard. replacing them with peeling grass and jute fruits, principal and auxiliary materials for the Puan pill. Once this batch of spiritual plants matured, he would be able to produce nearly 100 Peyuan pills in one go. 3 months later, during the height of summer, the peeling grass had yielded 4 harvests. And after consuming nearly 400 Peyuan pills, Tiedan's cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of the second tier of spirit gathering. With this advancement, his strength surged once again, and the spiritual energy within his dantian had reached an impressive 36 streams. Should he encounter Master Jinyan again, Taidan could effortlessly turn the tables. He was but a step away from becoming a third-tier spirit-gathering practitioner, akin to the venerable Elder Su. Yet, the joy derived from Tiedan's rising prowess did not linger for long. Within the tranquil chamber of Zai Mountain Temple, Taidan swallowed 3 Peyuan pills in succession, subsequently directing his focus upward as he practiced the minor 5 elements origin technique. After a while, he opened his eyes. Over the past half-month, he had consumed over 30 Peyuan pills, nearly exhausting his supply. However, his strength showed no signs of advancement. Taidan perused the formula for the minor breaking through pill, his brow furrowing. It appeared that he had encountered a bottleneck. According to the notes of the Venerable Su, in order to achieve a breakthrough, one must either awaken their latent potential in the face of life and death crises or resort to the use of elixirs, particularly the elusive minor breakthrough pill. After a moment of contemplation, Taidan retrieved the token of Xianyuan City from his bosom. It became increasingly apparent that in order to gather the ingredients for the minor breakthrough pill, he must venture to this gathering place of cultivators. Throughout this period, aside from his cultivation, Taidan had not neglected his studies, immersing himself in various tomes, including maps and geographical treatises. He had long recognized that the reverse side of the Xianyuan City token bore the map of Fengxian County in the Great Kong Kingdom. With a clear objective in mind, Taidan acted decisively, promptly tending to matters at the Xia Mountain Temple. After harvesting all the spiritual herbs grown in the temple's backyard, he mounted his increasingly robust piglet and set forth towards Xianyuan City. 3 months passed. By mere appearance, this piglet could no longer be aptly referred to as such. Taidan, having grown accustomed to the name, had not bothered to bestow it a new one. Perhaps due to the spiritually infused rice he fed it, this piglet was unlike any ordinary swine. Its hide was as tough as iron, and it possessed boundless strength, rivaling even Taidan himself. Its tusks were remarkably sharp, comparable to blades. Standing at 3 feet tall, Taidan had taken to using it as a steed. Remarkably, this piglet was tireless, capable of covering vast distances without fatigue. The journey, spanning 500 to 600 miles, was completed in just over a day. As Taidan approached Xianyuan City, the population grew increasingly sparse. Gradually, he and his piglet penetrated the towering mountains. After traversing yet another peak, Taidan found himself momentarily dazed by the solitude of the forest. Where was the Xianyuan City he sought? According to the map, it should be just ahead. At that moment, the wooden plaque in Tiedan's hand trembled unexpectedly. In the next instant, he felt as though he had passed through an invisible barrier. Upon looking ahead, the once unremarkable rocks transformed into a magnificent mountain. Atop this peak, structures of white jade and gold glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. At first glance, it resembled the celestial abodes described in fables, leaving Taidan utterly mesmerized. When he regained his senses, he beheld the opulent towers built into the mountainside and the imposing fortress looming several miles away. The 3 gilded characters atop the fortress were particularly striking. Xianyuan City. Taidan realized he had finally reached his destination. At that moment, he was not alone. The mountain paths were frequented by groups of travelers. Many, like Taidan, rode various mounts, predominantly a breed of goats adorned with spiral horns. Upon closer inspection, these goat-like steeds were remarkably graceful, navigating the rocky terrain as if gliding over flat ground, with their riders experiencing scarcely any jostling at all. Upon witnessing the scene, Taidan, in a fit of annoyance, delivered a resounding slap to the piglet beneath him. Look at them, just look at them. Why must I be so unfortunate as to care for this clumsy creature? Though the piglet possessed immense strength and tireless energy, its coarse bristles pricked Taidan's backside like countless needles, inducing an incessant itch. The piglet let out a plaintive grunt and lowered its head in dismay. With a huff, Taidan dismounted from the pig's back and, leading the creature, made his way toward the city of immortal fate. Before long, Taidan arrived at the imposing gates of the city. Ahead of him, a serpentine line of people was queuing to enter. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a group of guards at the entrance scrutinizing those wishing to gain entry. Some individuals, upon being questioned, produced a wooden token identical to the one in Taidan's possession, and were promptly allowed passage. Those without a token were required to present a pay-yuan pill in exchange for one before entering. Seeing this, Tai Dan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Clutching his token, he took his place at the end of the line and advanced slowly. Soon, he stood before the city gate. As he drew nearer, he observed the guards stationed there, brawny figures exuding an intimidating aura. At that moment, the person ahead of Tai Dan displayed their wooden token and was granted swift entry. Then, a towering guard, standing over 8 feet tall, fixed his gaze upon Tai Dan and gruffly inquired, "Do you possess an immortal fate token?" Tai Dan inhaled sharply and revealed the token he had prepared in advance. The burly guard nodded and remarked, "Your immortal fate token has a validity of 7 months. Remember to present a pay-yuan pill upon its expiration." Tai Dan obediently replied, "Understood." The guard then gestured for Tai Dan to proceed, urging him not to obstruct the line behind him. A bit bewildered, Tai Dan led the piglet through the city gates. Is it really this easy to gain entry? At this moment, Tai Dan still felt a sense of disbelief. Once he crossed the threshold, he was met with a vibrant array of cultivators, which jolted him back to reality. Almost everyone exuded an aura of spiritual energy. Having never encountered such a multitude of cultivators before, Tai Dan finally grasped the true essence of a cultivator's city. Chapter 26. My name is Wei Ping. Tai Dan followed the flow of people into the city. Soon, he stumbled upon an inn named Xian Laijiu. To his surprise, he noticed a cultivator entering the inn, leading a goat with spiral horns. It was evident that the inn had accommodations for such beasts. Without hesitation, Tai Dan approached. The attendant at the entrance of Xian Laijiu brightened at the sight of Tai Dan and quickly came forward. "Are you a cultivator seeking lodging? You have chosen the right place for our Xian Laijiu." This attendant was not a cultivator himself, from his demeanor. It was clear he held a deep respect for cultivators, yet he did not bow and scrape like the county magistrate, Huang. After a moment of contemplation, Tai Dan understood this attendant regularly catered to cultivators and thus did not exhibit the same servility as Huang. Tai Dan nodded to the attendant and inquired, "Indeed. I am here for lodging. What is the cost for a night at your esteemed inn?" The attendant grinned and raised a finger. "A standard room costs merely 10 taels of silver for a night. A medium room is priced at 10 taels of gold, and the premium room, which includes a private courtyard and a spirit gathering formation, comes with a cultivation pill every 10 days. Tai Dan was taken aback. Setting aside the standard and medium rooms, how could the premium room be so exorbitantly priced? Although he had consumed cultivation pills like they were candy during his training, their value was not insignificant. He recalled that his Qianqi Shou technique, along with a single Jiayuan herb, had only cost him 3 cultivation pills from the esteemed Jin Yen. Yet now, merely renting the premium room for 10 days required 1 cultivation pill. Wasn't he that quite costly? After some contemplation, Tai Dan realized he had only 8 cultivation pills remaining. He decided it prudent to conserve his resources for the time being and to reassess his options after becoming more familiar with Xianyuan City in a few days. Seemingly sensing Tai Dan's hesitation, the attendant maintained his cheerful demeanor and glanced at the piglet behind Tai Dan, promoting, "Esteemed cultivator. The medium room not only offers comfort but also includes free accommodations for your mount." Tai Dan nodded. "I will take a medium room." As he spoke, he produced a gold ingot and handed it over. "I shall stay for 5 days." The attendant accepted the gold ingot and gestured forward. "Excellent. Esteemed cultivator, please follow me." Upon reaching the main hall of Xian Laijiu, the attendant led Tai Dan to the innkeeper, stating, "A medium room for 5 days for this esteemed guest." The innkeeper, a cultivator himself, slightly raised an eyebrow upon hearing Tai Dan's request for a medium room. He picked up a brush and inquired, "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" Tai Dan was momentarily taken aback. He had never stayed at an inn before and was unaware that guests were required to register their names, along with their check-in and check-out times. However, this inquiry made Tai Dan realize he could not continue to be addressed by his nickname, Tai Dan. He needed a formal name. Traditionally, such names were bestowed by one's elders. Yet now, the only elder Tai Dan had was his Aunt Hui, who was far away. After some contemplation, Tai Dan resolved to bestow upon himself a name. He was aware of his surname Wei. As for his given name, a fleeting vision of a stone bottle flickered through his mind. Bottle. Ping. Lifting his gaze, Tai Dan spoke to the innkeeper with measured clarity. "My name is Wei Ping." The innkeeper waved his hand grandly. On July 9th, Wei Ping checks into room number 5. Once the registration was complete, Wei Ping followed the attendant, first securing his piglet in the beast shed behind the Xianlai Inn. He was then escorted to his room. The moderate accommodations were indeed as the attendant had described. spacious and comfortable, furnished with a complete set of tables and chairs. Without the luxury of time to indulge, Wei Ping carelessly tossed his few garments onto the inn bed and promptly exited Xianlian. The matter of lodging was trivial. He needed to gather the ingredients for his minor broken barrier pill. Upon reaching the street, Wei Ping casually approached a familiar-looking individual and politely inquired, "Friend, I am new to this city and unaware of the location of the marketplace. Might you kindly direct me?" The person initially furrowed his brow instinctively. However, upon noticing Wei Ping's earnest gaze, he refrained from any retort, raised his hand, and pointed northward, saying, "Proceed in this direction, and you shall find the largest marketplace within Xianyuan City." Wei Ping clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, kind friend." The man waved his hand dismissively and continued on his way. Following the direction indicated, Wei Ping journeyed northward. In merely a quarter of an hour, a grand archway came into view, prominently displaying the characters Qianjin Fang. Upon seeing this, Wei Ping's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace toward Qianjin Fang. As he approached, however, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to pivot and slip into a deserted alleyway. Upon emerging, he had transformed from a youthful boy into a robust man with a sunken face, having gained a full span of height. Cautiousness begets safety. With this new appearance, Wei Ping entered Qianjin Fang. Before him unfolded a vibrant array of stalls and vendors, each brimming with a multitude of wares. Various signs adorned the stalls, and the sounds of spirited haggling filled the air. At first glance, it resembled any ordinary marketplace frequented by mortals. Intrigued, Wei Ping sought to explore the differences between the goods of these cultivators and those of the mundane world. As he surveyed the stalls, he noted an assortment of unfamiliar beast hides, damaged artifacts, and various herbs still clinging to the soil, items he had never encountered in a mortal marketplace. Among these, his attention was particularly captured by a type of rice known as qingyami, which emanated a faint spiritual aura and possessed a distinctive green hue. It was evident that this rice was of a spiritual variety, incomparable to ordinary grains. If infused with the water from the stone bottle, the inherent spiritual energy of this qingyami would surely be amplified. Not far off, a few neatly arranged stalls offered talismans, spiritual plants, and elixirs, among other such items. Such stalls are indeed the most bustling. When they engage in trade, it is always with the use of the Puan Dan. Witnessing this, Wei Ping could not help but ponder, why is it that no one utilizes fragments of spirit stones? Although he was aware of the preciousness of spirit stone fragments, he remained uncertain of their exact value in relation to Peiyuan Dan. Furthermore, he was unsure whether the Peiyuan Dan he crafted himself would be accepted without issue. After some contemplation, Wei Ping resolved to test the waters. Following the flow of the crowd, he gradually arrived at a stall selling spiritual herbs. Though modest in size, it conveniently offered the necessary items such as peeling grass. A spark of excitement flickered in Wei Ping's eyes as he halted and inquired of the vendor, "Excuse me, how much for the peeling grass, jus fruit, and century-old ginseng?" The vendor, without lifting his gaze, replied, 2 sets of herbs for 1 Peiyuan Dan. Given that Wei Ping could produce 5 Peiyuan Dan from a single set of herbs, the raw materials were not overly expensive. He promptly retrieved 2 Peiyuan Dan and handed them over, purchasing 4 sets of herbs. "Please wrap them up for me." As the transaction progressed, Wei Ping felt a slight tightening in his chest. The vendor, unperturbed, accepted the Peiyuan Dan crafted by Wei Ping, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. He furrowed his brow slightly and then looked up at Wei Ping. This action caused Wei Ping's heart to race and his palms to perspire slightly. Though anxious inwardly, his expression remained unchanged. Meeting the vendor's gaze, he allowed a hint of anger to surface and said sternly, "What? Do you doubt the quality of my Peiyuan Dan?" The vendor, taken aback by Wei Ping's assertive demeanor, felt uncertain. "This Peiyuan Dan appears slightly pale. Allow me to examine it further." With this, the vendor scrutinized it closely and scraped off a small amount of powder to taste. Chapter 27, The Threefold Nailing Moments Later. The stall owner relaxed his furrowed brow, nodded, and accepted the Peiyuan Dan that Wei Ping had crafted. Instantly, a sigh of relief escaped Wei Ping's lips, followed by a surge of joy within him. Indeed, this stone vial is remarkably effective. With the assurance that the Peiyuan Dan was flawless, the stall owner smiled apologetically at Wei Ping. "I apologize for taking up your time, esteemed friend. Please allow me to gift you a 5-year-old, Hisho Wu." Upon hearing this, the anger on Wei Ping's face dissipated, and after accepting the herbs from the stall owner's hand, he casually remarked, "Thank you, my friend. I wish you prosperous business and hope you earn many spirit stone fragments today." The stall owner chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Spirit stone fragments. You certainly do not shy away from bold claims. It is uncertain whether I can earn even a single fragment in a month." After departing from the stall, Wei Ping was overwhelmed with delight. He had scrutinized the small herb stand, which, despite its modest size, was bustling with activity. The fact that the stall might not earn even a single fragment in a month highlighted the extraordinary value of these spirit stone fragments. However, after a brief moment of elation, Wei Ping regained his composure and resolved that these spirit stone fragments should not be squandered lightly in the future. With his Piyuandan confirmed for use, Wei Ping shifted his focus to the primary herbs required for the minor barrier-breaking pill. However, unlike the peeling grass, the two primary herbs of the first-tier medium grade were not readily available. After searching for half a day without success, a sense of disappointment settled within him as he silently approached a nearby stall adorned with the Ming family spirit herb sign. The Ming family spirit herbs was the largest herb stall in the Tianjin workshop. If they did not have it, Wei Ping would have to seek alternative means. Before long, Wei Ping arrived at the Ming family spirit herb stall. At a glance, he spotted a fiery red flower and a dark gray lingji. The yin-yang flower, the yin lingji. Wei Ping was pleasantly surprised by the fortuitous discovery of both primary herbs for the minor barrier-breaking pill. He immediately inquired about the price of these two herbs. "Excuse me, how much for the yin-yang flower and the yin lingji?" The stall was managed by one proprietor and two assistants, all of whom were cultivators. Upon noticing Wei Ping's presence, the stall owner, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a dark robe and perpetually wearing a hint of a smile, approached him. After clasping his fists in greeting, he said, "Both the yin-yang flower and the yin lingji are first-tier medium-grade spirit herbs, priced at 10 Peiyuan Dan each." Wei Ping was taken aback, calculating the cost. The price for the two primary herbs for the minor barrier-breaking pill equated to that of 40 sets of Peiyuan Dan materials. Is there truly such a vast difference between first-tier low-grade and first-tier medium-grade pills? After pondering this, Wei Ping decided to exchange all his remaining Piyuan Dan for the materials needed to refine Piyuan Dan. Subsequently, he left the Ming family spirit herb stall with the herbs in hand. Upon returning to the Xianlai residence, Wei Ping first took advantage of the absence of people in the beast pen to feed the piglets with the rice from the stone vial. Only then did he return to his own chamber. With a variety of tools extracted from a stone bottle, Wei Ping commenced the preparation of medicinal herbs. Crafting the Peiyuan pill. After a night's labor, he utilized 16 sets of herbs, yielding a total of 80 pills. The following day, once the Peiyuan pills had thoroughly dried, Wei Ping adopted a different guise and proceeded to Tianjin Square with the pills in hand. He first purchased a stock each of the yin-yang flower and the yinling mushroom from the Ming family's spiritual plant stall. With the primary ingredients for the minor breaking barrier pill secured, he roamed the marketplace for half a day, spending several Peiyuan pills to gather the remaining supplementary herbs. Only one final step remained, to form the minor breaking barrier pill, which would enable him to ascend to the third realm of spirit gathering. However, the bustling crowd at Xianlai residence was ill-suited for such a breakthrough. Upon returning to Xianlai residence, Wei Ping made a beeline for the head manager of the main hall. "Friend, I intend to reside in this Xianyuan city for an extended period and am seeking a residence. Could you kindly direct me on where to inquire?" Upon hearing this, the manager, who had been engrossed in accounts, lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features. "Why trouble yourself, esteemed guest? Our Tianzi room here at Xianlai residence is the finest accommodation available." Wei Ping shook his head. "While your Tianzi room is indeed splendid, the price is simply too exorbitant." With that, he produced a gold ingot and placed it into the manager's hand. "I would appreciate your assistance." The manager, feeling the weight of the gold ingot, maintained his smile and gently pushed it back. "There is no need for such formality, my friend. It is but a simple task. If you seek a residence, just inquire at the Yahang. They specialize in renting and selling properties, as well as dealing with servants." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. "Thank you, my friend." After vacating his room at Xianlai residence, he sought out a well-reputed Yahang and made his way there directly. Upon his entrance, the attendant's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly approached, inviting Wei Ping to take a seat and offering fragrant tea. "Our establishment has been in business for a century and is one of the most esteemed in Xianyuan City. You have indeed come to the right place, esteemed master. May I inquire if you are looking to purchase a servant or acquire property?" Wei Ping, straightforward, inquired. "Do you have any houses available for rent?" The attendant replied with a smile, "Certainly. Our shop boasts a wide range of properties throughout San Juan City. From economical houses situated at the foot of the mountain with sparse spiritual energy to caves near the mountain peak, close to the spiritual veins, there is something for everyone. Which type would you prefer? In the end, Wei Ping rented a spacious residence located halfway up the mountain for the price of 6 Puan pills per year. After receiving the key from the Yahang attendant, he first returned to Xianlai residence to collect his piglet before arriving at his new home. Upon entering the residence and surveying the premises, Wei Ping smiled with satisfaction. This dwelling, perched halfway up the mountain in San Juan City, truly offered exceptional value. It featured a main house facing south, with adjoining side rooms suitable for cooking or meditation. Most importantly, the spiritual energy at this elevation was indeed abundant, far surpassing that of the Xianshan view by several folds. On that day, Wei Ping first infused all the spiritual herbs for the minor barrier-breaking pill into stone vials. Subsequently, he crafted 3 minor barrier-breaking pills using the method of concocting the nourishing pill. Once these 3 pills were thoroughly dried and had undergone a purification process in the stone vials to eradicate any potential pill toxins, Wei Ping began to prepare for his breakthrough. In the eastern chamber, with his heart directed towards the heavens, Wei Ping's eyes were half closed as he concentrated on circulating the lesser 5 elements cultivation technique. When he reached the pinnacle of his state and felt a swelling sensation in his dantian, he promptly swallowed the minor barrier-breaking pill that rested beneath his tongue. Moments later, the pill gradually digested, and an extraordinary medicinal power began to be absorbed by Wei Ping. Instantly, he sensed that the bottleneck that had hindered him for so long was about to shatter. The breakthrough was within reach, and without hesitation, he swallowed 5 nourishing pills to exert his full force. The surging spiritual energy from the 5 pills caused his complexion to flush intensely. Wei Ping let out a muffled groan, channeling all his strength into the lesser 5 elements cultivation technique. The bottleneck was once again struck, hastening its disintegration. After a quarter of an hour, Wei Ping's breath surged dramatically. Opening his eyes, he exhaled deeply and smiled radiantly, proclaiming, "At last, I have entered the 3rd realm of spiritual assimilation." Following his ascension to the 3rd realm, the capacity for spiritual energy within his dantian expanded to 72 strands, while the strength of his physical body rose once more. With a power of 5,000 pounds, his abilities were comprehensively enhanced. Chapter 28. The Value of Elixirs. After a brief moment, Wei Ping composed himself and consumed a Pei Yuan Dan, returning to his meditative practice to solidify his realm. However, once the elixir settled in his abdomen and was absorbed, he abruptly realized that its efficacy in enhancing his cultivation had diminished significantly. After consuming numerous Pei Yuan Dan, he had developed a certain degree of tolerance towards them. Furthermore, upon reaching the 3rd level of the Na Ling realm, Wei Ping's dantian had expanded, requiring an astonishing 72 strands of spiritual energy to ascend to the 4th level. According to the Na Ling formula, when one cultivates to the 3rd level, the dantian can only accommodate a mere 24 strands of spiritual energy. In light of this, his current cultivation level was comparable to that of an average practitioner in the mid-Na Ling stage. Continuing to consume Pei Yuan Dan for cultivation would be inefficient, and he pondered how long it would take to break through to the 4th level. It seemed prudent to consider the cultivation methods of mid-Na Ling practitioners. Once his realm was consolidated, Wei Ping transformed into the guise he had donned during his previous visit to the market and stepped outside, heading directly to the bustling marketplace. The Tianjin market was the largest in San Juan City, a vibrant blend of people, where vendors employed charming rhetoric to attract customers, discussing a plethora of topics from all corners of the world. For gathering information, this was undoubtedly the best place to be. After strolling through the market a couple of times, Wei Ping acquired the information he sought. Mid-Na Ling practitioners primarily relied on 2 methods for their cultivation. Typical Mid-Na Ling cultivators often consumed lower-tier elixirs, such as Hongyu Dan and Yangling Dan, to accelerate their training. Those from affluent backgrounds, hailing from families of practitioners, would choose to cultivate in areas rich in spiritual veins, offering a steadier yet slower pace compared to those who relied on elixirs. As for the dubious paths, such as yin-yang supplementation and demonic methods, they were best left unmentioned. Fortuitously, within the Tianjin market, there was a stall specializing in elixirs, where he might procure some recipes. Wei Ping veered towards a stall of comparable size to the Ming family's spiritual plant booth, marked with the sign of Shou Ji Ling Dan. This stall mirrored the setup of the Ming family, featuring a shopkeeper and 2 assistants. Yet, the proprietor of Shou Ji Ling Dan appeared disinterested, reclining in a lounger while the assistants busied themselves. Upon inspecting the stall, Wei Ping noticed an array of elixir vials, each labeled with its name and grade. Upon closer examination, he found descriptions such as Little Rejuvenation Dan, a low-tier elixir suitable for early Naling practitioners, capable of treating minor injuries. There were also Little Detox Dan and Little Fury Dan, among many others, leaving Wei Ping momentarily dazzled and unsure of where to begin. The sheer variety of elixirs was overwhelming, and reading the efficacy descriptions made him wish to procure a sample of each. However, despite their allure, the foremost issue Wei Ping needed to address was his cultivation efficiency. Wei Ping pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against making a purchase, believing that opportunities would abound in the future. After surveying his surroundings, he finally identified his target. At the center of the stall, 3 jade green elixirs were displayed. These contained the 3 varieties of first-grade mid-tier pills sold by the Zhouji Alchemy. They were respectively the Revitalizing Pill, the Ruby Pill, and the Minor Barrier-Breaking Pill. Among them, the Ruby Pill was precisely one of the elixirs Wei Ping had previously inquired about. A surge of joy filled his heart, and he promptly approached one of the attendants, asking, "What is the price of the Ruby Pill?" Upon hearing Wei Ping's intention to purchase the Ruby Pill, the attendant had yet to respond when the shopkeeper nearby suddenly straightened up. After scrutinizing Wei Ping from head to toe, a hint of a smile appeared on the shopkeeper's face as he rose to speak. The Ruby Pill is priced at 100 essence pills each. However, this month's supply of Ruby Pills has already been sold out. If you wish to acquire one, you must reserve it with 50 essence pills in advance. The exorbitant price of the Ruby Pill, coupled with the necessity to wait until next month, rendered Wei Ping momentarily speechless. The cost of just a single pill was staggering. One could only imagine how exorbitant the recipe must be. The prospect of accumulating essence pills to purchase the recipe seemed nearly impossible. Noticing Wei Ping's reaction, the shopkeeper's smile faded. At that moment, Wei Ping's attention shifted to the Minor Barrier-Breaking Pill, which was being sold alongside the Ruby Pill, and he curiously inquired, "How many essence pills are required for the Minor Barrier-Breaking Pill?" The shopkeeper, reclining back in his chair, casually replied, 150 essence pills per pill, with a year-long reservation. The shopkeeper's tone lacked the previous enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping could not help but gasp in astonishment. The materials for a single Minor Barrier-Breaking Pill only cost a little over 20 essence pills, and he could easily produce 3 pills from the materials he refined. Now, considering the pricing, he realized that for every set of materials yielding 3 Minor Barrier-Breaking Pills, he would earn over 400 essence pills. This was significantly more lucrative than laboriously refining essence pills. A sudden thought sparked in his mind. If he could produce Minor Barrier-Breaking Pills for sale, wouldn't he that bring the recipe for the Ruby Pill within reach? Instantly, a fervor ignited within Wei Ping, and he resolved to procure the materials required for crafting the Minor Barrier-Breaking Pill. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to ask, "Shopkeeper, how much is the recipe for the Ruby Pill?" The shopkeeper scoffed lightly, saying, "The recipe for the Ruby Pill can only be purchased with spirit stones. Do not even think about it." Undeterred by the shopkeeper's sardonic remarks, Wei Ping felt no anger. At least he had gleaned the magnitude of the cost required to acquire the Ruby Pill's recipe. He simply needed to diligently accumulate essence pills and fragments of spirit stones. Having obtained the information he sought, Wei Ping did not linger and made his way directly to the Meng family's herbal stall. The proprietor of the Meng family's herbal shop was amicable and friendly, and their business was far more bustling than that of Zhouji Alchemy. The shopkeeper and his 2 attendants were occupied to the point of scarcely noticing Wei Ping's presence. Wei Ping calculated the number of P1 pills he possessed, realizing he could purchase 2 sets of Minor Barrier-Breaking medicinal herbs. He then approached the steward of the Meng family's spiritual plants and respectfully clasped his hands together. "Friend, may I trouble you for 2 specimens, each of the Sunfire Flower and the Een Spirit Mushroom?" Upon hearing that someone wished to purchase a mid-grade spiritual plant, the steward personally approached Wei Ping. "Please hold on a moment." After carefully wrapping the 4 spiritual plants, the steward, with a smile, prepared to hand them to Wei Ping. "The total is 40 Peiyuan pills." Wei Ping produced the 40 pills, extending them to the steward while simultaneously reaching out to receive the 4 spiritual plants. However, to his surprise, the steward not only refused to accept the P1 pills but also did not release the spiritual plants in his grasp. Slightly taken aback, Wei Ping looked up to find the steward's gaze fixed intently upon him, causing his heart to race involuntarily. A sense of caution arose within Wei Ping as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is your intention, my friend?" Upon hearing Wei Ping's voice, The steward snapped back to reality and hurriedly handed over the 4 spiritual plants. I apologize. I was momentarily lost in thought. After a brief pause, the steward still did not take the Peiyuan pills from Wei Ping's hand. Instead, he appeared somewhat anxious and asked, "Might I request a moment of your time to speak in private?" Chapter 29. Wei Ping, have I become a master alchemist? Wei Ping's previously relaxed brow furrowed slightly once more. He had no acquaintance with this shopkeeper. What could his words possibly imply? Before Wei Ping could voice his thoughts, the shopkeeper politely gestured towards the nearby tavern, saying, "My friend need not worry. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Though this place is crowded and not particularly convenient, might you accompany me to the tavern for a more private discussion? In return, I shall treat you to this meal." Wei Ping glanced over and noted that the tavern was situated at the heart of the Qianjin Square. He surmised that the shopkeeper would not dare to act recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. A flicker of delight crossed the shopkeeper's face as he instructed his 2 attendants before leading Wei Ping to a private room on the 2nd floor of the tavern. Once the dishes were served, Wei Ping directly inquired, "What news do you wish to learn? Please speak plainly." The shopkeeper, after a moment of careful consideration, cautiously began. "I am known as Ming Hao. I hope you will forgive my boldness. But I have noticed that you have purchased the primary ingredients for the minor barrier breaking pill on multiple occasions. Might it be that you are acquainted with an alchemist who could assist you in crafting these pills?" Wei Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, questioning the shopkeeper's motives. Ming Hao smiled and explained, "Not long ago, you acquired the main components for the minor barrier breaking pill from me. And today I see that you have achieved a breakthrough in your cultivation. If it were not mere coincidence, then the minor barrier breaking pill must have played a significant role. Such mid-tier pills are not easily crafted by just anyone." As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, adding, "I assume you must have connections with a master alchemist, which is why I dared to inquire." Realization dawned on Wei Ping. It was his cultivation that had drawn Meng Hao's attention. However, little did Meng Hao know that he was not acquainted with any alchemist. With a stone vial in hand, he could easily refine the pills himself, boasting a success rate of 100%. Noticing Wei Ping's silence, Meng Hao worried that he had offended him and quickly reassured, "Please do not misunderstand. I merely seek to collaborate with you. If you truly know a master alchemist, I would appreciate it if you could ask whether they require assistance with pill production. My family would be willing to serve the master in any capacity. Furthermore, we can provide the necessary spiritual herbs free of charge." Initially, Wei Ping was somewhat taken aback. What could Meng Hao possibly aim to gain from such an offer? However, upon reflection, he realized that obtaining the minor barrier breaking pill from Zhou Jiling and required a year of advance reservation, indicating its complexity even for most alchemists. Having achieved a breakthrough overnight following his last purchase of ingredients, it was no wonder Meng Hao assumed he must be acquainted with a superior alchemist, hence his eagerness. After careful consideration, Wei Ping decided to explore the possibility of selling the pills himself. Without any intermediaries to take a cut, he could potentially earn even more. As Meng Hao gazed at him with anticipation, Wei Ping's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. "Your words place me in a difficult position, my friend. I cannot presume to make decisions on behalf of the master. However, I shall inquire when next I encounter him." Noticing that Wei Ping had not outright refused, Meng Hao's eyes sparkled with hope. "Ah, I have been rather impulsive. I shall entrust this matter to you." Wei Ping smiled faintly, then produced another batch of Peiyuan pills from his robe and offered them to Meng Hao. "Having gathered the information, it is time for you to fulfill our transaction." Meng Hao accepted 40 Peiyuan pills, but, after a moment's contemplation, returned 8 of them to Wei Ping. "I have been rather presumptuous, to express my apologies. Let us consider this transaction at an 80% rate." Wei Ping did not decline and accepted the 8 Peiyuan pills before taking his leave. Upon exiting the tavern, Wei Ping wandered through the market for a while before acquiring the remaining auxiliary herbs needed to craft the minor barrier-breaking pills, then returned home. Once home, he promptly processed the 2 sets of herbs into 6 small barrier-breaking pills. Gazing at the diminutive, yellow-brown pills resting in his palm, a smile graced Wei Ping's lips. "These are worth 900 Peiyuan pills." Seizing the opportunity, he carefully stored the 6 new pills along with the 2 he had previously made, totaling 8, and set off toward the Qianjin Pavilion. However, not long after, Wei Ping emerged from the Qianjin Pavilion with a somewhat grim expression. Upon inquiry, he discovered that there were no stalls within the pavilion, making it impossible for individuals to sell their goods. Moreover, to rent a stall, one would need to establish a connection with the pavilion's manager, an endeavor that seemed utterly unattainable. Disheartened, Wei Ping returned home with the small barrier-breaking pills in hand. Now resigned to collaborating with Meng Hao. Yet, even in this partnership, he resolved not to sell all of his small barrier-breaking pills to Meng Hao indiscriminately. On one hand, the difficulty of crafting mid-grade pills appeared to be significantly greater than that of low-grade pills, even at the specialized Dan shop. One needed to make an appointment in advance to purchase mid-grade pills. For the minor barrier-breaking pills, a year's notice was required. Thus, he recognized the necessity of limiting his supply to avoid attracting unnecessary complications. On the other hand, he could not be entirely beholden to Meng Hao's wishes. He must maintain control over the collaboration to secure greater benefits for himself. A week passed. Wei Ping returned to the Qianjin Pavilion, heading directly to the Meng family's spirit herb stall. Meng Hao was engaged in conversation with a cultivator, but, upon seeing Wei Ping, his eyes brightened. Dismissing the ongoing discussion, he eagerly inquired, "My friend, how did your inquiries fare?" Noticing Wei Ping's silent smile, Meng Hao's joy was palpable, and he quickly pulled Wei Ping into the tavern once more. Once in the private room, Meng Hao could hardly contain his excitement. "Friend, have you brought me good news?" Wei Ping nodded. "Indeed, there is good news. The master is indeed inclined to collaborate with the Meng family." Even though he had anticipated this moment, it was only upon hearing the news with his own ears that Meng Hao could finally relax his anxious heart. "Ha ha ha. Please rest assured, esteemed master, that collaborating with the Meng family will undoubtedly be advantageous for you." At that moment, Wei Ping suddenly tapped the table. The two sharp knocks instantaneously calmed Meng Hao's excited emotions. Wei Ping regarded Meng Hao and spoke deliberately. "My friend Meng, do not be too quick to rejoice. The master is merely inclined to consider a partnership with your Meng family. The feasibility of this collaboration will depend on whether you can meet a few conditions." A shiver ran through Meng Hao, and after clearing his throat, he replied, "Forgive my eagerness. Please do not hesitate to state the master's requirements. I assure you, the Meng family will do its utmost to comply." Meeting Meng Hao's gaze, Wei Ping slowly articulated, "The first condition is that the master requires your assistance in locating the clues for the recipe of the Hongyu Dan, a nourishing spirit elixir. It would be even better if you could provide a recipe for a first-tier high-grade cultivation elixir. The second condition is that, aside from alchemy, the master hopes to procure his daily required spiritual herbs from the Meng family at cost price." Upon hearing Wei Ping's words, Meng Hao's expression revealed a hint of difficulty, as if he were at a loss for words. However, after a moment of contemplation, he solemnly nodded. "As for the matter of the recipes, I dare not make grand promises before you, but I will certainly endeavor to assist. To express my sincerity, for any spiritual rice or what the master requires in the future, I shall not charge for a single Peiyuan Dan. The Meng family will fully cover the costs." With that, Meng Hao cast a somewhat apprehensive glance at Wei Ping and cautiously inquired, "In that case, may I ask how my friend feels about this?" Wei Ping, already in agreement in his heart, nodded and said, "Please wait a moment. I will consult with the master." Subsequently, Wei Ping departed with a graceful demeanor. It was not until the afternoon that the anxious and restless Meng Hao finally beheld Wei Ping's figure once more. "Friend Meng, the master has agreed." Chapter 30. The calculations of manager Meng Hao, who had been anxiously waiting, let out a sigh of relief upon hearing the news from Wei Ping. A smile blossomed on his face as he expressed his gratitude, stating that the success of this matter was largely thanks to his companion. He assured Wei Ping that the Meng family would ensure no loss would be incurred on his part, once again leading Wei Ping into a private room at the restaurant. Meng Hao was about to speak when Wei Ping took the initiative to inquire about any requirements Meng might have regarding their collaboration. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Hao replied, expressing his desire for the small breaking barrier pills crafted by the master to be sold by the Meng family. He assured Wei Ping that they would not let the master suffer any losses. After selling the pills, the Meng family would take only 10% of the profits, leaving 90% for the master. Wei Ping pondered this for a brief moment before nodding in agreement, stating that such a division was indeed reasonable and well within the master's approval. Hearing this, Meng Hao's smile grew even more pronounced. He laughed heartily, declaring that this collaboration relied entirely on the master, and the Meng family would merely earn a modest profit. After a brief pause, Meng Hao, appearing somewhat anxious, rubbed his hands together and asked, "Did you bring any of the pills crafted by the master on this journey?" Seemingly worried about being misunderstood, he quickly added, "I do not doubt the master's alchemical skills. It's just that, without seeing the product, I find it difficult to feel at ease." Understanding Meng Hao's concern, Wei Ping promptly retrieved a vial from his robe and presented it to him. "Please take a look, my friend. This vial contains the small breaking barrier pills that I previously requested from the master." Wei Ping held unwavering confidence in the quality of these pills. When crafting them, he had learned from past experiences with the Puan pills, ensuring that the appearance and aroma of the small breaking barrier pills were indistinguishable from the authentic ones described in the formula. Moreover, the efficacy after consumption was identical. Even if a renowned alchemist were to examine it, they would not discern any flaws in Wei Ping's small breaking barrier pills. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's expression brightened. He carefully picked up the vial and gently tilted it. In the next moment, a perfectly crafted small breaking barrier pill, identical to the description in the formula, appeared before his eyes. Gazing at the pill in his hand, Meng Hao fell silent for a moment, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Did you mean to say this small breaking barrier pill was crafted by the master in just one day?" Furthermore, at such an efficiency, the master was able to produce 2 pills from a single set of materials, achieving a success rate of 2/3. The master's alchemical prowess is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Could it be that the master is a top-tier first-grade alchemist? Wei Ping was somewhat taken aback by Meng Hao's reaction. He lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, contemplating before responding, "It is good that you understand. In my opinion, the benefits from the pills are trivial compared to the opportunity to establish a connection with the master. That, my friend, is your greatest gain." Meng Hao nodded vigorously, a rosy hue gradually blooming on his face, swaying slightly as if intoxicated, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. After a moment, he regained a semblance of composure and clasped his hands in a bow towards Wei Ping, exclaiming, "Your words resonate profoundly. Establishing a connection with the master is indeed a rare opportunity. I express my gratitude once more." Wei Ping waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What need is there for thanks? It is the master whom your Ming family should be grateful to. Only by discovering the elixir formula can you repay the master." Meng Hao nodded earnestly. "Please convey to the master that my Meng family shall exert every effort to seek the clues to the elixir formula." Wei Ping nodded in satisfaction. "I am Wei, with the given name Ping. Henceforth, I shall liaise with your Ming family regarding matters of collaboration with the master. Do I have your consent?" Meng Hao's expression turned serious as he replied, "No problem. I look forward to your assistance, Wei Daoist." Wei Ping smiled lightly. "It is all in service to the master." Eagerly, Meng Hao said, "Wei Daoist, please follow me. I have already prepared the necessary spiritual plants, such as the flame sunflower and the Yinlingji, for crafting the minor barrier breaking pill. Please deliver them to the master." Wei Ping chuckled. "Indeed, Meng Daoist, you are remarkably prompt." He then followed Meng Hao back to the Ming family's spiritual plant stall, where Meng Hao produced 5 complete sets of primary ingredients for the minor barrier breaking pill and handed them to Wei Ping. After a thorough inspection, confirming the quality and potency of the spiritual plants, Wei Ping accepted them with a nod. Meng Hao added, "While I am aware of the primary ingredients for the minor barrier breaking pill, I am unaware of the supplementary ingredients. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me, so I can prepare for the master." Wei Ping pondered for a moment and replied cautiously, "I, too, am not familiar with the supplementary ingredients. Let me inquire with the master and return." Half a day later, Wei Ping returned, clasping his hands and stating, "Thank you for your patience, Taoist friend. The supplementary ingredients for the minor barrier breaking pill include 5 stalks of 30-year-old Huang Lian and 6 tails of 50-year-old Qing Sang leaves." Wei Ping's return was not simply due to forgetfulness regarding the supplementary ingredients. Rather, it was a matter of discretion. As an assistant to the alchemy master, he could not easily disclose the complete list of materials required for the minor barrier breaking pill. Inquiring with the master was the only reasonable course of action. As for the concern that revealing the quantities of the materials could lead to a leak of the elixir formula, Wei Ping had pondered this as well. However, upon reviewing the formula, he realized such worries were unfounded. The majority of the formula detailed the method of processing the materials, the sequence of adding them during the alchemical process, controlling the heat, and the crucial techniques of alchemy, among other aspects. Merely knowing the ingredients for the minor barrier breaking pill would not suffice to decipher the formula. Thus, sharing the information about the supplementary ingredients with Meng Hao posed no risk. Listening to the cascade of medicinal names from Wei Ping's lips, Meng Hao silently nodded in agreement. Although he was unaware of the precise formulation of the minor barrier breaking pill, he had inquired about the general herbs required for its concoction. The materials reported by Wei Ping were consistent with those he had learned about for the preparation of the minor barrier-breaking pill, indicating that Wei Ping was indeed a person of integrity, not one to deceive him. However, a sense of disappointment crept into his heart. He had harbored a vague hope that this man might be the esteemed alchemist he sought, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was oblivious to the very herbs used in alchemy, thus clearly not the one. Nevertheless, he had not held excessively high hopes. After regaining his composure, he promptly instructed his subordinates to gather the necessary herbs. Before long, a horse-drawn carriage appeared before Wei Ping. In addition to the aforementioned herbs, it carried several dark, mystical spirit woods and several bags of spirit rice. My friend, the auxiliary herbs, along with the spirit rice and spirit wood required by the master, are all here. The spirit wood, while of no use to ordinary cultivators, was an indispensable component for a first-tier alchemist when commencing the refining process. Therefore, without needing further prompting from Wei Ping, Meng Hao demonstrated his keen insight and prepared everything himself. Seeing Meng Hao's astuteness and confirming that the quantity and potency of the herbs were satisfactory, Wei Ping nodded in approval and was about to drive away. Observing this, Meng Hao contemplated assisting Wei Ping in returning the items. However, Wei Ping would not consent, as he was en route to deliver goods to the master. Just as he was about to depart, Meng Hao slipped a small pouch into Wei Ping's arms. For this endeavor, I must extend my gratitude, dear friend. I cannot allow you to toil without recompense. This is a token of appreciation from the Meng family for you, my friend. Please do not deem it insufficient. Future benefits will be plentiful. Wei Ping raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected gain. Accepting the pouch without further hesitation, he took his leave. Once outside the Qianjin workshop, he wandered aimlessly for quite some time. Eventually, he turned into a secluded alley, ensuring that no one was around. He then produced a stone vial and directly transferred all the contents from the carriage into it. Subsequently, he abandoned the horse-drawn carriage along with the horses. After altering his appearance, he turned and departed. Chapter 31. The Acquisition of Red Jade Pills upon returning home. Wei Ping retrieved the small pouch that Meng Hao had just handed him. Opening it, he discovered a dozen or so pei-yuan pills. Clearly the reward Meng Hao had mentioned. It seemed that such remuneration would be a regular occurrence during their future transactions. Wei Ping carefully stored the pills away, reflecting on Meng's thoughtfulness. That night, Wei Ping diligently ground the 5 newly acquired small breakthrough pills materials into 15 pills, combined with the 8 he already possessed. He now had a staggering total of 23. Naturally, Wei Ping was not foolish enough to sell all these small breakthrough pills to Meng Hao at once. After some contemplation, he resolved to produce only 3 batches for Meng each month, adhering to a yield rate of approximately 2/3, thereby supplying him with a maximum of 6 pills monthly. Having completed his essential tasks, Wei Ping shifted his focus to the green sprout rice within the stone jar. A few days prior, while gathering information, he learned that this green sprout rice was also classified as a low-grade first-tier spiritual plant. Although its price was lower compared to other medicinal spiritual plants of the same tier that required years of growth, it remained beyond the means of ordinary loose cultivators. 1 stone, equivalent to 120 pounds of green sprout rice, was priced at an astonishing 100 pei-yuan pills. This was the discounted rate available only for bulk purchases exceeding 100 pounds. The green sprout rice did not require the infusion of spiritual energy from the stone jar, as it naturally contained its own spiritual essence. Though the quantity was modest, its gentle nature and lack of resistance made it easily absorbable without the need for refining. Regular consumption not only steadily enhanced one's cultivation, but also prevented the accumulation of impurities, greatly benefiting cultivators. Only the scions of affluent families or wealthy alchemists indulged in it as a staple. Wei Ping procured a clay pot and, with a slight tilt of the stone jar under his mental control, poured out 2 pounds of green sprout rice. After the infusion of spiritual energy, the rice, which initially appeared bluish with a hint of gray, underwent a remarkable transformation. The gray hue vanished, revealing a translucent quality that resembled jade. Swiftly, Wei Ping transferred the green sprout rice into the clay pot without rinsing it. He then poured in the infused spiritual water and placed it over a vigorous flame to steam. Almost immediately as the water began to boil, an extraordinarily fragrant aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. Soon, the green sprout rice was ready. After steaming, the rice quivered slightly, evoking a sense of reluctance to indulge. Wei Ping picked up a pair of chopsticks and savored a mouthful. Instantly, a refreshing sweetness enveloped his palate. accompanied by a surge of exceptionally pure spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. Without the need to circulate his cultivation technique, this energy was effortlessly absorbed into his dantian. Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with delight as he devoured the rice heartily. After several mouthfuls, he felt profoundly satisfied. What a delightful experience. In the span of a brief tea session, the entire pot of green sprout rice was consumed, yielding effects nearly equivalent to half a Pei Yuan pill. Such a rare treasure, yet Meng Hao did not even blink, willingly bestowing it upon himself merely to leave a favorable impression on the alchemist behind him. With a satisfied burp, Wei Ping could not help but muse. The status of an alchemist is indeed invaluable. A week later, Wei Ping returned to Qianjin workshop with 3 small barrier-breaking pills. After a few days apart, he noticed a hint of urgency etched on Meng Hao's face. However, this anxious expression dissipated the moment he saw Wei Ping. Without waiting for Wei Ping to approach, Meng Hao abandoned his stall and hurried over, leading Wei Ping to a secluded spot. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, Meng Hao, disregarding pleasantries, asked eagerly, "Have you come to deliver the barrier-breaking pills?" Wei Ping smiled as he produced a small vial from his robe and handed it to Meng Hao. Indeed. Yesterday, the master had a bit of leisure and crafted a batch of barrier-breaking pills. Here they are. Meng Hao, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and carefully accepted the vial from Wei Ping. As he gently tipped it, 3 thumb-sized, yellow-brown barrier-breaking pills appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing this quantity, Meng Hao was taken aback, looking up at Wei Ping with trembling eyes. Did the master achieve a full success rate with this batch? Seeing his reaction, Wei Ping hurriedly waved his hand. "You misunderstand, my friend. One of these is mine. To be frank, after requesting the master to craft these barrier-breaking pills for me, I found myself a bit financially constrained, so I hoped you could assist me in selling this one." Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's eyes brightened with realization. He laughed heartily. "My friend, this is not merely a favor. You are clearly allowing me to earn some spirit-cultivating pills. Not a problem at all. I will sell this barrier-breaking pill for you, and we can share the proceeds just as we did with the master, a 9-to-1 split. How does that sound?" Wei Ping had no inclination to refuse such a generous offer. Nodding, he replied with a smile, "Then I must trouble you." After carefully stowing away the barrier-breaking pills, Meng Hao pondered for a moment and then said, "My friend, in about 3 days, I should be able to sell this barrier-breaking pill. It would be great if you could come by again." At this point, Meng Hao paused before adding, "Alternatively, if you could provide the master's address, I could deliver it directly to his residence." Wei Ping gave Meng Hao a sidelong glance, half smiling. "The master prefers tranquility and dislikes disturbances from others. It would suffice for me to return in 3 days. In response, Meng Hao quickly offered an apologetic smile. "It appears I was inconsiderate. I appreciate your willingness to make another trip." Wei Ping chuckled softly and replied, "This is merely my duty. There is no inconvenience at all. By the way, the master has recently been researching the red jade pill, and he asked me to inform you that all his recent efforts are being converted into red jade pills." Meng Hao nodded. "No problem." Once everything was clarified, Wei Ping prepared to take his leave. At this moment, Meng Hao suddenly called out to Wei Ping. Initially puzzled, Wei Ping was about to inquire further when Meng Hao produced a small pouch from his bosom and presented it to him. "Have you forgotten your reward, dear friend?" Wei Ping chuckled inwardly, accepted the pouch without hesitation, and took his leave. 3 days later, Wei Ping arrived punctually at Meng's spiritual herb stall. Meng Hao had long been anticipating his arrival. Without delay, he presented a small package to Wei Ping. "Dear friend, this is your 90% share from the sale of that modest barrier-breaking pill, totaling 180 cultivation pills. Please accept it." Surprised by the substantial amount, Wei Ping was astonished to find that even after the 10% deduction, he still received 180 cultivation pills. Once Wei Ping had stowed the pills away, Meng Hao produced a small pill vial, saying, "Here are 4 red jade pills, valued at 400 cultivation pills. You may claim 360 cultivation pills from this batch. There is a slight shortfall, which my family will cover in advance, and we can settle the difference from your share later." Wei Ping nodded in satisfaction as he accepted the vial from Meng Hao, gently pouring its contents. A single, brilliantly red pill, the size of a longan, appeared in his palm. Chapter 32. The initial consumption of the red jade pill. True to its name, the red jade pill is crystalline and translucent. As soon as it is taken out, a faint aroma of the pill begins to waft around Wei Ping's nostrils. After a brief glance, he returned the red jade pill to its vial and tucked it away in his robe. At that moment, a question suddenly occurred to Wei Ping. The cost of the materials for a single batch of the minor obstruction pill amounts to 22 essence cultivation pills. If he were to procure a batch from Meng Hao and then sell 2 minor obstruction pills back to him, after deducting the material costs and the 1/9 share, Meng Hao would only profit 18 essence cultivation pills. Furthermore, Meng Hao consistently gifted him a dozen or so essence cultivation pills as bonuses, along with a substantial amount of spirit rice and spirit wood, not to mention the cost of labor and time. This collaboration seems utterly unprofitable for Meng Hao. What then does the Meng clan seek in this partnership with a master alchemist like myself? After pondering for a considerable time, Wei Ping could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. He shook his head, deciding to inquire directly for clarification. Having secured the red jade pill, Wei Ping asked, "My friend, forgive my boldness, but I have calculated that you have not only failed to profit from this collaboration, but you have also incurred a slight loss. This hardly resembles the nature of business. Besides establishing a connection with a master, I am curious as to what you truly seek." Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Meng Hao's face. "Haha, Wei. While I may not be as adept at forging relationships as you, I can assure you that in the realm of business, you are somewhat inexperienced. You may not be aware that the minor obstruction pill is exceedingly scarce in the market. For instance, to purchase the minor obstruction pill from the Zhou family, one must place an order a full year in advance. Yet, at this moment, the Meng clan can reliably sell the minor obstruction pill, thus enhancing our reputation. Consequently, this will attract an increasing number of customers to our establishment, and the sales of other goods, such as spiritual plants and magical artifacts, will consequently flourish. Moreover, those who wish to procure the minor obstruction pill from the Meng clan will undoubtedly feel indebted to us. One never knows when such goodwill might prove invaluable." Wei Ping, captivated by this revelation, nodded in agreement. Observing Wei Ping's keen interest, Meng Hao continued with a sense of pride. "Furthermore, should our collaboration bring joy to the master, it is possible that one day we could sell other types of pills as well, thereby opening up a new avenue of profit." Despite knowing that Meng Hao was merely flattering the so-called master alchemist, Wei Ping could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Meeting Meng Hao's expectant gaze, he cleared his throat and said, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall convey everything you have mentioned to the master today." Upon hearing this, Meng Hao nodded with delight and, as customary, produced a bag of essence cultivation pills to present to Wei Ping. After bidding farewell to Meng Hao, Wei Ping exited the 1,000 Gold workshop. After navigating a convoluted route, he finally returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, he headed straight for the eastern chamber. There, he placed the red jade pill into a stone vial, and after a moment, he poured it out once more. In mere moments, the red jade pill had been infused with spiritual energy by the stone vial, transforming remarkably in appearance. Its material became increasingly translucent and subtly. It appeared to take on a semi-transparent form. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a cloud-like substance resembling jadeite, gently swirling within, exuding an extraordinary aura. Who would have thought that this seemingly extraordinary elixir, which now stood out so prominently, was just a simple red jade pill not long ago? As he leaned in to take a whiff, he found that it bore no trace of the fragrant essence typical of pills, instead emanating an air of concealed treasure. Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped the red jade pill and swallowed it whole. With a soft gulp, the pill, hard as jade, plummeted into his abdomen. For an ordinary person, consuming such a pill would be akin to swallowing gold and inviting death. However, for Wei Ping, no danger lurked in this act. As the red jade pill entered his system, he instinctively activated the lesser 5-element skill, channeling countless strands of spiritual power to diligently digest the pill, which was as tough as stone. Suddenly, a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from the red jade pill. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Wei Ping involuntarily let out a muffled groan, gritting his teeth and exerting himself to harness the lesser 5-element skill. After an entire night of relentless effort, Wei Ping finally opened his eyes. Compared to the previous day, he had gained an additional strand of spiritual power within his dantian. Despite his fervent absorption throughout the night, he had yet to fully harness the medicinal potency of the red jade pill. At this moment, a small portion of its energy remained, accumulating within him. After a night of frenzied cultivation, Wei Ping felt a recurring sharp pain coursing through his meridians, though it posed no significant issue. Once he paused his training and allowed his meridians to relax for half a day, he could refine and absorb the remaining energy. Once fully assimilated, he might even acquire another strand of spiritual power. Wei Ping was uncertain of the original potency of the red jade pill, But the energy it possessed after being infused was nothing short of terrifying. Even now, cultivating with this enhanced red jade pill felt somewhat strenuous. Enduring the occasional sharp pang in his meridians, Wei Ping rose and retrieved a bowl filled with some green sprout rice, mixing it with the original grains, and proceeded to a corner of the courtyard. This corner, encircled by branches, had been cleared by Wei Ping, who had removed the tiles to cultivate not only the spiritual bamboo he had once wielded as a weapon but also to raise piglets within. As Wei Ping emerged with the bowl of mixed green sprout rice, the piglet, sensing the aroma, sprang to its feet and began to sniff eagerly. It quickly turned its gaze towards its master, Wei Ping, specifically focusing on the bowl in his hands. As Wei Ping approached, the piglet's small eyes sparkled with excitement, accompanied by soft grunts and the drooling of saliva, eventually becoming so anxious that it began to trot in circles within the small corner. Observing this, Wei Ping chuckled. "You silly creature, your nose is quite discerning." He opened the gate, set down the earthen basin, and disdainfully kicked at the piglet that had approached him, attempting to ingratiate itself. "Go on, eat," he said. Observing the piglet relish its meal brought him a sense of indifference, and he turned away to retrieve a stone bottle, instinctively watering the bamboo he had planted in the courtyard since his arrival at this residence. Though the bamboo had not shown any immediate changes over the past few days, its vitality was undeniably increasing. Wei Ping was convinced that with continued care, he would one day savor the tender shoots of this bamboo. Thus, Wei Ping's days passed in a steady rhythm, raising pigs and cultivating bamboo, occasionally indulging in a red jade pill. Over the course of a month, he had consumed 11 of these red jade pills, supplemented by daily nourishment from the green sprout rice. On this particular day, Wei Ping felt his dantian swell with renewed energy. As the spiritual power within him reached its peak, he realized it was time to break through to the 4th stage of spirit gathering. Entering his usual meditation room in the eastern wing, he took out a minor breakthrough pill and steadied his mind. As he focused on his dantian and his breath gradually calmed, he brought the pill to his lips and swallowed it in one swift motion. Chapter 33. Is the piglet truly a genius? An hour later, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted within the eastern chamber where Wei Ping practiced his cultivation. Seated on the floor with his knees crossed and palms facing the heavens, Wei Ping, whose complexion had turned slightly pale, opened his eyes to reveal a hint of a smile. After consuming 2 small breaking barrier pills, he had finally ascended to the 4th level of spirit gathering. From this moment forth, Wei Ping could proudly identify himself as a mid-level spirit gathering practitioner. Following his breakthrough, Wei Ping felt his senses sharpen remarkably. With the slightest movement of his ears, he became acutely aware of the rustling leaves in the courtyard, the footsteps of passers-by on the street outside, and the distant vibrations of cart wheels. Sounds that had previously gone unnoticed now resonated in his mind. After a moment, he gradually harnessed his senses, calming his heart and mind before closing his eyes once more to circulate his minor 5 elements cultivation. This not only solidified his realm, but also allowed him to observe the various enhancements that accompanied his breakthrough. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level of spirit gathering brought about significant changes. Firstly, his dantian had expanded once again, doubling its original capacity. Simultaneously, Wei Ping's physical strength increased, and his skin became even smoother and more resilient. Most importantly, he could now project his spiritual energy outward. Unlike before, when he could only manipulate lighter objects with his control object technique, now, as long as his internal spiritual energy was not depleted, he could control weapons at will. The force he could exert would correlate directly with the amount of spiritual energy he channeled. Naturally, if he were to wield a magical artifact, the manipulation would not only be more fluid, but would also require less energy. If Wei Ping were to encounter the former Master Jin Yin again, he would no longer need to engage in physical confrontation. With merely a thought, he could wield a sharp weapon to strike down his adversary. Half a day later, at the hour of the pig, approximately 9:00 p.m., a full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the courtyard with clarity. After a day of cultivation, he had finally stabilized his realm. As he relaxed his mind, Wei Ping suddenly recalled that he had yet to feed the piglet. With a gentle creak, he pushed open the door, ready to attend to the piglet. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found the piglet facing the full moon, in a posture that suggested it was reverently worshipping the celestial body. The dark, unassuming creature exuded an air of sanctity at that moment. With every breath it took, its skin rhythmically pulsed in a mesmerizing manner. Strands of moonlight, resembling silvery threads, were inhaled through its snout and mouth. Each time a wisp of moonlight was absorbed by the piglet, Wei Ping could feel its aura strengthening ever so slightly. Suddenly, a thought surged within Wei Ping's mind. Could it be that this piglet is capable of cultivating as well? In recent days, Wei Ping had come across various insights regarding cultivation. He understood that beyond human practitioners, all things in the universe could cultivate if they possessed the right opportunities. The cultivation realms of these extraordinary beings began at the first level of spirit gathering, with the only distinction lying in the terminology used for each major level. The transformation of the piglet today seems to have commenced after it was fed the sprouted rice shoots. Perhaps it is indeed the enchanted rice that has guided the piglet onto the path of cultivation. The more I ponder this notion, the more it resonates with me. In the future, if I continue to feed the piglet ample amounts of sprouted rice, it may soon reach the first stage of spiritual awakening, thereby becoming a spirit beast. The mere thought of riding a spirit beast into the world fills Wei Ping with anticipation. Moments later, as the moon gradually descended, the piglet concluded its communion with the moonlight, its nostrils flaring as it turned to regard Wei Ping. To be precise, it was gazing at the earthenware basin in Wei Ping's hands, letting out soft grunts. Seeing this, a faint smile crept across Wei Ping's face as he shook his head. What a gluttonous little fool. He first poured some sprouted rice into the basin, then mixed in a few grains of enchanted rice, before approaching the piglet with the basin. During the process of feeding, Wei Ping suddenly added a bit more sprouted rice. After all the days of consuming sprouted rice, the piglet was no longer the same as when it first arrived in Xianyuan City. Once somewhat plump, it now appeared remarkably fit. Its muscular frame complemented by a pair of 1-foot-long tusks, a sight that could send shivers down one's spine. Wei Ping set down the basin and, observing the piglet lunging at him like a starving ghost, remarked, "Go on, eat up, you foolish creature. If you don't transform into what's deemed a spirit beast after all this sprouted rice, I might just have to feast on you." The piglet, oblivious to the implications of Wei Ping's words, grunted contentedly as it devoured the food. Several days passed. One day, after feeding the piglet, Wei Ping intended to turn and leave when he noticed the piglet suddenly freeze, its body tense as it emitted a faint pulling force from within. Wei Ping halted in his tracks, astonished as he gazed at the piglet. This phenomenon was reminiscent of his own experience when he entered the first stage of spiritual awakening. The piglet was about to break through. Without delay, Wei Ping dashed to the piglet's side, ready with a few premium nurturing pills just in case. Fortunately, all the enchanted rice the piglet had consumed since childhood had not been in vain. The entire breakthrough process unfolded smoothly and without incident. As the piglet underwent a metamorphosis from a rustic swine to a celestial spirit beast. Following its breakthrough, the piglet not only exhibited a significant increase in strength, but, more crucially, it displayed enhanced intelligence. After a bit of training, the piglet could even comprehend some of Wei Ping's words, much to his delight. 3 days later, it was once again the day for Wei Ping to trade with Meng Hao. As usual, he donned his disguise, concealing 2 minor breakthrough pills within his garments, and made his way to Qianjin workshop. Along the way, he received enthusiastic greetings from passers-by. In recent times, news of the Meng family's spiritual plants collaborating with a master alchemist had spread widely, with Wei Ping playing a pivotal role in the tale, rendering him quite well known. Indeed, in the past few days, several individuals had approached Wei Ping, seeking his assistance in forging connections for potential collaboration. Wei Ping initially declined the collaboration, citing the limited quantity of the minor breaking barrier pills. However, it wasn't long before another party expressed interest in partnering to sell various other elixirs. Regrettably, aside from the nourishing pill, the true master alchemist Wei Ping was only proficient in the minor breaking barrier pill, leaving him with no alternative but to relinquish the prospect. After a while, with a smile that had begun to feel somewhat rigid, Wei Ping finally approached the Ming family's spirit plant stall. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze from afar. Fixated upon him, he discreetly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance around. Yet, upon inspection, he found no suspicious figures. He could ascertain that the scrutinizing gaze was no mere illusion. Was it possible that his recent visibility had attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals? This thought caused Wei Ping's brow to furrow tightly. Engaging in a partnership with Ming Hao to sell pills would inevitably require him to expose himself. He had been overly trusting of the regulations in Xianyuan City that prohibited combat among practitioners. While no one openly violated these rules, the clandestine actions of others remained uncertain. Wei Ping narrowed his eyes, a faint aura of menace emanating from him. It seemed imperative that he acquire a protective artifact for his own safety. Chapter 34. Selecting magical artifacts. Acquiring magical artifacts in the city of Xianyuan is, in fact, a straightforward endeavor. Within the Qianjin workshop, finished magical artifacts are readily available for purchase. However, even a mere low-grade first-tier artifact is often valued at 300 to 400 Peiyuan pills. Given that Wei Ping's earnings had been entirely converted into Hongyu pills, he found himself momentarily unable to muster such an amount of Peiyuan pills. After some contemplation, he decided to seek assistance from Meng Hao. With hastened steps, Wei Ping approached Ming's spiritual herb stall. Meng Hao immediately spotted Wei Ping, his eyes lighting up with recognition. Before Wei Ping could close the distance, Meng Hao eagerly approached him. "Ha ha, fellow Taoist Wei, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" Before he could finish, Meng Hao abruptly froze, his expression morphing into one of profound astonishment. Having observed from a distance, he had not sensed anything amiss until he stood beside Wei Ping, where he suddenly felt a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from him. This level of pressure was something Meng Hao had previously only experienced from practitioners at the mid-stage of the nascent spirit realm. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he scrutinized Wei Ping from head to toe, his voice stammering with disbelief. "Wei, fellow Taoist Wei, in just over a month, you have reached the mid-stage of the nascent spirit realm?" Wei Ping's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He had nearly forgotten that with the stone vial in hand, his cultivation speed was indeed unparalleled. Being discovered by Meng Hao was not particularly concerning. He could always invoke the name of the alchemy master to provide an explanation. However, while such excuses might suffice once or twice, they would lose credibility upon repetition. It would be prudent to find a method to conceal his true cultivation level. As thoughts raced through his mind, Wei Ping maintained a facade of composure. He slightly nodded, feigning pride as he responded, "Ha ha, you are quite perceptive, my friend. You noticed right away. In truth, it is all thanks to the master. I have been serving by the master's side, and from time to time, I receive elixirs as gifts. With the master's assistance, my cultivation naturally progresses swiftly." Meng Hao, envious and filled with longing, observed Wei Ping's smiling face, his eyes practically gleaming with jealousy. The words struck a chord within him, making him wish he could serve the master instead. Unfortunately, Wei Ping had been rather tight-lipped. Despite the passage of time, he had yet to even reveal the master's name. After a heavy sigh, Meng Hao remarked, "It is indeed your diligent service that pleases the master. Otherwise, he would not bestow elixirs upon you." Wei Ping nodded in agreement and then handed Meng Hao the vial containing the minor barrier-breaking pill. "Friend Meng, let us complete this transaction before we continue our conversation." Upon receiving the minor barrier-breaking pill from Wei Ping, Meng Hao promptly offered 4 Hongyu pills in return. After inspecting the pills to ensure their authenticity, Wei Ping accepted them, placing them into his pocket. Following customary practice, Meng Hao was about to offer Wei Ping a small pouch of Peiyuan pills. However, this time, Wei Ping declined to accept them. Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback, ready to inquire further, when he noticed Wei Ping's serious expression as he spoke. "Earlier, you mentioned that you have magical artifacts for sale here?" Initially puzzled by Wei Ping's refusal to accept the red envelope, Meng Hao's curiosity was quickly assuaged upon hearing his words. His demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, and with a hint of concern in his voice, he asked, "Is there trouble, my friend?" Wei Ping nodded slightly, "Just a minor inconvenience." Not wishing to pry further, Meng Hao directly stated, "Indeed, my Ming family does have magical artifacts for sale. While we do not possess mid-grade or high-grade artifacts, we do offer superior quality among the low-grade ones. However, these artifacts are not crafted by my family, so I can only offer them to you at cost price." Wei Ping nodded in agreement. "That is only fair. We cannot allow you to incur a loss." A trace of hesitation crossed Wei Ping's face as he added, "I left in a hurry and currently find myself short on Peiyuan pills." He had initially intended to defer payment for the magical artifacts with the Peiyuan pills. However, at this moment, a thought struck him, and he shifted the conversation. "Fortunately, just before I left, the master bestowed upon me 2 minor barrier-breaking pills. Would it be possible to use these as payment?" Upon hearing this, Meng Hao was taken aback. Using minor barrier-breaking pills as currency? Such extravagance! His immediate thought was, what is the relationship between Wei Ping and the master? Is he so favored that he can receive pills at any moment? Could it be that Wei Ping is a relative, or perhaps even a disciple of the master? Regardless, it was clear that Wei Ping held a significant standing in the master's eyes. With this realization, Meng Hao approached Wei Ping with increased caution. "You are offering me Peiyuan pills. How could I possibly refuse? Let us adhere to our previous agreement, 180 Peiyuan pills per artifact. What do you think?" Wei Ping nodded with a smile. "You are most generous, Meng Daoyu." Meng Hao then inquired, "What type of magical artifact are you seeking?" After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ping suddenly recalled the impressive feeling of the Lingzu he had previously used. Do you have any long staff-type artifacts? Meng Hao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated Wei Ping's preference for such a type of artifact. However, he quickly replied with a smile, we do have them, but long staff-type artifacts are quite heavy. While they possess unmatched might and tremendous power, they lack the lightness and agility of other types, and their use can be quite taxing. Are you certain you wish for this kind of artifact? Wei Ping's eyes brightened at this. With his abundant spiritual energy and the cultivation of the minor 5 elements technique, coupled with his body refinement, he was indeed unperturbed by the consumption involved. He nodded affirmatively, I want the long staff-type artifact. Without further ado, Meng Hao summoned an attendant and gave a few instructions. The attendant swiftly departed and soon returned, perspiration glistening on his brow, carrying a staff-like item wrapped in cloth. Upon arriving beside Wei Ping and Meng Hao, the fellow was about to remove the long staff from his back. Observing his cumbersome movements, Wei Ping instinctively reached out and took the staff from him. Subconsciously employing the technique of controlling magical artifacts, he infused his spiritual energy into the staff. In the next moment, what had felt remarkably light to Wei Ping suddenly became exceedingly heavy, increasing in weight nearly tenfold. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. It is worth noting that Wei Ping, having cultivated the minor 5-element origin technique, possessed physical strength that far surpassed that of his peers at the same cultivation level. Currently, he could lift stones weighing thousands of pounds, yet this staff still gave him a sense of heaviness, as if it weighed nearly 2,000 pounds. Seeing Wei Ping maintain his composure while wielding the staff with his spiritual energy, Meng Hao instinctively took a few steps back, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Although Wei Ping appeared quite slender, how could he possess such immense strength? A single strike from that staff could easily shatter him to pieces. Simultaneously, Meng Hao understood why Wei Ping had chosen such a cumbersome artifact. Truly, a talent of exceptional caliber. Swallowing hard, Meng Hao stepped forward and remarked, friend, you possess remarkable skills. This staff is known as the 1,000 Gene Staff, a low-grade, first-tier magical artifact, weighing merely 300 pounds. However, it is inscribed with 2,000 gene talismans. And once activated with spiritual energy, its weight can instantaneously surge to 2,300 pounds. If one can wield it, few in the mid-stage of spiritual transformation can withstand it. Such artifacts are typically only manageable by physical cultivators. It appears you are preparing to advance in that direction. Chapter 35. The Weighty Staff. Inferior to my spirit bamboo, the formidable staff captivated Wei Ping's admiration. He slung the imposing staff behind him and addressed Meng Hao. Indeed. I shall take this staff. Pray tell, how many Peiyuan pills does it require? Will my 2 meager breaking obstacle pills suffice? Meng Hao waved his hand dismissively. That will be sufficient. Although this staff is crafted from robust materials, its worth is merely 350 Peiyuan pills. Noticing Wei Ping's earnest intent to purchase, Meng Hao procured a small booklet from the attendant and presented it to Wei Ping. My friend, it can be rather cumbersome to wield this staff using the object control technique, thus I shall bestow upon you a rather sophisticated treatise on mundane martial arts. Wei Ping accepted the booklet and observed the prominent title inscribed upon it, the 6 Harmonies Staff Technique. He tucked the 6 Harmonies Staff Technique away and performed a respectful bow. Thank you, my friend. Meng Hao gestured for him not to mention it further. Subsequently, he handed Wei Ping a small pouch containing 10 Peiyuan pills. This time, Wei Ping did not decline. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and left, the staff now resting upon his back. Watching Wei Ping depart with the staff, his gait unwavering and robust, Meng Hao could not help but shake his head in contemplation. I wonder which unfortunate soul has crossed paths with Brother Wei. Upon returning home, Wei Ping perused the 6 Harmonies Staff Technique twice, committing each move and posture to memory. He seized the staff and channeled his spiritual energy through his palm into it. In the next moment, the staff transformed into a colossal weight of 2,300 pounds. Gradually lifting the 2,300-pound staff, Wei Ping commenced his practice of the 6 Harmonies Staff Technique with precision and discipline. Though the technique comprises only 6 forms, its expansive and fierce nature perfectly complemented the immense weight of the staff. As he practiced, the shadows of the staff danced like the night demon probing the sea, the Dragon King stirring the waters, and Erlang shouldering the mountain. Initially, Wei Ping appeared somewhat rigid, but after executing a complete cycle, he grasped the essence of each move. Gradually, the speed of the staff in Wei Ping's hands increased, the dark shaft slicing through the air, producing thunderous sounds akin to the roar of a tempest. After executing the 6 Harmonies Staff Technique once more, He felt his vitality surge, finally finding an outlet for his immense strength. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he became. In no time, the courtyard was filled with the flurry of staff shadows, gusts of wind rising from the ground, causing the ornamental arrangements to sway. In a corner, the piglet had begun to exhibit a semblance of consciousness. Witnessing the spectacle, a look of fear flickered in its eyes, as it sensed that should the staff strike it, it would be reduced to a mere puddle of pork. With a few grunts, the piglet retreated on all fours until it found solace beside the spirit bamboo, cautiously peeking out at Wei Ping. Meanwhile, as Wei Ping's spiritual energy surged, his arms expanded suddenly, increasing his strength by another 50%. He bellowed, a mighty strike to split Mount Hua, and then brought the staff crashing down onto the ground with a resounding thud. A resounding explosion suddenly echoed through the courtyard as a wave of earth surged upwards, carrying bricks and stones into the sky, causing the very ground to tremble. Wei Ping's entire body was enveloped in a crimson hue, exuding a misty vapor. And as he breathed, thick white puffs emerged, almost tangible. Upon surveying the courtyard, a deep pit, measuring over a foot in depth, was conspicuously formed. Despite the formidable power of the Qianjun staff, there was no trace of amusement on Wei Ping's face. Lowering his gaze to the dark Qianjun staff, his brow furrowed slightly, and he murmured to himself, had the weight of the staff altered just now? Though it was a question posed to himself, Wei Ping was already certain that something had gone awry in the final moment. For his last strike, the splitting Mount Hua technique, he had not aimed for the pit's location. Reflecting on the situation, Wei Ping conjectured that perhaps the intricacies of channeling spiritual energy to activate the Qianjun staff had played a role. From the very beginning, he had sensed that the staff was not as responsive as his own spiritual bamboo. However, he had dismissed it at the time. It was only in that critical moment that the peculiar sensation caused fluctuations in the Qianjun talisman, resulting in a change in the staff's weight, leading his aim to deviate by several inches. In the course of his regular practice of the Six Harmony staff technique, such minor discrepancies were inconsequential. Indeed, a slight misalignment of a few inches was trivial compared to the overall power. After all, the Qianjun staff was merely a low-grade, first-tier magical weapon, its material inherently lacking in quality. Yet, having experienced the seamless flow of spiritual energy into his spiritual bamboo, Wei Ping found it increasingly difficult to accept the Qianjun staff's shortcomings. Soon, a thought surged into Wei Ping's mind. Could his spiritual bamboo be refined into a magical weapon? Abruptly, he cast aside the Qianjun staff and approached the spiritual bamboo, grasping it with both hands. With a deep breath, he exerted a forceful tug. The ground, already loosened by the earlier strike, yielded easily, and he successfully uprooted the entire spiritual bamboo. Since being replanted, it had not grown, remaining roughly a foot in length. But the golden markings on its surface had expanded, and its spiritual essence had intensified. Grasping the bamboo horizontally, Wei Ping focused his thoughts, and his internal spiritual energy surged into it. In an instant, the energy coursed through the entire length of the bamboo, devoid of any hindrance. A satisfied smile spread across Wei Ping's face. This felt right. Subsequently, he flexed his arms with vigor, bending the bamboo, which responded with a force nearly rivaling his own immense strength. Yet, the bamboo only bent slightly. Wei Ping's satisfaction grew. Its remarkable sturdiness assured him that refining it into a magical weapon would be no challenge at all. Gazing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching. Wei Ping resolved to take his spiritual bamboo to the city's crafting shop the following day. Just as he intended to retrieve some green rice to start a fire for cooking, he turned and was suddenly confronted by the sight of the massive pit in the courtyard. Instantly, a wave of regret washed over him. In his moment of venting, he had failed to consider the consequences. A considerable pit lay in the courtyard, not only unsightly, but also quite inconvenient. After pondering for a moment, Wei Ping's gaze shifted towards the piglet. The little creature, now wary of its master wielding a stick, quickly let out a couple of appeasing grunts upon noticing Wei Ping's attention. Wei Ping nodded approvingly, declaring, "Excellent, you shall do." After issuing the command to fill the pit, he leisurely returned to his room, the bamboo staff in hand. The following day, Wei Ping stepped out of the residence, meandering into a deserted alley. When he emerged, he had transformed into a different visage, distinct from his usual appearance of a burly man with a yellow face. Caution was his ally. With the long bamboo staff balanced on his shoulder, Wei Ping ascended the mountain. This time, he opted against visiting the bustling Qianjin Square. The throngs of people there would surely draw unwanted attention to his conspicuous bamboo, making future endeavors cumbersome. Moreover, The stalls in Tianjin Square were primarily frequented by those at the initial stages of spirit cultivation. He could not allow such a fine piece of bamboo to fall into the hands of careless craftsmen. In no time, Wei Ping discovered a smithy. Chapter 36. Crafting spirit bamboo into instruments. The Hu family's blacksmith shop was not a random choice by Wei Ping. It is said that this shop has been passed down through 3 generations, having opened its doors on the very day the immortal Fate City was established. The venerable elder Hu has expanded the reputation of the Hu family blacksmith shop, is a master craftsman nearing the pinnacle of first-tier quality. Without a doubt, both his skills and character are well regarded. Glancing up at the sign, Wei Ping stepped into the forge. Inside the shop, several rows of weapon racks stood, filled to the brim with various magical instruments. Judging by their quality, each piece was exquisite, no less impressive than the Thousand Gene staff. On the opposite wall, 3 artifacts radiated an even greater aura of spirituality than the Thousand Gene staff. As Wei Ping regarded those 3 pieces, he couldn't help but muse. Are these the mid-tier first-grade artifacts? Noticing Wei Ping's entrance, a robust middle-aged man, who appeared to be enjoying a cup of tea, lifted his head. Upon seeing Wei Ping, his attention was immediately captured by the spirit bamboo behind him, and his eyes sparkled with interest, not from greed, but from pure appreciation. The man quickly rose from his chair, beaming as he approached, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Hu Wei, the proprietor of this Hu family blacksmith shop. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Wei Ping nodded. Hu Wei chuckled heartily and began to enthusiastically promote his wares. You have an excellent eye, my friend. The clear wind blade and the blazing flame sword from our shop are truly top-notch. Wei Ping shook his head, directly interrupting the shopkeeper's sales pitch. I am not here to purchase magical instruments. Hu Wei was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the spirit bamboo behind Wei Ping. Though he had his suspicions, he still inquired with a smile. Then, may I ask what brings you here? Wei Ping removed the spirit bamboo from his back and stated, I wish to request that you forge this bamboo into a magical instrument. Upon hearing this, a hint of difficulty crossed Hu Wei's face as he pondered his response. Typically, a first-tier low-grade craftsman only specializes in a few types of instruments and cannot undertake custom orders. In our shop, only my grandfather, Hu Yan, is a mid-tier craftsman, but to have him work on it, the cost will not be inexpensive. Wei Ping simply nodded, unfazed. Money is not an issue. Seeing this, Hu Wei's smile deepened. In that case, please allow me a moment. He called over a few assistants with a few brief instructions before heading towards the back courtyard. Moments later, Hu Wei returned, accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair, bare-chested, revealing a physique as robust as forged iron. Clearly, this was Hu Yan, the mid-tier craftsman Hu Wei had mentioned. As Hu Yan approached, his gaze fixed intently on the spirit bamboo in Wei Ping's hand. Without waiting for Hu Wei to introduce him, Hu Yan directly approached Wei Ping, his voice resonating like a bell. Friend, this spiritual bamboo of yours is truly rare. It must nearly be of the first-tier high quality. Is it for sale? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise appeared in Wei Ping's eyes. This individual possessed remarkable insight. Ever since the spiritual bamboo had sprouted, it had been nourished with the essence of stone bottle water for nearly 3 months. Given such prolonged care, the spiritual energy contained within had long surpassed that of first-tier mid-grade spiritual plants like the Yinlingzi. Thus, it aligned perfectly with Hu Yan's assessment. Truly, as a first-tier mid-grade artifact refiner, he could discern the extraordinary nature of Wei Ping's bamboo at a glance. However, Wei Ping soon regained his composure and shook his head, responding, it is not for sale. This treasure I intend to keep for myself. Upon hearing this, a visible disappointment crept across Hu Yan's face. In that case, might I have the privilege of examining your spiritual bamboo? Wei Ping, naturally not one to be stingy, handed the bamboo over to him. Hu Yan received the bamboo, meticulously inspecting it from top to bottom. As he did so, his eyes gleamed brighter, and his fingers occasionally tapped against the bamboo's surface, producing resonant sounds akin to the reverberations of metal and stone. What a fine bamboo! It is abundant in spiritual energy, remarkably resilient, and what is even rarer is that, despite being severed from its roots, it still harbors vitality. My friend, where did you acquire such a treasure? Wei Ping casually replied, I stumbled upon it by chance. After a pause, he inquired, might I ask if this bamboo can be refined into a magical tool? Hu Yan immediately responded, with such excellent material, it would not be difficult for me to refine it into a first-tier mid-grade magical tool. However, considering this bamboo's vitality, it would indeed be a pity to transform it into a mere tool in its current state. As he spoke, Hu Yan's gaze towards Wei Ping shifted, appearing as though he were looking at someone squandering a precious resource. If you were to nurture it for several more decades, I could potentially refine it into a first-tier high-quality magical tool. Wei Ping maintained his composure outwardly, but internally he felt a surge of joy. According to Hu Yan, if he continued to nourish this bamboo with stone bottled water, he could eventually obtain a first-tier high-quality magical tool. However, by that time, the bamboo's value would be immeasurable, and he could not afford to reveal it easily. After pondering for a moment, Wei Ping further asked, "Might you be able to refine it into a magical tool without compromising its vitality?" Hu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am but a first-tier mid-grade artifact refiner. How could I possess the legendary techniques of which you speak? Do not jest with me." Immediately, Wei Ping found himself in a quandary. He possessed only this one bamboo. If its vitality were depleted during the refinement process, he could never cultivate another. Yet, he did not dwell on this for long, as Hu Yan's voice soon rang out again. "If you wish to preserve the bamboo's vitality while still utilizing it as a magical tool, there is indeed a way. Simply inscribe runes upon it without further refining. I can, at most, inscribe 3 artifact patterns upon it. However, such an approach is not only labor-intensive but also consumes resources comparable to the crafting of a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact." Wei Ping's eyes brightened instantly. "Then I must entrust you, my friend, to assist me in this endeavor." Hu Yan cast a sidelong glance at Wei Ping. "If you wish for me to lend my expertise, it will require 1,500 pei yuan dan." Wei Ping's expression remained tranquil as he nodded. 1,500 it shall be." Hu Yan scrutinized Wei Ping from head to toe before adding, "A half upfront deposit is necessary." Wei Ping produced a medicinal vial. "Might your esteemed establishment accept the exchange of minor barrier pills?" A flicker of surprise appeared in Hu Yan's eyes, and his gaze towards Wei Ping shifted noticeably. "I did not anticipate that you were also an alchemist. Such a coveted item as the minor barrier pill is certainly welcome in our shop. We could value each at 190 pei yuan dan. How does that sound?" While this price was slightly below the selling rate at Meng Hao's establishment, it was still higher than the 90% commission offered by Meng Hao, to which Wei Ping had no objections. Subsequently, he poured out 4 minor barrier pills from the vial and handed them to Hu Yan. After a thorough inspection, confirming their authenticity, Hu Yan retrieved a block of crimson gold hand and presented it to Wei Ping. "The rough refinement of this bamboo will take a day. Please return tomorrow with this token to collect your magical artifact." Chapter 37. Visitors from the Lord's mansion. A day later, Wei Ping arrived at the Hu family's blacksmith shop, clutching the crimson gold medallion. After handing the medallion to Hu Wei, it wasn't long before Hu reappeared, carrying a bamboo staff from the backyard. At first glance, this staff appeared indistinguishable from the spiritual bamboo of the previous day. However, it was evident that Hu Yan had employed some extraordinary method in its refinement, as the golden speckles on the staff had expanded slightly. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that both ends of the bamboo were encased in heavy copper rings, and numerous extremely fine lines had emerged along the bamboo's surface. As Wei Ping grasped the staff, the difference became even more apparent. The staff's weight had significantly increased, shedding the ethereal quality it once possessed. Moreover, when swung, it exhibited remarkable resilience. With minimal effort, it could produce a flurry of striking shadows. Curious, Wei Ping attempted to channel his spiritual energy, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. Although the vitality within the bamboo had undeniably diminished after its transformation into a magical artifact, as Hu Yan had suggested, the spiritual bamboo remained very much alive. With the presence of the stone vial, if this bamboo were planted in soil and nourished with the spirit-infused water for a few days, it would continue to flourish. Furthermore, after the initial refinement, Wei Ping found that his spiritual energy flowed into the staff with even greater ease. Observing the beaming smile on Wei Ping's face, Hu Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. The 1,500 cultivation pills had indeed proven to be an excellent investment. His grandfather had poured immense effort into the crafting of this spiritual bamboo staff. Within this staff resided 3 distinct inscriptions, one for breaking energy, another for shattering armor, and a third, the 1,000 Jin rune. With these 3 runes, although the spiritual bamboo staff was classified as low-grade, its power was sufficient to pose a threat to most mid-stage spirit-gathering practitioners. The more Hu Wei spoke, the brighter Wei Ping's expression became. Bowing slightly, Wei Ping addressed Hu Wei. "Please extend my gratitude to Master Hu Yan on my behalf. I shall substitute the remaining cultivation pills with minor disruption pills." With that, Wei Ping produced 4 minor disruption pills, together with the 4 from the previous day. These 8 pills held a total value of 1,520 cultivation pills. Hu Wei accepted the minor disruption pills with a smile, opting not to return any change, but instead generously providing Wei Ping with an additional 20 cultivation pills. As Wei Ping departed from the Hu family's blacksmith shop, he found a secluded corner to stow the spiritual bamboo staff into the stone vial. Taking a lengthy detour, he finally returned home. Once inside, he felt a sense of security as he revealed the spiritual bamboo staff for a thorough examination. While he had scrutinized it closely at the blacksmith shop, he had not tested its true power. Ordinary objects would not suffice to gauge the potential of the spiritual bamboo staff. So Wei Ping decided to use the 1,000-gene staff as a target for his experiment. Although the 1,000-gene staff was somewhat enigmatic in its energy flow, its solid materials were incomparable to ordinary iron. It was indeed the perfect subject for assessing the power of the spiritual bamboo staff. Firmly planting the 1,000-gene staff into the ground, Wei Ping grasped the spiritual bamboo staff, took a deep breath, and, as he exhaled, his arms bulged with veins, revealing muscles as formidable as a small mountain. As spiritual energy surged into the spirit bamboo staff, 3 intricate patterns were suddenly activated, and a faint azure light flickered, bestowing an overwhelming aura upon the staff. Dragon King's 3 waters. Wei Ping intoned sharply, thrusting the spirit bamboo staff forward with a sudden motion. With a tremor of his arm, the resilient staff vibrated violently, emitting a low, resonant howl, while 3 blossoms of the staff obscured the sky, immediately enveloping the Qianjun staff. A glimmer of joy flashed in Wei Ping's eyes upon witnessing the magnificent display of staff blossoms, in comparison to the cumbersome Qianjun staff. Wielding this remarkably flexible spirit bamboo staff to execute the Dragon King's technique was exponentially more powerful. In the next moment, the circular band at the tip of the spirit bamboo staff struck the Qianjun staff with a heavy thud. At the instant of impact, a dark pattern within the staff flickered, followed by a faint black light shimmering at its tip. Wei Ping understood immediately, the armor-breaking rune. The moment the power of the rune surged forth, several cracks appeared on the surface of the Qianjun staff. With a resounding crack, the Qianjun staff, as thick as an adult's grip, was astonishingly shattered into 2 pieces by the spirit bamboo staff. Such immense power! Wei Ping's face radiated exhilaration at the sight of the severed staff. With this strike, even the Qianjun staff had been cleaved in twain, and the armor-breaking rune had yet to fully exert its effect. He could hardly imagine the exquisite scene if it struck a practitioner. 1 week later, Wei Ping, transformed into a burly man, stepped out of his home, clutching a minor barrier elixir. At this moment, the spirit bamboo staff lay concealed within a stone vial at his waist. Should anyone foolishly seek to provoke him, Wei Ping could swiftly draw forth his formidable staff and deliver a resounding blow. However, this outing proved fortuitous, and he quickly completed his transaction. With the red jade elixir in hand, Wei Ping was just about to exit Qianjin Square when he turned to see a middle-aged man in understated dark attire quietly observing him from a distance. A frown creased Wei Ping's brow as he contemplated a hasty departure, but the middle-aged man took a few steps forward, positioning himself directly in Wei Ping's path. Simultaneously, Wei Ping felt an unprecedented sense of subtle pressure emanating from the man. Narrowing his eyes, he mused, a late-stage nascent spirit cultivator? Is he approaching me? Aware of the prohibition against private duels in Xianyuan City, Wei Ping discreetly placed a hand on his waist. Should this individual exhibit any untoward behavior, he would readily brandish his spirit bamboo staff and deliver a decisive strike. The middle-aged man seemed oblivious to Wei Ping's vigilance, advancing a few more steps before cupping his hands in greeting. Might you be Wei Ping, my friend? Noticing the man's courteous demeanor, Wei Ping's wariness eased slightly. Indeed, I am Wei Ping. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, promptly produced a gilded invitation from his bosom and presented it with both hands. I am the steward of the city lord's manor. I kindly ask you, esteemed friend, to inform the master who concocts the minor barrier-breaking elixir that the city lord requests his presence. Upon hearing these words, a tempest of emotion surged within Wei Ping. He was no longer the naive little iron egg he once was. From what Wei Ping understood, the city lord of Xianyuan City, Zhou Ji, was the son of the venerable ancestor who founded the city, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of spirit gathering. With just one foundation establishment elixir, this Zhou city lord could transcend to the foundation establishment stage. In contrast to Wei Ping and his fellow novice cultivators of the spirit gathering realm, those at the foundation establishment stage could soar through the skies, traverse vast distances, slay foes from afar, and extend their lifespans by 200 years. They were indeed the true celestial beings among mortals. In Xianyuan City, with the support of the Foundation establishment ancestor, Zhou Ji was akin to one who had already achieved that exalted status, despite not having formally reached it. To think that he would seek out someone like me. The steward of the city lord's manor then added, "Please convey to the master that attendance at this banquet is entirely voluntary. Should the master choose not to attend, the city lord's manor will not impose. However, should the master be able to grace us with his presence, he may very well obtain the formula for the coveted Hong Yu Dan he has long sought." Hearing the mention of the Hong Yu Dan formula caused Wei Ping's pupils to slightly tremble, and he promptly nodded in earnest agreement. "I shall certainly relay the message to the master." The steward of the city lord's manor clasped his fists in gratitude to Wei Ping before quietly departing. Chapter 38. The banquet at the lord's manor. Upon returning home, Wei Ping unsealed the gilded invitation delivered earlier by the steward of the lord's manor. The missive announced that a banquet would be held in 3 days, inviting renowned alchemists from within the city of Xianyuan. After perusing the invitation, Wei Ping fell into deep contemplation. The Lord must have a significant request, given the assembly of so many alchemists. Perhaps the reward could be the coveted formula for the Hong Yu Dan or other treasures, even if the Lord's recompense eluded him. The mere prospect of encountering a multitude of alchemists at the banquet made the journey worthwhile. He could readily exchange his modest formula for the Xiao Pazhong Dan with the other attendees in pursuit of the Hong Yu Dan or the Yang Ling Dan formulas. As for Meng's spiritual herbs, he held little hope. It had been over a month since he had solicited their assistance in locating the formulas for the Hong Yu Dan and Yang Ling Dan, yet no leads had surfaced, and he suspected none would in the future. Now, the opportunity to obtain the Hong Yu Dan formula lay before him, and Wei Ping was determined not to let it slip away. Opportunities such as these are fleeting. Should he miss this chance, it could be a long time before another presents itself. After much deliberation, Wei Ping resolved to attend the banquet, representing himself as an alchemist. 3 days later, clad in an ample black robe with a hood obscuring much of his face, Wei Ping arrived near the mountaintop. Before him stood an imposing manor adorned with intricate carvings and majestic architecture. The grand red door, glistening in the sunlight, bore the characters of the Lord's manor in resplendent display. At the entrance, the steward he had encountered previously awaited the arrival of guests. Approaching the steward, Wei Ping produced the gilded invitation from his robe and extended it. "I am the alchemist summoned by the Lord," he announced. Upon seeing the invitation, the steward's demeanor shifted to one of utmost courtesy. After scrutinizing the missive, he respectfully clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "Might I ask if you are the esteemed master who has recently concocted a significant quantity of Xiaopazhong Dan?" Wei Ping nodded in affirmation. The steward's respect intensified. "It is indeed a delightful surprise for such a master to grace us with your presence. May I inquire your surname?" In his natural tone, Wei Ping replied, "My surname is Wei." The steward promptly gestured, "Master Wei, the banquet is about to commence. Please, allow me to escort you inside." As the grand doors swung open, the steward guided Wei Ping into the Lord's manor. Upon entering, Wei Ping immediately sensed a remarkable increase in the concentration of spiritual energy surrounding him. The aura here was at least tenfold more potent than that of his dwelling on the mountainside. He was certain that if he could cultivate in such an environment, a single day's effort would equate to the benefits of a Pei Yuan Dan. Even without active cultivation, merely being in this place would extend one's lifespan. Wei Ping mused to himself, is this what is referred to as a spiritual vein? No wonder it is said that the offspring of immortal families are all prodigies. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, how could one not progress swiftly in their cultivation? After following the steward for a full quarter of an hour, Wei Ping finally arrived at a spacious great hall. Inside, a dozen individuals, each adorned in various styles, engaged in lively conversation, while a subtle yet distinct aroma of herbs permeated the air. This scent was not unfamiliar to Wei Ping. After an entire night of refining elixirs, he too would carry this fragrance. However, the unmistakable nature of this aroma compelled Wei Ping to cleanse himself thoroughly after each session to rid himself of the herbal scent. As he observed the others, the alchemists were also scrutinizing him. To be invited to such a gathering, he must also be an alchemist. Yet he had not been seen before. Indeed, when had such an alchemist emerged in the city of Xianyuan? Listening to the murmurs around him, a young alchemist in a light blue robe, appearing to be around 20, with a faintly haughty demeanor, glanced at Wei Ping, seemingly unimpressed. He returned his gaze to the tome in his hands. The steward of the city lord's manor stepped forward to introduce, "Esteemed masters, this is Master Wei." whose exceptional alchemical skills have recently produced a number of minor breakthrough elixirs in the city. Upon hearing the steward's introduction, the alchemist regarded Wei Ping with newfound astonishment. Following the steward's words, Wei Ping nodded in acknowledgement to the gathered alchemists. Soon after, several alchemists approached him to engage in conversation. I am Wang En, a Tier 1 alchemist from the Revitalization Pavilion. Master Wei, you seem unfamiliar. May I inquire where you previously practiced your craft? Having anticipated such inquiries, Wei Ping replied with a calm demeanor, my master is quite strict with his disciples, and I have only recently graduated. Thus, it is understandable that you have not encountered me before. At his words, the expressions of the alchemists across from him grew solemn. The presence of a master signifies that this Wei alchemist is not a solitary figure, and he likely possesses significant connections that warrant respect. One alchemist could not help but ask, while the minor breakthrough elixir is merely a Tier 1 mid-grade potion, its refinement is quite challenging, with each batch of materials. The yield is disappointingly low. Without a certain level of skill, even a Tier 1 mid-grade alchemist would incur losses in its production. The fact that you can manage this elixir indicates your master's remarkable capabilities. May I inquire about your esteemed master's identity? Wei Ping merely smiled in silence. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in bronze armor, his hair and beard slightly graying, with a square visage that commanded respect, entered the hall. Following him was another alchemist dressed in a deep purple robe, exuding a strong herbal aura. Upon the entrance of this middle-aged man, the assembly fell silent in respect. Wei Ping understood well that in the city lord's manor, there was only one individual of such standing, Lord Zhou. Zhou wore a broad smile as he approached the gathered crowd. I am profoundly grateful to all the alchemists who have graciously accepted my invitation to this banquet. I imagine that many of you are curious about the purpose of this gathering. The reason is quite simple, as you are aware. Ever since the esteemed Master Yin departed from the city lord's residence, the position of chief alchemist has remained vacant for over a year. Therefore, the purpose of summoning you esteemed alchemists here is to select one among you to assume the role of chief alchemist for our city lord's residence. To facilitate this, I have specifically invited Master Ban to devise several assessments. Upon hearing the city lord's words, some of the alchemists displayed palpable enthusiasm. However, many others seemed indifferent, wearing expressions of disinterest. Although the title of alchemist in the city lord's residence carries significant weight, it is accompanied by the constraints of the city lord's authority. Those present at this banquet are all first-tier high-grade alchemists. For the sake of a mere advantage, they are unlikely to endure such indignities. Zhou appeared to have anticipated this response. Observing the situation, a subtle smile graced his lips as he retrieved a jade slip from his robe. Those who pass the assessments will not only have the opportunity to become an alchemist in the city lord's residence, but will also inherit the alchemical legacy left by Master Yin upon his departure. Chapter 39. The Alchemist's Inheritance Examination. As Zhou Ji's words resonated, the alchemists surrounding Wei Ping instantly brightened with excitement. One of them boldly inquired, My lord, is this Master Yin the second-tier low-grade alchemist previously associated with the Lord's mansion? Zhou Ji's smile widened. Indeed, it is the legacy left by Master Yin Hai, a second-tier low-grade alchemist. Upon receiving this affirmation, the alchemists, who had initially displayed a semblance of restraint, could no longer contain their joy, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master Yin had been the sole second-tier alchemist in our Xianyuan city, and since his departure, there has been no other second-tier alchemist. The inheritance left by such a figure might very well lead to the attainment of a second-tier low-grade alchemy technique. If I could become a second-tier alchemist, would I not also ascend to the ranks of foundational realm practitioners? Could it be that within lies the legendary formula for foundational pills? Listening to the hushed whispers of the alchemists, Wei Ping's heart raced fervently. Although he could create self-made pills comparable to genuine ones with the aid of the stone bottle, this method, while superior in both success rate and speed, lacked the potency achieved by infusing genuine pills into the stone bottle. The enhancement of efficacy through this method was an effect absent from his handmade concoctions, coupled with the potential existence of foundational pill formulas within the inheritance. Wei Ping found himself deeply intrigued by the alchemical legacy bestowed by the Lord's mansion. What Wei Ping envisioned, the other alchemists undoubtedly pondered as well. In an instant, the previously harmonious atmosphere of the hall shifted dramatically. However, Wei Ping noticed one individual remained aloof, a young alchemist who had cast him a disdainful glance earlier. Exuding an air of haughtiness, the young man's expression bore no hint of surprise. It seemed he had anticipated the matter of the inheritance, his eyes gleaming with an unmistakable determination. As the tension in the hall escalated, Zhou Ji continued. To ensure fairness, the examination will take place within the Lord's mansion. The spiritual furnaces and necessary spiritual herbs for alchemy will be provided by the mansion. Of course, participation in this examination is entirely voluntary. Should any alchemist wish to withdraw, they may do so now. With the prospect of a second-tier inheritance looming before them, no one dared to leave. After a brief pause, seeing that no one stepped back, Zhou Ji nodded. This examination will be quite lengthy, approximately a week. Since you have all chosen to participate, you may now attend to your affairs. Upon hearing this, several alchemists bid their farewells and exited the hall. Wei Ping contemplated the need to ensure sufficient provisions for his pigs and to pause his dealings with Meng Hao for the week. And thus he too departed with the other alchemists. More than half an hour later, after attending to his matters, Wei Ping returned to the Lord's mansion. On this occasion, the steward guided Wei Ping directly to another area of the Lord's mansion, a cliff adorned with numerous caverns, where the previous alchemists had also gathered. Awaiting them was Zhou Ji, who announced in a resonant voice, "The last Master Wei has returned. We must not delay. The assessment is officially commencing." Subsequently, Zhou Ji stepped back a few paces, granting the rather elderly alchemist the space to assume his position. The alchemist clasped his hands in greeting towards Zhou Ji and then stepped forward, addressing the assembly with a smile. "I believe most of you present are familiar with me, but I also see a few new faces for the first time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Banli, the esteemed alchemist of the Lord's Mansion, a first-tier master alchemist. I shall preside over this assessment, and I will be the one to determine your results. Do any of you have objections?" Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. "Haha, who does not know that Master Ban is both highly respected and upright? We have no objections to your oversight of our assessment." Although Wei Ping was unfamiliar with this alchemist, he discerned from the absence of dissent among the others that Ban Li was undoubtedly a person of remarkable skill and integrity. In response, Ban Li beamed with delight, bowing slightly to the crowd, then gestured towards the many caverns atop the cliff, saying, "Please choose a cavern and enter. The upcoming assessment will take place within your respective caverns, so there is no need to worry about others observing your alchemical techniques. The first test involves evaluating your ability to concoct spiritual herbs, discern their properties, and eliminate any toxins. Each cavern will contain an identical assortment of spiritual herbs. The task is for you to process your assigned herbs and eradicate their toxins. Your scores will be based on the speed, quantity, and, most critically, the successful removal of toxins and their efficacy. Those who pass this assessment will be awarded a first-tier mid-grade alchemical formula from the Lord's Mansion." Upon hearing the reward, many faces brightened with joy, but as they carefully considered the assessment requirements, several expressions shifted to concern. Spiritual herbs are so named because they harbor spiritual energy, which not only enhances their medicinal properties, but can also induce troublesome toxicity within certain herbs. A momentary lapse in handling some special materials could result in the release of toxins, and the unfortunate consequence would befall the handler. While the formula was indeed valuable, it paled in comparison to one's safety. Immediately, two alchemists, lacking confidence in their ability to process the herbs, revealed their hesitation. After some contemplation, they approached Lord Zhou Ji to apologize and formally withdrew from the assessment. Zhou Ji did not press them and allowed their departure after presenting them with a small token of appreciation. Among the remaining crowd, many alchemists exhibited signs of uncertainty. Only Wei Ping and the haughty alchemist maintained their composure, devoid of any sign of panic. This was because Wei Ping realized that the assessment posed no difficulty for him at all, based on his prior experiences. It sufficed to place the spirit herb into the stone vial and take a brief journey, after which all harmful toxins and impurities would be eradicated. This initial assessment's reward was, for Wei Ping, nearly akin to receiving a gift. As for another alchemist, he exhibited a boldness befitting his considerable skill. Just moments ago, Wei Ping had overheard the surrounding conversations and learned that this individual was named Mu Feng. Appearing to be around 20 years of age, he was, in reality, only 40 yet had already attained the status of a first-tier high-grade alchemist, undoubtedly a genius in the art of alchemy. Furthermore, what made this even more significant was that Mu Feng was a disciple of Ban Li, with such a background and a promising future. It was no wonder that Mu Feng often carried himself with an air of superiority. Once the alchemists had grasped the rules, Ban Li nodded. "Since you all have decided to participate in the assessment, let us commence forthwith." Subsequently, the alchemists who chose to partake in the examination approached Mayor Zhou Ji to draw lots. The outcome of their draw would determine which cave they would be assessed in. Under the watchful supervision of Zhou Ji, who stood at the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm, there was no possibility for any deceit to occur beneath his vigilant gaze. Chapter 40. Did I withdraw? How was I unaware? Wei Ping drew the number 13 cave dwelling. He handed the slip of paper to a nearby attendant who guided him to the 13th cave. Inside the dwelling, there were 3 rooms. The first room contained a square mat and a table, presumably intended for the rest of the alchemist. The second room housed a large round table, fully equipped with various tools for preparing medicinal materials, such as mortar, jade grinder, and scales. In addition, the table displayed a plethora of medicinal herbs. Among these, not only the spiritual plants, but also the ordinary herbs, such as aconite, arsenic, and poisonous water lily, were evident as noted in medical texts. The herbs in this room were clearly prepared for the first assessment. The final room featured a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron, with several pieces of spiritual wood stacked within, indicating it was designated as the alchemist's workshop. However, Wei Ping found it unnecessary for the moment. Returning to the second room, he discovered a note densely filled with small characters on the large round table. Picking it up, he found it contained the methods for processing the spiritual herbs and various requirements regarding the final product's color, shape, and taste. After studying the note for a moment, he exhaled a sigh of relief. It was not difficult. Previously, he had worried whether the preparation of spiritual herbs required specific spells unique to alchemists. Upon reading, he realized that the methods for handling these herbs were largely consistent with those he had encountered in medical texts, without the need for additional spells. The only consideration was to be particularly cautious during the processing to avoid excessive damage to their spiritual essence. Wei Ping believed that he was inferior to those alchemists in handling spiritual plants, yet he remained undeterred. He possessed a stone bottle. Even if the spiritual essence diminished during processing, he could simply use the stone bottle to replenish it directly. Moreover, any impurities and toxins within the herbs would also be eliminated. After reviewing the note, Wei Ping swiftly began to process the medicinal materials. Outside the cliff, Zhou Ji and Ban Li sat atop a tall building, sipping tea and engaging in a game of chess. After a while, Zhou Ji let out a bitter smile, tossing 2 pieces onto the empty squares of the board. Clearly, he was no match for the seasoned Ban Li. Ban Li gently stroked his beard as the black and white pieces automatically returned to the chess container, then chuckled softly. I am merely a few years older than you. But in a few more years, not only will you surpass me in chess, but your cultivation may also reach that foundational realm. His tone carried a hint of melancholy. Zhou Ji offered a few words of comfort, then stored the chessboard and turned to the direction of the cliff, inquiring, in your esteemed opinion, do you believe any of these individuals will comprehend that alchemical formula? Ban Li pondered for a moment and replied, in my view, Wang and from the Huichun Pavilion, Feng Guang of the Feng family, and my disciple Mu Feng all have the potential to grasp that formula. However, the time required may be considerable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's eyes sparkled with a flicker of anticipation, only to be immediately subdued. Time waits for no one. Observing Zhou Ji's demeanor, it was Ban Li who took on the role of the comforter this time. There is no need for such anxiety, City Lord. Among those participating in the assessment are several fresh faces. Perhaps one of them may indeed be a prodigy. Take, for instance, the solitary cultivator Ma Ji, or the recently emerging alchemist Wei Dan, both of whom possess extraordinary talents. With a sigh, Zhou Ji was preparing to respond when suddenly a resounding explosion echoed from the cliffside. Almost immediately, a faint, dark blue smoke began to waft from a cave. Ban Li's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this, and he promptly stood, his voice grave. Has the Qing Shuang fruit been ruined? Which fool was so careless? If mishandled, its toxicity could overwhelm even those at the mid-stage of the spirit-nurturing realm. Hearing the gravity in Ban Li's words, Zhou Ji's countenance altered. He formed a spell with his hands, and a shimmering sword of azure light surged forth from his back. With a leap, Zhou Ji ascended onto the blade, propelling himself rapidly toward the cave, emitting the toxic fumes. As he drew near, he waved his hand, and a gust of wind flung open the cave's entrance, dispersing the swirling smoke and revealing the figure of an alchemist sprawled on the ground within. The alchemist's face had turned a mottled hue of blue and purple, with white froth at the corners of his mouth, indicating a severe case of poisoning. Zhou Ji rushed in, lifted the alchemist, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Ban Li, arriving at the cave entrance slightly behind, took the unfortunate alchemist from Zhou Ji's hands. He pried open the alchemist's mouth and placed a detoxification pill inside. After a quarter of an hour, the alchemist's complexion gradually returned to normal, and he slowly regained consciousness. Upon glimpsing the wreckage of the cave, memories of the recent events flooded back, prompting a mingling of fear and shame to wash over his face. After expressing his gratitude to Zhou Ji and Ban Li, the alchemist departed the city lord's residence in a state of dejection. In truth, this alchemist was not without skill. He was, after all, a mid-grade first-tier alchemist. Yet, even so, he found himself unable to manage such a spirit herb. Meanwhile, outside, Wei Ping remained blissfully unaware of the chaos. At this moment, he diligently followed the instructions inscribed on a piece of paper, meticulously processing the medicinal herbs. He paid little heed to whether his methods were flawless. As long as they appeared satisfactory, he was content. For instance, according to the note, a fire attribute spirit herb named Yingua Chao needed to be concocted into a bottle of translucent orange liquid. Wei Ping, undeterred by any uncertainties, crushed the Yingua Chao to extract its juice, placing it into a stone vial and waiting briefly before retrieving it. The resulting concoction matched the description on the paper perfectly, a vibrant orange hue, clear and luminous. The remaining herbs were treated similarly, regardless of their original state. After passing through the stone vial, they transformed into the precise forms specified on the paper. Their color, shape, texture, and potency were all presented in a state of perfection. This method proved to be both safe and efficient. After a little over an hour, Wei Ping had meticulously processed all 26 herbs laid out before him. Once he had completed the task, he initially intended to exit immediately. However, upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to remain inconspicuous. Thus he chose to wait within the confines of his cave dwelling. As time passed, a further half-day elapsed. 8 hours had gone by since the commencement of the first assessment when Wei Ping finally stepped out of the cave. Not far away, Zhou Ji and Ban Li exchanged glances upon seeing Wei Ping emerge, both revealing an expression of resigned understanding. Zhou Ji shook his head and remarked, "Another alchemist has chosen to forfeit. This makes 5, doesn't it?" Ban Li sighed. "It seems our expectations may be too lofty. Yet, without high standards, how can one hope to inherit Master Yan's legacy and unravel the mysteries of that formula?" As Wei Ping approached Zhou Ji, he had yet to utter a word when Zhou Ji produced a small box from his robes and handed it to him. "Dear friend, there is no need for despondency. It is merely an assessment. If one fails, so be it. As long as nothing unforeseen has transpired, that is what truly matters." Wei Ping appeared somewhat bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he finally responded, "But I completed the assessment. How can there be talk of failure?" Chapter 41. The arrival of the red jade elixir. Upon hearing Wei Ping's words, both Zhou Ji and Ban Li were momentarily taken aback. Ban Li furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Of the 26 types of spiritual herbs, how many did you manage to concoct, my young friend?" Zhou Ji, upon hearing this, began to speculate quietly. Given that Master Wei emerged so early, he likely selected only those spiritual herbs he was most proficient in processing, leaving the rest untouched. A wise choice, indeed, as it is far superior to the folly of attempting the impossible. However, such mediocrity is not what I seek. Noticing Ban Li's demeanor, Wei Ping felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Despite his deliberate delay, he had still arrived too early. Yet, since he was already there, he had no choice but to respond, "I have successfully processed all of them." A flicker of disbelief appeared in Ban Li's eyes, and his frown deepened. "Young friend, these 26 types of spiritual herbs are intertwined with poison. A single misstep could not only fail to eliminate the toxicity, but could also transform a precious remedy into a poisonous concoction. Even I could not complete such a task in under 8 hours." His tone was laden with skepticism towards Wei Ping. Wei Ping did not argue, simply stating, "Whether I succeeded or not, esteemed senior, you shall see upon entering cave number 13. Ban Li's irritation surfaced slightly as he retorted, "Very well. I shall observe the results of your efforts in this brief span of time." With that, he waved his sleeve and proceeded toward cave number 13, followed closely by Wei Ping and Zhou Ji. Ban Li took the lead, entering the cave first. The moment he stepped inside, he felt a subtle twitch at the tip of his nose, and his previously agitated expression suddenly froze. He murmured softly, "Strange. The scent of the medicine here seems rather promising." He also noticed that, apart from a hint of medicinal aroma, there were no traces of the toxic mist he had anticipated. Zhou Ji, who followed closely behind, asked upon seeing Ban Li halt, "Master, what is the matter? Is there a residue of poisonous mist inside?" Banley shook his head slightly. No, it appears this young friend is not as lacking as I had previously thought. With that, Banley hastened into the room where the herbs had been processed. Upon entering, he was greeted by a large table filled with jars and bottles. Precisely 26 in number. Banley casually picked up one of the vials and opened it. Extracting a long silver needle from his sleeve, he dipped it into the vial. When he lifted the needle, a drop of transparent, orange-yellow liquid clung to its tip. Inside the vial was the essence of the flame centipede herb. Upon observing the impeccable quality of the flame centipede herb extract, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Banley's eyes. This extract seemed to have been entirely purged of its fiery toxins, its medicinal properties intact and complete. Setting down the flame centipede herb extract, Banley then reached for another vial. Inside this vial, he found a layer of pale gray powder. As soon as Banley opened the vial, a fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Without needing to examine it closely, Banley could ascertain that the vial contained the yin root, completely stripped of its toxicity while retaining its medicinal properties. The brilliance in Banley's eyes intensified, and his hands moved with increasing speed, causing his aged body to tremble slightly. Observing this spectacle, Zhou Ji quickly understood the gravity of the situation. This seemingly youthful alchemist was no ordinary talent. He was indeed a genius capable of processing 26 medicinal herbs within 8 hours. Zhou Ji turned his head slightly to glance at Wei Ping, a hint of admiration rising in his gaze. Although Wei Ping was unaware of Zhou Ji's thoughts, the fervor in Zhou Ji's eyes made him feel somewhat uneasy. It would have been prudent to wait for another 8 hours before emerging. Before long, Banley had inspected all 26 vials on the table. After completing his review, he stood frozen, astonishment evident in his aged eyes. Noticing Banley's stillness, Zhou Ji hastily inquired, "Master, what do you think? Are there any issues with these herbs?" Banley was roused from his reverie by Zhou Ji's voice. His lips moved a few times before he glanced at Wei Ping and replied, "The herbs concocted by this young friend are of impeccable quality. In my humble opinion, there are no issues whatsoever." Upon hearing this, delight illuminated Zhou Ji's eyes. "Are they truly all perfect?" Banley nodded affirmatively and added, "However, whether there are any residual toxins can only be confirmed after testing the herbs. This is a simple matter." Zhou Ji immediately summoned numerous servants to bring forth all the herbs prepared by Wei Ping. Subsequently, he addressed Wei Ping with a warm demeanor, saying, "Young friend, please follow me." The trio exited the cave, where an entirely snow-white, stout, and large-eared pig had been brought over at some point. Banley explained to Wei Ping, "This is a medicinal pig I have specially cultivated. Its physique is robust and impervious to the effects of spiritual herbs." Under the watchful eyes of the three, the medicinal pig was fed with the herbs prepared by Wei Ping every quarter hour. The pig grew increasingly animated, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. It was not until 3 hours later, after testing all 26 herbs, that Banley regarded Wei Ping with astonishment and remarked, "Young friend, you truly possess remarkable skill. In my over 60 years of alchemy, I have never witnessed such perfect preparation techniques." Wei Ping, modest and unassuming, clasped his hands in response, saying, "Senior, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate." Zhou Ji laughed heartily. "There is no need for modesty, young friend, since Master Ban has spoken so highly of you. Your talent must indeed be exceptional." After a pause, he curiously inquired, "I have served as the mayor of this Xianyuan city for over 20 years and believed myself well acquainted with it. I am surprised to discover such a talented alchemist in our midst. May I ask your esteemed name and from whom you have learned?" Wei Ping softly said, "I am Wei Yan, having recently arrived in the city of celestial fate. It is understandable that the city lord is unaware of my presence. As for my esteemed master, he abhors chaos and thus forbids his disciples from disclosing their origins. I hope the city lord can forgive this." Zhou Ji waved his hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. "Since you have successfully completed the first assessment, I, as the city lord, shall certainly uphold my promise. You may choose any one of the 18 first-tier mid-grade alchemical formulas possessed by our city lord's manor." Banley added, "We have a comprehensive collection of commonly used alchemical formulas here. Should you not find the specific formula you seek, you may select an alternative from the same category. Might I inquire if you have a particular formula in mind?" Without hesitation, Wei Ping inquired, "Might there be a formula for the Crimson Jade Pill?" Banley responded with a smile, "Indeed, we possess the formula for this commonly used elixir. Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you." Chapter 42, Move Phone What? I am not in first place. Shortly thereafter, Wei Ping eagerly received a leather scroll from the returning Ban Li. In the presence of Ban Li and Zhou Ji, Wei Ping could hardly contain his excitement as he unfurled it. The scroll detailed the Hongyu Dan, a first-tier mid-grade elixir, with its principal ingredient being Hongyu Sui and blood maple leaves. After firmly committing the recipe to memory, Wei Ping contentedly stowed it away. With this formula in hand, he need not worry about his cultivation for the foreseeable future. Noticing Wei Ping's satisfied smile, Zhou Ji remarked with a grin, "Young Wei has managed the spiritual herbs so impeccably, it must have required considerable effort. With ample time before the other alchemists complete their assessments, why not meditate in cave number 13 to refine your mind? This cliff is indeed the heart of the spiritual vein of our Lord S estate. A night of meditation here will surely yield rewards." Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in agreement. "Then I shall humbly comply." Upon returning to the cave, Wei Ping settled onto the meditation cushion in the first chamber and began to cultivate the small 5 elements origin technique. As he initiated the technique, a radiant light filled his eyes. The location of the spiritual vein was indeed extraordinary. As soon as the technique commenced, the ambient spiritual energy began to converge around him at an astonishing pace. In less than a quarter of an hour, he absorbed a wisp of spiritual energy. As time passed, more and more alchemists emerged from the cave. Those who could exit at that moment had skills in herb preparation far superior to those who had previously forfeited. Although the processed herbs retained some toxic residues, they were at least suitable for use in alchemy. However, utilizing such materials would result in elixirs with significant toxicity, classifying them merely as inferior products. Only by eliminating over 80% of the toxins could the herbs be deemed qualified without adversely affecting the quality of the elixirs. Ban Li precisely employed this criterion to evaluate the assessment results. 2 days swiftly elapsed. Aside from Wei Ping, 4 other alchemists successfully passed the assessment, with Mu Feng achieving the highest score. Out of 26 types of herbs, aside from 5 first-tier mid-grade spiritual plants, including the Yanguan grass, all the remaining herbs were processed adequately, achieving a remarkable 21 qualifications. The remaining 5 plants, entangled in deep toxicity, required meticulous handling to avoid compromising their quality. Although Mu Feng's processing did not meet the standards for these 5, they were still marginally usable, comparable even to the efforts of seasoned first-tier superior alchemists. Had it not been for Wei Ping, Mu Feng would have undoubtedly claimed first place. Unfortunately, with Wei Ping's exemplary performance preceding him, Zhou Ji's assessment of Ban Li's disciple was less than favorable. Even Ban Li, usually effusive in praise, refrained from commending Mu Feng at this moment. Though puzzled, Mu Feng said nothing further, presuming that his master was merely exercising caution to avoid any semblance of bias. As the results of the assessments for the numerous alchemists were finalized, the 4 who had successfully passed the examination anticipated the commencement of the second round. However, they were taken aback when the city lord, Zhou Ji, suddenly summoned the steward of the city lord's mansion and whispered a few words to him. Subsequently, the steward made his way towards the long-closed cave number 13. Observing this, Mu Feng and the others found themselves filled with curiosity. Earlier, upon exiting the cave, they had noticed that several alchemists had chosen to leave prematurely, opting to forfeit their chances. Initially, they presumed that the alchemists within cave number 13 had made similar choices. Yet, it soon became apparent that the situation was not as they had surmised. Before long, Wei Ping followed the steward to stand before Zhou Ji and Ban Li. Upon seeing Wei Ping, Ban Li greeted him warmly, asking, "Have you had sufficient rest, young friend Wei?" Meanwhile, Zhou Ji expressed his concern, saying, "If you haven't rested well, do take some additional time to meditate, as it would be unwise to let this affect the forthcoming assessment." Wei Ping, having relied solely on a stone vial for his alchemical preparations, had not exerted himself and had spent the entire day in meditation. Thus, he could not possibly be lacking in rest. He clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, esteemed city lord and master Ban, for your concern. After a night of meditation, I feel rejuvenated and assure you it will not impact the upcoming evaluation." Zhou Ji nodded in approval, remarking, "That is splendid." Witnessing Zhou Ji's amiable demeanor towards Wei Ping, Mu Feng and the others were taken aback. Why did Master Ban and City Lord Zhou display such favoritism towards this relatively unknown young alchemist? Moreover, from Zhou Ji's words, it seemed that if this Wei fellow had not rested adequately, he would even consider postponing the second round of assessments for him. Feeling confident in his own performance, having secured first place, Mu Feng could not refrain from voicing his bewilderment. "City Lord, Why do you show such favoritism towards this Wei alchemist? Does he possess some significant background? Before Zhou Ji could respond, Ban Li furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand his impolite disciple. Observing this, Zhou Ji waved his hand with a smile, saying, Master Ban, it is only natural for Mu Feng to have such doubts. Please do not take offense. With a disdainful snort, Ban Li produced the alchemical concoctions that Wei Ping had prepared earlier and displayed them before everyone. Take a good look. These are the elixirs that young friend Wei has successfully concocted in just over 8 hours. 26 varieties, each one pure without exception. And accomplished in the shortest time, this is undoubtedly deserving of first place. At this proclamation, Mu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. 8 hours, and he had completed all 26 elixirs? How could that be possible? As he gazed at the vials before him, his fingers trembled slightly as he picked up one of them for closer inspection. The more he examined it, the more his incredulity deepened. The potency was exquisite, devoid of any toxic elements, and the appearance was flawless. Unwilling to accept that anyone could achieve such an extraordinary feat within merely 8 hours, Mu Feng set down the first vial and reached for another. After a moment of silence, Mu Feng appeared somewhat dazed as he set down the vial in his hand and gazed at Wei Ping. Astonishingly, they were all in flawless condition. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, the other alchemists were equally taken aback, their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Zhou Ji maintained his usual calm demeanor and inquired gently, Do any of the esteemed alchemists have further questions? None of Mu Feng and the others dared to speak up. Noticing that the alchemists had fallen silent, Zhou Ji continued, Since there are no objections, let us proceed to the second assessment. At that moment, Ban Li stepped forward, lightly gesturing with his hand, and 5 sheets of parchment flew from his sleeve, landing in the hands of Wei Ping and the others. Upon closer inspection, Wei Ping discovered the pages were densely filled with fine script. The Xian Huidan, known for its efficacy in clearing blood stasis and healing internal injuries, was classified as a top-tier first-grade elixir, primarily composed of the first-grade spirit herb, Fire Lingji, along with Xian Divine and Song Yunir. Instantly, Wei Ping's heart leaped with joy. He had unexpectedly received a first-grade top-tier formula. According to the description within the formula, consuming a single Xian Huidan could completely heal an internal injury sustained by a late-stage nascent spirit practitioner within a week. Even for those at the peak of the nascent spirit level, the Xian Huidan would still yield certain benefits. If one were to continuously ingest the Xian Huidan, it could entirely remedy their internal injuries. The potency of this elixir truly lived up to its reputation as a first-grade top-tier medicine. Ban Li then slowly announced, The second assessment requires each of you to refine this first-grade top-tier elixir, the Xian Huidan, using 3 sets of medicinal materials within 5 days. Chapter 43. Assessment results. A flicker of joy appeared in Wei Ping's eyes, while Mu Feng and his companions wore expressions of distress. After a moment of struggle, it was Mu Feng who stepped forward first, addressing his mentor and the city lord with earnestness. Esteemed sir, respected teacher. Mastering the refinement of a first-tier superior elixir within a mere 5 days, with only 3 chances to concoct, is an impossible feat. Another alchemist could not contain himself and interjected, What Master Mu has stated is indeed accurate. Moreover, as I understand it, although the Xuan Huidan is classified as a first-tier superior elixir, its refinement is significantly more challenging than that of ordinary first-tier elixirs. Given our abilities, it is utterly unattainable. Ban Li cast a casual glance at Mu Feng and the alchemist, silencing them with a single statement. What? Do you wish to forfeit Master Yanhai's legacy? Upon hearing this, the glimmer of retreat that had emerged in the other's eyes was instantly replaced with determination. Observing this, Zhou Ji proclaimed, Since no one wishes to withdraw, the second round of the assessment officially commences. As his words fell, Wei Ping and the others clutched their Xuan Huidan formulas and hurried towards their respective chambers. Upon entering his chamber, Mu Feng unfurled the Xuan Huidan formula, furrowing his brow as he meticulously pondered each line and word. I shall not be outdone by you, Wei. In contrast to Mu Feng and the others, Wei Ping entered his chamber and directly proceeded to the room containing the alchemical furnace. Unbeknownst to him, 3 sets of materials necessary for refining the Xuan Huidan had already been placed within the room. Wei Ping promptly stored all 3 sets of materials into stone vials before examining the formula. In just a brief moment, Wei Ping had thoroughly reviewed the formula. The Xuan Huidan truly lived up to its classification as a first-tier superior elixir, requiring a far greater number of spiritual herbs than the minor breakthrough elixir. Furthermore, Wei Ping discovered that the materials needed for the Xuanhuadan were identical to those required in the first assessment. They were a mixture of medicinal herbs and toxins that necessitated purification before the refinement could commence. This was merely the first hurdle in the process of concocting the Xuanhuadan. Subsequently, the intricacies of flame intensity, timing, and the sequence of adding ingredients posed further complications. However, none of this troubled Wei Ping. He retrieved the 3 sets of spiritually endowed materials for the Xuanhuadan from the stone vials, and, employing the method he had devised, skillfully began the process of decocting and shaping the elixirs. In less than an hour, 5 orbs the size of Longan, with a deep crimson hue, materialized in Wei Ping's hands. Once these 5 elixirs fully dried, they would be indistinguishable from authentic Xuanhuadan. During the ensuing time, Wei Ping remained industrious. In addition to training, he utilized 1 set of materials from the 3 to ostentatiously simulate the refining process in the alchemical furnace. While doing so, he intentionally left traces of the process on his garments, alongside the scorch marks on the furnace's exterior. After completing these tasks, Wei Ping sat upon the meditation cushion, his heart and mind directed towards the heavens, engaging in a profound meditative practice. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days had elapsed. The second assessment was approaching its designated hour. This time, Wei Ping, having learned from past experiences, refrained from exiting the cave in advance, instead awaiting the arrival of the city lord's envoy. It wasn't long before a bell within the cave rang out, signaling that someone outside had come to summon him. He rose gracefully and stepped out of the cave. Outside, a guard from the city lord's residence was waiting respectfully for Wei Ping. Upon his emergence, the guard addressed him with deference. Dan Master Wei, the time for the assessment has arrived. Please accompany me to meet the esteemed city lord with the elixirs you have refined. Wei Ping nodded, but then suddenly noticed a figure not far away, gazing intently at him. It was Mu Feng. At this moment, Mu Feng appeared fatigued. His once resplendent light blue robe now bore signs of soot and wear. However, his eyes shone with a remarkable brightness, and a subtle air of arrogance lingered between his brows. The other 3 companions, in stark contrast, wore expressions of dejection. Without needing to ask, Wei Ping understood that they had undoubtedly failed in their refining endeavors. He chose to disregard Mu Feng and followed the guard down the cliff. At the base of the cliff, Ban Li and Shou Ji awaited Wei Ping and his companions in a pavilion. Observing the exhausted demeanor of the 5, Shou Ji and Ban Li nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing their earnest efforts. The 5 lined up, and Shou Ji gestured. Please, esteemed Dan Masters, present the Xuanhuadan you have refined for Master Ban to evaluate. The 3 disheartened alchemists shook their heads, their faces etched with bitterness. One of them spoke. I, as a junior, lack the skill and have failed to produce the... The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Shou Ji felt disappointment but refrained from comment. He nodded gently and turned his attention to Wei Ping and Mu Feng. Mu Feng, eager to seize the moment, quickly produced a pill bottle from his robe and presented it to Shou Ji and Ban Li. With a slight lift of his chin and a hint of pride in his voice, he proclaimed, Esteemed City Lord, Master, I am fortunate not to have disappointed you. I have successfully refined a... Ben Li's eyes brightened instantly, a look of surprise washing over his face. Excellent, excellent. I did not expect you, Fenger, to have refined thee in such a short span of 5 days. It seems your alchemical skills have greatly improved. As he spoke, Ban Li took the pill bottle from his disciple's hands. Gently tipping it, a slightly irregular, pockmarked crimson elixir appeared before Ban Li and Shou Ji. Upon seeing this, disappointment swiftly clouded Shou Ji's expression. A subpar elixir. This inferior concoction, while barely qualifying as a, lacked the potent efficacy of a genuine one and retained a significant amount of toxic residue. Nevertheless, one might reluctantly concede that this inferior Xuanhuadan can indeed be referred to as Xuanhuadan. Within a mere span of 5 days, Mu Feng was able to comprehend an unfamiliar first-tier superior pill formula and, utilizing only 3 medicinal ingredients, successfully concoct an inferior Xuanhuadan. A feat that undeniably showcases his exceptional talent. Ban Li, gazing at this subpar Xuanhuadan, could not help but burst into laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Fenger, you have truly impressed me, and it has not been in vain for me to impart my knowledge to you. With a sense of pride, Mu Feng cast a sidelong glance at Wei Ping and, with a beaming smile, bowed to Ban Li. The skills I possess are all thanks to my esteemed master's teachings. Under normal circumstances, Mu Feng's inferior medicinal pill would suffice to pass the assessment, hence Ban Li's evident joy. However, Observing this inferior Xuanhuadan, Zhou Ji appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Fortunately, there was still Wei Ping nearby to look forward to. Zhou Ji then turned to Wei Ping. Young friend Wei, might I inquire if you have succeeded in refining the Xuanhuadan? Wei Ping retrieved a Dan bottle from his robe and nodded affirmatively. I have succeeded. Zhou Ji's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly accepted the Dan bottle, unable to contain his excitement as he poured out its contents. In the next moment, a flawless, gem-like Xuanhuadan, resplendent in deep crimson hue, presented itself before the onlookers. Chapter 44. The Lord's Request. As Zhou Ji gazed upon the exquisite Xuanhuadan, the anticipation in his eyes swiftly transformed into sheer astonishment. Although Zhou Ji lacked proficiency in alchemy, the mere appearance of the pill revealed its superiority over Mu Feng's inferior concoction by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Ban Li was so taken aback that his mouth instinctively fell agape. Unlike Zhou Ji, who was an outsider, Ban Li was a seasoned expert. With a mere glance, he discerned that this pill was flawless, confirming not only its identity as a Xuanhuadan but also its status as a rare masterpiece. To Ban Li's amazement, Wei Xiaoyu had indeed managed to refine a Xuanhuadan within just 5 days. Beside them, Mu Feng still wore an air of arrogance, barely deigning to glance at the pill crafted by Wei Ping. However, upon hearing Ban Li's exclamation, Mu Feng's gaze unwittingly shifted towards the Xuanhuadan in Zhou Ji's hand. Instantly, his pupils contracted in disbelief, and he nearly stumbled in shock. At this moment, no one paid any mind to Mu Feng. Even Ban Li's eyes were fixated on the pill in Zhou Ji's grasp, reluctant to look away. After a while, noticing that Zhou Ji was still transfixed by the Xuanhuadan, Ban Li could no longer contain himself. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a trembling voice. Lord, might I beg you to allow me a closer inspection of this Xuanhuadan? Only then did Zhou Ji come to his senses, handing the pill to Ban Li while turning to gaze eagerly at Wei Ping. I had no idea that within our immortal fate city there existed a gem like Wei Xiaoyu. I nearly missed it. Wei Ping clasped his hands in respect, smiling as he replied, Your praise is unwarranted, my lord. I merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. On the other side, Ban Li had gently scraped a small amount of powder from the Xuanhuadan and tasted it. With each moment, the wonder on his face deepened. Ha ha ha, Wei Xiaoyu, no? Master Wei, this is no mere luck. This Xuanhuadan is rich in medicinal power and, remarkably, devoid of any residual toxicity. A true masterpiece. Such excellence cannot be attributed to mere chance. As he spoke, a glimmer of yearning appeared on Ban Li's face. I can only wonder which esteemed master has nurtured such a talent in Wei Xiaoyu. I am almost compelled to pay a visit at once. Ban Li cast an expectant glance at Wei Ping. Wei Ping sighed with a wry smile. Master Ban, it is not that I wish to withhold, but my teacher strictly forbade me from discussing his identity in public. Seeing the determination in Wei Ping's eyes, Ban Li sighed, feeling a sense of regret. It seems I am being unreasonable. At that moment, Zhou Ji chuckled heartily. There is no need for such formality, Master Ban. With Master Wei serving as our alchemical consultant in the Lord's office, surely you will have the opportunity to witness the artistry of that alchemical master. Without further ado, Ban Li declared Wei Ping the ultimate victor of this assessment. Zhou Ji warmly addressed Wei Ping. Master Wei, you are the final winner of this trial. From this moment forth, you shall serve as the alchemist of my city lord's estate. The esteemed alchemist, aside from the tasks assigned by the Lord, shall have no other obligations. You may also select a residence within the first tier of the spiritual vein at the mountain summit. With these words, Zhou Ji solemnly presented a dark-hued jade slip to Wei Ping. This is the legacy of the alchemist left behind by the esteemed Yen Hai when he departed from our city lord's estate. I implore you, young friend Wei, to delve deeply into its teachings and honor Master Yan's illustrious name. Wei Ping nodded earnestly, assuring, Rest assured, my lord. I shall diligently master Master Yan's legacy at the earliest opportunity. Under the envious gazes of Mu Feng and others, Wei Ping accepted the dark jade slip with a beaming expression. Observing Wei Ping's acceptance of the slip, Zhou Ji smiled with satisfaction. He then cast a casual glance at Mu Feng and the others, stating, The assessment has concluded. I shall not detain you any longer. You may collect a first-tier intermediate recipe from the steward upon your departure. Mu Feng and his companions left with expressions of disappointment. Just as Wei Ping was about to take his leave, Zhou Ji suddenly remarked, Master Wei, do not be hasty. I have another matter to discuss. Please, accompany me. Although Wei Ping was unaware of Zhou Ji's intentions, the warm demeanor of Zhou Ji and Ban Li suggested it was not of ill consequence. Moments later, Wei Ping was led to a private chamber within the city lord's estate. While this chamber was not as spacious as the previous grand hall, its decor exuded a sense of refinement, clearly indicating it was Zhou Ji's personal space. Upon entering the chamber, they took their seats, and Wei Ping respectfully inquired, "May I ask what matters concern the Lord?" Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively. "There is no rush. After Master Wei has examined Master Yan's legacy, I shall elaborate further." Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Wei Ping complied, placing the jade slip against his forehead to attune his senses. In the next moment, a vast array of information flooded his consciousness. Within this legacy were Master Yan's unique techniques for fire control, pill refinement, and pill division, alongside over 100 methods for cultivating first-tier spiritual plants and the intricacies of their preparation, exceedingly detailed. Furthermore, this legacy contained a special technique for nurturing a personal spiritual field. Upon reading about this personal spiritual field, Wei Ping's eyes lit up. This spiritual field, contained within a spatial vessel, could be carried wherever one went, an object of desire for any alchemist. Even though Wei Ping was merely an aspiring alchemist, the allure of this personal spiritual field was immense. Beyond this knowledge, the legacy also included 3 methods of concoction: the first-tier superior blood-boiling pill, the first-tier exquisite beauty-nourishing pill, and the most precious of all, the quasi-second-tier 100 herbs restoration liquid. The most valuable among these is the 100 herbs restoration liquid, which is not a pill, but a specialized healing elixir. Its efficacy is worthy of its quasi-second-tier grade for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. As long as they still draw breath and have not been afflicted by certain lethal poisons, it can restore their lives, even for those who have attained foundational existence. The effects are quite remarkable. After a substantial period of time, Wei Ping finally managed to glean a rough understanding of the information contained within this inheritance. Subsequently, he opened his eyes and addressed Zhou Ji, who had patiently waited without a hint of impatience. "I apologize for making you wait, esteemed city lord. I have now reviewed the contents of this inheritance. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss?" Zhou Ji set down his teacup and replied with a smile. "Might I ask if Master Wei has discerned the method for concocting the 100 herbs rejuvenation elixir within Master Yanhai's legacy?" Wei Ping nodded in affirmation. Zhou Ji's expression bore a hint of anticipation. "It is my earnest request that Master Wei swiftly master the crafting techniques of the 100 herbs rejuvenation elixir and successfully produce it." At these words, Wei Ping was taken aback. He recalled that the 100 herbs rejuvenation elixir was not only exceedingly difficult to concoct, but also required a special technique to be activated for absorption during use. Instantly, the relevant information regarding the elixir flooded his mind. He bypassed the portion concerning the concoction itself, as having the stone vial made that aspect trivial. The crux lay in that special technique. Upon carefully examining the intricate details of the technique, Wei Ping felt a sense of assurance swell within him. The technique was not overly complex within the inheritance, and he believed he could master it. He then nodded at Zhou Ji and said, "Since you have bestowed your trust upon me, I shall certainly endeavor to do my utmost." Chapter 45. The Wei Mansion. Upon witnessing Wei Ping's calm demeanor and unperturbed expression, the matter was promptly agreed upon. Zhou Ji and Ban Li exhibited contrasting emotions. Zhou Ji, brimming with delight, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, I knew this would pose no challenge for Master Wei. If he can indeed concoct the 100 herb rejuvenation elixir, he will have rendered a tremendous service to my lordship." Meanwhile, Ban Li could not help but shake his head with a wry smile, remarking, "The younger generation is formidable." In response to the praises from Zhou Ji and Ban Li, Wei Ping simply smiled shyly and inquired, "My lord, how shall we determine the remuneration for the concoction of this 100 herb rejuvenation elixir?" Zhou Ji waved his hand grandly and replied, "I presume you lack for nothing in terms of spirit stones and the like. Therefore, if there is anything you desire, I shall offer it as your reward." Since embarking on his path of cultivation, Wei Ping had yet to behold a complete spirit stone. Had he not heard the first part of Zhou Ji's statement, he might have blurted out a desire for spirit stones as payment. However, the latter part of Zhou Ji's remark clearly suggested that he could provide treasures even more valuable than spirit stones. Instantly, the notion of a personal spirit field sprang to mind. With such a spirit field, he could cultivate spiritual plants at will, employing stone vials to accelerate their growth without drawing attention. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ji, who continued to smile, he added, "Of course, if your desired item proves too precious, my lordship may not be able to afford it." Wei Ping replied with a grin, "Rest assured, I would not wish to put you in a difficult position. Coincidentally, I am in need of a personal spirit field. Might I propose this as my reward?" Upon hearing the term personal spirit field, Zhou Ji's expression momentarily stiffened, a hint of hesitation crossing his face. Such fields were exceedingly rare within Xianyuan City, and to my knowledge, only Master Ban possesses one. At this, Wei Ping felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that the Lord might refuse. Fortunately, after a brief pause, Zhou Ji resolutely stated, "However, this is our first collaboration, and I would not want to disappoint Master Wei. There is no need to wait for you to concoct the 100 herb rejuvenation elixir. Simply allow me a few days to procure the personal spirit field from elsewhere, and I shall present it to you." Wei Ping could not contain his joy and quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Subsequently, with enthusiasm, he asked, "My lord, where might I find the medicinal ingredients for the elixir? I wish to return and thoroughly study the method of concoction to produce the 100 herb rejuvenation elixir as soon as possible." However, Zhou Ji appeared somewhat awkward as he spread his hands, saying, "The other auxiliary ingredients for the 100 herb rejuvenation elixir are manageable, and you may take those back shortly. Yet, the primary ingredient requires a first-grade premium spiritual plant, the Ziyuan fruit, which must possess a medicinal age of 1,000 years. The finest Ziyuan fruit in the city only possesses an age of 800 years, so further searching will be necessary." Wei Ping nodded, secretly relieved. This provided him a perfect opportunity to practice the catalytic techniques for the 100 herb rejuvenation elixir in the interim. After finalizing the matter regarding the 100 herb recovery elixir, dusk began to settle. Wei Ping graciously declined the Lord's invitation to dinner and, under the guidance of the steward, arrived at the residence allocated to him by the Lord's estate. To his surprise, a plaque inscribed with Wei residence had already been hung at the entrance. It took him a full quarter of an hour to thoroughly inspect the two-courtyard residence from top to bottom. Truly, this abode was befitting of an alchemist revered by the Lord. Not only was it situated within a first-tier spiritual vein, but the concentration of spiritual energy in the air far surpassed that of Wei Ping's previous dwelling, which was perched on a mountainside. Furthermore, there was a tranquil room intended for daily cultivation, engraved with a small gathering array that, when activated, could triple the concentration of spiritual energy within, yielding remarkable results during breakthroughs. Adjacent to the tranquil room was a pill-refining chamber housing a towering alchemical furnace, crafted entirely from gilded red copper, resembling a colossal, gluttonous frog. Judging by its aura, it was a top-grade, first-tier magical artifact. The backyard also boasted a spiritual field measuring approximately an acre, abundant in spiritual energy. Every detail had been meticulously considered. Pausing to admire the already hung plaque of the Wei residence, Wei Ping nodded in satisfaction. He then returned to the dwelling on the mountainside. Having been away for over a week, he wondered if his piglet had gone mad from hunger. Upon opening the courtyard door, he found the piglet still within the confines of the fence, having not strayed even a step. The sack of rice nearby was completely empty. Hearing the sound, the piglet eagerly lifted its head. The moment it spotted Wei Ping, its eyes sparkled with excitement, and it charged through the fence, rushing to stand before him. The piglet had not seen Wei Ping for more than a week, and its exuberance was palpable. It circled around him incessantly, its short tail spinning like a windmill, while it grunted in what seemed like an expression of grievance. Observing this, Wei Ping couldn't help but smile. He retrieved a bowl brimming with green sprout rice from a stone bottle and halted the piglet's frantic circling, chuckling, all right. I want to leave you for such a long time again." After soothing the piglet, he gathered all the miscellaneous items from the courtyard into the stone bottle. With the well-fed piglet in tow, he departed from the home he had inhabited for just over a month. Upon returning to his new residence and settling the piglet, Wei Ping entered the tranquil room to begin practicing the catalysis technique for the 100 herb recovery elixir. A night passed. Wei Ping emerged from the tranquil room with a slightly despondent expression. After practicing the catalysis technique for the 100 herb recovery elixir throughout the night, he hadn't even grasped the door. The difficulty of this technique far exceeded his expectations. However, he did not succumb to discouragement. If he could not master it in one day, he would persevere for 2. He believed it was merely a unique method of catalyzing the 100 herb recovery elixir, one that would not prove insurmountable. He poured out 2 small breakthrough pills from the stone bottle, stepped out the door, and headed towards the Qianjin workshop. More than a week has passed, and one can imagine that Master Meng has been anxiously awaiting. As Wei Ping walked, he found himself in a secluded alley. After surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was in sight, he transformed once more into the burly man with the yellow face and proceeded to Qianjin Fang. From a distance, he spotted Meng Hao, the steward of Meng's spiritual plants, frequently glancing up, his demeanor akin to an ant on a hot pan, restless and agitated. Wei Ping chuckled softly and quickened his pace towards Meng Hao. At that moment, Meng Hao finally caught sight of Wei Ping's figure, and his anxious expression instantly shifted to one of delight. Without waiting for Wei Ping to reach his stall, Meng Hao abandoned the client he was conversing with and rushed over in a few quick strides. Upon reaching Wei Ping, Meng Hao sincerely exclaimed, "Ah, Wei Dao friend. You have finally arrived." Wei Ping cupped his hands in greeting and replied with a smile, "Master, I apologize for keeping you waiting amidst your many pressing matters." Meng Hao waved his hand dismissively and, with a hint of nervousness, inquired, "May I ask how the assessment for the alchemist position at the city lord's mansion turned out?" Wei Ping smiled faintly, a sense of pride illuminating his expression. "The master has successfully passed the assessment and has become an alchemist at the city lord's mansion." Chapter 46. The initial creation of the Crimson Jade Pill. Upon hearing the words, Meng Hao was momentarily taken aback, and then a surge of ecstatic joy illuminated his countenance. "The master truly is formidable." Wei Ping nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed." Meng Hao erupted into hearty laughter, poised to congratulate Wei Ping, the fortunate one who had aligned himself with the master. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, a sudden realization washed over him, and his expression shifted to one of inner turmoil. The master, now a venerated figure within the lord's estate, surely could procure a formula for the Crimson Jade Pill with ease. If that were the case, did the collaboration between the Meng family and the master still hold any significance? However, before Meng Hao could voice his concerns, Wei Ping, perceiving the struggle in his demeanor, had already deduced his thoughts. Wei Ping had long contemplated this matter, although he had secured the formula for the Crimson Jade Pill, thus rendering the partnership with the Meng family seemingly unnecessary. He still required a stable channel for selling the minor barrier-breaking pills and the Crimson Jade Pills. Selling them himself would be cumbersome. The additional profit hardly justified the exertion. It was far more prudent to continue collaborating with the Meng family, which would save both time and effort. With a light chuckle, Wei Ping addressed Meng Hao, saying, "My friend, there is no need for such contemplation. The master mentioned during our visit that henceforth, the pills sold in partnership with your esteemed family may also include the Crimson Jade Pill. Would the Meng family be amenable to this arrangement?" Initially, Meng Hao thought he had misheard. Surely such a windfall, where the master not only maintained their collaborative ties, but also added the Crimson Jade Pill to their offerings, was too good to be true. Yet, the subsequent words from Wei Ping jolted him back to clarity. Moreover, the master's collaboration concerning spirit herbs with the Meng family also required some adjustments. With a solemn expression, Meng Hao inquired, "What requirements does the master have? Please, my friend, state them freely. The Meng family will certainly comply with what we can." Wei Ping nodded, replying, "It's not a significant matter. The sale of the Crimson Jade Pill will necessitate that your family provides the spirit herbs, just as with the minor barrier-breaking pills, with the resulting income divided in a 9-to-1 ratio. Furthermore, the Master's portion need no longer be exchanged for the Crimson Jade Pill, but rather for the Peiyuan Pill instead. Would your family be willing to consent to this?" Upon hearing Wei Ping's terms of collaboration, a look of relief washed over Meng Hao's face. Without a trace of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. This is only proper. Even without the master's insistence, the Meng family would proceed accordingly. Wei Ping inclined his head and then handed over 2 minor barrier-breaking pills to Meng Hao. Taking the pills, Meng Hao turned and retrieved a concealed package from a hidden corner behind the stall, filled entirely with Peiyuan pills. He solemnly presented the package to Wei Ping, saying, "My friend, here are 360 Peiyuan pills. Please accept them." Subsequently, Wei Ping provided Meng Hao with a densely written note detailing the spirit herbs required for the creation of the Crimson Jade Pill, requesting that Meng Hao prepare them promptly. Meng Hao took a glance at the items: red agate, blood maple leaves. After examining them, he nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, my friend. Most of these spiritual herbs are available at my Meng family's booth, and the remainder can be procured within this marketplace." Before long, Meng Hao presented a large package. Handing it to Wei Ping, he remarked, "Due to the urgency of time, I have only managed to gather 3 sets of red agate medicinal herbs, along with 5 sets of minor barrier-breaking herbs to offer you." Wei Ping nodded, inspected the spiritual herbs, confirmed their quality, and then took his leave. As was customary, Meng Hao discreetly slipped a small packet of Peiyuan pills into Wei Ping's hands upon his departure. On his way home, Wei Ping passed through an empty alley and deposited all the herbs from the large package into a stone vial. After wandering aimlessly for half an hour, he finally returned home. Once inside, he directly proceeded to the alchemical chamber with the 3 sets of red agate medicinal herbs. Drawing from his previous experience in crafting minor barrier-breaking pills, Wei Ping extracted all the herbs from the stone vial, boiled them down into a paste, shaped them into pills, and once dried, returned them to the vial for a final touch. The resulting pill was indistinguishable from the authentic red agate pills documented in the recipe. Just like the Peiyuan pills, each set of herbs yielded 5 pills. Thus, after a night's endeavor, Wei Ping successfully produced 15 red agate pills. Without hesitation, he picked one up and swallowed it. In the next moment, a surge of pure spiritual energy erupted from his abdomen. Maintaining a serene demeanor, Wei Ping sat cross-legged and naturally began to cultivate the minor 5 elements Yuan skill. Several hours later, Wei Ping had refined the potency of the red agate pill, gaining a strand of spiritual energy. The results were starkly different from those obtained when he had infused the authentic red agate pill with spiritual power. Gradually withdrawing from his cultivation, Wei Ping furrowed his brow, contemplating. The authentic red agate pill, once infused, yields nearly 3 strands of spiritual energy, far surpassing the effects of my own crafted version. After a moment of reflection, Wei Ping concluded, it seems more prudent to sell the red agate pills I have created and use the profits from the Peiyuan pills to purchase the genuine red agate pills, thereby maximizing the potential of the stone vial's infusion power. With this determination in mind, Wei Ping poured out over 500 Peiyuan pills from the stone vial and made his way to the revitalization pavilion. This pavilion was the very place where he had encountered the renowned alchemist Wang and during the assessment at the city lord's estate. In Xianyuan City, the revitalization pavilion was among the most prestigious alchemical establishments. Before long, Wei Ping arrived at the entrance of the pavilion. The revitalization pavilion was a 3-story structure, exuding elegance and refinement. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a graceful woman clad in a flowing silk gown. Even before she approached, Wei Ping was enveloped in an alluring fragrance. Upon a meticulous examination, it became evident that this woman was, in fact, a practitioner in the early stages of the nascent spirit realm. She approached Wei Ping with a radiant smile and bowed gracefully, inquiring about the type of elixir he sought. Wei Ping then posed a question, asking, "Might I inquire about the price of the Hongyu Dan at your esteemed establishment?" The woman replied with utmost respect, "The Hongyu Dan is priced at 120 Peiyuan Dan, or alternatively, a fragment of a spirit stone." Wei Ping's brow furrowed in concern. The price of the Hongyu Dan at the Huichun Pavilion seemed excessively high. He immediately pressed, "As far as I am aware, the standard price for the Hongyu Dan is 100 Peiyuan Dan each. Why, then, does your Huichun Pavilion charge so much? Are you attempting to deceive me?" As he spoke, a faint aura of a mid-stage nascent spirit practitioner emanated from him. The woman quickly waved her hands, her complexion paling slightly as she responded, "Senior, you have misunderstood. Huichun Pavilion is renowned for its integrity. We would never engage in such disreputable conduct. What you may not be aware of is that while the Hongyu Dan in the market below may appear cheaper, they require advance reservations, and their quality cannot be guaranteed. They are incomparable to what we offer at Huichun Pavilion, although our prices are somewhat higher. Each elixir is available for immediate purchase and is assured to be of superior quality. There will never be any inferior products sold here." Upon hearing her explanation, Wei Ping reluctantly nodded, acknowledging her words. He then produced 480 Peiyuan Dan and declared, "In that case, I would like to purchase 4 Hongyu Dan." The woman accepted the payment, confirmed the quantity, and retreated to the counter, emerging shortly thereafter with 4 Hongyu Dan, which she handed to Wei Ping. He took them, weighed them in his hand, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned to depart. Chapter 47. The Intelligence-Enhancing Pill Upon Returning Home. Wei Ping refrained from consuming the red jade pill for his cultivation as he had done in the past. His foremost priority was to master the catalytic technique of the 100 Herbs restorative liquid. He retrieved the jade slip and pondered over it meticulously, subsequently attempting his cultivation once more. This endeavor spanned a fortnight. In the tranquil chamber, Wei Ping sat cross-legged, beads of sweat forming subtly on his forehead. He executed the hand seals, channeling strands of spiritual energy along a rather esoteric route within his arms, gradually manifesting an elusive azure glow upon them. However, the flow of this spiritual energy soon began to wane, becoming increasingly sluggish as if it struggled to sustain itself. Clenching his teeth, Wei Ping persevered. Yet ultimately, at the midpoint of his effort, the spiritual energy abruptly scattered, and the faint azure light upon his arms collapsed in a resounding failure. Opening his eyes, Wei Ping sighed heavily. What he had been practicing was the unique catalytic technique associated with the 100 Herbs restorative liquid. The teachings indicated that those with superior alchemical talent could master it in a day, while those of moderate aptitude might take 3 to 5 days to grasp the basics. Even individuals of inferior talent could acquire the technique within a week at most. Yet here he was, after a fortnight of futile attempts. Observing the dissipating glow on his arms, Wei Ping finally despaired, acknowledging himself as one whose aptitude was indeed severely lacking, as described in the teachings. This realization led him to the grim conclusion that he might fail to complete the initial task assigned by the city lord's manor. This could not stand. He had to devise a solution. After considerable reflection, Wei Ping concluded that he must approach the matter from the perspective of alchemical remedies. Thus, clutching a pouch of vitality pills, he transformed into the guise of a burly man and made his way to the rejuvenation pavilion. The pavilion was not far from his new residence. Within half an hour, he arrived at its entrance. Upon entering the rejuvenation pavilion, a woman within instantly lit up upon seeing him. On his previous visit to procure the red jade pill, he had displayed considerable generosity, and she had profited handsomely from his patronage. Observing Wei Ping's arrival, she promptly approached him. After a slight bow of respect, she spoke with deference. "Senior Wei, have you come to acquire the red jade pill once more?" Having had previous interactions with her, Wei Ping recognized her as Xueming. Shaking his head, he replied, "Might there be any pills here that assist in comprehending techniques?" Xueming pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Regrettably, we do not have such pills for sale in the rejuvenation pavilion." Wei Ping's countenance dimmed at this response, and just as he prepared to take his leave, Xueming added, "However, although we do not stock such a pill, I have heard Master Wang mention in casual conversation that there exists a pill called the intelligence-enhancing pill, known for its efficacy in this regard. Moreover, Master Wang possesses the formula for it." Wei Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Might I have the honor of meeting Master Wang Dan?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Xueming's expression turned hesitant as she pondered. The esteemed identity of the alchemist. Observing her uncertainty, Wei Ping chuckled lightly. "Dear Miss Xue, simply announce that Wei Yin, the disciple of Master Wei, seeks an audience." Unbeknownst to Xueming, the events occurring at the city lord's residence had clouded her judgment, leaving her still somewhat reluctant. However, upon witnessing Wei Ping's resolute demeanor, she steeled herself and nodded. "Very well, I shall assist you this time, Senior Wei." With that, she turned and ascended the staircase. Moments later, Xueming returned, saying, "Master Wang invites you upstairs for a discussion. The first room on the left on the 3rd floor is where the master resides. You may proceed on your own." Wei Ping, maintaining his composure, nodded in acknowledgement and expressed, "Thank you, Miss Xue." Subsequently, he ascended the stairs amidst the curious gazes of those within the pavilion. Upon reaching the room on the 3rd floor, as indicated by Xueming, Wei Ping gently knocked on the door. In an instant, a voice from within, one that he found familiar, beckoned, "Enter." As he stepped inside, he was greeted by none other than Wang Yin, the esteemed Master Wang Dan whom he had previously encountered at the city lord's residence. Wang Yin was bent over his desk, engrossed in some task. Upon Wei Ping's entrance, he immediately raised his head, a smile gracing his face as he asked, "What brings Master Wei's young friend to seek me?" Wei Ping clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Master Wang, I seek your forgiveness. This visit was not at the behest of my master." Wang Yin, intrigued, responded, "Then what prompts your sudden request?" Wei Ping continued, "I recently learned that Master Wang possesses a formula for the Zhengji Dan. Coincidentally, my master has been diligently searching for various rare elixirs, and as his disciple, I naturally wish to alleviate his burdens. Thus, I have taken the liberty to disturb you, hoping to procure this Zhengji Dan formula from your esteemed hands. I humbly ask for your understanding regarding this intrusion." Wang Yin let out a hearty laugh, teasing, "Do not overthink it, my young friend. How could I hold it against you for your filial piety? However, you may not be aware that the Zhengji Dan relies heavily on the principal herb's potency. The additional ingredients are not as indispensable as those of other elixirs. Therefore, the formula for the Zhengji Dan is not particularly precious. Since Master Wei is collecting various rare elixir formulas, I shall simply gift this Zhengji Dan formula to you." Wei Ping was elated upon hearing this, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, master." Wang Yin waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence, and added with a smile, ever since the assessment day. I have held Master Wei in high regard. Once you present this formula to him, do not forget to speak well of me in his presence." Wei Ping nodded earnestly. "I shall not forget." After bidding farewell to Wang Yan, he made his way home as the sky began to darken. On the road, Wei Ping reminisced about Wang Yan's generous demeanor, inwardly reflecting, "Wang Yan is indeed a magnanimous individual. It would be worthwhile to cultivate a deeper friendship when the opportunity arises." Upon returning to his residence, as he merely pushed open the grand gate of the Wei estate, the piglets in the backyard immediately sensed his presence. A familiar chorus of grunts reached his ears, and Wei Ping couldn't help but smirk, muttering, "You silly creature, your ears are quite perceptive. You knew I was back at once." Despite his somewhat disparaging remarks, his hands moved with unwavering efficiency. He poured a basin of tender green rice from a stone jar, mingling in a few spirit-nourishing pills, and then carried this extravagant feast towards the backyard. In that moment, the spiritual field in the backyard housed nothing more than a sizable fenced area and a bare bamboo stick. Within the confines of the fence lay the piglet's play space, while the bare bamboo stick served as Wei Ping's crude, refined spiritual bamboo. As he reached the backyard, he beheld the excited piglets, which had undergone noticeable changes compared to a fortnight ago. Chapter 48. The acquisition of the portable spiritual field just a few days ago. This little piglet had quietly advanced to the second level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, the piglet's pair of tusks began to faintly shimmer with a hint of spiritual light, resembling that of the mystical spirit bamboo in an astonishing manner. Wei Ping suspected that the tusks had transformed into something akin to magical artifacts. Even the coarse, needle-like bristles on its body had grown increasingly resilient, akin to steel wires. If this trend continues, it is likely that in just over a month, the piglet will ascend to yet another minor realm, reaching the third level of spirit nurturing. Wei Ping had tested it, and even at the second level, the piglet's sheer brute strength was already comparable to his own. He could hardly fathom what the piglet would become after reaching the third level. It was precisely for this reason that Wei Ping was willing to incorporate the nurturing essence pill into the piglet's diet. After feeding the piglet, Wei Ping took the formula for the intelligence-enhancing pill into his quiet chamber. Upon unfolding the formula, a line of small characters caught his eye: the intelligence-enhancing pill. A superior-grade pill of the first tier, enhances comprehension for 1 hour after consumption, suitable only for practitioners in the spirit-nurturing realm, with greater effects at lower levels. The main ingredient is the 300-year-old cloud spirit walnut. Upon seeing this primary ingredient, Wei Ping understood why Wang Yan had remarked that the main ingredient of the intelligence-enhancing pill was hard to find. The cloud spirit walnut itself was not a rare item. Despite its elegant name, it was merely a common spiritual plant harvested from mountains towering at least 1,000 feet high. However, when the requirement specified that the walnut must be 300 years old, it became a formidable challenge. One must realize that the cloud spirit walnut typically bears fruit once a year, and ensuring that it does not drop its fruit for 300 years is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this was merely a concern for others. Wei Ping was an exception. For him, possessing the stone vial meant that it was simply a matter of providing a bit more spiritual water. The following day, just as Wei Ping was preparing to venture out to procure the necessary materials for refining the intelligence-enhancing pill, a sudden knock echoed at his front door. "Is Master Wei in?" From the voice, Wei Ping instantly recognized that it was the city lord, Zhou Ji, paying a visit. At once, a spark of excitement ignited within him. Could it be that the city lord had successfully acquired the portable spiritual field for him? With this thought, Wei Ping's heart swelled with joy. He quickly donned a loose robe and hurried to open the door. Indeed, outside stood Zhou Ji, the lord of Xianyuan City. Wei Ping extended a welcoming hand, inviting Zhou Ji into the main hall. After ushering him to a seat, Wei Ping suddenly realized that he had little to offer the esteemed city lord in terms of hospitality. Fortunately, he soon remembered that during his previous procurement of sundries, he had purchased a packet of tea leaves. Apologizing to Zhou Ji, Wei Ping stepped out of the hall to retrieve the leaves from the stone vial. Though this tea was an ordinary commodity Wei Ping had casually acquired, after being infused with spiritual energy from the stone vial, it had undergone a remarkable transformation, appearing entirely emerald green. Even before brewing, its fragrance wafted through the air. This could be considered spiritual tea, a fitting offering for the city lord, thus avoiding any semblance of inadequacy in his hospitality. Moments later, Wei Ping brewed a pot of tea and entered the main hall. Presenting a teacup to Zhou Ji, Wei Ping smiled and said, "Young one has nothing else to offer but a humble cup of tea. I hope the esteemed city lord does not find it lacking. Zhou Ji quickly replied, I wouldn't dare, accepting the teacup with a smile, and inquired, why does Master Wei not have a few servants to attend to you? Have you not encountered suitable candidates? The city lord's residence has several well-born individuals who are quite capable. Perhaps I could send one to assist you? Wei Ping waved his hand, saying, Thank you for your kind offer, city lord, but I have been accustomed to solitude since my youth, training under my master, and I find it difficult to adjust to the presence of others. Hearing this, Zhou Ji could only nod in understanding, refraining from further comments as he took a delicate sip from the teacup. In the next moment, Zhou Ji's expression shifted as he glanced at the vibrant green tea leaves in the cup, exclaiming, What exquisite tea! Although it appears quite ordinary, it is indeed a rare spiritual tea, truly remarkable. Wei Ping replied with a smile, Since the city lord enjoys it, I shall not be stingy. I will prepare several pounds for you to take home and savor. Zhou Ji laughed heartily. In my life, I have little desire for anything else but a fine cup of tea. Thus, I shall graciously accept your generosity. Zhou Ji then surveyed the nearly unchanged decor and asked with a smile, Is this residence comfortable for master? Wei Ping, still smiling, responded, The dwelling bestowed by the city lord is certainly agreeable. Though this spiritual vein may not compare to my master's cave abode, it suffices for my needs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's admiration for the elusive alchemy master grew even stronger. After a leisurely conversation, Zhou Ji finally revealed his purpose for the visit. Previously, I mentioned seeking a portable spiritual field for you. After more than a month of searching, I was fortunate to acquire the necessary spiritual field at an auction. As he spoke, Zhou Ji retrieved a palm-sized white jade gourd from his pocket and handed it to Wei Ping. Although Wei Ping had anticipated this, the sight of the portable spiritual field before him still sparked joy in his eyes. Holding the jade gourd and channeling a trace of spiritual energy into it, Wei Ping beheld a vibrant 5-acre field brimming with spiritual essence. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, Excellent. Thank you for your generosity, city lord. Then, Wei Ping inquired, By any chance, have you procured the primary ingredient for the 100-herb rejuvenation liquid, the millennium-old purple yuan fruit? Zhou Ji shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Unfortunately not. The common purple yuan fruit is quite abundant, but finding one that has reached the millennium stage is exceedingly rare. As he spoke, a hint of worry crossed Zhou Ji's face. Observing this, Wei Ping conceived an idea. Given the rarity of the millennium-old purple yuan fruit, he might as well cultivate it himself. Should Zhou Ji continue to search in vain, he might feign the existence of a non-existent master and directly sell the meticulously cultivated millennium yuan fruit to Zhou Ji. This would not only allow him to render a personal favor, but also exchange it for resources from the city lord's residence. After all, he still needed to cultivate the Yunling walnuts. Whether 1 sheep or 2 sheep were released, adding another yuan fruit plant would be a trivial matter. Subsequently, the two engaged in idle chatter for a while longer, after which Zhou Ji, brimming with excitement and holding the 5 pounds of spiritual tea gifted by Wei Ping, took his leave. Once Zhou Ji departed, Wei Ping, clutching the jade-white gourd, made his way towards the Tianjin workshop. Wei Ping had originally intended to venture out to purchase materials for the intelligence-enhancing pills, but his meeting with Zhou Ji had delayed him until now. As he prepared to leave once more, Wei Ping's shopping list grew to include the yuan fruit. Given that the appearance of the yellow-faced man had become known to many, Wei Ping had taken the precaution of adopting a new guise. Chapter 49. A Day's Time. For years of herbal age, the various herbs required for the enlightenment pill, aside from the primary ingredient, are all quite common. After a thorough exploration of the Tianjin workshop, Wei Ping successfully acquired all of them. However, the Yunling walnut is indeed a rarity. Despite his search, Wei Ping could not find even a 10-year-old Yunling walnut, let alone one aged 300 years. Reluctantly, he settled for a few ordinary-grade Yunling walnuts. Subsequently, Wei Ping exited the Tianjin workshop and turned his steps toward the mountain summit. Although the Millennium yuan fruit is a top-tier spiritual plant of the first rank, the several hundred-year-old yuan fruits are of high quality within the same rank. At the shop atop the mountain, he was able to procure a 400-year-old yuan fruit without much effort. To his surprise, the value of this high-quality spiritual plant was tenfold that of a medium-quality one. When he left, Wei Ping had only brought 5 or 600 yuan pills. Thus, he reluctantly retrieved 5 red jade pills to secure the 400-year-old yuan fruit. Having gathered all the necessary herbs, Wei Ping wasted no time and returned home. In his tranquil chamber, He held the jade-white gourd in his hands, closed his eyes, and focused intently on familiarizing himself with the spatial spirit field contained within. Inside this jade-white gourd is a realm of its own, devoid of sunlight, yet curiously not dark. The 5 acres of land within glisten with a rich, oily sheen. A mere glance reveals that this is high-quality fertile soil. Most importantly, there is a faint aura of spiritual energy present in the soil of the spatial spirit field. Wei Ping immersed himself in this environment, feeling as though he stood amidst a spiritual vein. Only such a spirit field could cultivate tiered spiritual plants. Unfortunately, this spatial spirit field does not permit the physical entry of cultivators. Otherwise, Wei Ping would have possessed a portable sanctuary for his cultivation. According to the teachings of Master Yen Hai, such extraordinary entities as spatial spirit fields, while immensely more valuable than ordinary artifacts and pills, are classified according to similar tiers. A first-tier spatial spirit field can reach a maximum size of 10 acres. And the one bestowed upon Wei Ping by Zhou Ji is classified as medium quality within the first tier. For Wei Ping, this medium quality spatial spirit field suffices. After examining every facet of the spatial spirit field, Wei Ping, following the guidance of the Jade Slip's teachings, retrieved a remaining ginseng seed from the stone vial. He brought the seed to the opening of the jade white gourd and gently infused it with spiritual power, causing the seed to be drawn into the gourd. He then chose a corner within the spatial spirit field and, using his spiritual energy, planted the seed. The sensation of controlling everything within the spatial spirit field through spiritual force left Wei Ping in profound awe. This spatial spirit field truly is a marvelous treasure. Within this small world, he felt almost divine. After his moment of reflection, Wei Ping took out the stone vial, aligned its opening with that of the gourd, and carefully poured its contents. Suddenly, a gentle stream flowed forth from the stone bottle, entirely cascading into the gourd's opening. As he poured, Wei Ping immersed his consciousness within the jade-white gourd. At that moment, the water from the stone bottle transformed into a fine misty rain within the confines of his personal spiritual field. Nourished by this water, the ginseng seed, which had only just been sown, began to exhibit remarkable changes. Under Wei Ping's watchful gaze, a tender green shoot emerged from the spiritual field at a visibly rapid pace. Subsequently, the spiritual energy within the field naturally converged towards this newly sprouted life. Wei Ping's spirit surged with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the synergy of the stone bottle's water and the spiritual field would accelerate the ginseng's growth to such an extent. After a brief moment, he stowed away the stone bottle, allowing the ginseng seedling, adorned with glistening droplets of water, to thrive freely within his personal spiritual field. Half a day passed. Once again, Wei Ping delved into the spiritual field and was astounded to discover that the ginseng seedling, which had previously been in its infancy, had fully matured in just that short span of time, even producing a delicate flower bud atop its head. Its appearance was already comparable to that of a ginseng plant with a year of growth. Wei Ping recalled that during his time at the Xianshan Temple, even with the same stone bottle water to nurture the plants, achieving such results would have required a full day. Indeed, his personal spiritual field was extraordinary, effectively doubling the efficacy of the stone bottle's water. Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he was eager to plant the numerous medicinal herbs he had prepared. However, before he could retrieve the Yunling walnuts and other items, a thought suddenly surged into his mind. Could the soil within his personal spiritual field be infused with the stone bottle's spirit? The more he contemplated this notion, the more feasible it seemed, and his excitement grew. Immediately, with a focused thought, streams of spiritual energy surged into the jade-white gourd. As the energy flowed in, he gently extracted the now mature ginseng and drew forth the soil from the surface of the spiritual field. In the next moment, a river of earth was conjured by Wei Ping and directed into the stone bottle. After half an hour, Wei Ping's complexion began to pale. It was only due to his practice of the minor 5 elements origin skill that he could endure such consumption. However, after absorbing so much, he was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Fortunately, during this time, he had extracted soil from the spiritual field to a depth of 3 feet, which was more than adequate. With a mental command, he halted the influx of spiritual energy into the spiritual field. In an instant, the jade-white gourd trembled lightly and returned to tranquility. Wei Ping gazed at the gourd, muttering to himself, "What is the secret behind the creation of this item? It seems unfathomably deep." At that moment, the soil within the stone bottle had been successfully infused with spirit. Without further hesitation, he picked up the stone bottle, tilted its openings, and returned the soil he had just absorbed to the jade-white gourd. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the soil, now imbued with spirit, was no longer ordinary. It subtly shimmered with a hint of precious light. Wei Ping nodded with satisfaction, his heart brimming with anticipation, pondering how much the growth rate of the soil imbued with spiritual essence could be enhanced. Half an hour passed effortlessly and with ease and delight. He once again filled the jade-white gourd with the enriched soil. As the final piece of the spiritually enhanced soil nestled within the gourd, Wei Ping could hardly contain his eagerness to replant the ginseng into his portable spiritual field. Simultaneously, he retrieved Cloud's spirit walnuts, purple primordial fruits, and other spiritual herbs from the stone bottle and planted them as well. Wei Ping directly sowed the Cloud spirit walnuts as seeds, initiating their growth from scratch. As for the 400-year-old purple primordial fruit, the merchant had preserved it with its root stock to prevent the loss of its medicinal potency. Although the stalk appeared nearly withered, it still possessed a glimmer of vitality. After being nourished with the infused spiritual water, it revived. By planting it within his portable spiritual field, the purple primordial fruit could continue to age gracefully. After watering these newly planted spiritual herbs, Wei Ping ceased his attentions. The following day, upon awakening, Wei Ping eagerly grasped the jade-white gourd resting beside him. Delving his consciousness into it, he observed that the ginseng, which had only just blossomed yesterday, was now laden with ginseng seeds. Channeling his spiritual energy to extract it, Wei Ping discovered that this ginseng had remarkably increased its medicinal age by 2 years. The various spiritual plants he had sown the previous day had also matured, each experiencing a similar growth and medicinal age of nearly 2 years. Remarkably, this portable spiritual field had enabled the herbs to age a full 4 years in just a single day. Chapter 50. The completion of the wisdom elixir as time progressed. The various spiritual plants within the jade-white gourd gradually reached maturity, and even the green sprout rice that Wei Ping typically consumed had been replaced by the produce from his personal spiritual field. However, the two crucial components, the cloud spirit walnut and the purple origin fruit, seemed to remain unchanged. Wei Ping calculated that to allow the cloud spirit walnut to reach the requisite 300 years of medicinal age would take an additional 2.5 months, while the purple origin fruit required an even longer span of 5 months. With such a lengthy wait ahead, Wei Ping knew he could not afford to be idle. He diligently practiced the small 5 elements yuan gong every day, tended to the numerous spiritual plants in his field, occasionally increased the feed for his piglets, and visited Qianjin workshop every few days to trade with Meng Hao. Thus, 2 tranquil months slipped by. On one particular day, the spiritual energy within Wei Ping's dantian finally accumulated to perfection once more. Drawing from the experience of his previous breakthroughs, he navigated this process with ease. He had prepared several authentic small breaking barrier pills, enhancing their potency to the utmost through spiritual infusion, and had also set aside a vial of infused red jade pills. He then immersed himself in the quiet chamber, activating the minor gathering spirit array. A day later, a formidable wave of spiritual energy surged within the quiet chamber. Wei Ping emerged, his aura refined and robust, having successfully ascended to the 5th level of spirit assimilation with the aid of 3 infused small breaking barrier pills. A smile graced his lips as he reveled in the newfound expansiveness of his dantian and meridians. Following this successful breakthrough, the capacity for spiritual energy within his dantian increased from 72 channels to 108. Moreover, the spiritual energy, having undergone a form of refinement, now appeared more exquisite and pure. The original 72 channels of spiritual energy had been halved, leaving only 36. However, this was not a misfortune. It was indeed a tremendous boon. Post-refinement, the 36 channels of spiritual energy within Wei Ping became increasingly agile and responsive. Furthermore, the density of his spiritual energy was significantly enhanced compared to before. If previously his spiritual energy resembled a thin mist, it now coalesced like ethereal smoke, resulting in reduced consumption and greater potency when wielded. In addition to the transformation of his spiritual energy, this breakthrough also strengthened the meridians throughout his body. When circulating his spiritual energy, not only did he experience increased fluidity, but the efficiency of his practices also soared. While stabilizing his realm within the quiet chamber, he managed to absorb a whole channel of spiritual energy in just 1 hour, a feat several times more efficient than during his 4th level of spirit assimilation. However, upon reaching the 5th level, the process of refining spiritual energy using the small 5 elements yuan gong became more complex. To integrate this energy into his dantian, he now needed to sift through and eliminate the impurities within it. Ultimately, after refinement, only about one-third of a channel of spiritual energy would remain suitable for absorption into his dantian. Simultaneously, Wei Ping's physical strength has undergone a significant enhancement once more. After a flurry of activity, he found himself unable to ascertain the extent of his newfound power. He realized that he needed to procure a specialized magical artifact to measure it accurately. Clenching his fist, he felt the tremendous force surging within his seemingly delicate hand. A profound sense of security blossoming in his heart. It had only been a few days since Wei Ping's breakthrough, and after a full moon. The little piglet in the courtyard quietly advanced to the third level of spirit absorption. Upon reaching this new realm, the piglet's form expanded noticeably, its strength doubling. When it dashed forward, its tusks gleamed with a sharp luster. Wei Ping had previously tested the broken Qianjun staff against the piglet with a single charge. The piglet had managed to drive its two sword-like tusks directly into the staff. Although the Qianjun staff was fractured and its internal talisman dissipated, its material was undeniably a first-tier spiritual substance, sturdy enough to rival certain defensive artifacts. The fact that such a robust material could be pierced by the piglet's tusks attested to their sharpness. Elated after the testing, Wei Ping even rewarded the piglet with a self-made red jade pill. As time passed, the cloud spirit walnuts in his spatial field were nearing the age of 300 years. A week later, while watering his spatial field, Wei Ping suddenly noticed that the walnuts from the cloud spirit walnut trees were adorned with a faint golden hue. This was the characteristic of walnuts that had reached the medicinal age of 300 years. Promptly, he channeled his spiritual energy and plucked several cloud spirit walnuts. After peeling away the delicate golden skin, a walnut the size of a child's fist appeared before him. The walnut was as hard as gold and iron, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to crack open. However, for Wei Ping, this posed no challenge. With a gentle pinch from his thumb and index finger, the shell of the walnut was effortlessly split in two, revealing a glistening, ivory-white kernel resembling a brain. Satisfied, Wei Ping nodded in approval. This was indeed the hallmark of a 300-year-old cloud spirit walnut. He tucked the walnuts into his pocket and gathered several additional herbs needed for the intelligence-enhancing pill from his spatial field. With these materials in hand, he made his way to the alchemy chamber. Skillfully placing the various spiritual herbs into a stone vial, he infused them with spiritual energy for purification. Then boiled them down into a paste, rolling it into pills. After allowing them to dry, he placed the finished intelligence-enhancing pills back into the stone vial for further infusion. In the span of a night, the 3 sets of ingredients transformed into 9 jade-white intelligence-enhancing pills before Wei Ping's eyes. Without hesitation, he picked one up and tossed it into his mouth. In the next instant, he felt a surge of refreshing energy rising from his abdomen, ascending towards his crown. Almost immediately, an unprecedented clarity enveloped him. Under the influence of this invigorating sensation, Wei Ping found his mind exceptionally agile. Each intelligence-enhancing pill would only remain effective for 1 hour. Wei Ping, unwilling to delay, immediately took out the jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. Subsequently, the unique cultivation method that accompanied the Baijiaohuan Yuan liquid, designed to catalyze medicinal potency, surged into Wei Ping's mind. With the assistance of the intelligence-enhancing pill, the previously obscure and perplexing cultivation barrier suddenly transformed into something comprehensible. Instinctively, Wei Ping's heart stirred, and his internal spiritual energy began to flow along a special route. As time passed, this spiritual energy gradually reached the barrier where Wei Ping had often faltered before. Taking a deep breath, a sudden clarity emerged in his mind, revealing the contents recorded within the jade slip. In the next moment, the formidable obstacle that had hindered Wei Ping for half a month was effortlessly breached. A smile began to surface on Wei Ping's face. However, before this smile could fully bloom, he encountered yet another challenge. With a moment's lapse, the spiritual energy that had just surged past one barrier dissipated once more. Although he faced yet another setback, there was no trace of disappointment on Wei Ping's countenance, for he had already discovered a promising solution to this conundrum. Chapter 51. Mastering the Art of Alchemy in Just a Single Day. Wei Ping successfully grasped a substantial portion of this unique technique for catalyzing medicinal potency. Were it not for the limitation of consuming no more than 3 wisdom-enhancing pills in a day, lest his spirit wane, Wei Ping could have swiftly mastered the technique in its entirety. Nevertheless, despite this constraint, he fully comprehended the art of catalyzing medicinal power after 3 days. With this achievement, Wei Ping finally exhaled in relief. Now, when Zhou Ji sought him out again, he would possess greater confidence. With no distractions at hand and fortified by the miraculous wisdom-enhancing pills, Wei Ping turned his attention to the alchemical legacy left by Master Yan Hai. It was time to delve into the art of alchemy. His desire for advancement was palpable. After consuming a wisdom-enhancing pill to clear his mind, he pressed the jade slip to his forehead. Moments later, with a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes, he opened them and retrieved a collection of medicinal materials from the stone vial, preparing to commence his first furnace. Wei Ping resolved to concoct the cultivation pill. He was exceedingly familiar with the cultivation pill, and since the spiritual herbs had already been prepared in the stone vial, there was no need for meticulous refinement. They could be used directly. After igniting the spiritual wood beneath the alchemical furnace, Wei Ping skillfully manipulated the flames, commanding, "Rise." Instantly, the flames erupted, enveloping the base of the furnace in a fierce blaze. In mere moments, he had preheated the alchemical furnace to the desired temperature, as dictated by the formula. Under Wei Ping's careful guidance, a century-old ginseng swayed gently before drifting into the alchemical furnace. However, the temperature within the furnace was exceedingly high, and with a moment's inattention, the ginseng was charred to a crisp. Wei Ping's eyes twitched as he removed the charred remains from the furnace. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Again." A full day had elapsed. Wei Ping gazed at the pockmarked cultivation pill in his hand, offering a bitter smile. After consecutively consuming 3 wisdom-enhancing pills and laboring for an entire day, interrupted by a trip to procure additional materials, depleting dozens of herbs, he had managed to produce this mere inferior pill. In terms of value, it could be said that Wei Ping had lost everything, even his undergarments. Fortunately, with the stone vial in his possession, these expenses were trivial. The difficulty of mastering alchemy explained the profound respect accorded to alchemists. However, he had ultimately succeeded. Looking at the pockmarked inferior cultivation pill, a sense of gratification sparkled in Wei Ping's eyes. He retrieved the stone vial and placed the inferior pill within. Moments later, when he took it out again, the cultivation pill had transformed into a smooth, rounded form. Wei Ping glanced at it twice, then with a gentle toss of his hand, he threw the pill into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his abdomen. This power far exceeded that gained from the self-made cultivation pill he had previously consumed. After refining this surge of spiritual energy without any discernible hue, Wei Ping silently mused, "I cherish learning and aspire to progress." Consequently, in the days that followed, he embarked on a new endeavor, studying the art of alchemy. Wei Ping resolved to first practice with the Puan pill. Intending to master the intricate steps of pill making before attempting to concoct higher-grade pills such as the Hongyu pill and the Xiaobazhang pill. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. Throughout this period, Wei Ping diligently consumed the Xingji pill and fervently honed his alchemical skills. With the aid of a stone vial and his personal spiritual field, he nearly produced over 10 batches of pills daily. This unwavering dedication allowed him to amass a level of experience comparable to that of an ordinary alchemical apprentice over many years within a mere 2 months. With such an abundance of resources at his disposal, Wei Ping's proficiency in alchemy skyrocketed. He has now acquired the ability to successfully formulate first-tier mid-grade Hongyu pills. Although his success rate slightly lags behind that of seasoned first-tier mid-grade alchemists, reaching just 40%, he has undeniably established himself as a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. However, Wei Ping observed that once he reached the first-tier mid-grade level, the efficacy of the Xingji pill seemed to have diminished. Thus, achieving a similar rapid advancement in his alchemical prowess would no longer be as effortless. While Wei Ping's strength surged, the city lord's manor appeared to be mired in a quandary. The Ziyuan fruit in Wei Ping's spiritual field had matured for a millennium. Yet there was still no sign of activity from the city lord's manor. After some contemplation, Wei Ping harvested the Ziyuan fruit from his spiritual field, placed it into an ornate box, donned a flowing robe, and set forth towards the city lord's manor. Within the city lord's manor, Zhou Ji, clad in a loose robe, sat leisurely in his study, engrossed in his reading. However, a closer inspection would reveal a subtle trace of worry etched upon his brow. Suddenly, the steward respectfully knocked on the door, announcing that Master Wei Yin sought an audience. A flicker of curiosity crossed Zhou Ji's face as he rose and said, "Please escort Master Wei to the parlor. I shall join him shortly." Soon, Wei Ping was led into a spacious parlor. Before long, Zhou Ji entered, now clad in formal attire. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhou Ji proceeded directly to the crux of the matter, inquiring, "May I ask the purpose of your visit today?" "Master Wei?" Wei Ping set down his teacup and asked, "Esteemed city lord, have you procured the main ingredient, the Millennium Age Ziyuan fruit, for the Baichaohuan Yuan liquid?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile of resignation appeared on Zhou Ji's face. Shaking his head, he replied, though the Millennium Zun fruit is merely a first-tier premium spiritual plant, its extensive age renders it exceedingly rare. Despite our Zhou family's relentless search over the past half-year, we have yet to find any. In response, Wei Ping inquired softly, if I were to locate this Millennium Zun fruit for you, what compensation would you be willing to offer, esteemed city lord? Upon uttering these words, Zhou Ji suddenly raised his head, directing his gaze towards Wei Ping, his eyes widening in astonishment. Has the master truly acquired news of the millennium-old purple origin fruit? Wei Ping, meeting Zhou Ji's eager stare, replied, to not conceal anything from you, esteemed city lord, I recently obtained a millennium-old purple origin fruit from my revered master. Zhou Ji's eyes instantly sparkled with delight as he grasped Wei Ping's hands in excitement, exclaiming, ha ha ha. I, the city lord, have searched high and low for this millennium-old purple origin fruit and was on the verge of despair. Little did I anticipate that it would come from you, Master Wei. You are indeed my fortunate star. Whatever you desire, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it resides within the city lord's estate, it shall be yours as reward. Seeing Zhou Ji so amenable, Wei Ping silently nodded in approval. He had already formulated a plan regarding what to request as compensation prior to his arrival. Having reached the 5th realm of spirit gathering, he was merely a step away from entering the 6th. The minor 5 elements origin technique he acquired from the cave relics only sufficed for the 6th realm. Thus, what he most urgently required now was a cultivation method suitable for the late stages of spirit gathering. Chapter 52. All is ready. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wei Ping directly inquired, by a fortunate twist of fate, I have come into possession of an incomplete martial technique known as Shao Wuxing Yuan Gong, which bears a remarkable grade. Might there be a complete version of this technique within the city lord's manor? Or perhaps any clues pertaining to it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji placed a hand on his forehead, sinking into deep thought. Observing this, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Wei Ping's eyes. After a while, however, Zhou Ji shook his head and replied, Master Wei, I can assure you that the city lord's manor does not possess Shao Wuxing Yuan Gong. At Zhou Ji's words, the gleam of expectation in Wei Ping's eyes promptly faded. Noticing the disappointment etched on Wei Ping's face, Zhou Ji paused momentarily before continuing. While we do not have Shao Wuxing Yuan Gong in our collection, we do house over 10 techniques suitable for the spirit gathering stage, all of which can be cultivated to the late stages of spirit gathering. Perhaps you might find something to your liking among them. If none appeal to you, we can settle the matter with spirit stones for this millennium purple yuan fruit. Intrigued, Wei Ping nodded in agreement, saying, that sounds splendid. I appreciate your assistance, city lord. Zhou Ji waved his hand dismissively, smiling, there is no trouble at all. Despite his words, Zhou Ji did not immediately present the techniques but instead hesitated slightly, saying, the techniques are quite precious, so might I request you to showcase the millennium purple yuan fruit bestowed upon you by your esteemed master? Upon hearing this, Wei Ping chuckled, that is only proper. Rest assured, I would have shown it to you regardless. He then retrieved a brocade box from his sleeve and opened it before Zhou Ji. Instantly, a dark purple, fist-sized oval fruit emerged into Zhou Ji's view. The moment Zhou Ji beheld the millennium purple yuan fruit in Wei Ping's hand, his pupils widened in astonishment. This fruit was evidently much larger than the 800-year purple yuan fruit he had previously encountered, and its hue was far more profound. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint veil of mist surrounding it, characteristics that distinctly indicated it was indeed a millennium purple yuan fruit. The Zhou family had evidently invested considerable effort to acquire such a treasure, without needing anyone else's validation. Zhou Ji could ascertain that the medicinal potency of the millennium purple yuan fruit before him was abundant, appearing as though it had been freshly harvested, vibrant and full of life. Most suitable for alchemy. Overcome with joy, Zhou Ji laughed heartily. He then quickly rose and proclaimed, Master, please wait here a moment. The jade slips containing the techniques are stored in my manor's treasury. I shall return shortly. He left a steward to keep Wei Ping company and stepped out of the sitting room. 15 minutes later, Zhou Ji returned, cradling a jade box in his hands. Upon opening the box, 12 vividly colored jade slips were revealed to Wei Ping. Master, please take a look. These 12 jade slips comprise the 12 sets of techniques collected by my city lord's manor. See if any of them pique your interest. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping casually picked up a jade slip emanating a faint crimson glow from the jade box and pressed it against his forehead. Immediately, a surge of information flooded into his mind. The blazing fire technique stated that by practicing this method, one could acquire 2 strands of spiritual power at the first level of spirit gathering. In the early stages, one could cultivate 24 strands of spiritual power, while in the mid-stage, 72 strands could be achieved. Upon reaching perfection, one could attain the 9th level of spirit gathering and possess 108 strands of spiritual power. This jade slip contained solely this information, devoid of any textual explanation of the technique itself. Wei Ping furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. The blazing fire technique could only be cultivated up to the 9th level of spirit gathering, lacking any content related to the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, although the blazing fire technique was indeed superior to the spirit gathering method, it paled in comparison to his own minor 5 elements origin technique. Should he decide to switch to this method, it might even lead to a regression in his strength. Such a mediocre technique was, naturally, beneath Wei Ping's notice. Setting aside the jade slip, he inquired, "Esteemed city lord, are there any techniques among these 12 that surpass the blazing fire technique?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's eyes widened slightly. The blazing fire technique was already the most advanced technique in the city lord's mansion, aside from the one he himself practiced. The other techniques were merely on par with the blazing fire technique. It is worth noting that any of these techniques, if casually tossed into the immortal fate city, could incite a bloodbath. Given that Master Wei deemed this technique unworthy, it was clear that he was a practitioner of discerning taste. Zhou Ji shook his head, indicating that there were no techniques stronger than the blazing fire technique. He then produced 9 egg-sized green spirit stones from his robe, placing them on the table and sliding them toward Wei Ping. "Since Master does not find our city lord's mansion's collection appealing, I would like to offer these 9 spirit stones in exchange for the millennium-old purple origin fruit. Would this be satisfactory to you?" Although Wei Ping felt a slight disappointment at not acquiring the desired technique, his curiosity was piqued upon seeing the 9 egg-sized green spirit stones on the table. This marked the first time since embarking on his cultivation journey that he beheld complete spirit stones. Within the immortal fate city, he had seldom encountered even fragments of spirit stones being used for transactions. Nevertheless, he was aware that complete spirit stones were exceedingly rare, requiring more than 20 fragments to exchange for a single complete stone. By such calculations, the value of a complete spirit stone did not seem particularly high, roughly equivalent to 2,004 or 500 cultivation pills. He could easily earn that by refining 6 or 7 batches of minor barrier-breaking pills. However, in reality, no one exchanged spirit stone fragments for cultivation pills. Similarly, the likelihood of exchanging more than 20 spirit stone fragments for a complete spirit stone was slim. Considering this, Zhou Ji's offer of 9 complete spirit stones for the millennium-old purple origin fruit was undeniably sincere. Without displaying any hesitation, Wei Ping readily agreed to the transaction and accepted the 9 complete spirit stones. With the resolution of this matter, Zhou Ji's demeanor visibly relaxed. Lifting the teacup to savor its aroma, Zhou Ji inquired, "The materials for the 100 Herbs Restoration Elixir are ready. I wonder how Master Wei has grasped the method of its refinement?" Wei Ping, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied with confidence, "Over the past 6 months, I have thoroughly comprehended the technique of refining this elixir. With a little familiarity with the properties of the herbs, I shall undoubtedly succeed in producing the 100 Herbs Restoration Elixir." Noticing Wei Ping's unwavering confidence, the smile on Zhou Ji's face grew more pronounced. He then instructed the steward to bring forth all the primary and auxiliary ingredients for the elixir. The 100 Herbs Restoration Elixir, aptly named, consists of precisely 99 types of herbal materials, excluding the millennium-old purple yuan fruit. In no time, a collection of small boxes was laid out before Wei Ping. Zhou Ji reverently presented the still-cool millennium purple yuan fruit into Wei Ping's hands. "Thus, I entrust this 100 Herbs Restoration Elixir to you, Master," he declared, even bowing slightly in respect. However, at that moment, Wei Ping suddenly interjected, "My lord, merely possessing these spiritual herbs is insufficient." Zhou Ji's expression faltered slightly, revealing a hint of confusion. Before Zhou Ji could inquire further, Wei Ping continued, "What you may not realize, my lord, is that although the 100 Herbs Restoration Elixir is a supreme healing remedy, its properties are intricate and must be adjusted based on the condition of the injured party. Therefore, if you wish for me to create a suitable elixir, I must first assess the state of the patient." Zhou Ji's countenance abruptly stiffened, an unusual glint flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but as he gazed at Zhou Ji's current expression, Wei Ping sensed a subtle aura of hostility, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Yet, in the next instant, it seemed as though it had been nothing more than a figment of Wei Ping's imagination, as the peculiar glint in Zhou Ji's eyes vanished abruptly. Chapter 53. The mysterious wounded. What I have just stated is not a mere fabrication by Wei Ping, but rather a matter clearly documented within the contents of the 100 Herbs Restoration Liquid. After contemplating for a moment, Wei Ping resolved to provide an explanation. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "This matter is explicitly detailed within the inheritance. The lord of the city will readily comprehend it." As he spoke, Wei Ping extended the jade slip containing the inheritance that he always carried. Observing Wei Ping's open demeanor, Zhou Ji refrained from accepting the jade slip. Instead, he clasped his hands in respect and said, "The injured individual is of great importance to our city lord's mansion, thus I must exercise caution and prudence. I hope the master will not take offense." Acknowledging Zhou Ji's explanation with a nod, Wei Ping waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Seeing Wei Ping's calm expression, Zhou Ji discreetly exhaled a sigh of relief. "Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." He rose and exited the parlor. Reappearing not long after, Wei Ping, with a delicate sniff, detected a faint herbal aroma emanating from Zhou Ji, reminiscent of the alchemist serving the city lord's mansion. Noticing this, Wei Ping narrowed his eyes slightly, understanding that Zhou Ji had likely gone to consult the first-tier elite alchemist to confirm his suspicions regarding any tampering with the inheritance. Upon their reunion, Zhou Ji maintained his composed demeanor and solemnly addressed Wei Ping, "Master, please follow me. The wounded person is currently within the city lord's mansion." Subsequently, Zhou Ji led the way as they proceeded toward the inner residence of the city lord's mansion. This journey involved only Zhou Ji and Wei Ping, as the mansion steward did not accompany them. The city lord's mansion sprawled across an expansive area, nearly encompassing the entire mountain. The inner residence was situated at the pinnacle. As they walked, Wei Ping noted that the concentration of spiritual energy around them increased significantly, and the number of servants diminished drastically compared to the bustling front hall of the mansion, with only a few maidservants remaining. As they continued, the buildings in front of them became increasingly sparse. By the time they reached the summit of the mountain, they found themselves at the entrance of a few caves carved into the mountain itself. Finally, they arrived at their destination. Zhou Ji quickened his pace, heading towards one of the caves. The entrance to this cave was constructed from a solid slab of first-tier spirit iron, measuring a full foot in thickness, and was embedded with a formation. Even the master of the city lord's mansion would require a small token from his waist to gain access. The meticulous arrangements piqued Wei Ping's curiosity. Who could possibly reside within this cave? Could it be the legendary ancestor of the Zhou family who established the immortal Fate City? As these thoughts traversed Wei Ping's mind, his gaze inadvertently drifted over Zhou Ji's shoulder, peering into the gradually ascending entrance of the cave. To Wei Ping's astonishment, as the door opened, he caught a glimpse of a pair of elegantly petite moon-white boots. Instantly, the curiosity that had been swirling in Wei Ping's mind was interrupted. According to legend, the ancestor of the Zhou family was a male. It is evident that the delicate and elegant ankle boots do not belong to the venerable ancestor of the Zhou family. The entrance to the cave did not afford Wei Ping any opportunity for curiosity. Within mere moments, the grand doors rose fully. Before Zhou Ji and Wei Ping stood a young woman, in her 20s, clad in a fitted half-armor and wielding a long sword, her sharp features exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing her, Zhou Ji could not suppress a wry smile, remarking, "Sister, there is no need for such vigilance in our own abode." However, the woman, clearly Zhou Ji's sister, paid him no heed. With a swift motion, she directed her sword towards Wei Ping, demanding, "Who are you?" Her voice, though melodious, was laced with coldness and wariness, accompanied by an oppressive aura characteristic of a mid-stage spirit-nurturing realm cultivator, bearing down upon Wei Ping. In an instant, the sword gleamed ominously, the sharpness of a higher being directed at him. Wei Ping felt the hair on his neck rise, poised to draw his bamboo stick in defense. Just then, Zhou Ji stepped forward, positioning himself between Wei Ping and the woman. Gazing at her, whose demeanor was as frigid as ice, Zhou Ji's eyes flared with indignation. "Zhou Qingyan, do you not acknowledge me, your elder brother?" He continued, "This is Wei Yin, a master alchemist capable of concocting the 100 Herbs Rejuvenation Elixir, whom I have painstakingly sought out. Should you hinder his treatment, do not blame me for invoking the family law." At Zhou Ji's outburst, the coldness and suspicion in Zhou Qingyan's gaze softened slightly. Ignoring Zhou Ji's barely concealed ire, She scrutinized Wei Ping, who was draped in a loose robe, and after a moment, nodded curtly towards him. In that case, you may enter. Zhou Ji's frustration surged anew at being so disregarded by his sister. Strangely, he chose not to voice his grievances, but instead stepped aside and offered a respectful gesture to Wei Ping, apologizing, Master Wei. My sister has grown up under the care of our ancestor, which has fostered her headstrong nature. I hope you will overlook her demeanor. For reasons unknown. As Zhou Ji explained, Wei Ping thought he heard a faint, disapproving click of the tongue. Reflecting upon the situation, Wei Ping realized he bore no animosity towards Zhou Qingyan. And regardless of her obstinacy as the city lord's sister, it was unlikely she would resort to violence. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, it is of no concern. Thereafter, Wei Ping stepped past Zhou Ji, advancing towards Zhou Qingyan, who awaited him within the cave's entrance. Just as he crossed the threshold, a subtle cracking sound reached his ears, followed immediately by the sudden descent of a 1-foot-thick spirit iron door. Zhou Qingyan did not glance back at him. Instead, she strode confidently into the depths of the cave. Inside, the cave was not dim. The corridor was adorned with luminous night pearls that illuminated the space. Wei Ping said nothing more, following in Zhou Qingyan's footsteps, enveloped in the soft, ethereal glow of the pearls. Though the entrance to the cave appeared modest, within it lay a world of wonders. Along the way, pavilions and towers, flowing waters and artificial hills were omnipresent, truly resembling a small paradise. The two of them walked for quite a while, yet Wei Ping had not caught sight of the mysterious injured individual. During the journey, Wei Ping discerned that the lady named Zhou Qingyan held a distinct aversion towards him. She did not even utter a single word in his direction. Whenever he ventured closer, she would hasten her pace, widening the distance between them. Wei Ping furrowed his brow and lightly inhaled the fragrance of the robe he wore, only to detect a hint of the refreshing scent of foliage. Observing the graceful silhouette leading the way, he shook his head, pondering to himself, what an odd person. Just then, a delicate pavilion finally emerged before Wei Ping's eyes. At this point, Zhou Qingyan paused her steps and finally turned to cast a fleeting glance at him. Do not look at what you should not. Otherwise, beware of your eyes. Chapter 54. The Essence of Herbal Restoration after issuing a warning to Wei Ping. Zhou Qingyan took the lead, stepping through the ornate door of the exquisite pavilion. In an instant, Wei Ping, who followed closely behind, was enveloped by a surge of spiritual energy far surpassing that of his own residence. This energy was even more potent than that he experienced when activating the minor gathering array. Zhou Qingyan swiftly entered, but upon turning around, she noticed Wei Ping standing still, engrossed in surveying the delicate pavilion before him. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Qingyan spoke coldly, what are you dawdling for? Maintaining such a high concentration of spiritual energy in the locking array is no easy feat. Come inside quickly. At her urging, Wei Ping nodded and stepped lightly into the pavilion. Once inside, the intensity of the spiritual energy became even more palpable to him. The energy within the pavilion was exponentially greater than that found in his dwelling located at the first-tier spiritual vein. However, at that moment, Wei Ping was not overly concerned with this revelation. In the very center of the pavilion lay an enormous piece of warm jade, upon which reclined a woman with a pale complexion and a graceful figure. It was evident that this was the individual Zhou Ji wished for Wei Ping to assist. Initially, Wei Ping had assumed that the grand preparations and caution were meant for the mysterious ancestor of the Zhou family, but to his surprise, it was this woman instead. Curiosity began to stir within him regarding her identity. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyan observed Wei Ping's motionless stance upon entering the pavilion, seemingly quite earnest, causing her wariness to diminish slightly. The next moment, a cold voice echoed in Wei Ping's ears. The injured person is this one. Please, Master Wei, extend your assistance. Hearing Zhou Qingyan's somewhat unnatural tone, likely due to her lack of experience in such speech, Wei Ping remained silent, nodding as he approached the center. As he drew closer, he could discern that the woman on the warm jade had her brows slightly furrowed and her face was pallid, although her eyes remained closed. She exuded an aura of ethereal beauty akin to the snow lotus of Tianshan, radiating an unparalleled sanctity. At first glance, any ordinary person would feel a sense of reverence upon beholding her countenance. However, in her current state of unconsciousness, it could also awaken desires that one might struggle to suppress. Yet, for the mere 14-year-old Wei Ping, the situation appeared entirely different. Observing the faint traces of blood lingering on her abdomen, his immediate thought was that with such a strong scent of blood, she must be in considerable pain. Subsequently, he instinctively approached to examine her injuries. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyan stood nearby, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword, her gaze fixed intently on Wei Ping. She was acutely aware of the stunning allure possessed by the woman on the warm jade. Even as a fellow woman, she sometimes found herself feeling a sense of compassion when gazing at her beauty, let alone a man. However, Zhou Qingyan was taken aback by the sight of Master Wei, who regarded the beauty on the warm jade with clear eyes, his movements precise and methodical as he assessed her condition. In an instant, Zhou Qingyan's pupils trembled slightly, as if she could hardly believe the scene before her. After a brief moment, Wei Ping stood up, his expression grave. The woman before them had evidently suffered some grievous assault. The half-foot-long wound on her abdomen was merely the least severe among her myriad injuries. Without delving into the less critical wounds, the most fatal harm she bore was the complete shattering of her internal organs, accompanied by cracks throughout her meridians. Were this the condition of an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to death 3 or 4 times over. Yet, remarkably, within her lay a pure and tenacious life force that clung desperately to her last breath. Given such injuries, even a common first-tier elixir would prove futile. Only the advanced second-tier Baichao Huan Yuan liquid might hold the potential to save her. Observing Wei Ping's furrowed brow, Zhou Qingyan cleared her throat and asked, her tone somewhat awkward. "Wei, Master Wei, do you have confidence?" Wei Ping glanced at Zhou Qingyan, detecting an unmasked concern in her demeanor. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that her attitude towards him had softened a fraction. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Though this young lady's injuries are severe, there is still hope." At his words, the worry etched on Zhou Qingyan's face lessened, and she let out a sigh of relief. Once he had assessed the extent of the woman's injuries, Wei Ping took his leave from the city lord's residence, returning home with a variety of spiritual herbs and materials to prepare the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid. After placing all the herbs into a stone vial and imbuing it with spiritual energy, he meticulously followed the ancestral records to blend and concoct the elixir step by step. In a short while, a somewhat murky purple-green liquid materialized under his hands. Subsequently, he poured this liquid into the stone vial, and after a brief moment, retrieved it once more. Thus, he obtained a potion that shimmered like amethyst, crystal clear to the bottom, its appearance identical to the finished product described in the records. Remarkably, within just a few hours, Wei Ping had successfully crafted the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid, which, according to the legacy, would typically require at least 7 days of meticulous work. Once he confirmed its perfection, he carefully stored the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid. Soon, a week had elapsed. Wei Ping donned his customary voluminous robe and, with the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid in hand, stepped out of his quarters. Within the city lord's residence, Zhou Ji was engaged in idle conversation with Ban Li. Occasionally, Zhou Ji would instinctively glance towards the door. Ever since Wei Ping had departed with an array of herbs 7 days prior, Zhou Ji had not ventured beyond the confines of the city lord's estate. He would often summon Ban Li to chat away the time, and throughout this week, their discussions had revolved solely around the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid. As Zhou Ji turned to look once more, Ban Li sighed and remarked, "Lord City Master, please remain patient. The crafting of the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid alone requires at least 7 days. Not to mention that this is Master Wei's first attempt. How could he possibly have completed it so swiftly?" Upon hearing Ban Li's words, Zhou Ji let out a bitter smile, poised to respond when suddenly the voice of the steward echoed from outside. "My lord, Master Wei Yin requests an audience." At this, both Zhou Ji and Ban Li were taken aback. Zhou Ji immediately rose to his feet, a look of joy illuminating his face. "Quickly, please invite Master Wei to join us." The steward promptly turned to leave. Ban Li, emerging from his momentary daze, observed Zhou Ji's palpable elation and could not help but advise, "It has only been 7 days. In my humble opinion, the likelihood of Master Wei successfully concocting the 100 herbs rejuvenation liquid is exceedingly low. The city lord ought to brace himself mentally." Listening to Ban Li's earnest words, the joy on Zhou Ji's face waned slightly. Upon reflection, he found Ban Li's perspective to hold merit. He then waved his hand dismissively at Ban Li, saying, "Thank you for your sage counsel, Master Ban. The anxiety that has plagued me these past few days must have amused you." Witnessing the city lord's graciousness, a hint of a modest smile appeared on Ban Li's face. Just then, the sound of footsteps resonated from outside. Before Wei Ping had even arrived, his voice carried in, "My lord, I am pleased to report that I have successfully crafted the 100 herbs rejuvenation liquid." Chapter 55, The Zhou Siblings. Fierce as enemies upon the emergence of that voice, the smile on Ban Li's face froze completely. Meanwhile, Zhou Ji's momentary calm shattered as he abruptly turned to see Wei Ping, still bearing traces of fatigue. Entering the hall while cradling a jade vial the size of an infant's head, Zhou Ji, still in disbelief, inquired, "Master Wei, what did you just say?" Wei Ping confidently presented the jade vial before Zhou Ji, saying, "My lord, this is the Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid." Zhou Ji's gaze fixated on the jade vial in Wei Ping's hands, his face alight with astonishment. Observing his reaction, Wei Ping wasted no time and handed the vial to Zhou Ji. With a slight tremor in his fingers, Zhou Ji accepted the vial. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a liquid that resembled clear, purple jade. Immediately, a gentle, herbal fragrance wafted forth from the vial. As Zhou Ji processed this aroma, Banli, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, his aged eyes widening in shock as they fell upon the vial held by Zhou Ji. Though Zhou Ji could not ascertain the quality of the liquid within, Banli's expression illuminated the truth for him, carefully passing the vial to Banli. Zhou Ji turned to Wei Ping with admiration, exclaiming, "Master, you are indeed a prodigy worthy of being a disciple of an esteemed sage. Managing to concoct this Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid so swiftly. However, the injured individual is of great importance to me. I must have Master Ban inspect the liquid first. I hope you understand." In response, Wei Ping offered a faint smile, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, Banli cautiously inserted a long spiritual needle into the vial. When he withdrew it, a single drop of the resplendent Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid clung to the needle's tip. At that moment, Banli could scarcely believe that the individual before him had truly succeeded in crafting a quasi-second-tier Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid on the first attempt. However, after meticulously examining it for an extended period, Banli discovered that the Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid before him bore a striking resemblance to the finished product described in the ancient texts. Unwilling to surrender hope, Banli cast a complex glance at Wei Ping before allowing a drop of the liquid to fall onto the back of his hand. Instantly, the drop of Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid began to absorb into his skin at a visibly rapid pace. This liquid was not meant for internal consumption to unlock its full potential. It required a special external application method detailed in the ancient records. Banli's application on his hand would only yield about 30 to 40% of its medicinal efficacy. Yet, even so, he felt an exceptionally pure vitality surge from his skin into his body. In that instant, Banli shuddered, as if a tempest had swept through his heart. Could there truly be such a genius in this world? To succeed in crafting the quasi-second-tier Bai Chao Huan Yuan liquid on the first try? Could it be that this Wei Yan is a second-tier alchemist masquerading as a fool? Observing the situation, Zhou Ji hastily inquired, "Master Ban, is there an issue with this 100-herb restoration liquid?" Gazing at the vial in his hand, despite his reluctance to believe, Banli could not help but acknowledge that it was indeed the genuine 100-herb restoration liquid. After a subtle nod, his voice still tinged with astonishment, Banli respectfully addressed Wei Ping, "Master Wei, this potion boasts exceptional quality and pure medicinal properties. It is undoubtedly the 100-herb restoration liquid." Witnessing Banli's demeanor towards Wei Ping, Zhou Ji's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. Turning to Wei Ping, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "It is truly a great fortune for our lord's estate to have Master Wei serve as our alchemical advisor. Without further ado, I implore you to heal the injured at once." Wei Ping nodded, accepting the 100-herb restoration liquid from Banli, and accompanied Zhou Ji back toward the rear residence of the lord's estate. Before long, they arrived once more at the entrance of the cave. It seemed that Shou Qingyan had anticipated their arrival, as she was already waiting outside the cave. Observing her, Zhou Ji's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. He stepped forward and directly addressed Shou Qingyan, "Sister, Master Wei has successfully concocted the 100-herb restoration liquid. Let us hasten to aid our esteemed elder." Shou Qingyan disregarded Zhou Ji and instead scrutinized Wei Ping with a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. Her voice, tinged with an icy demeanor, resonated. "I did not expect you to possess some genuine skill. Follow me." With that, Zhou Qingyan turned and strode toward the entrance of the cave. A hint of joy surfaced on Zhou Ji's face as he intended to follow Zhou Qingyan into the cave alongside Wei Ping. However, just as he took a step forward, Zhou Qingyan abruptly turned around, her gaze piercing into Zhou Ji as she coldly articulated, "What do you think you are doing?" Zhou Ji's expression faltered momentarily before he retorted, his tone laced with indignation. "What? Is my status as the clan leader of the Zhou family insufficient to enter our own cave?" Zhou Qingyan replied slowly, "Indeed, the Zhou family falls under your authority. But without the elder's command, I will not grant entry to my cave." As she spoke, the formations within the cave began to materialize behind her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's anger intensified. However, perhaps out of respect for the cave's protective formations, he exhaled deeply and chose not to respond further. Instead, he turned to Wei Ping, who had been observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, and said, "Please excuse the trivial matters of the Zhou family, master. I urge you to proceed with my sister and assist the injured." Wei Ping regarded the tense dynamic between the siblings, pondering that this was hardly a trivial matter. It was evident that Zhou Qingyan harbored both disdain and trepidation towards Zhou Ji, suggesting a deeper underlying issue. Nevertheless, recognizing it as a family affair, Wei Ping decided to feign ignorance and nodded to Zhou Ji before advancing into the cave. Zhou Qingyan stepped aside to allow Wei Ping to enter the cave. Only then did he fix his gaze upon Zhou Ji. Noticing no unusual movements, he finally closed the entrance behind them. Once inside the cave, Zhou Qingyan led the way while Wei Ping followed in his footsteps, making their way once more towards the exquisite pavilion. Throughout their journey, Zhou Qingyan remained silent, emanating an aura of low pressure that indicated his discontent. Naturally, Wei Ping refrained from provoking Zhou Qingyan further. Soon, they arrived once again at the enchanting pavilion. Upon entering, the sight of the woman, appearing as if she were a sleeping beauty upon the warm jade, came into Wei Ping's view once more. At that moment, Zhou Qingyan finally uttered a phrase, "I entrust this to you, Master Wei." Taking a deep breath and nodding in acknowledgement, Wei Ping approached the warm jade with the jade vial in hand. However, the very first action he took upon reaching the woman caused Zhou Qingyan's eyes to widen in shock as he drew his long sword. Chapter 56. The mysterious woman awakens. What are you planning, Wei Yan? With this stern reprimand, a menacing aura surged abruptly, sending a chill down Wei Ping's spine. The grip he had on the woman's belt froze instantly. Turning his head, he saw Zhou Qingyan's eyes wide with intensity in a fleeting moment. A glimmer of cold light flashed as she positioned herself between him and the woman lying on the warm jade bed. The gust of wind swept past, dislodging the hood from Wei Ping's head. In that instant, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Had he committed a grave error? Why was Zhou Qingyan reacting so vehemently? However, that moment of bewilderment swiftly dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm. He directed his gaze toward Zhou Qingyan and inquired in a low voice, "What is the meaning of this, senior?" Simultaneously, as Zhou Qingyan scrutinized the visage concealed beneath the hood, her murderous intent abruptly faltered. The figure before her, Master Wei Yan, appeared remarkably youthful, seeming no older than 14 or 15. Upon examining his clear eyes, she noted a tranquil demeanor devoid of any hint of guilt or the carnal desires she had anticipated. An absurd thought flickered through Zhou Qingyan's mind. Could it be that Wei Yan was merely an inexperienced youth, entirely oblivious to the situation? Unconsciously, she eased her grip on the sword. Although Zhou Qingyan had begun to retract her blade, her vigilance remained palpable, leaving Wei Ping uncertain whether this unpredictable woman might draw her sword once more. Observing the wary glint in Wei Ping's eyes, Zhou Qingyan's lips moved slightly before she spoke. "What were you doing just now?" Wei Ping furrowed his brow slightly. "Did you not see? I was administering treatment." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyan scoffed disdainfully. "Do you take me for a child of 3? What sort of treatment necessitates disrobing?" Taken aback, Wei Ping replied, "The Baichao Yuan liquid must be externally applied to the skin, complemented by specific techniques for absorption. How can one apply it without undressing?" Confronted with Wei Ping's adamant explanation, Zhou Qingyan's hostility diminished a fraction. Yet, she remained skeptical of his words. After clearing her throat, she coldly demanded, "Show me the documentation." At this, Wei Ping's apprehension gradually subsided. It appeared that this unpredictable woman could indeed be reasonable. He then retrieved the treasured ink jade slip from his bosom and tossed it to Zhou Qingyan. Without further ado, she received the slip and pressed it to her forehead, perusing the relevant details regarding the Baichao Yuan liquid. After a brief interval, having confirmed the veracity of Wei Ping's claims, Zhou Qingyan slowly retracted her sword and huffed. "Continue with the treatment. However, should I catch you engaging in any improper conduct, do not blame me for the mercilessness of my blade." Wei Ping internally lamented. This woman truly has an abundance of trivial concerns. Subsequently, under Zhou Qingyan's watchful gaze, he resumed his actions, deftly stripping the outer garment from the woman upon the warm jade bed with swift precision. As the outer garment was removed, the woman's exquisite figure was revealed to Wei Ping. Beside him, Zhou Qingyan was intently observing the changes in Wei Ping's expression. Should Wei Ping exhibit any sign of impropriety, Zhou Qingyan would swiftly make him aware of her formidable presence. However, it appeared that Wei Ping chose to disregard the woman's alluring form. placing his hand upon her undergarment instead. With deft fingers, he quickly untied the strings of her garment, and with a gentle sweep, the undergarment was removed. He then placed his palm upon her lower garment, and Zhou Qingyin's brow furrowed in agitation, her hand once again resting on the hilt of her sword. Stop. Is it truly necessary to remove so much for merely applying the medicinal liquid? Wei Ping's actions faltered, a surge of frustration rising within him. He turned to cast a cold glance at Zhou Qingyin, his voice icy as he declared, "This girl is grievously injured all over. This is the only way to utilize the 100 herbs restorative liquid. Should you say any more, I shall withdraw, and you may take my place." At this, Zhou Qingyin was incensed. She had observed the intricate technique associated with the restorative liquid. This method was not only complicated and difficult to master, but also required an understanding of alchemy to be effective. After uttering those words, Wei Ping disregarded Zhou Qingyin's reaction and continued to remove the woman's undergarments. With no further interruptions from Zhou Qingyin, he successfully stripped her of all her clothing, leaving her lying on the warm jade like a statue of white jade. Subsequently, Wei Ping activated his internal spiritual energy and employed the special technique. Instantly, a glimmer of spiritual light appeared upon his palms. He poured the 100 herbs restorative liquid into his hands, which now resembled a pair of violet gloves. Taking a deep breath, under Zhou Qingyin's watchful gaze, he pressed his hands upon the woman's lower abdomen. In that instant, a soft yet resilient sensation responded beneath his fingertips. However, at that moment, Wei Ping's attention was entirely focused on the injuries within the woman's body, leaving him oblivious to all else. The woman's wounds were severe, and even after she absorbed the restorative liquid he had poured, there was no sign of improvement. Undeterred, Wei Ping continued to channel his spiritual energy, persistently massaging the major acupoints on her body, with the restorative liquid continuously being absorbed during the process. Under Wei Ping's ministrations, the woman appeared as a mere puppet, her alabaster skin gradually acquiring a delicate hue. This scene, which might seem enticing to others, was exceedingly exhausting for Wei Ping, causing beads of sweat to form upon his forehead. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Wei Ping exhausted an entire bottle of the herbal restoration elixir. Yet the woman remained in a deep stupor. Zhou Qingyin observed Wei Ping's earnest efforts in administering the elixir with unwavering focus and solemnity. Any doubts she once harbored had long dissipated. However, as she witnessed Wei Ping drenched in sweat, having depleted the entire bottle of the elixir while the woman showed no sign of awakening, a wave of anxiety surged within her. "Master Wei, has the herbal restoration elixir proven ineffective?" Wei Ping, his internal energy waning, appeared utterly fatigued. His palms rested on the woman's lower abdomen, executing the final step of the catalysis technique, entirely oblivious to Zhou Qingyin's presence. Just as Wei Ping mustered the last vestiges of his spiritual power to catalyze the final layer of the elixir upon his hands, the woman on the warm jade bed suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 57. The second order elixir. At this moment, Wei Ping's hands rested upon the woman's lower abdomen. As she opened her eyes, he instinctively sought to withdraw his hands and rise. However, the earlier exertion of his spiritual energy had proven to be exceedingly draining. In an instant, he found himself unable to stand. Instead, a wave of weakness coursed through him, compelling him to brace himself against the ground to avoid collapsing. Yet, as he did so, his fingers, which had just begun to lift, sank deeply into her alabaster skin. In that fleeting moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in the woman's eyes, sending a chill down Wei Ping's spine. He sensed an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from her. As if in the next heartbeat, his very soul could be severed from his body. Startled, he involuntarily recoiled several steps. When he dared to glance back at her, the fierce glimmer in her gaze seemed to dissipate, replaced by an expression of contemplation and realization. It was then that Wei Ping discerned that her eyes were unlike those of an ordinary person. Within their depths, a faint azure luminescence flickered. If her visage had resembled that of a serene celestial being carved from jade while her eyes were closed, upon their opening, she exuded an elegance and composure, an ineffable charm that gradually enveloped the entire chamber. Under the influence of this extraordinary aura, both Wei Ping and Zhou Qinyin found themselves captivated, momentarily rendered speechless. The woman slowly rose, surveying her injuries, and a glimmer of cold light appeared in her eyes. Subsequently, before Wei Ping and Zhou Qinyin, she gracefully donned the garments that lay beside her, every movement deliberate and poised. It was only at this juncture that Wei Ping and Zhou Qinyin regained their senses. Given that Zhou Qinyin was a practitioner at the later stage of spirit gathering, she recovered her composure slightly earlier than Wei Ping. She quickly understood that the woman before them was a formidable practitioner with profound abilities. A wave of anxiety surged within Zhou Qingyan. Earlier, in her attempt to assist the woman, they had inadvertently offended her. While she, as a fellow woman, might escape unscathed, Wei Ping could be in dire peril. Resolving to act, she clenched her teeth and spoke, "Please do not take offense, esteemed one. This Master Wei Yin acted solely to administer the 100-herb restorative elixir in your aid. We harbor no ill intent." Wei Ping, however, perceived no fault in his actions. How else could he have tended to her wounds without removing her garments? Noticing that he remained in a daze, Zhou Qingyan felt a surge of urgency. She parted her lips, ready to speak once more. Yet before she could utter a word, the woman slowly raised her hand to halt her, speaking with serene composure. "There is no need for further words, my friend. I comprehend the gravity of the situation." With that, she appraised Wei Ping from head to toe. And upon meeting his unwavering gaze, she could not help but let out a gentle laugh. "What a pure-hearted young man you are." Upon encountering the amiable demeanor of the lady, Zhou Qingyan exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he discreetly nudged Wei Ping with his foot, signaling him with a glance to hastily apologize, although Wei Ping did not believe he had erred. The intensity of Zhou Qingyan's gaze compelled him to clasp his hands together in a gesture of respect and say, "In times of urgency, I defer to your wisdom. I harbor no intentions of disrespect towards you, esteemed elder." The lady slightly shook her head and, with considerable effort, bowed to both Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan. "I am Wen Jingzun, and I express my gratitude for your assistance." While Zhou Qingyan and Wei Ping had indeed saved this enigmatic woman, her profound cultivation left them in awe, prompting an immediate return of their bow. However, as she inclined her head, a trace of blood seeped from her wounds once more. Observing this, Wen Jingyun let out a soft sigh. She then inquired of the two, "Might you enlighten me as to my current whereabouts?" Zhou Qingyan stepped forward, eager to elucidate the situation to this mysterious woman. Half an hour later, when Jingzun, through Zhou Qingyan's explanation, finally grasped the circumstances that had led her to find herself in this unfamiliar pavilion. Reflecting on her predicament, she addressed Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan, "I see now. My survival is solely due to the assistance of Taoist Zhou and Master Wei. Such a debt of gratitude cannot be expressed in mere words. In the future, I shall repay you both." As she uttered these words, her expression bore an earnest gravity. Subsequently, from an unknown source, when Jingzun produced a jade slip and handed it to Wei Ping, he accepted it with a puzzled expression, ready to speak, but she preemptively remarked, "Though I have been revived by Master Wei's Baichao Huan Yuan liquid, this quasi-second-tier elixir cannot restore my injuries completely. Therefore, I wish to request Master Wei's expertise in concocting the second-tier lower-grade elixir, Hanlu Qingxin Dan." Given that Master Wei had successfully refined the quasi-second-tier Baichao Huan Yuan liquid, it stands to reason that this second-tier lower-grade elixir would pose no challenge for him. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the jade slip. It contained the formula for a second-tier elixir. Setting aside the matter of what Wen Jingyun's promised repayment might entail, the mere acquisition of this second-tier formula exceeded Wei Ping's expectations. Without further adu, he pressed the jade slip to his forehead. Hanlu Qingxin Dan, a second-tier lower-grade elixir, primarily composed of the second-tier lower-grade spiritual herb, Hanyu Lingji, and the second-tier lower-grade spiritual herb, Shuyu Mei. Much like the Baichao Huan Yuan liquid, the Hanlu Qingxin Dan was a sacred remedy, albeit more focused on internal injuries. With a stone vial in hand, the refinement of Hanlu Qingxin Dan should be a manageable task. The true challenge lay in procuring the primary ingredients, all of which were second-tier spiritual herbs, a feat beyond Wei Ping's current capabilities. Noticing Wei Ping's troubled expression, Zhou Qingyan stepped forward to inquire, "What troubles you, Master Wei? Is there an issue?" After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ping spoke, "Whether I can concoct the second-tier Hanlu Qingxin pill is uncertain. However, the primary ingredients, the second-tier spiritual herbs, Hanyu Lingji and Zumei, elude me entirely." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyan's brow furrowed in concern. It was not just Wei Ping. Even she, the younger sister of the city lord of Xianyuan, had encountered only a handful of second-tier spiritual plants in her lifetime. These were treasures reserved for those at the foundational level of cultivation, and within Xianyuan city, only her father, the venerable ancestor of the Zhou clan, possessed the qualification to utilize them. At that moment, a muffled thud echoed from the entrance of the cave dwelling. Zhou Qingyan paused, then swiftly unsheathed her longsword, exclaiming furiously, Zhou Ji, how dare you intrude upon my sanctuary? With that, she prepared to dash out of the pavilion. However, Zhou Ji's voice soon resonated from outside. Little sister. Master Wei, are you unharmed? As the voice approached, growing nearer to the pavilion, Wei Ping quickly donned his hood. In the next instant, Zhou Ji burst through the wooden door of the pavilion, his eyes scanning the surroundings before swiftly locking onto Wen Jingyun. Chapter 58. The thoughts of Lord Zhou. The moment Zhou Ji beheld the visage of Wen Jingyun, his eyes shimmered with brilliance. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, advancing towards her. However, after just 2 paces, a clang resounded as Zhou Qingyan brandished her sword, her brow furrowed in defiance as she stood resolutely before Zhou Ji. Her voice cold and commanding. What do you intend to do? This is my dwelling. Leave at once. Zhou Ji's expression faltered slightly as he gazed at his younger sister obstructing his path, a frown of displeasure creasing his brow. Sister, how can you speak to me in such a manner? I am your elder brother. Moreover, is this not a dwelling bestowed upon you by our family? In the Zhou clan, is there a place that I, as the clan leader, am forbidden to enter? With that, Zhou Ji disregarded Zhou Qingyan's warning and continued his advance towards Wen Jingyun. Observing Zhou Ji's unyielding demeanor, Zhou Qingyan's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, Zhou Ji, what do you intend to do? Leave this instant, or do not expect me to show any fraternal affection. As her words fell, she again positioned herself in front of Zhou Ji. Their tense standoff elicited a flicker of contemplation in Wen Jingyun's eyes. With a sword poised before him, Zhou Ji found it prudent to halt his advance, settling instead at a respectful distance of 5 or 6 paces from Wen Jingyun. Bowing in deference as he spoke, Esteemed one, I am Zhou Ji, the lord of Xianyuan City. 3 years ago, after my sister brought you back in a grievous state, I exhausted all healing elixirs within Xianyuan City, regrettably to no avail. Only recently did I invite Master Wei to concoct the Baichao Huanyuan liquid for one final attempt. Fortunately, fate has favored you, and the elixir has proven effective. It appears that those who evade calamity shall find blessings ahead. I extend my congratulations on your recovery. Wei Ping observed Zhou Ji bowing slightly, swiftly claiming the credit for Wen Jingyun's recovery in just a few words, a realization dawning upon him. It became apparent that the Lord had initially sought to entice him with the inheritance jade slip from Master Yin Hai and had expended considerable resources to produce the Baichao Huanyuan liquid, all in an effort to curry favor with Wen Jingyun. Nonetheless, it was only natural for Zhou Ji to harbor such intentions. It left one pondering why Zhou Qingyan reacted with such fervor. On the other hand, Wen Jingyun, upon hearing Zhou Ji's respectful words, softened her demeanor slightly, and a hint of a smile seemed to grace her lips. Observing this, Zhou Ji felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, the gaze Wen Jingyun directed towards him remained unchanged, as tranquil as an unfathomable well. Nodding gently, she replied, The grace of Lord Zhou shall not go unacknowledged. Upon hearing this, joy ignited in Zhou Ji's eyes. However, Wen Jingyun's subsequent words extinguished the flicker of delight that had just sparked. Regrettably, my injuries are still grave, and I am unable to return to my sect in the near future. Furthermore, my Qiankuan ring has been damaged, rendering me temporarily incapable of repaying Lord Zhou. In response, Zhou Ji pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, Might I ask how long your recovery will require, esteemed one? Wen Jingyun cast a glance at Zhou Ji with a smile that seemed to conceal deeper emotions, and then remarked, If I were to recuperate and heal my injuries in this cave for 20 years, I would be able to fully recover. Zhou Ji clenched his teeth and inquired, What if I were to continue gathering the spiritual herbs to concoct the 100 herbs restorative elixir to assist you in your recovery? Upon hearing the mention of the 100 herbs restorative elixir, a subtle flush appeared on Wen Jingyun's cheeks. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyan could no longer contain his frustration. Utilizing the 100 herbs restorative elixir would necessitate that Wei Yin employ that peculiar technique to catalyze the potion once more. Previously, when the mysterious elder was in a state of unconsciousness, it could be deemed a temporary measure. However, now that the elder had awakened, it would be quite inappropriate. Immediately, Zhou Qingyan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhou Ji, and firmly stated, The 100 herbs restorative elixir is of too low a grade. It would be ineffective for the esteemed elder. To expedite her recovery, we must concoct the second tier dan, the Frost Dew Tranquil Heart Pill. Zhou Ji was taken aback by these words. Frost Dew Tranquil Heart Pill? What sort of pill is that? Wei Ping felt a surge of joy upon hearing Zhou Qingyan's words. He had been contemplating asking Zhou Ji to assist in gathering the various spiritual herbs required for the Frost Dew Tranquil Heart Pill. After all, Wei Yan's identity was a fabrication, lacking any mysterious master to seek out for herbs. And it would be exceedingly difficult for Wei Ping alone to collect the necessary spiritual plants. Now, with Zhou Qingyan broaching the subject, it was indeed timely. Wei Ping stepped forward, handing the recipe for the Frost du Tranquil Heart Pill, which had been entrusted to him by Wen Jingzun, to Shou Ji, saying, "My lord, please take a look. This is the recipe for the Frost du Tranquil Heart Pill." Zhou Ji examined it, noting, Frost du Tranquil Heart Pill, a second-tier low-grade pill, with the primary ingredient being the second-tier low-grade spiritual herb, Cold Jade Lingji, and the second-tier low-grade spiritual herb, Snow Jade Mei. The sight of these two second-tier spiritual plants momentarily stunned Zhou Ji. After a brief pause, Zhou Ji raised his head and solemnly addressed Wen Jingyun, "Rest assured, esteemed elder, even if I must sacrifice everything, I shall procure the necessary spiritual plants for the Frost du Tranquil Heart Pill." He then returned the recipe to Wei Ping and patted his shoulder, saying, "Leave the matter of spiritual plants to me, but you must diligently study this recipe. Second-tier spiritual plants are exceptionally rare, and with the resources of Xianyuan City, it will be quite challenging to find many." Wei Ping nodded in agreement, stating, "Please do not worry, my lord. I shall devote myself to studying it earnestly." Seeing that matters had been settled, Zhou Qingyan ushered Zhou Ji and Wei Ping out of the cave. Zhou Ji glanced at Wei Ping, who remained silent, and offered a wry smile, about to say something. But Wei Ping insisted on studying the recipe and took his leave. Recognizing the significance of the situation, Zhou Ji escorted Wei Ping out of the city lord's residence. Upon returning home, Wei Ping promptly placed the recipe for the Frost du Tranquil Heart Pill into a stone vial and ceased to concern himself with it. Oh, studying the recipe? With the stone vial in hand, he needed not worry. Once Zhou Ji gathered the required primary and secondary herbs for the Frost du Tranquil Heart Pill, Wei Ping could concoct the elixir the very same day. Subsequently, Wei Ping entered the Tranquil Chamber and consumed a red jade pill, entering a state of meditation. After several hours, the swirling spiritual energy surrounding him gradually settled. Upon opening his eyes and sensing an additional surge of spiritual power in his dantian, a faint smile graced Wei Ping's face. It had been nearly 3 months since he had broken through to the 5th level of spirit gathering, and during this time, he had diligently practiced each day, consuming the red jade pill without fail. At this moment, the quantity of spiritual power within his dantian had finally reached 72. Just a third more, and he would fill his dantian to capacity and attempt a breakthrough. However, the smile on Wei Ping's face soon faded, replaced by a furrowed brow and a contemplative expression. The small 5 elements cultivation technique he possessed could only be cultivated up to the 6th level of spirit gathering, and the techniques offered by the city lord's mansion were utterly inadequate, rendering his subsequent cultivation a formidable challenge. After some reflection, a notion began to take shape in Wei Ping's mind. Since he could not find a technique to his liking within the city lord's mansion, it was unlikely he would discover one in the city of Immortal Fate. However, given that Immortal Fate City was a gathering place for cultivators, it stood to reason that other locations might harbor similar cities. He resolved to inquire further. Perhaps he might find a solution to his cultivation technique dilemma in other realms. Chapter 59. The Alliance of Qiashan, Jiufeng Plain, Qingyang Mountain. Several days passed, and the day of trading with Meng Hao arrived. Wei Ping, clutching 2 elixir vials, made his way towards Qianzhenfeng. As was customary, he sought out a secluded alley midway, transforming into the guise of a burly man before proceeding to the marketplace. Having resided in Xianyuan City for over half a year, Wei Ping was unaware that the lunar month was drawing near, and a layer of snow blanketed the ground. At first glance, it appeared no different from the harsh winters he had experienced in Yuyang Village. However, within Xianyuan City, very few donned fur coats or cotton garments, highlighting its distinction from the mundane world. Practitioners of the cultivation path were impervious to the elements. Even Wei Ping wore but a light garment. Despite having embarked on his journey of cultivation nearly a year ago, the stark contrast before him still evoked a sense of peculiarity. Before long, Wei Ping arrived at the entrance of Qianzhenfeng. A few steps further, and he would catch sight of the Meng family's spiritual herb stall. At that moment, from beneath the archway of Qianzhenfeng, a middle-aged man in casual attire suddenly emerged, his face lighting up upon spotting Wei Ping. Before Wei Ping could step into the marketplace, the man positioned himself directly in front of him. Feeling a slight tension at the unexpected appearance, Wei Ping was about to speak when the middle-aged man bowed deeply and addressed him. "Might you be the esteemed disciple of Master Wei, Wei Ping?" Noticing the man's respectful demeanor, Wei Ping nodded and replied, Indeed, I am Wei Ping. May I inquire what brings you to seek me? The middle-aged man promptly produced a brocade box from his bosom, presenting it to Wei Ping with both hands. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, but please accept this humble gift as a token of respect. As Wei Ping inhaled, he detected an aromatic fragrance of herbs emanating from the box. Curiosity prompted him to open it, revealing a rather rare mid-grade spiritual herb of the first tier. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Wang Jian, a steward of the Wang family, which also engages in the business of spiritual herbs, rivaling the Meng family in strength and capability. He continued, I kindly request that you convey to your master our desire for collaboration. I assure you, the terms we can offer will surpass those of the Meng family. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Wang Jian's earnest attitude, Wei Ping found it difficult to respond negatively. After some contemplation, he returned the brocade box to Wang Jian, shaking his head. You overestimate me, my friend. I am but a disciple under my master. I dare not make decisions on his behalf. Please, take this gift back. Wang Jian, however, was insistent, repeatedly declining to accept it. I would not wish to impose upon you. You need only relay a message to Master Wei. As for this gift, he gestured towards the brocade box. It is customary to not retract a gift once given. Regardless of the outcome, it is essential that you accept it. Moreover, should the esteemed Taoist Wei facilitate this matter, my Wang family would bestow ample rewards. Upon uttering these words, Wang Jian respectfully clasped his hands towards Wei Ping and turned to depart. Observing this, Wei Ping could only manage a wry smile as he tucked the brocade box into his bosom. It seemed that the Wang family possessed considerable strength and a commendable demeanor. However, after a lengthy collaboration with the Meng family, a nascent trust had already been established. The prospect of forging a new alliance with this Wang family did not pique Wei Ping's interest. Shaking his head, he made his way towards the Meng family's spiritual herb stall. At the Meng family's stall, Meng Hao had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Wei Ping finally approaching, his eyes brightened, and he hurriedly came forth to greet him. Wei Ping wasted no time, promptly producing the 2 vials containing the minor barrier-breaking elixir and the crimson jade elixir to complete the transaction with Meng Hao. However, this time, unlike his usual practice of departing immediately after the exchange, Wei Ping had decided to linger a while longer. He intended to inquire whether there were any locations akin to Xianyuan City in the vicinity, and consulting a local entity like the Ming family was most prudent. Prior to his arrival, Wei Ping had resolved to gather information from Meng Hao. Noticing that Wei Ping had not left, Meng Hao, displaying keen insight, inquired, Taoist Wei, should you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to voice them. I shall assist to the best of my ability. In response, Wei Ping clasped his hands and replied, to speak candidly, my master has recently tasked me with a mission to procure a cultivation technique. Over the past few months, I have scoured every marketplace and shop in Xianyuan City, yet I remain at a loss. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao initially assumed that Wei Ping sought to delegate this troublesome task to him. Surely, items that even the esteemed Wei master could not procure would not be easily obtained, while success would yield mutual satisfaction. Failing to fulfill the task and subsequently incurring the ire of Wei master would lead to regrettable consequences. Consequently, Meng Hao prepared to decline. However, before he could articulate his refusal, Wei Ping added, hence, I seek to inquire whether there are any other cultivation marketplaces or congregating places, such as towns, in the vicinity of Xianyuan City. At these words, Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief and promptly replied, Taoist Wei, you are indeed asking the right person. My Ming family has been rooted in Xianyuan City for over a century. While we may not be a major local power, we are well acquainted with the surrounding circumstances. In the vicinity of Xianyuan City, there exist 3 major forces, the Thousand Mountain Alliance, the Autumn Maple Plain, and the Green Goat Mountain. Among these, the Thousand Mountain Alliance is the most prosperous and powerful. However, it is situated quite far from Xianyuan City. For a common person, reaching the Thousand Mountain Alliance would require several years of arduous travel. Green Goat Mountain is comparable to our Xianyuan City. Established by an ancient foundation elder known as the Green Goat Taoist, what cannot be found in Xianyuan City is likely absent there as well. Only the Autumn Maple Plains Autumn Maple City appears to be a suitable option. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping's eyes brightened with anticipation, and he eagerly inquired, might I ask if fellow Taoist Meng possesses a map to Chiofeng City? Meng Hao replied with a faint smile, indeed, I do have one. However, I would advise against your immediate departure, fellow Taoist Wei. The object you seek is undoubtedly extraordinary. If you were to venture to Chiofeng City and inquire at each establishment, not only would it prove quite troublesome, but it may also attract unforeseen dangers. As far as I know, Chiofeng City holds an auction once a year, and if my calculations are correct, it is approaching in the coming months. It would be prudent for you to wait a while. When the auction commences, I shall inform you, and it would not be too late for you to go then. Wei Ping could not contain his joy and respectfully cupped his hands towards Meng Hao, exclaiming, I did not expect that the dilemma I have been troubled by could be so easily resolved by you, fellow Taoist. Thank you. A smile graced Meng Hao's face as he waved his hand, saying, What is this? You have also assisted my Ming family in establishing a partnership with your esteemed master. After a brief pause, Meng Hao continued, Since you intend to travel to Chiofeng City, do remember not to bring any Puan pills. Chapter 60. The evolution of cooperation. Before Wei Ping could pose a question, Meng Hao chuckled and directly remarked, My friend, you may not be aware, but the Peiyuan pill is exclusively circulated within our immortal fate city. Other factions may not accept it as currency. Any substance that closely resembles the efficacy of the Peiyuan pill and can enhance the cultivation of early-stage spiritual practitioners may potentially serve as a medium of exchange among cultivators. For instance, at Qingyang Mountain, the circulating currency is the Qingyuan pill. However, this is a practice typical of smaller factions like ours. In larger forces, such as Chiofeng City, the predominant currency is fragments of spirit stones. Upon hearing Meng Hao's explanation, Wei Ping felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for Meng Hao's counsel, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that the Peiyuan pill could only function as currency within Immortal Fate City. Nevertheless, despite his thoughts, Wei Ping maintained a calm demeanor, for he was indeed a disciple of Master Wei Yin, a newcomer to Immortal Fate City, and surely such matters would not escape his notice. After Meng Hao finished speaking, he gazed into Wei Ping's eyes, seemingly hoping to discern gratitude within them. However, to Meng Hao's astonishment, Wei Ping's expression was composed, as if the information shared had long been anticipated. Realizing that Wei Ping, as a disciple of Master Wei Yin, likely required no further elaboration from him, Meng Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment for his earlier loquaciousness. Unexpectedly, Wei Ping then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said, I was already aware of this matter. Yet I must still express my gratitude for your kind intentions. Moreover, even if you had not mentioned it today, I would have brought it up. My master informed me before my arrival that henceforth, our collaboration with you will be settled using fragments of spirit stones. The exchange rate will be 130 Puan pills for a single fragment of spirit stone. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's expression shifted slightly. While the market exchange rate for spirit stone fragments to Peiyuan pills was 1 to 100, in practice, the rate for converting Peiyuan pills into a single fragment of spirit stone was nearly 1 to 120. Moreover, those willing to exchange spirit stone fragments for Peiyuan pills were exceedingly rare, although Master Wei Yin had kindly raised the exchange rate to 130. Thereby easing the conversion of spirit stone fragments, it still required considerable effort, as the back-and-forth transactions could be quite cumbersome. Noticing the conflict in Meng Hao's brow, Wei Ping's heart stirred, and he promptly added, Rest assured, my master will not allow your family to incur any losses. Recently, he has made breakthroughs in alchemy and is now capable of simultaneously refining several batches of pills. He mentioned that if your family is willing to settle with spirit stone fragments, the quantity of the minor breakthrough pills and red jade pills traded weekly will at least double. Upon hearing these words, the tension that had clouded Meng Hao's face dissipated in an instant. In recent months, as the Ming family gradually penetrated the elixir market, their sales have seen a significant increase. Initially, the family was troubled by the insufficient quantity of elixirs provided by Master Wei, and they had no means to seek out new alchemists. However, Master Wei's sudden promise to double production has alleviated the Ming family's urgent concerns. Without hesitation, Meng Hao nodded in agreement, declaring, in that case, the Ming family shall comply with Master Wei's new demands. Observing Meng Hao's excitement, which had turned his countenance a shade of crimson, Wei Ping nodded in return, wishing the family a fruitful collaboration. Upon leaving the Chenjin workshop, Wei Ping returned home and promptly transformed all the small breakthrough pills and red jade pills into finished products. After a night's work, the alchemy chamber boasted 21 small breakthrough pills and 30 red jade pills. Subsequently, Wei Ping stored these elixirs and retreated to the quiet room to cultivate the small 5 elements origin technique. A week swiftly passed. During this time, Wei Ping consumed 5 authentic red jade pills imbued with spiritual essence, refining and condensing 6 strands of spiritual energy. In another month and a half, he would be poised to condense 108 strands of spiritual energy, attempting to break through to the 6th level of spirit gathering. After a week of uninterrupted cultivation in the quiet room, as he stepped outside, Wei Ping felt as if he had transcended time itself. Taking a deep breath, he approached the alchemy chamber and retrieved the vials containing the small breakthrough pills and red jade pills. Upon reflection, he decided against selling all the elixirs at once. He extracted 6 small breakthrough pills and 12 red jade pills before making his way towards the Qianjin workshop. Before long, Wei Ping arrived beneath the archway of the Qianjin workshop. As he approached the entrance, he suddenly noticed 3 individuals gazing in his direction. The foremost was a robust young man, flanked by a middle-aged shopkeeper and a fierce-looking individual clad in leather armor. However, it seemed that these 3 did not harbor ill intentions towards him. Their demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Wang Jian from his previous encounter. Simultaneously, the 3 appeared to recognize Wei Ping's arrival. After exchanging glances, they seemed to come to a realization, hastening their steps towards him. Given the short distance between them, it took but a breath for the leather-clad man to reach Wei Ping first. With a triumphant glance at his companions, the formidable man turned to scrutinize Wei Ping, stating in a gruff voice, "You must be Wei Yan's disciple, Wei Ping. I am the second in command of the Dark Tiger Gang. Tell Master Wei that the Ming family no longer wishes to collaborate. From now on, our Dark Tiger Gang will fill the void left by the Ming family." As he spoke, the second in command of the Dark Tiger Gang emanated the presence of a practitioner at the mid-level of spirit gathering. Before Wei Ping could utter a word, the middle-aged man resembling a shopkeeper let out a cold snicker. "Li Eryong, your so-called Dark Tiger Gang may deceive those inexperienced youngsters, but you must comprehend the gravity of the situation. This individual is none other than the disciple of Master Wei, the esteemed alchemist serving the city lord's manor. Offending Master Wei does not necessitate the intervention of the city lord. My Baichao Hall shall be the first to object." It appeared that Baichao Hall held considerable prestige within the confines of Xianyuan City. Upon hearing this name, the second in command of the Dark Tiger Gang, who had initially displayed displeasure, fell silent. With a cold huff, the middle-aged man clasped his hands toward Wei Ping and stated, "Young friend Wei, I am the chief steward of Baichao Hall. I kindly request that you convey a message to Master Wei. Our Baichao Hall is willing to offer a remuneration of 1 spirit stone annually, in exchange for Master Wei's esteemed position as our chief alchemist. Furthermore, we propose a generous profit-sharing arrangement of 2 to 8 for any elixirs crafted by the master." After the first 2 individuals revealed their identities, the last, a rather robust young man, departed without uttering a single word. At last, Wei Ping comprehended that these 3 individuals were eager to leverage his association with Master Wei to elevate their own status. Chapter 61. The unbearable annoyance. Despite having mentally prepared himself after the last encounter with Wang Jian, Wei Ping was astonished to find that merely a week had passed, and already 3 factions sought his attention. Among these, disregarding the so-called Dark Tiger Gang, the Baichao Hall was undoubtedly more powerful than the Ming family. Should Wei Ping agree to a collaboration with Baichao Hall, the potential benefits could be substantial. However, he felt no inclination towards such an alliance. Not only had Ming Hao devoted himself wholeheartedly over the past 6 months of cooperation, allowing Wei Ping to focus solely on concocting elixirs without concern for other matters, which was indeed a delightful arrangement, but the likes of the Wang family, Baichao Hall, and the evidently coercive Dark Tiger Gang were untested forces. Entering into any partnership with them could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, Wei Ping had no intention of collaborating with these new factions. Before the 2 men, Wei Ping shook his head and said, "I shall certainly relay your words to my master, but whether a partnership can be established depends on his will. I am but a humble apprentice and cannot promise you anything." The proprietor of Baichao Hall smiled modestly at his words and nodded. "What you say is indeed correct. Young friend, I shall await your good news." With that, the proprietor turned away, disregarding the second in command of the Dark Tiger Gang entirely. Yet, the second in command of the Dark Tiger Gang was unwilling to relent, a sinister grin creeping across his face as he raised his hand to strike Wei Ping's shoulder, seemingly intent on further intimidating him. However, before the second-in-command's hand could descend, Wei Ping revealed an aura that matched his own, swiftly countering with a slap that met the descending hand. In the next moment, a deep, muffled sound erupted between their palms. The second-in-command felt as though his hand had been struck by a heavy hammer, and soon his entire arm lost sensation, meeting the astonished gaze of the second-in-command. Wei Ping slowly withdrew his hand. "Your enthusiasm has caught me off guard," he remarked. The second-in-command, feeling the more potent and refined energy emanating from Wei Ping, managed a forced smile. "I did not expect you to be a mid-stage practitioner of the spirit-nourishing realm. I apologize for my earlier indiscretions. Please do not hold it against me." Wei Ping merely nodded in response and then stepped past the second-in-command of the Dark Tiger gang, entering the Qianjin workshop. The commotion they caused did not trigger any spiritual symbols or artifacts, thus evading the attention of others. After this episode, Wei Ping felt a slight irritation in his heart. As his name, Wei Yin, became increasingly renowned in Xianyuan City, it was evident that such occurrences would only multiply in the future. He had managed to resolve this incident without turbulence. But what if the next time he encountered a practitioner at the late stage of the spirit-nourishing realm who sought to coerce him? That would indeed pose a challenge. After much contemplation, Wei Ping resolved to leave this matter in Meng Hao's capable hands. If he were aware that a corner of his home had been excavated, Meng Hao would undoubtedly be in a state of anxious turmoil. Without needing to utter much, he would surely assist in rectifying the situation splendidly. Upon seeing Wei Ping approach, Meng Hao, as was customary, invited him to the stall and inquired with a smile, "My friend, how many batches of elixirs has Master Wei concocted this time?" Wei Ping promptly handed Meng Hao the vials containing the minor barrier-breaking pills and the ruby jade pills. Observing the vials, which were notably larger than usual, a smile illuminated Meng Hao's face. After rubbing his hands together like a fly, he picked up the 2 vials and examined them closely, his eyes suddenly gleaming with delight. In just a week, the master had managed to produce 6 minor barrier-breaking pills and 12 ruby jade pills. Such alchemical prowess is truly remarkable. This quantity surpasses the norm by more than 3-fold. The thought of selling such a substantial number of elixirs and the subsequent profits and favors it would bring to the Ming family caused Meng Hao to emit a gleeful snort. Subsequently, Meng Hao presented 6 fragments of spirit stones to Wei Ping. These were the proceeds from the previous sale of 2 minor barrier-breaking pills and 4 ruby jade pills. However, the quantity seemed to be one more than expected. Based on the last sale, after a 90-10 split, Wei Ping should have received 720 cultivation pills. According to the ratio of 1 to 130, he should have been entitled to 5 fragments of spirit stones along with 70 cultivation pills. Noticing the perplexed expression on Wei Ping's face, Meng Hao chuckled softly. "My family has collaborated with the master for quite some time. Merely 60 cultivation pills are inconsequential. Let us advance this for now, and you may return it during our next settlement." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping nodded and tucked the 6 fragments of spirit stones into his bosom. Then, Meng Hao turned around and presented 10 sets each of the medicinal materials for the minor barrier-breaking pills and ruby jade pills to Wei Ping. "Since Master Wei can now concurrently refine multiple elixirs, I ask that you take a bit more effort this time and carry several sets of materials back with you." Wei Ping regarded the large bag in Meng Hao's hands, nodded, and accepted it. After a brief pause, he remarked, "I wonder if you are aware that my master's name has gradually gained recognition among others lately?" Meng Hao, without overthinking, responded with a hearty laugh. Given Master Wei's exquisite alchemical skills, it is only natural for his reputation to spread far and wide. Wei Ping shook his head and candidly stated, "However, my master's growing notoriety has become a source of great distress for me. Unbeknownst to you, in recent times, I have been approached by several individuals, including the chief steward of Baichao Hall, Wang Jian from the Wang family, and the second-in-command of the Dark Tiger gang, all seeking to establish a collaboration with my master." As Wei Ping elaborated, Meng Hao's expression initially remained unchanged, yet as the revelations unfolded, his heart grew increasingly alarmed. By the time Wei Ping finished speaking, Meng Hao's heart felt as cold as ice. In the next moment, Meng Hao grasped Wei Ping's hand with a snap, his voice trembling as he asked, "My friend, what did Master Wei say?" Wei Ping did not keep them in suspense, revealing, "My master prefers to avoid unnecessary troubles over such trivial matters. Previously, collaborating with your family has been quite effortless, thus there are no immediate plans to seek a new partnership. However, dear Meng, over time, one cannot predict when someone might sway my master." Upon hearing this, Meng Hao felt a slight sense of relief, yet anxiety still lingered in his heart. Gripping Wei Ping's hand tightly, he implored, "Friend, you must assist my Meng family. If you can help us through this predicament, my family will surely offer you generous rewards in return." In response, Wei Ping, with a serious expression, remarked, "You are overthinking it, Ming. Even if you had not mentioned it, out of respect for our past camaraderie, I would still lend you a hand. Furthermore, each time I come here, I encounter individuals who obstruct my path, which is quite bothersome. If you could ensure that they no longer disturb me, it would be a win-win situation for both of us. Chapter 62. The Piglet's great achievement. Upon hearing Wei Ping's words, Meng Hao's tension visibly dissipated. He then clenched his teeth and declared, "Rest assured, my friend. I shall return and confer with the clan elders. No matter how formidable the Wang family or the 100 Herbs Hall may be, my Ming family is not to be trifled with." Wei Ping nodded in acknowledgement and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "In that case, I entrust this matter to you." After bidding farewell to Meng Hao, Wei Ping returned home as usual. It was uncertain how the Ming family conducted their affairs, but in the days that followed, the previous turmoil significantly diminished. Wei Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It appeared that the Ming family was indeed extraordinary. Before long, over a month had passed. One day, Wei Ping's spiritual power in his dantian finally reached 108 strands. The moment his dantian brimmed with energy, Wei Ping promptly retrieved the small breaking barrier pill he had prepared and activated the gathering spirit array within his secluded chamber, commencing his retreat. 3 days later, Wei Ping emerged from his chamber. Compared to 3 days prior, the aura he exuded was now far more robust. His cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of spirit gathering. Furthermore, his dantian had expanded yet again, now capable of accommodating 180 strands of spiritual power. In addition, Wei Ping's physical strength had further enhanced. However, in contrast to his previous breakthroughs, the increase in physical strength this time was modest. Rather, his defensive capabilities had seen a remarkable improvement. Upon testing, even the piglet's fangs, which were subtly evolving toward becoming magical implements, could barely pierce his palm. As fate would have it, a few days later, when Wei Ping returned to Qianjin Workshop to trade with Meng Hao, he was greeted with delightful news. In just a month's time, the auction in Qiufeng City will commence. Wei Ping was instantly elated and seized the opportunity to obtain a map to Qiufeng City from Meng Hao. After examining the map and calculating, he determined that the journey from Xianyuan City to Qiufeng City would take approximately half a month. Considering the timeline, with one more transaction with Meng Hao, he would soon be ready to embark on his journey. In the following week, Wei Ping diligently attended to all his affairs, even finding time to visit the city lord's mansion. After all, he was uncertain how long he would be away, and it would be ill-advised for the city lord's officials to discover Master Wei Yan's disappearance. Thus, he deemed it prudent to explain his absence in advance. Upon exiting the city lord's mansion, Wei Ping found himself in possession of a small pouch the size of his palm. This pouch, known as a storage bag, possessed capabilities akin to a personal spirit field. Wei Ping had expended 2 spirit stones to acquire it from Zhou Ji. Compared to the personal spirit field, this storage bag was far more convenient and had fewer restrictions, making it ideal for storing supplies. Of course, the storage bag had its drawbacks. Its capacity was roughly equivalent to half that of an ordinary room. Nonetheless, for Wei Ping, such dimensions sufficed. As Wei Ping journeyed towards Autumn Maple City, he found himself laden with a multitude of items. The stone bottle could not be revealed, and the limited capacity of his spiritual field made the absence of a storage bag quite troublesome. Once everything was arranged, Wei Ping mounted his piglet and departed from Xianyuan City. The landscape beyond was dominated by mountains, rendering travel arduous. Yet for the piglet, such rugged terrain was akin to traversing flat ground. Remarkably, within a single day, the piglet managed to cover over 500 miles across the undulating hills. At this pace, it would take no more than 10 days for Wei Ping to reach Autumn Maple City, rather than the anticipated fortnight. Observing the diligent piglet, Wei Ping smiled and presented it with a red jade elixir as a reward. Upon consuming the elixir, the piglet's small eyes sparkled with delight, and its short legs scurried even faster. 5 days later, they had traversed half the distance. Wei Ping, feeling invigorated, sat cross-legged upon the piglet's back, thoroughly enjoying the journey. Occasionally, he would offer the piglet a nourishing elixir, murmuring, "Only I, with my kind heart, would provide you with such treasures. Otherwise, how could a simpleton like you indulge in these elixirs?" The piglet, with a flick of its tongue, swallowed the elixir and emitted a few grunts, seemingly in agreement with Wei Ping. As they continued their journey, the duo entered a narrow gorge. This gorge, scarcely 10 feet wide but stretching for several miles, appeared as if it had been cleaved by a divine blade. Such topography was perilous, should the paths ahead or behind be blocked. they would find themselves ensnared in a treacherous trap. However, Wei Ping felt no undue alarm and urged the piglet deeper into the gorge. Just moments after entering, a fierce wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust, the sound of the wind imbued with an ominous energy. The swirling dust posed no concern for Wei Ping. Yet, once the gust subsided, he suddenly noticed a figure clad in black standing before him, its presence exuding a faint malevolence. Startled, Wei Ping patted the piglet's head, and the astute creature instinctively slowed its pace. The figure in black then inquired, "Are you, by chance, Wei Ping?" Wei Ping was taken aback, wondering how the stranger knew his name. Instead of responding directly, he replied, "You must have mistaken me. My name is—" But before he could finish, the figure let out a mocking laugh, exclaiming, "Huh? Riding a pig? Who else could you possibly be but Wei Ping?" In an instant, the black-clad figure drew a long blade from its back, unleashing a surge of energy characteristic of the late stage of spirit nurturing. With a swift stroke, the blade was aimed at Wei Ping's chest, and an overwhelming wave of malevolence surged toward him. Alarmed, Wei Ping's heart raced as his hand shot toward the storage bag at his waist. Within it lay the spiritual bamboo staff he had previously prepared. If he could draw out this staff, he would have a chance to retaliate. However, in a moment of both intention and distraction, Wei Ping's speed could hardly compare to that of a late-stage nailing cultivator. In an instant, the glinting blade was less than 3 feet from Wei Ping's chest. At that critical juncture, the pig beneath him suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and an oddly potent surge of spiritual energy erupted from its body. Its 2 tusks shone brilliantly as it bent its 4 legs slightly, muscles taut, and charged fiercely at the blade. The black-clad man's attention was solely focused on Wei Ping, completely disregarding the spiritually feeble pig. In the heat of the moment, he was caught entirely off guard, with a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal striking metal. The black-clad man's fierce strike was unexpectedly blocked by the pig. The man was taken aback, disbelief in his eyes as he glanced at the pig. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt his grip lighten. Looking down, he was astonished to see that his enchanted blade had developed a significant crack. This revelation intensified the shock evident in his gaze. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept toward him. Raising his head, he beheld a green shadow descending heavily from above. Chapter 63. The assassination of the Dark Tiger Gang. The ominous sound reverberated like a muffled thunder, causing the heart of the cloaked figure to momentarily skip a beat. In an instant, he realized that the green shadow before him was none other than a verdant bamboo staff wielded by Wei Ping. How could a mere bamboo stick possess such formidable power? In a flash, the cloaked man's eyes widened in fury, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he channeled his spiritual energy with renewed vigor. He bellowed, "Rise!" With that roar, a glimmering azure light erupted from his waist, swiftly intercepting the bamboo staff. Upon closer inspection, the azure light revealed itself to be a small, intricately designed shield, pulsating with spiritual radiance. As the shield soared into the air, an expression of relief washed over the cloaked man's face, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Sensing the urgency, Wei Ping infused his bamboo staff with an additional surge of power, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that activated the intricate patterns within the staff, enhancing its destructive capabilities. In the next moment, the dark bamboo staff, now imbued with a faint obsidian hue, struck down heavily upon the shield. The sound echoed like the tolling of a great bell, producing a resounding bang that shattered the azure shield into fragments. The cloaked man gaped in disbelief at the shattered remnants strewn across the ground. My Qingmu shield," turning his gaze to Wei Ping, whose muscular arms were taut with tension and whose face bore an intimidating expression. The cloaked man felt a jolt of apprehension. You are a body refinement warrior." Wei Ping, unfazed by the cloaked man's realization, tightened his grip on the bamboo staff, relentless in his pursuit. With a powerful surge, he bent the staff into an arc, and as he swung it with ferocious might, the air crackled with a thunderous whoosh. The cloaked man's heart sank, and he instinctively attempted to retreat. Surely he was unwise to engage a body refinement warrior in close combat. However, the bamboo staff moved with the swiftness of lightning, and despite his immediate attempt to evade, the staff struck him at the waist. In an instant, he felt a chilling sensation at his midsection, followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his body. Looking down, he gasped as he beheld a gaping wound, as if his flesh had been plowed by an iron plowshare. Had he been even a moment slower, he feared he would have lost his very entrails. A wave of dread washed over him as he glanced at Wei Ping, still poised with the bamboo staff, ready to deliver another blow. This was no mere apprentice alchemist. He resembled a humanoid beast. Overwhelmed by pain, the cloaked man suppressed his thoughts and, with a pained step, hastily retreated. Wei Ping, eager for another strike, raised his head, only to find that the cloaked man had already distanced himself by several dozen paces. The speed was astounding, leaving Wei Ping momentarily speechless. In mere blinks of an eye, the cloaked figure was darting away, nearly reaching a distance of a mile. As he witnessed the imminent escape of the cloaked man, Wei Ping's expression remained utterly unchanged. With a light cough, Wei Ping turned to the figure that had appeared at some point in the distance and spoke in a resonant voice. I kindly ask Senior Zhou to intervene and apprehend this villain. The figure nodded, swiftly darting forward to pursue the man in black. Earlier, Wei Ping had not merely informed the city lord's residence of his master Wei Yan's retreat. He had also, through Wei Yan's name, requested that a formidable protector be dispatched for his safety. This protector was none other than Zhou Hai, the clan uncle of city lord Zhou Ji, a master of the 8th level of spirit gathering. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Zhou Hai returned, dragging the black-clad man as if he were a lifeless dog. Despite having been struck with immense force by Wei Ping, the black-clad man had previously exhibited remarkable vitality, fleeing like a rabbit. Yet now, in Zhou Hai's grasp, he appeared as limp as a cooked noodle, unable even to rise. Approaching Wei Ping, Zhou Hai uttered not a single word but dropped the black-clad man at Wei Ping's feet, implying that the responsibility for this individual lay with Wei Ping. With that, Zhou Hai vanished into thin air. Initially, Wei Ping paid no heed to the black-clad man, instead hastening towards Zhu Zai, who had just engaged in a fierce confrontation with the late-stage spirit-gathering assailant. Uncertain if Zhu Zai had sustained injuries, Wei Ping felt compelled to check on him. Fortunately, although Zhu Zai appeared somewhat fatigued after the clash, he had not suffered any significant harm. Indeed, he bore scarcely a scratch, demonstrating his remarkable resilience. After administering a few healing herbs to Zhu Zai, Wei Ping allowed him to recuperate. Subsequently, he did not hesitate to crouch before the face of the black-clad man, tearing away the black cloth to reveal an unremarkable visage. Upon closer inspection, Wei Ping realized he had never encountered this individual before. This raised a puzzling question. How did this villain recognize him? With a grave tone, Wei Ping demanded, "Speak. Who are you, and why do you wish to harm me?" The black-clad man, now bloodied, cast a fleeting glance at Wei Ping but remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. In the next instant, Wei Ping suddenly heard an imperceptible crack. Moments later, a dark purplish blood trickled from the corner of the black-clad man's mouth, accompanied by a sickly sweet scent. Wei Ping's expression shifted dramatically as he kicked the black-clad man away, murmuring, "What a ruthless disposition, to resort to poison and take one's own life." Glancing back at the man, he realized that in mere moments, he had succumbed to death. With the individual now lifeless, there would be no opportunity for inquiry. At that moment, a grave realization dawned upon Wei Ping. The black-clad man had attempted to escape upon failing his strike, and upon capture, had resolutely chosen to end his life without divulging any information. Clearly a trained assassin cultivated by some formidable faction. The name Wei Ping had only been used within the confines of Xianyuan City. This indicated that the figure cloaked in black was dispatched by a certain faction from Xianyuan City. In an instant, Wei Ping recalled the second-in-command of the Dark Tiger Gang, who had previously threatened him. Could it be the Dark Tiger Gang? Wei Ping pondered for a moment, unable to ascertain the truth. After a prolonged reflection without any clarity, he proceeded to thoroughly search the black-clad individual and confiscate all their belongings. He then took an impression of the figure's face before leading Zhu Zai away from the location. Days later, Wei Ping and Zhu Zai finally arrived at a vast plain adorned with maple trees. In the distance, a grand city loomed into view. This was none other than Qiufeng City of the Autumn Maple Plain. A surge of joy filled Wei Ping's heart as he mounted Zhu Zai and galloped towards the city with fervor. Chapter 64. The Autumn Maple City distinct from the Xianyuan City, which was established by the venerable ancestor of the Zhou family. The Autumn Maple City is a sanctuary created through the collaboration of numerous cultivation families residing in the Autumn Maple Plain. When comparing the two, one cannot overlook the staggering difference in the number of foundational realm cultivators. According to Ming Hao, although there are no golden core experts within the Autumn Maple City, the foundational realm cultivators number in the double digits. As for the spirit-gathering realm practitioners, their count is in the thousands. Initially, when Ming Hao shared this information, Wei Ping remained indifferent. However, upon arriving beneath the towering walls of Autumn Maple City, he finally grasped the immense disparity between Xianyuan City and Autumn Maple City. Not to mention other factors, Wei Ping was astounded to discover that the over 30 zhang high walls of Autumn Maple City were entirely forged from a first-tier spirit material known as azure goldstone. While azure goldstone is relatively abundant compared to other first-tier materials, Wei Ping had never imagined that someone would indulge in such opulence as to construct city walls from it. The grand gates loomed like a colossal beast, continually devouring the throngs of comers and goers. In comparison, the gulf between Xianyuan City and Autumn Maple City was even more pronounced than that between Yunyang Village and Xianshan County. Wei Ping urged his pig mount forward, blending into the crowd entering the city. As he walked, his keen eyes spotted a group of cultivators stationed at the city gates, similar to those in Xianyuan City. They collected a type of blue elixir from those wishing to enter Autumn Maple City, while distributing tokens resembling maple leaves in return. Clearly, this blue elixir serves a purpose akin to that of the Peiyuan pill within Autumn Maple City. Unfortunately, Wei Ping did not possess any of these blue elixirs. Fortunately, apart from the cultivators, there were several shops at the city gates. A notice hung outside one of them. Upon closer inspection, Wei Ping discovered that these shops catered to external cultivators wishing to exchange spirit stone fragments and elixirs for the Qingyuan pill. Judging by the exchange rates, the value of the Qingyuan pill was several times greater than that of the Peiyuan pill, with one fragment of spirit stone yielding only 30 Qingyuan pills. Wei Ping retrieved a small broken barrier pill from his pocket and entered one of the shops. Moments later, he emerged with 60 Qingyuan pills in hand. Subsequently, he spent one Qingyuan pill to acquire a token allowing him to remain in Autumn Maple City for a month, finally granting him entry into the city. Afterward, he casually sought out an inn and stayed there for 5 days. The highly anticipated annual auction of Autumn Maple City was about to commence. Such an event naturally attracted widespread attention, and Wei Ping had already gathered ample information about the auction in the preceding days. The auction was to be held at a tavern in the city center named the Four Seas Pavilion. This grand event would only last a single day, and anyone, regardless of their status, could participate by paying a fragment of spirit stone or an equivalent item. Despite this, those willing to part with a spirit stone fragment to attend the auction remained a rarity. However, this was of little consequence to Wei Ping. On the day of the auction, as dawn broke, he donned a flowing black robe and exited the inn well ahead of time. Half an hour later, Wei Ping arrived at the Four Seas Pavilion. After parting with a red jade elixir and a few azure essence pills, he obtained a token marked with a number from the steward of the pavilion. According to the steward's instructions, Wei Ping found the private booth corresponding to the number on his token. The booth was merely the size of a standard room, with one entire side facing the interior of the pavilion left completely open. From there, one could behold a grand square platform. Besides that, the booth contained only a low couch and a square table, which held nothing but a pot of tea. Everything appeared exceedingly modest. Wei Ping could not help but marvel at the prowess of the Four Seas Pavilion's business, as such an environment was valued at a fragment of a spirit stone. Nevertheless, he had come solely for the auction and was not concerned with other comforts. Thus, he seated himself upon the couch without further thought. As time passed, cultivators began to enter the Four Seas Pavilion in a steady stream. Soon, it was 1/4 past the hour of the hare, when a woman clad in resplendent palace garb gracefully descended from the top floor of the pavilion. In an instant, she captured Wei Ping's attention. The woman floated to the square platform, elegantly bowing to the audience in all directions. Then, a voice of exquisite charm resonated in Wei Ping's ears. "Esteemed friends, I am Hong Fei, privileged by the master of Four Seas Pavilion to preside over this year's Autumn Maple City auction." As is well known, the Autumn Maple City auction. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of Wei Ping's booth. Following that, a gentle feminine voice rang out. "Honored guest, I have come to assist you in bidding for treasures." This did not surprise Wei Ping. Upon entering the Four Seas Pavilion earlier, the steward had mentioned that if he required assistance, he could hire a maid from the pavilion to raise bids on his behalf. After a brief contemplation, Wei Ping decided to employ such a maid, primarily to mitigate personal risk in the bidding process. He then rose to open the booth door, revealing a delicate maid, seemingly as fragile as a willow in the wind, who gracefully bowed to him. "If the honored guest wishes to purchase any auction item, please do not hesitate to command me." Wei Ping nodded, offering no further words as he allowed the maid to enter the booth. The maid exhibited great perceptiveness. Once inside, she promptly served Wei Ping tea while explaining the items available for auction. Wei Ping listened intently to her soft voice, revealing no trace of emotion. However, when she mentioned a technique known as Little Spring in autumn art, he finally stirred. Since he intended to acquire a cultivation technique, It was imperative for Wei Ping to find one best suited to his needs. Thus, prior to arriving in the Autumn Maple City, Wei Ping had already discerned the nature of his spiritual roots. It was through this revelation that he learned his spiritual affinity encompassed both earth and wood attributes. Consequently, his objective this time was to seek out techniques that embodied these dual attributes. The maidservant had just mentioned the little spring and autumn technique, which was precisely a practice of both earth and wood attributes. Clearing his throat, Wei Ping interrupted the maidservant's lengthy exposition and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the little spring and autumn technique?" Upon hearing this, the maidservant, who had begun to feel parched from her extensive talk, instantly brightened. Each maidservant earned a commission for every item sold to customers. With renewed vigor, she energetically elaborated. The little spring and autumn technique is a superior practice of the earth and with dual attributes, and the version up for auction can be cultivated to the initial stage of foundation establishment. By mastering this technique to the pinnacle of spirit absorption, one can harness 365 units of spiritual energy, and in the foundation establishment phase, one can achieve a superior spiritual foundation. Chapter 65. The Auction of Cultivation Techniques. Listening to the maid's explanation, Wei Ping's eyes began to gleam with interest. He was unfamiliar with the implications of a superior spiritual foundation. However, the little spring and autumn technique, being a dual attribute cultivation method with the potential to advance to the initial stage of foundation establishment, was exceptionally aligned with Wei Ping's aspirations. Instantly, he committed the little spring and autumn technique to memory. As the maid was about to continue her discourse, the illustrious fairy Hongfei at the auction platform suddenly struck a gong beside her. The resounding echo immediately captured the attention of all, including Wei Ping. With a slight smile, Fairy Hongfei announced, "The time has come. The auction officially commences." At that moment, Wei Ping became fully alert, raising his hand to halt the maid's presentation. Before the crowd, a platform suddenly ascended before Fairy Hongfei. Two maidens then approached, delicately carrying a wooden box, which they placed before her. With a graceful motion of her hand, Fairy Hongfei opened the box, and 5 fist-sized crimson fire orbs gently floated upwards. Wei Ping focused intently, observing that the surface of the crimson orbs was adorned with fiery patterns, and as they appeared, the surrounding air warped slightly, indicating their extraordinarily high temperature. Fairy Hongfei proclaimed in a clear voice, "Behold, this is a first-tier superior spiritual treasure, the Crimson Lake Pearl, birthed from the finest spiritual clams over a century. It is remarkably effective for cultivating fire attribute techniques or forging fire attribute artifacts. As you're all aware, though the Crimson Lake Pearl is merely a first-tier superior spiritual treasure, its origin from the distant Southern Sea fire domain significantly enhances its value within Xiufeng City. The starting bid is 25 fragments of spiritual stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 1 fragment of spiritual stone." No sooner had Fairy Hongfei's words resonated than several voices rang out in succession. Box 185 bids 30 fragments of spiritual stones. Box 58 bids 32 fragments of spiritual stones. Box 263 bids 40 fragments of spiritual stones. In the span of mere moments, the price of the 5 Crimson Lake Pearls surged past 40 fragments of spiritual stones. Ultimately, the price doubled, culminating in a sale to a cultivator for 50 fragments of spiritual stones. Observing the fervent atmosphere, Wei Ping could not help but gasp. Even considering the rarity of the Crimson Lake Pearl in Xiufeng City, such an escalation in price seemed excessive. It appeared that the city was indeed home to many affluent individuals. At the same time, Wei Ping felt a twinge of concern as the auction progressed. He wondered how high the bidding for the little spring and autumn technique would ascend. With nearly 200 fragments of spiritual stones and 7 complete spiritual stones in his possession, he questioned whether it would suffice. Upon further contemplation, he realized that if his spiritual stones fell short, he could rely on his stock of small barrier-breaking pills and red jade pills. Over the past year, he had accumulated more than 300 small barrier-breaking pills, along with a nearly equal quantity of red jade pills. Wei Ping truly believed that with such an ample supply of pills, he could secure a copy of the Little Spring and Autumn technique. After a promising start, the enchanting Hongfei fairy was filled with exhilaration, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue, and her voice taking on a more alluring quality. "Congratulations to the esteemed friend in box 137 for acquiring this Chi Lake Pearl. Now, let us continue to appraise the next item." As time passed, a plethora of exquisite treasures were auctioned, yet none possessed the value that Wei Ping sought, prompting him to remain steadfastly reserved. Approaching noon, with over 100 items sold, The worth of subsequent offerings began to ascend steadily. Clearing her throat, the Hongfei fairy delicately sipped her spiritual tea and then held up a jade slip, proclaiming, "The Xiaokunkia technique, a dual attribute cultivation method of earth and wood, extends from the foundational stage to the golden core stage. Practicing this technique during the spirit gathering phase allows one to harness 365 strands of spiritual energy, which can lead to an upper-tier spiritual foundation, enhancing the probability of breakthrough to the golden core by 10%. However, this method is not without its drawbacks. It requires the absorption of spiritual essence from plants aged over 100 years, preferably from spiritual flora, or its efficacy will be diminished. The starting bid is 3 complete spirit stones." No sooner had the Hongfei fairy concluded her announcement than a cacophony of murmurs enveloped Wei Ping's ears. The Xiaokunkia technique marked the first instance in this auction where a complete spirit stone was set as the starting price, underscoring its rarity. Yet, contrary to Wei Ping's expectations, this remarkable technique failed to ignite the competitive spirit among the attendees. For a moment, aside from a few scattered noises within the boxes, silence reigned supreme, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. It was no surprise that the audience showed little interest in the Xiaokunkia technique. After all, cultivating this technique necessitated the consumption of a century-old plant essence, akin to devouring spiritual flora. Few could afford such an extravagant resource for their training. The Hongfei fairy, renowned for being summoned by the Sea and Sky Pavilion's master to preside over this auction, remained unflustered by the situation, instead chuckling softly and stating, "Those century-old spiritual plants are rare. Ordinary flora can suffice in a pinch. Furthermore, it isn't necessary to consume a 100-year-old plant for every session. With careful management, a single plant can support 3 training sessions. This method notably enhances the chances of breaking through to the golden core. I encourage you all to ponder it further." Upon her words, the previously cool atmosphere began to warm, and Wei Ping even observed a maid exiting a box, evidently intent on placing a bid. At that moment, a light laugh resonated from the uppermost box of the Sea and Sky Pavilion. "Hongfei fairy, your words seem rather misleading. As I understand, while the Xiaokunkia technique can indeed be practiced with ordinary flora during the spirit gathering phase, we must not overlook whether such an approach can truly culminate in an upper-tier spiritual foundation. Indeed, there exists a wealthy individual who, through the cultivation of the first-order spiritual plant, has successfully advanced into the foundation establishment realm with the attainment of a superior spiritual foundation. However, to continue progressing, one must subsequently employ a second-order spiritual plant. The techniques of the foundation establishment realm are challenging to exchange. All must ponder this carefully." As these words resonated through the air, the auction, which had only recently begun to warm up, was once again plunged into silence. The smile on Fairy Hongfei's face abruptly froze. Casting a discreet glare towards the private box from which the voice had emerged, she dared not voice her thoughts further. After all, the cultivators who occupied the highest tier of the Four Seas Pavilion were beyond the reach of a mere late-stage spirit-gathering practitioner like herself. With a sigh, Fairy Hongfei found herself at a loss regarding the stringent conditions surrounding the Little Spring and Autumn art. Even she felt the challenges were excessively daunting. Just when she believed that the Little Spring and Autumn art would inevitably be the first item to go unsold at this auction, a voice suddenly broke the stillness. "Box number 212 bids 3 spiritual stones." Chapter 66, Blood Dragon Fruit. Initially, the Fairy Hongfei was on the verge of relinquishing her pursuit of the Little Spring and Autumn technique. However, upon hearing a certain voice, the look of dejection vanished from her face. Subsequently, she followed the auction protocol and inquired, "Box number 212 bids 3 spirit stones. Does any fellow cultivator wish to place a higher bid?" After 3 calls, when no one responded, the Little Spring and Autumn technique was sold at its base price of 3 spirit stones. The occupant of box number 212 was none other than Wei Ping. As he overheard the discussion surrounding the Little Spring and Autumn technique, he recognized it as the most suitable cultivation method for himself. Determined, Wei Ping resolved that he would part with everything he possessed, save for his stone vial, to obtain this technique. Unexpectedly, he acquired it at the auction's minimum price. It was not until the gavel fell that a genuine smile graced Wei Ping's face. Once the auction concluded, the items he had won would be placed into a treasure chest with an exchange of payment upon receipt. With the primary goal of his journey accomplished, Wei Ping felt an immense sense of relief. The Little Spring and Autumn technique was merely a minor episode in the grand tapestry of the auction. One remarkable treasure after another was presented, intensifying the atmosphere of the event. Among these, many artifacts captivated Wei Ping's attention, opening his eyes to new wonders. Just as he was reveling in the experience, Fairy Hongfei produced a cold jade box exuding a faint chill. The next auction item was a sacred body-refining herb, a first-grade supreme spirit plant, the blood dragon fruit. Instantly, Wei Ping's senses sharpened, and he gazed intently at the jade box. Within the inherited jade slip left by Master Yin Hai, there were records concerning this first-grade supreme spirit plant, the blood dragon fruit. It was said to flourish in the burial grounds of the dragon, possessing a pure essence that enhances a cultivator's vitality without any side effects. Nearly one fruit could grant a cultivator at the spirit gathering stage the strength of an ox. This ox-like strength was not to be confused with the mundane blue ox, but referred to the iron-horned bull, a first-grade demon beast renowned for its immense power, capable of exerting a force of 1,000 Jun. Wei Ping, having cultivated the dual practice of Little Five Elements origin technique to the 6th level of spirit gathering, possessed a strength of approximately 40 to 50,000 pounds, translating to less than 2 oxen's worth of power. Even this modest strength enabled him to injure assassins at the late stage of spirit gathering with sheer brute force. Should he consume the blood dragon fruit, his formidable strength could potentially increase by half, enabling him to retaliate against similar assassination attempts with great efficacy. Moreover, consuming a sufficient quantity of blood dragon fruits could elevate a cultivator at the spirit gathering stage to the pinnacle of 9 oxen strength. The more he recalled the descriptions, the brighter Wei Ping's eyes shone as they fixated on the jade box. Simultaneously, it was evident that the other cultivators were well aware of the blood dragon fruit's esteemed reputation, their gazes ablaze with fervor as they turned toward the central stage. Even the vast sea pavilion fell into a brief silence, absorbing the gravity of the moment. The celestial fairy Hongfei was thoroughly pleased with the audience's reaction. With both hands, she lifted the jade box and opened it, presenting its contents to those gathered around. Wei Ping's attention was immediately drawn to the interior of the box. Inside lay a fruit, the size of a fist, glowing a vibrant crimson, resembling a coiled python. A delicate, almost ethereal pink mist enveloped its exterior, rendering it extraordinarily unique. To preserve its medicinal potency, this blood serpent fruit, akin to the purple yuan fruit, still bore a slender branch. However, for reasons unknown, a deep fissure marred the fruit. As if it were on the verge of splitting in two, the flesh beneath its skin was visibly diminished, missing nearly half. Naturally, the others noticed the fruit's condition as well. In an instant, Wei Ping was met with a chorus of regretful sighs. The celestial fairy, aware of the fruit state, closed the jade box with a decisive snap after showcasing it and stated, "As you can all see, this blood serpent fruit is a damaged specimen. After evaluation by an alchemist, it has been determined that only half of its medicinal power remains, sufficient to grant a mere 10,000 pounds of strength. Consequently, the starting bid will be adjusted accordingly. The opening price, 1 complete spirit stone." Despite the diminished efficacy of the blood serpent fruit, it differed significantly from the highly restrictive Little Spring and Autumn technique, as its consumption would directly bestow the strength equivalent to that of a nascent spirit cultivator in the early stages of body refinement. Therefore, the starting bid was not low. Others, too, were evidently aware of this fact. Unsurprisingly, the blood serpent fruit did not meet the same fate as the Little Spring and Autumn technique, which had fallen into silence. Bids began to rise in a lively manner. Box 323 offered 1 spirit stone plus 5 fragments. Box 86 bid 1 spirit stone plus 9 fragments. Box 275 placed a bid of 2 spirit stones. Within the span of a mere tea break, the auction price for the damaged blood serpent fruit had doubled. Although Wei Ping was determined to acquire the blood serpent fruit, he refrained from participating in the bidding. After observing the bidding process for so long, he had gleaned a crucial insight: to secure an item at a reasonable price, one must wait until the moment it was about to be claimed by another before making a decisive bid. After a quarter of an hour, the opportunity he had been waiting for finally arrived. The price for the flawed blood serpent fruit had reached 3 spirit stones plus 8 fragments. At this point, the celestial fairy understood that this was likely the final price for the damaged fruit. Even a flawless blood serpent fruit would only hold a value of around 10 complete spirit stones, let alone this inferior version, which possessed merely 1/3 of its original potency. Following the auction protocol, after a brief pause with no further bids, the celestial fairy inquired, "Box 334 has bid 3 spirit stones plus 8 fragments. Is there anyone else who wishes to claim this blood serpent fruit?" Within the confines of box 334, a burly bald man, his complexion a deep shade of anger, fixated intently on the ethereal Hong Fei Xianzi upon the platform, wishing fervently to leap forward and proclaim his acquisition of the item. The expenditure of 3 spirit stones, accompanied by 8 shards, had nearly drained his resources, had it not been for his pressing need for such a rare spirit plant. He would never have squandered so many spirit stones merely for a flawed specimen. If another bid were to arise, he would truly be unable to afford this blood flood fruit. Fortunately, after 2 inquiries from Hong Fei Xianzi, no one dared to raise their bid. In an instant, the pallor of frustration on the bald man's face transformed into exhilaration. Just as the deal seemed imminent, a voice suddenly rang out, "Box 212 bids for spirit stones." Instantly, the flush of excitement that had just surfaced on the bald man's face vanished. Was the individual in box 212 a fool? To spend 4 spirit stones on such a defective blood flood fruit? Unbeknownst to Wei Ping, the timing was impeccable. After the bid of 4 spirit stones was declared, no one else contested Wei Ping's offer. The blood flood fruit was successfully claimed by him. Chapter 67, striking the mountain to startle the tiger after acquiring the blood dragon fruit. Wei Ping found his complete collection of spirit stones utterly depleted, leaving him with only fragments and medicinal pills, although the remaining items on his person still held considerable value. Far exceeding that of an ordinary cultivator in the spirit-gathering realm, the subsequent auction items were predominantly of the 2nd tier, far beyond what his meager fragments could afford. Thus, Wei Ping resigned himself to a spectator's role. The ensuing auction was nothing short of an eye-opener for him. Various 2nd-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs frequently made their appearance, including a rare bloom of the 2nd-tier lower-grade spiritual herb, Snow Jade Plum, one of the key ingredients for the Cold Dew Tranquil Heart Pill. However, such 2nd-tier items were not something an average cultivator could contend with. Each time these items surfaced, they ignited fierce bidding from the elite patrons on the top floor, with each increment measured in complete spirit stones. The grand finale of the auction showcased a set of 2nd-tier upper-grade magical artifacts, the Mother and Child Luminous Sword, which incited frenzied bidding among the foundational families present. The final price reached an astonishing 143 spirit stones, leaving Wei Ping utterly astounded. Once the Mother and Child Luminous Sword was auctioned off, the event came to a close. Shortly thereafter, the Four Seas Pavilion delivered the Little Spring and Autumn Technique and the Blood Dragon Fruit to Wei Ping's private box. After settling the payment, he returned to the inn, took the piglet, and departed from Chofing City, setting his sights on Xianyuan City. This journey back was remarkably smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. With the piglet as his mode of transport, Wei Ping could focus entirely on his pursuits as he took out the Little Spring and Autumn Technique Jade Slip. Pressing the slip to his forehead, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded into his mind. Half an hour later, he set the Jade Slip down, his face alight with exhilaration. The Little Spring and Autumn Technique indeed conformed to the description given during the auction by the Celestial Maiden, promising 365 paths of spiritual power upon reaching the pinnacle of the spirit-gathering realm. Furthermore, the spiritual energy derived from practicing this technique was extraordinary, known as Spring and Autumn spiritual power. This energy not only excelled in restorative spells such as the Rejuvenation Technique, but also possessed the formidable ability to siphon vitality from adversaries, inducing their aging. The potency of this ability would increase in accordance with the quantity of spiritual essence absorbed from centennial flora. However, such an extraordinary technique was not easily mastered. At least after his initial attempt, Wei Ping found himself unable to make immediate progress. Fortunately, he had the wisdom-enhancing pill at his disposal. With such an elixir, it was merely a matter of time before he could successfully cultivate the Little Spring and Autumn Technique. Nevertheless, a twinge of concern lingered in Wei Ping's mind. Would the immense strength he had gained from previously practicing the Little Five Elements original technique dissipate upon transitioning to this new discipline? After some contemplation, he reassured himself that with the Blood Dragon Fruit still in his possession, even if he were to lose his physical cultivation, he would still find acceptance in his journey. Following this, Wei Ping carefully extracted the Blood Dragon Fruit from its cold jade box, along with its half-foot-long branch, and transplanted it into his portable spirit field. After a single watering from the stone bottle, the once languishing branches sprang forth with renewed vitality. Even the substantial fissure on the Blood Dragon Fruit exhibited signs of recovery. Given this progress, it was evident that in just over a month, the Blood Dragon Fruit would be restored to its entirety. Once he had managed the gains from both auction events, Wei Ping focused intently on his journey. In a mere 10 days, he returned to his residence nestled near the peak of Xianyuan City. Upon arriving home, Wei Ping finally allowed himself to relax completely. After a refreshing bath, he set aside all concerns and indulged in a long, rejuvenating slumber. Upon awakening the next day, feeling invigorated, Wei Ping retrieved all the belongings left behind by the assassin from his storage bag. He was not one to suffer in silence when faced with an attempt on his life. He would retaliate. Immediately, he donned a wide robe and made his way to the city lord's manor. He intended to leverage the name of Master Wei Yin to solicit assistance from the city lord's office in offering a bounty for information regarding the assassin's origins. If he could indeed unearth the mastermind behind the attack, it would be ideal, even if he failed. The sight of Master Wei Yin's protective stance would suffice to instill fear in others. In less than an hour, Wei Ping emerged from the city lord's manor. Having learned that the snow jade plum he had encountered at the auction in Chofeng City had fallen into the hands of Shouji. With the addition of the cold jade spirit mushroom, he would have acquired the two most elusive primary ingredients for the cold dew tranquility pill. As for the remaining auxiliary herbs, they were all first-tier spiritual plants that the city lord's office had already gathered over the past few months. At that point, Wei Ping would be able to commence the alchemical process for the cold dew tranquility pill. However, the cold jade spirit mushroom was not available even at the Chofeng City auction, and he was uncertain where Zhou Ji would seek it next. Upon returning from the city lord's manor, Wei Ping cast aside all other matters and immediately began to delve into the study of the lesser spring and autumn technique. That afternoon, the city lord's office unexpectedly posted numerous bounty notices throughout Xianyuan City. Each notice depicted the likeness of the assassin who had attempted to take Wei Ping's life. The citizens of the city soon realized that this individual was none other than the assailant who had attacked the disciple of Master Wei Yin, the alchemist of the city lord's office. The bounty notice included a message stating, "Any individual providing information regarding this person may receive a shard of a spiritual stone from Master Wei. Those who can divulge the individual's background will be rewarded with a complete spiritual stone." This proclamation ignited a considerable uproar throughout Xianyuan City. Such a level of reward was unprecedented for cultivators in the city, most of whom were still struggling over a few cultivation pills. That evening, dozens of individuals flocked to the city lord's manor, claiming to possess information regarding the assassin. However, upon thorough investigation, it became clear that these individuals were merely opportunists seeking to exploit the situation for their own gain. Consequently, these deceitful individuals found themselves not only empty-handed, but also penalized with a hefty fine of cultivation pills for their false reports. Thus, the number of opportunists dwindled significantly. However, on the following day, an individual provided precise intelligence, claiming to have witnessed the rogue cultivator departing from Xianyuan City shortly after Wei Ping rode away on a piglet. Consequently, he successfully obtained a fragment of a spiritual stone. Upon receiving this news, the inhabitants of Xianyuan City, already restless, descended into a frenzy. For several consecutive days, they fervently sought any information pertaining to the rogue cultivator. Among them, the Dark Tiger Gang, which had previously clashed with Wei Ping, became the focal point of public ire. Countless individuals, disregarding the gang's notorious reputation, endeavored by all means to extract evidence from them. In a matter of moments, the once feared Dark Tiger Gang, which had dominated an entire street, found itself incessantly harassed for at least 10 hours a day, becoming a source of ridicule. The gang's leader was at his wit's end. Having vented his frustrations on his own brother, the gang's second in command, with a thorough beating. In truth, upon seeing the notice posted by the city lord's office, some individuals privately rejoiced, relieved that the assassins sent to eliminate Wei Ping were mere family enforcers. Otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. Other factions, witnessing this scenario, felt an acute sense of trepidation. On one hand, they were intimidated by the formidable Master Wei, while on the other, they were haunted by the fate of the Dark Tiger Gang. Immediately, several factions offered gifts to Wei Ping, desperately attempting to distance themselves from any suspicion. This action was soon emulated by other forces in the days that followed. Within a short span, Wei Ping received a plethora of gifts. Observing the recent changes in Xianyuan City, he nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his strategy of shaking the mountain to frighten the tiger had indeed borne fruit. Chapter 68. The Ming Family Invitation. A week later, no one had uncovered the origins of the notice regarding the attempted assassination, and the matter gradually subsided. Following this incident, numerous factions within Xianyuan City began to consider Wei Ping and Wei Yin as individuals to avoid provoking, diligently noting their names in a small ledger. However, when Wei Ping once again arrived at Qianjin Workshop bearing the small broken barrier pill and the red jade pill, he was met with Meng Hao, who, with a face full of apology, presented a brocade box to him with great solemnity. As Wei Ping opened the box, he was astonished to discover a rather rare first-tier superior spiritual herb nestled within. Surprised, he inquired, "What is the meaning of this, my friend?" With a sincere expression. Meng Hao replied, "If the attempt on your life were to have been leaked by my Meng family, it would have endangered you, dear friend. I cannot simply ignore this. How could my conscience rest easy?" Seeing the earnestness in Meng Hao's eyes, Wei Ping sighed gently and nodded, accepting the offering. A sense of relief washed over Meng Hao at this gesture. After concluding their transaction, Wei Ping returned home. During this period, with the assistance of the intelligence-enhancing pill, Wei Ping had nearly comprehended the entirety of the little spring and autumn technique. Moreover, aided by the water from the stone vial and the spiritual field that aged 4 years in just a day, the branch of the blood flood fruit had grown remarkably from half a foot to nearly 3 feet tall. The fruit itself had also regained a significant portion of its vitality. With everything falling into place, Wei Ping was determined to seize the moment. Time flowed like a gentle stream. Before he knew it, another month had passed. On this day, Wei Ping finally succeeded in fully transitioning to the little spring and autumn technique, though his dantian remained unchanged. Still capable of accommodating 180 strands of spiritual power, the nature of that power had transformed into a blend of yellow and green. This was the spring and autumn spiritual energy referred to in the technique. Its quality was not only more refined than that of the little 5 elements technique, but the speed of cultivation had also improved by nearly 1/3. Remarkably, the immense strength he had previously acquired from the little 5 elements technique had not diminished significantly. The worst-case scenario had not materialized, and Wei Ping was overjoyed. A few days later, the blood flood fruit in his spiritual field had fully rejuvenated. Not only that, but it had also gained nearly 200 years of medicinal age, enhancing its potency. Although the fruit was already mature, the additional aging would not augment its efficacy. However, the current state of the blood flood fruit would allow Wei Ping to absorb its effects more safely and smoothly, which was certainly a boon. Without hesitation, Wei Ping harvested the blood flood fruit from his spiritual field. After a month of nurturing with the water from the stone vial, the fruit no longer resembled its previously fragile state. Now, it resembled a coiled flood dragon, complete with head, horns, and claws. Its vibrant red hue akin to that of a delicate blood dragon. After merely a few breaths of time spent retrieving the blood serpent fruit from the portable spirit field, a faint aroma of blood suddenly permeated the tranquil chamber. The moment he inhaled this medicinal fragrance, Wei Ping felt his heart race, a primal hunger surging from the depths of his flesh. It was as if every fiber of his being urged him to hastily consume the blood serpent fruit. However, he refrained from devouring it immediately, opting instead to examine it once more within the stone vial. Upon extracting it again, the blood serpent fruit astonishingly sprouted a dragon horn. Apart from retaining a pair of claws beneath its belly, it nearly resembled the legendary dragon. Moreover, the fruit, originally the color of fresh blood, now bore a subtle hint of gold, bestowing upon it an aura of true dragon majesty. In essence, after passing through the stone vial, the blood serpent fruit could now rightfully be called the blood dragon fruit. In that moment, anticipation surged within Wei Ping for the transformations that this spiritually infused blood serpent fruit might yet undergo. Without further hesitation, he directly swallowed the blood dragon fruit. Instantly, it felt as though he had consumed a furnace. A tremendous surge of vitality erupted from the fist-sized fruit, enveloping his internal organs in a fierce blaze. Waves of energy, resembling serpentine dragons, relentlessly battered Wei Ping's limbs and bones, and in the blink of an eye, his skin flushed a deep crimson. With widened eyes, he let out a muffled groan, realizing in his heart, I underestimated the potency of the blood dragon fruit after its spiritual infusion. As he breathed in and out, he could even observe steam rising around him. Within just a few breaths, the temperature in the tranquil chamber soared dramatically. Fortunately, Wei Ping's physique was not that of an ordinary person. Though the fruit's medicinal potency had intensified, it contained no impurities or toxic elements. He needed only to absorb its essence wholeheartedly, disregarding other concerns, thus avoiding any unforeseen mishaps. The medicinal power began to activate, causing Wei Ping's muscles to rapidly tear and regenerate, while his bones, as sturdy as steel, gradually took on a blood-red hue, a faint aura of wildness emanating from him. 3 hours later, amidst a haze of light red mist in the tranquil chamber, Wei Ping abruptly opened his eyes, his countenance brimming with astonishment. Without any visible effort, the previously cross-legged Wei Ping stood upright as though manipulated by strings, observing his skin still tinged with traces of blood. He felt an almost exponential increase in his strength. Furthermore, he sensed that within his marrow, a small but inexhaustible source of vitality had begun to manifest. After a cleansing bath to rid himself of the bloodstains, Wei Ping retrieved the tripod-shaped artifact he had previously acquired from his storage pouch. This artifact was specifically designed for body refiners, serving a singular purpose: to assist them in testing their strength. After conducting a series of tests, Wei Ping discovered that his strength had increased by over a unit, culminating in a total strength of 3 units. It was evident that the blood dragon fruit, after its spiritual infusion, had transcended its previous limitations, with the enhancement to his skeletal structure. The blood serpent fruit that has been imbued with spiritual essence may very well be regarded as a second-tier spiritual plant. Regrettably, in the immediate future, Wei Ping possesses only this solitary blood serpent fruit to consume. However, it will not be long before the blood serpent tree bears fruit, allowing Wei Ping to partake in an unending supply of the blood serpent fruits. Even the little piglet may bask in the benefits. On this particular day, as Wei Ping once again visited the Qianjin workshop for trade, Meng Hao unexpectedly presented him with an invitation. Observing the hint of confusion in Wei Ping's gaze, Meng Hao elucidated, "My family head has admired Master Wei for quite some time. Previously, out of respect, he refrained from imposing. However, in recent days, the family head has secluded himself for over a month, successfully breaking through to the 9th level of spirit gathering, a momentous occasion. He wishes to hold a modest celebration within the clan, and thus, he earnestly requests your esteemed presence at the banquet." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping nodded and accepted the invitation, solemnly assuring Meng Hao, "Rest assured, my friend, I shall certainly honor this invitation." Meng Hao clasped his hands in gratitude, smiling as he replied, "I shall now be at ease." Chapter 69, The Puppet Master. 3 days later, Wei Ping donned a voluminous robe and exited the city of Xinyuan. The Ming family, which had risen to prominence through the business of spiritual plants, resided outside the city. Soon, a picturesque estate nestled against the mountains and waters came into view. In the distance, a group was already gathered outside the estate's grand entrance. Among them was Wei Ping's old acquaintance, Meng Hao. The leader of the group was a tall, elderly man strikingly similar in appearance to Meng Hao. Upon the appearance of Wei Ping in his signature robe, the waiting members of the Meng clan brightened with recognition and approached him. The elderly man immediately bowed respectfully and inquired, "May I have the honor of addressing Master Wei Yin?" Wei Ping nodded slightly, remaining silent. The elder, undeterred by the lack of response, maintained his respectful demeanor. "I am Ming Song, an elder of the Ming family. It is a true honor for our clan to host Master Wei for this banquet." With a smile, Wei Ping nodded and casually inquired, "Elder Ming, you are too kind. May I ask where the clan leader is?" Ming Song promptly replied, "Our clan leader is currently in seclusion. Please allow Master Wei to wait a moment." Acknowledging this, Wei Ping nodded again, refraining from further comment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Ming Song, not daring to keep such a distinguished alchemist waiting at the door, quickly gestured for Wei Ping to enter the estate. The Ming estate sprawled across an extensive area, encompassing the entire mountain. It boasted thousands of acres of fertile land, including dozens of acres dedicated to spiritual crops. As Wei Ping traversed the grounds, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy at the sight of the flourishing spiritual plants. Engaging in conversation with Meng Song, he praised, "The Meng family truly lives up to its reputation in spiritual cultivation. These fields are exceptionally well tended." At this, Meng Song could not suppress a hint of pride. "Master has an excellent eye. Our spiritual fields have been cultivated for over a century, and it is these few dozen acres that have allowed our clan to flourish from a handful of people to our current status." With these words, Wei Ping's admiration for the Ming family deepened. Those who can cultivate the land steadily are indeed commendable individuals. Before long, the group ascended to the ancestral home atop the small hill, the very heart of the Ming estate. Although the spiritual energy here was inferior to that of Wei Ping's residence at the peak of Xinyuan, it was significantly stronger than that of the previous dwelling located halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Meng Song led Wei Ping to a stone wall, stating, "This is the seclusion area of our clan leader. He is about to emerge, and we kindly invite Master Wei to witness the occasion." With a wave of his hand, Meng Song signaled for a chair to be brought and placed behind Wei Ping. Having never encountered such a scene before, Wei Ping found himself intrigued and promptly took a seat. Soon, a powerful aura erupted from within the stone wall, enveloping the waiting Wei Ping with an indescribable sense of pressure. Moments later, a hearty laughter echoed from within, Ha ha ha. I have finally broken through to the 9th level of the spirit realm. Upon hearing this mirthful sound, Meng Song and the other members of the Meng family displayed expressions of great joy, their faces alight with happiness. Amidst this exuberant atmosphere, the stone gate slowly creaked open, revealing an exceedingly aged elder, his hair and beard completely white. Meng Song and the others immediately stepped forward, bowing in unison. We congratulate the patriarch on his successful breakthrough. The elder chuckled, his voice tinged with playful reproach, to have only reached the 9th level of the spirit realm at such a ripe old age. What is there to celebrate? Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, Meng Song and the others continued to express their jubilations. Wei Ping could not help but notice the delightful ambience within the Meng family, and his impression of the patriarch began to warm. After a brief moment, as the crowd gradually settled, the patriarch of the Meng family clasped his hands together in greeting, addressing Wei Ping with a smile. Might you be Wei Yan, Master Wei? A hint of a smile graced Wei Ping's lips as he returned the gesture. Indeed, I am Wei Yan. Congratulations to Patriarch Meng for achieving such an impressive milestone. The elder immediately displayed a look of regret. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Master Wei. I have long held a friendship with Meng Shan. Stepping forward a couple of paces, Meng Shan inquired with genuine concern. I have heard that your disciple was attacked. Has he sustained any injuries? Should you require spirit herbs, please do not hesitate to ask. The Meng family may not boast many things, but we do possess a considerable foundation in spirit herbs. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping felt a sudden pang in his heart. He scrutinized the earnest expression of Meng Shan before nodding and saying, I appreciate your concern for my humble disciple. He is quite unharmed. After exchanging pleasantries, Meng Shan waved his hand towards Meng Song, saying, What are you waiting for, Meng Song? Quickly invite Master Wei to the banquet. Thus, the feast commenced. Wei Ping was directly invited to the main seat, and an array of exquisite spirit delicacies was presented in rapid succession. Although Meng Shan held the title of patriarch, he surprisingly did not carry himself with the airs typical of one in his position. Under his guidance, the entire banquet brimmed with liveliness, and Wei Ping appeared quite at ease, embodying the spirit of congeniality. As dusk approached, the Ming family's banquet finally came to an end. At the entrance of the Ming estate, Meng Shan personally saw Wei Ping off. Maintaining his usual demeanor, Wei Ping clasped his hands in farewell and turned to leave. However, as he turned, a flicker of a strange light flashed in his eyes, which had previously been filled with mirth. Upon exiting the boundaries of the Ming estate, for reasons unknown, Wei Ping found himself quickening his pace, his steps growing more forceful, and within a short span, his speed surged to an astonishing level. The journey that had taken him an entire hour to reach the Ming estate now saw him returning to Xianyuan City in merely a quarter of that time. Once he crossed through the city gates, Wei Ping finally exhaled in relief. Casting one last glance toward the direction of the Ming estate, a glint of cold light emerged in his eyes. Meng Shan might have been slightly inebriated, his awareness waning. Yet Wei Ping had partaken in no wine and remained perfectly clear-headed. He listened with utmost clarity as Meng Shan cautioned him to be wary, lest he suffer the same fate as his disciple, who had fallen victim to an ambush. At first glance, the statement seemed innocuous enough. However, Wei Ping recalled distinctly that when Meng Hao had sent out the invitation, he had mentioned that the head of his family had only entered seclusion a little over a month ago. In contrast, the bounty he had placed on the assassin had been announced a month prior. This realization led him to deduce that while he had been seeking the assassin, Meng Shan had been in seclusion. How then could he possibly be aware of the assassination of his disciple? Upon hearing Meng Shan's words, Wei Ping's mind raced, and the conclusion became painfully clear. The assassin sent to eliminate him was, in fact, dispatched by the Ming family. Though the reasons behind the Ming family's attempt on his life remained a mystery, Wei Ping resolved to prioritize his safety above all else. It was only upon entering the territory of Xianyuan City that he finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. After escaping the immediate peril, Wei Ping, with a face ashen with anger, made his way toward the mountain's peak. At that moment, his heart brimmed with indignation. He reflected on their partnership. While it had not necessarily yielded immense profits for the Meng family, it had certainly been mutually beneficial. Wei Ping searched his conscience, convinced that he had never betrayed the Meng family, yet here they were, repaying his loyalty with treachery, which felt utterly. Chapter 70, The Sevenfold of Nailing. However, amidst his indignation, Wei Ping found himself profoundly perplexed. Why would the Ming family act in such a manner? Upon returning to his residence atop the mountain, Wei Ping meticulously recalled every detail of his encounters with the Ming family. He discerned that the assassination attempt coincided with the moment he was being courted by other factions. During his transformation into that yellow-faced man, he had faced coercion and intimidation from ruthless entities like the Dark Tiger Gang. Having rejected their overtures, it was hardly surprising that he soon found himself targeted for assassination. One could hardly avoid suspecting that the Dark Tiger Gang and similar forces were retaliating against him. A mere apprentice. This line of thought definitively severed any possibility of collaboration between Master Wei Yin and forces other than the Ming family. With this realization, Wei Ping fell into a contemplative silence. The world of cultivation was indeed rife with deceit and treachery. Even the seemingly straightforward Ming family was not immune to such duplicity. In that moment, he was reminded of the days spent in a battle of wits with the old immortal Su. Through these events, Wei Ping finally grasped a harsh truth. The hearts of those in the cultivation realm were shrouded in darkness. Upon discerning that the assassin hailed from the Ming family, Wei Ping resolved to retaliate. Recognizing his own vulnerability, he understood he could not possibly contend with the Ming family, which was fortified by formidable masters of the ninefold of nailing. Lacking concrete evidence, even approaching Lord Zhouji would yield no results. At first glance, it seemed that the Ming family had him cornered. However, Master Wei Yin's esteemed title as the alchemist of the Lord's residence was not without weight. That very day, Wei Ping donned the voluminous robes typically worn by Wei Yin, intending to seek out those factions that had previously approached him and directly hire cultivators with the elixirs and fragments of spirit stones he possessed to dismantle the Ming family stronghold. Yet, that afternoon, as Wei Ping was about to return home, he suddenly beheld Lord Zhouji riding a unicorn spirit horse, personally leading a large contingent of guards from the Lord's residence down the mountain. Upon spotting Wei Yin, Zhouji halted his horse and, with a grave expression, remarked, "Master Wei, exercise utmost caution. There have been reports of rogue cultivators outside the city, and the entire Ming family has gone missing, seemingly abducted." At these words, Wei Ping's heart stirred. Just as he realized the Ming family had dispatched assassins against him, they had vanished the very next day. Could this be connected to him? Hastily, he replied, "I have certain ties with the Ming family. May I accompany you?" Zhouji hesitated for a moment before responding, "If Master Wei wishes to go, you may do so. With me present, those rogue cultivators would dare not act recklessly." Thus, Wei Ping accompanied Zhouji to the Ming family estate. Upon arrival, he was met with a scene of utter devastation. The vast Ming estate was, as Zhouji had described, devoid of any inhabitants. Witnessing this disarray, Zhouji's face turned ashen, and he immediately ordered his men to search for clues. Shortly thereafter, a man approached Zhouji, reporting, "My lord, there are no signs of struggle within the Ming estate, and many valuables remain untouched. This does not appear to be the work of rogue cultivators." Zhouji furrowed his brow, pondering, if it is not the work of the bandits, then what could this possibly be? Observing his expression, although slightly incredulous, Wei Ping proceeded to recount the events of the previous day to Zhouji. Upon hearing Wei Ping's account, Zhouji slammed his palm on the table in indignation, exclaiming, "This makes perfect sense. The Ming family must have sensed a flaw and fled immediately. What audacity they possess, daring to set their sights on the master. Fear not, Master. I shall ensure the Ming family faces dire consequences. Summon everyone and place a bounty on the entire Ming clan. Those who provide information shall be handsomely rewarded." That very day, Zhouji ordered the immediate sealing and confiscation of the Ming family estate. A few days later, he publicly announced the charges against the Ming family. Subsequently, he put the land of the Ming estate up for sale, using half of the proceeds, along with previously seized assets, to acquire 15 spirit stones for Wei Ping. This incident stirred a considerable uproar within Skinyuan City. In the aftermath, whenever the name of Master Wei Yin was mentioned, it was met with increasing reverence. Following the affair with the Ming family, Wei Ping opted not to seek other partners, but instead sold all the pills he had on hand to the city lord's mansion. Although this path presented some challenges, it was ultimately a safer and more stable choice. The ensuing days were tranquil yet fulfilling. After practicing the minor spring and autumn technique, the spiritual energy within Wei Ping's dantian transformed into spring and autumn energy. However, the potency of this energy was intrinsically linked to the essence of century-old flora. Thus, apart from delving into alchemy, Wei Ping devoted his time to refining this spring and autumn energy using first-grade spiritual plants aged over 100 years. With a stone vial and a personal spiritual field at his disposal, Wei Ping could cultivate a first-grade spiritual plant to 100 years of age in merely 25 days. Consequently, his approach to practicing the minor spring and autumn technique diverged significantly from that of other cultivators. Most practitioners of this technique typically absorb the essence from lower-grade, first-grade spiritual plants, often hesitant to engage in extensive cultivation, consuming perhaps only one plant daily. In stark contrast, Wei Ping utilized only superior-grade, first-grade spiritual plants in his training, and he did not impose any strict limits on his cultivation time. He would practice for as long as he could, resulting in his daily consumption of superior-grade spiritual plants reaching into the dozens. Such extravagant consumption was akin to devouring spirit stones. Only Wei Ping could sustain such a lavish supply. It was precisely under this opulent provision of spiritual plants that his spring and autumn energy underwent rapid transformation. Within just over 2 months, the once tender energy, now interwoven with shades of yellow and green, began to exude a hint of the cycle of life and decay. Even Wei Ping's spiritual bamboo staff bore traces of this ebb and flow of vitality. According to the records of the minor spring and autumn technique, Wei Ping's spring and autumn energy had begun to exhibit characteristics reminiscent of the foundational level of spring and autumn energy. It is likely that even the formidable creator of the little spring and autumn technique could not have anticipated that someone would be able to cultivate this art to such an extent while still in the spirit-gathering realm. Moreover, after enduring such arduous training, Wei Ping's cultivation has once again surged, advancing into the 7th level of spirit gathering, officially marking him as a practitioner in the later stages of this realm. Alongside this significant enhancement in strength, his dantian has expanded yet again. Now capable of harboring 240 strands of spiritual energy, while his own spring and autumn spiritual power has become increasingly refined. The only lamentable aspect is that after transitioning to the little spring and autumn technique, there has been no further improvement in his physical cultivation upon breaking through. However, the blood dragon fruit tree is gradually maturing, and it has even borne 9 fruits the size of a finger. Once these blood dragon fruits ripen and are consumed, Wei Ping's physical strength will surely experience another breakthrough. While Wei Ping was diligently practicing, the steward of the city lord's mansion suddenly arrived, stating that the last crucial herb for the cold dew tranquility pill had been located and requesting Master Wei to step aside for a discussion. However, the steward's vague demeanor suggested that there might be an issue with the second-tier lower-grade spiritual herb, the cold jade spirit mushroom. A sense of curiosity welled up within Wei Ping. Without further ado, he donned his ample robe and accompanied the steward into the city lord's mansion. As anticipated, upon meeting the city lord, Zhou Ji, Wei Ping observed a troubled expression on his face. Zhou Ji led Wei Ping directly to his spiritual field atop a mountain, pointing to a half-dead spiritual plant and inquiring, "Might Master be able to revive this cold jade spirit mushroom?" Chapter 71. The Frosted Jade Ganoderma. Without the need for Zhou Ji to elaborate, as Wei Ping approached the vicinity of the spiritual field, he beheld a gigantic Ganoderma, roughly the size of an adult's head, radiating a chilling azure hue. Before Wei Ping could draw nearer, he was enveloped by a wave of frigid energy. The various phenomena indicated that this Ganoderma was indeed a second-tier spiritual plant, the Frosted Jade Ganoderma. However, for reasons unknown, a faint grayish-white hue had manifested atop its cap. In just a matter of moments, this grayish-white coloration expanded further. If left unattended, it seemed that within a few hours, this second-tier spiritual plant would wither away completely. Meanwhile, Ban Li stood anxiously beside the Frosted Jade Ganoderma, fervently employing various spiritual plant techniques, yet it was evident that his efforts bore little fruit. Despite Ban Li exerting every ounce of his strength, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, he could not improve the condition of the Ganoderma in the slightest. Upon seeing Wei Ping arrive, Ban Li appeared as if he had found a savior, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow and exclaiming, "Master Wei, you have finally come. Please, take a look at this Frosted Jade Ganoderma." Wei Ping nodded and hastened forward. After cultivating the little spring and autumn technique, he had developed a heightened sensitivity to the vital energies within plants. Approaching the Frosted Jade Ganoderma, Wei Ping meticulously sensed its aura and discovered that, despite its refreshing chill, there existed a searing toxicity that was incessantly undermining the vitality of this precious plant. In comparison to the immense medicinal power of the Frosted Jade Ganoderma, the weight of the fiery poison was relatively minor. However, it was a mystery how this poison had managed to infiltrate the entire plant, intertwining with its medicinal properties in a perplexing entanglement. It was evident that, given the complexity of the situation, even a seasoned herbalist would find it impossible to extract the poison. This predicament did not appear to be a natural occurrence. It seemed as though someone had deliberately poisoned the Frosted Jade Ganoderma. Why would anyone resort to poisoning such a remarkable plant? Nearby, Shoji, with a grim countenance, elucidated the situation to Wei Ping. I acquired this frosted jade Ganoderma only today. As I understand it, if it withers, its medicinal efficacy will be lost entirely. Thus, I intended to plant it in the second-tier spiritual field at my estate, awaiting the collection of the remaining herbs required for the cold dew tranquil heart pill before presenting everything to you. Yet, I never anticipated that within just a few hours, such a calamity would befall this Ganoderma. Listening to Shoji's words, Wei Ping remained silent for a moment, then extended his hand toward the frosted jade Ganoderma. In the next instant, he summoned the spring and autumn spiritual energy from within himself, and a surge of vibrant life force flowed into the Ganoderma. On the other side, Banli, who was diligently attempting to revive the Ganoderma, was astonished to witness that as soon as Wei Ping intervened, the grayish-white hue atop the Ganoderma ceased its expansion. Seeing this development, both Zhou and Banli exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Zhou's voice was imbued with profound relief. I knew Master Wei would undoubtedly have a solution. Wei Ping nodded slightly, preparing to inquire about the nature of the fire toxin within the cold jade Lingji when, unexpectedly, Banli stumbled, nearly losing his balance. The reason was that Banli, aged and having exhausted himself in safeguarding the cold jade Lingji, was overwhelmed by sudden relaxation and almost fainted. Observing this, Shoji did not dare to delay. After confirming the cold jade Lingji was momentarily unharmed, he hastily escorted Banli to rest. During Shoji's descent with Banli, when Jingzun and Shou Qingyan arrived, clearly, they too had learned of the issues surrounding the cold jade Lingji. At that moment, when Jingzun maintained her usual composed elegance, as if indifferent to all that transpired. In contrast, Shou Qingyan, lacking such poise, anxiously questioned, Master Wei, are you confident in saving this cold jade Lingji? Wei Ping nodded immediately, his expression radiating immense confidence. While the fire toxin might pose a significant challenge to others, for Wei Ping, resolving it would be effortless. A mere passage through a stone vial would purify any toxin, allowing it to return to its original state. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyan's worries diminished significantly. When Jingyun, too, felt a shift in her demeanor, her gaze towards Wei Ping now tinged with a hint of admiration. Soon, Zhou Ji returned, and upon learning that Wei Ping could treat the cold jade Lingji, his face lit up with joy. Subsequently, Wei Ping seized the opportunity to ask, Lord City Master, where did you acquire this cold jade Lingji? It seems to me that it must have been poisoned by someone in secret. Zhou Ji's expression instantly darkened, a scowl emerging. So that it. I wondered why this cold jade Lingji was perfectly fine before, only to encounter such an issue upon my return. It's the work of those unscrupulous merchants. However, Zhou Qingyan interjected with a scornful huff. Oh, unscrupulous merchants? If you had conducted a fair transaction, openly purchasing this cold jade Lingji, how could they possibly have poisoned it? I suspect this cold jade Lingji was taken by force. At this, Wei Ping was taken aback. Zhou Qingyan, being Zhou Ji's sister, seemed to harbor an unfounded suspicion of her own brother. Yet, Zhou Ji's face turned pale, as if he found himself unable to refute her claims. After a moment of silence, Zhou Ji scoffed, his demeanor shifting to one of self-assuredness, embodying an air of innocence. Even if it were taken by force, what of it? Senior One urgently requires the cold dew tranquil heart pill for healing. I painstakingly sought out this cold jade Lingji, and I certainly could not let it go. My intentions are selfless, all for the sake of Senior One's recovery. Zhou Ji had indeed admitted that the cold jade Lingji was not purchased but rather, as Zhou Qingyan had asserted, was forcibly taken. Zhou Qingyan merely chuckled coldly, choosing not to comment further. The expression on Wen Jingyun's face remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this situation long ago, or perhaps had simply grown accustomed to it. Only Wei Ping, observing the composed demeanor of Zhou Ji, couldn't help but feel a twinge of peculiarity. It turned out that the Lord of Xianyuan City possessed such a side. Upon hearing Zhou Qingyan's cold laughter, Zhou Ji appeared somewhat irked. However, he refrained from displaying his anger immediately and instead prioritized having Wei Ping thoroughly tend to the cold jade spirit mushroom. Subsequently, Wei Ping, with the precious cold jade spirit mushroom in hand, entered a secluded chamber within the Lord's manor. Once inside, he promptly placed the freshly uprooted cold jade spirit mushroom into a stone vial. After a brief moment, when Wei Ping retrieved the mushroom from the vial, the grayish-white hue that had adorned its cap had completely vanished. At that moment, the cold jade spirit mushroom resembled an ice sculpture, radiating a mesmerizing azure hue and exuding a refreshing chill that invigorated the senses. However, to leave so swiftly would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, Wei Ping remained in the tranquil chamber for a full hour before finally stepping out through its door. Chapter 72. The Hypocrite Outside the Quiet Room. Shou Ji and the two ladies, Shou Qingyan and Wen Jingyun, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Wei Ping emerge, Shou Ji promptly inquired, "Master Wei, how did it go?" Wei Ping directly produced the restored Hanyu Lingji. The three, even without knowledge of herbalism, recognized that the Hanyu Lingji was in perfect condition. The tension in Shou Ji's eyes dissipated instantly, and he burst into laughter. Master Wei, you truly are remarkable. Had it not been for you, I would have been at a loss." Though Shou Qingyan remained silent, a rare glimmer of admiration appeared in her gaze directed at Wei Ping. Only Wen Jingyun maintained her usual composure, though the appreciation hidden within her eyes intensified. Once it was confirmed that the Hanyu Lingji was unharmed, Shou Ji promptly handed over all the prepared medicinal herbs to Wei Ping, saying, "Master Wei, the main ingredient for the Han Luqing Xian Dan is elusive. With the resources of Xian Yuan City, I have searched tirelessly for a long time and have only managed to gather one set. Might I request your esteemed master to assist in refining this Han Luqing Xian Dan?" Wei Ping, placing all the herbs including the Hanyu Lingji and Shui Yumei into his storage pouch, replied, "Leave this matter to me. You may rest assured, my lord." Seeing Wei Ping's confidence, Shou Ji bowed deeply and remarked, "I shall await your good news, Master Wei." 10 days passed. Wei Ping emerged from his chamber with the completed Han Luqing Xian Dan. This duration aligned with the time prescribed for refining the elixir. In truth, after returning home that day, Wei Ping had only taken a few hours to concoct the Han Luqing Xian Dan. It seemed Shou Ji had given prior instructions. As soon as a guard spotted the distinctive figure in a broad robe, he swiftly turned and hurried into the lord's mansion. Just as Wei Ping stepped through the doors of the mansion, Shou Ji rushed over, his face brimming with anticipation. Upon seeing Wei Ping, Shou Ji could hardly contain himself. "Master, have you successfully refined the Han Luqing Xian Dan?" Wei Ping retrieved a small jade vial, no larger than a fist, from his storage pouch and handed it to Shou Ji, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features as he said, "I am fortunate not to have failed. I did indeed refine the Han Luqing Xian Dan. However, regrettably, the second-tier elixir proved too challenging, and I could only produce one pill from the set of materials." As Shou Ji listened to Wei Ping's modest words, his hand, poised to open the jade vial, froze. He suddenly looked up at Wei Ping, his eyes widening in shock. "Are you saying you have already managed to refine a second-tier elixir?" Meeting Shou Ji's astonished gaze, Wei Ping nodded. "I have managed, albeit with difficulty." "Does that mean you are now a second-tier alchemist?" Shou Ji exclaimed, bursting into laughter. "Aha! It is indeed a great fortune for our lord's mansion to have you serve as our alchemist." As he spoke, Shou Ji opened the jade vial and poured out a pill the size of a longan, its entire body a mesmerizing icy blue. After casting a captivated glance at it, Shou Ji addressed Wei Ping, saying, "Master Wei, please accompany the steward to the side hall and wait for a moment. I shall first deliver the Han Luqing pill." Wei Ping nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Shou Ji turned to the steward behind him, instructing, "Be sure to treat Master Wei with utmost courtesy." With that, he hurriedly departed with the Han Luqing pill in hand. The steward of the city lord's residence respectfully bowed to Wei Ping, saying, "Please, Master Wei, follow this old servant." This was not Wei Ping's first visit to the city lord's residence, yet, each time he came, he could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the place. After following the steward for a full quarter of an hour, he finally arrived at the familiar side hall. At that moment, a fiery figure of a woman suddenly came into view. It was apparent that the only person who could act with such freedom within the city lord's residence was Shou Ji's sister, Shou Qingyan. Shou Qingyan moved with remarkable speed and, in mere moments, stood before Wei Ping, her face flushed with a hint of color. She greeted him with evident joy and eagerly inquired, "Master Wei, where is the Han Luqing pill? Shou Ji sent me to collect it." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping felt a flicker of confusion. Had he not already entrusted the Han Luqing pill to Shou Ji? Why was Shou Qingyan here to retrieve it? Raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, Wei Ping replied, "I have already given the Han Luqing pill to the city lord." Shou Qingyan initially froze in surprise, her expression then shifting dramatically as she instinctively reached for Wei Ping, exclaiming, What did you say?" Wei Ping furrowed his brow and took a slight step back, evading Shou Qingyan's grasp, reiterating, "The Han Luqing pill has been handed over to the city lord." Paying little heed to the implications, Shou Qingyan lunged for Wei Ping again, her voice urgent, "Master Wei, come with me quickly. Senior one is in danger." This time, Wei Ping did not evade, allowing Zhou Qingyan to seize his arm. Before the steward of the city lord's residence could comprehend the situation, Wei Ping had already followed Zhou Qingyan towards the mountain summit. Along the way, he inquired, "What did you mean by that earlier statement? The city lord's actions are merely an attempt to showcase himself before Senior One. How could that possibly endanger him?" Zhou Qingyan, now flushed with urgency and tears brimming in her eyes, appeared on the verge of tears as she implored, "You do not understand. My brother, though he may seem like a paragon of virtue, has committed numerous despicable deeds over the years. To elaborate, a decade ago, an opportunity arose for my close friend, a sister bonded by fate. In a moment of carelessness, I revealed this information to Zhou Ji, that scoundrel. The next day, he deceived my sister into his home under my name, plotting to harm her for treasure. Afterwards, he first drained her yuan yin cultivation dry and then killed her. After this incident, the wretch no longer pretended, secretly committing countless unspeakable atrocities. Otherwise, why would I, as his own sister, harbor such wariness and disdain for him? In my estimation, he would undoubtedly tamper with the elixirs." As she spoke, an expression of profound disgust and anguish surfaced on Zhou Qingyan's face, and tears finally streamed down the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping's pupils quivered in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Zhou Ji's true nature was so grotesque. To think that he had previously regarded Zhou Ji as a warm-hearted individual, albeit somewhat self-serving. At this moment, the traces of tears on Zhou Qingyan's face had faded, replaced by a glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes. Ever since I rescued Elder One, I knew that Zhou Ji harbored ill intentions. I never anticipated that despite all my precautions, I would still fall prey to this wretch. If Elder One were truly harmed by Zhou Ji, I would stake my life to ensure that this scoundrel pays dearly. Chapter 73. The death of Zhou Ji. Observing the earnest concern that Zhou Qingyan displayed towards Wen Jingyun, Wei Ping couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt arise within him. "Miss Zhou, as you have stated, the city lord Zhou is harboring ulterior motives in his attempts to ingratiate himself with Senior One. But what about you? What do you seek in rescuing Senior One?" At these words, Zhou Qingyan's expression momentarily faltered. She shifted her gaze to meet Wei Ping's unwavering eyes and decisively nodded, "Indeed, my intentions in aiding Senior One are not without ulterior motives." Wei Ping was taken aback by Zhou Qingyan's candid admission of her ulterior motives. With a glance of disdain towards the city lord's manor behind her, Zhou Qingyan's eyes sparkled with loathing. "What I seek is singular. Although Zhou Ji presents himself as harmless, he has engaged in countless unscrupulous dealings behind closed doors. Yet, as the city lord of Xianyuan City, he remains untouchable. Even my father turns a blind eye to his transgressions. I cannot endure remaining in such a den of iniquity for even a moment longer. Therefore, what I desire is simple. Once Senior Wen's injuries have somewhat healed, I wish to accompany her back to her sect." She paused, her face illuminating with excitement at the mention of the Qingming sect. "I have already discussed this with Senior One, and she has graciously agreed to take me with her to Qingming sect when she departs." As they spoke, the pair arrived before Zhou Qingyan's cave dwelling. At that moment, a verdant glow emanated from the entrance, indicating that the formation within had been activated. Zhou Qingyan promptly retrieved the token that controlled the formation from her bosom, eager to manipulate the array surrounding her cave. However, as her spiritual energy surged towards the token, she found herself unable to dispel the verdant light before her. Frustration etched across her face. Zhou Qingyan exclaimed, "That beast Zhou Ji dares to tamper with my cave." Casting aside the token, her spiritual energy surged within her, and with a swift motion, she drew her sword, slicing towards her dwelling. Instantly, a crimson radiance enveloped the blade, and a wave of fire shot forth. With a resounding crash, the verdant glow at the cave's entrance flickered and dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Qingyan clenched her teeth and turned to Wei Ping, saying, "Master Wei, the situation is dire. I implore you to assist me in breaking this formation." Meanwhile, within the cave, Zhou Ji stood before the pavilion, his face betraying an unmistakable malice. It had been nearly a quarter of an hour since he had watched Wen Jingyun consume the cold dew tranquility pill. After a few more moments of contemplation, confirming that the full quarter of an hour had elapsed, Zhou Ji's expression transformed into one of eager anticipation as he prepared to enter the pavilion. However, just as he took a step forward, he hesitated and cautiously called out, "Senior One, may I inquire how effective the cold dew tranquility pill has been?" After a prolonged silence without a single response, Zhou Ji chuckled softly and, filled with impatience, made his way towards the pavilion. With a creak, he pushed open the door, revealing Wen Jingyun, her eyes slightly closed, still seated on the warm jade bed. At this moment, her complexion was markedly improved compared to before she took the cold dew tranquil heart pill, with a hint of color returning to her cheeks. However, the effects of the pill seemed almost too potent as a delicate blush graced her swan-like neck. The ethereal beauty that Wen Jingyun usually embodied now bore an alluring charm that was utterly captivating. Gazing at her enchanting appearance, Zhou Ji's breath quickened, and a wicked glint sparkled in his eyes. Without a pause, he boldly approached Wen Jingyun. Strangely, she appeared completely oblivious to his presence. Encouraged by this, Zhou Ji grew increasingly audacious, unable to suppress a couple of sinister chuckles. In his laughter, there was an unmistakable malice, perhaps buoyed by the success of a long-conceived scheme. He muttered to himself, "Zhou Qingyin, do you think I went to such lengths to save this beauty merely to curry favor? If I had discovered her lineage from the insignia on her garments, revealing her as one of the top 3 direct disciples of the Qiming sect, I might have thought so. Alas, it is said that the highest cultivation techniques practiced by the Qiming sect have a peculiar trait. If a female disciple is violated before achieving mastery, her cultivation and life will be forever under the control of her assailant. In that case, why not gain both wealth and power?" As he spoke, Zhou Ji stood before Wen Jingyun, a wicked grin plastered on his face as he extended his hands. At that moment, a tremendous aura erupted from Wen Jingyun's form. Zhou Ji's outstretched hands abruptly froze in midair, and he found himself ensnared, unable to move. As if encased within amber. Not just Zhou Ji, but within a radius of 3 paces around Wen Jingyun, even the dust in the air came to a complete standstill. Panic surged within Zhou Ji as he yearned to plead for mercy, yet he could not even twitch a finger. Wen Jingyun opened her eyes, casting a cold glance at him, and lightly uttered, "You audacious fool, you shall pay." In the next instant, Zhou Ji was reduced to nothingness. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the pavilion, followed by a furious female voice approaching rapidly. "Zhou Ji, you beast, I will not spare you." Wen Jingyun slightly turned her head, her expression visibly softening. With Wei Ping's assistance, Zhou Qingyan forcefully breached the formation of her dwelling in mere moments. At this point, it had been quite some time since Zhou Ji had taken the cold dew tranquil heart pill from Wei Ping. Fully aware of Zhou Ji's ruthless tactics, Zhou Qingyan had already prepared himself for the worst. However, upon their entrance into the pavilion, they discovered that there was no trace of Zhou Ji within its confines. Fearing a trap, Zhou Qingyan, sword in hand, swiftly scanned the surroundings of the pavilion, confirming that Zhou Ji was indeed absent. He temporarily suppressed his doubts and approached Wen Jingyun, expressing his self-reproach. "I was careless, allowing myself to be outmaneuvered by Zhou Ji. I hope you were not harmed by that beast, senior one." Wen Jingyun offered a faint smile before responding, "I have already slain him." At her words, Zhou Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, and then tears glistened in his eyes as he burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well done, well done. This great scourge has finally perished." Hearing Wen Jingyun speak so calmly of Zhou Ji's demise sent a shiver down Wei Ping's spine. As the city lord, Zhou Ji possessed considerable strength. Yet he had been quietly eliminated. How formidable must Wen Jingyun's true power be? Chapter 74. Qiming Sect. After a few hearty laughs, Zhou Qingyan gradually regained his composure, only to be replaced by an expression of concern. "Senior one, now that Zhou Ji is dead, my father will undoubtedly seek retribution if he discovers this. We must leave quickly while he remains unaware." However, Wen Jingyun gently shook her head and replied, "It is easy for us to flee, but what about our young friend Wei?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyan's expression froze as he turned to glance at Wei Ping, who evidently had reached the same conclusion. Yet, Wei Ping remained unperturbed. Having witnessed grander scenes in Qiufeng City, his yearning for the immortal Fate City had diminished significantly. In the worst-case scenario, they could relocate to Qiufeng City before Zhou Ji's demise was discovered by the Zhou family's foundation establishment ancestor. Observing Wei Ping's calm demeanor, Wen Jingyun's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes reflecting a subtle admiration. "As a second-tier alchemist, should you wish, young friend Wei could join our Qiming sect." Wei Ping contemplated this for a moment. Although he was unfamiliar with the Qiming sect, the mere fact that it had produced such a formidable individual as Wen Jingyun, while also captivating Zhou Qingyan, who was backed by a foundation establishment ancestor, suggested that the sect was indeed remarkable. Joining the Qiming sect seemed rather appealing. Noticing Wei Ping's hesitation, Zhou Qingyan suddenly recalled that he had a master and cautiously inquired, "Does Master Wei have any reservations regarding your esteemed teacher?" Since he had already resolved to join the Qiming sect, Wei Ping decided to lay his cards on the table. He shook his head and removed the hood that had obscured much of his face, stating confidently, "Senior Wen, I am willing to join the Qiming sect." He then addressed the two women. "Actually, I am not the so-called Master Wei Yin." He continued, "I do not have a hidden master. My name is Wei Ping. And I learned alchemy purely by chance, through a legacy of a pill formula." Wei Ping's revelation left Zhou Qingyan wide-eyed with shock. The fact that Wei Ping had cultivated his alchemical skills independently to become a second-tier alchemist was astonishing. Such a terrifying talent for alchemy. Compared to Wei Ping, the so-called Master Banli, despite his age, paled in comparison, akin to a dog in the grand scheme of things. Even the previous alchemist at the city lord's residence, Yin Hai, a second-tier master, could not be compared to him. Even when Jingzun, who was usually inscrutable, momentarily trembled at Wei Ping's proclamation. Looking at Wei Ping's youthful face, Zhou Qingyan seemed to grasp something, her voice quivering slightly as she asked, "So, Wei Ping, how old are you this year?" Wei Ping scratched his head, a bit bashful as he chuckled. I have yet to turn 15. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyan found herself utterly speechless. A hint of absurdity welling up in her heart. A self-taught second-tier alchemist, not yet 15 years of age, stood before him, leaving him to wonder if he had fallen under some enchantment. Upon hearing Wei Ping mention her tender age, Wen Jingyun displayed little reaction. After a slight nod, she promptly instructed, "In that case, you two should prepare swiftly. We shall set forth immediately." Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan nodded in agreement and hastily departed. An hour later, Wei Ping rode a piglet, escorting a carriage drawn by a unicorn, piloted by Zhou Qingyan, as they exited the gates of Xianyuan City. Once beyond the city, they set off towards the north without a glance back. Half a day later, a figure with hair as white as snow appeared within Zhou Qingyan's cave dwelling. The elder seemed intimately familiar with the premises, making his way directly to the innermost pavilion of the cave. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. However, everything appeared as usual within the pavilion. After a thorough search yielded nothing, the elder, frustrated and about to leave, inadvertently stirred up a cloud of dust with his foot. Instantly, his gaze fixated on the dissipating dust, revealing a mixture of shock and sorrow in his eyes. His aged voice murmured, "So, her strength has indeed recovered to such a level?" Chi'er met her end unjustly. This elder was none other than the father of Shou Ji, the founder of Xianyuan City. Fixated on the dust upon the ground, he sighed deeply after a moment. "Alas, that woman carries too much weight. The Zhou family cannot afford to offend her. I hope that Qingyan can ascend to greater heights. In this way, the foundations of the Zhou family may endure." After several more sighs, the patriarch of the Zhou family slowly departed, appearing even more aged against the backdrop of the cave. Unbeknownst to Wei Ping and the others, the Zhou family ancestor had discovered Zhou Ji's death with remarkable swiftness. The group was currently racing northward. Initially, Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan harbored some concerns about encountering the Zhou family elder or the vengeful enemies of Wen Jingzun. However, Wen Jingzun reassured them, stating that under the effects of Wei Ping's Hanlu Qingxin pill, she had managed to suppress her injuries and had concealed their presence with a magical artifact. Thus, they journeyed on horseback and pig, traversing the territories of numerous sects without incident, steadily advancing towards the domain of the Qiming sect. This continued for over a month. On this particular day, the group finally arrived near a towering mountain that pierced the heavens. Seeing the steep peak, Wen Jingyun, weary within the carriage, finally revealed a hint of relaxation across her brow. She then dismounted and addressed Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan, "Prepare yourselves. I shall use a magical artifact to bring you into my cave." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping felt a surge of curiosity arise within him. However, he did not delay in his actions. Swiftly, he placed the miscellaneous items into his storage bag and urged the piglet to approach Wen Jingyun. Similarly, Zhou Qingyan gathered her belongings and moved closer to Wen Jingyun. Wen Jingzun extended her delicate fingers and retrieved a semi-transparent jade talisman from her waist. She exhaled a long breath of turbid air as her formidable spiritual power surged forth, seemingly without restraint, flooding into the talisman. As she infused the jade talisman with her spiritual energy, it immediately began to emit an erratic, flickering light. Noticing this, a glimmer of delight appeared in Wen Jingyun's eyes, prompting her to channel even more spiritual energy into the talisman. After a brief moment, her complexion had paled slightly. Fortunately, the erratic glow of the talisman gradually stabilized. Sighing in relief, Wen Jingyun instructed Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan, "Seize this teleportation talisman." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan wasted no time, both reaching for the semi-transparent jade talisman in Wen Jingyun's hand. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped them. and the three individuals along with the piglet vanished without a trace. Chapter 75. The Three Pavilions and Seven Peaks in a Fleeting Moment. Wei Ping found himself standing upon a foundation of white jade. Beside him were Wen Jingzun, Zhou Qingyan, and Zhu Zai. Almost instantly, he became acutely aware of the rich aura of spiritual energy permeating the air around them. Taking a deep breath, Wen Jingyun allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. She then led Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan to a quaint courtyard. "This is my cave dwelling," she informed them. "You two shall reside here for the time being. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall introduce you to the sect." With that, Wen Jingyun turned and departed. A day later, while Wei Ping was diligently cultivating in one of the rooms of the courtyard, he was suddenly roused by Zhou Qingyan's voice from outside. "Wei Daoist, come quickly. Senior One has emerged from her seclusion." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping promptly ceased his practice, donned a more formal attire, and stepped out of his room. Today, Wen Jingyun was adorned in a deep purple gown, its hem embroidered with a golden trim. Her long, ink-black hair was elegantly adorned with a hairpin of red gold and jade, and the tinkling of her waist ornaments added to her regal presence. Compared to her previously pale complexion, the frail aura that had once surrounded her had completely dissipated, revealing a refined elegance. Wei Ping offered a respectful salute and inquired, "Has your injury healed, senior? There is no urgency regarding our matters. It would be improper to delay your recuperation." With a gentle smile, Wen Jingzhen replied, "My injuries have mostly healed. Only a bit of lingering refinement remains, and I am no longer in any serious distress. Today, I shall introduce you both to the elders of the peaks to seek a worthy master for you." At her words, smiles surfaced on the faces of both Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qingyan asked, "Senior, under which master shall we take our vows?" Wen Jingzhen regarded the two for a moment, then thoughtfully addressed Zhou Qingyan. "Considering your temperament and spiritual roots, you cannot go to Huangji Peak or Bingming Peak. However, you may try your fortunes at Cooling Peak, Shuiyan Peak, Longhu Peak, Zixia Peak, or Qiguang Peak." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingyan slightly lowered her head and replied, "Senior One would not mislead me. I shall heed your guidance." Wen Jingzhen nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Wei Ping, stating, "Wei Ping, your talent in alchemy is remarkable. Your first choice should be to enter the Dan Pavilion. I believe that with your aptitude, even the head of the Dan Pavilion may find himself intrigued. In the future, your alchemical skills could very well elevate you to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist." A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Wen Jingyun's eyes as she spoke these words. On the other side, Zhou Qingyan, upon hearing Wen Jingyun's lofty aspirations for Wei Ping, could not help but cast a glance at him, silently pondering, "Perhaps, from this moment onward, my relationship with this mischievous younger brother will be as distant as that between a sparrow and a swan, with no opportunity for intersection again." However, Wei Ping did not immediately respond to Wen Jingyun's remarks. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Senior One, how does the Dan Pavilion differ from the seven peaks of the Huangji Summit? What kind of treatment can I expect if I were to enter the Dan Pavilion? And what would be required of me?" Wen Jingyun was somewhat taken aback, but then proceeded to explain to Wei Ping in detail, "Our Qiming sect is divided into 7 peaks and 3 pavilions. You are already familiar with the 7 peaks. And the 3 pavilions consist of the Dan Pavilion, Qi Pavilion, and Fu Pavilion. There is no hierarchy between the 3 pavilions and the 7 peaks. Even the sect leader is elected from among the pavilion masters and peak masters every 60 years. However, the Dan Pavilion, Qi Pavilion, and Fu Pavilion differ from the other peaks in that they do not hold the strongest cultivators in high regard, but rather those who excel in alchemy, weapon crafting, and talisman making. With my support, coupled with your innate talent for alchemy, you would be more than qualified to seek guidance from the elders of the Dan Pavilion or even the Pavilion Master, given your potential. If you were to become the disciple of the Pavilion Master, you could very well ascend to the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. Even if that is not in your destiny, you would still have the opportunity to become a disciple of one of the 2 esteemed elders of the Dan Pavilion. By apprenticing under any of these 3 masters, you would have access to all the resources necessary for your study of alchemy, including an abundance of spiritual herbs for practice. Furthermore, you would be able to study the secret techniques of alchemy preserved within the Dan Pavilion. With such resources at your disposal, I am confident that, given your talent, you could elevate yourself to the rank of a 3rd-tier alchemist in a short span of time. Thus, for you, becoming a disciple of the Dan Pavilion is the most advantageous path. As for the daily responsibilities of a Dan Pavilion disciple, aside from crafting pills for fellow disciples, You would likely only be tasked with teaching new apprentices the art of alchemy on behalf of the elders. To everyone's surprise, Wei Ping, after a moment of introspection, lifted his head and replied to Wen Jingjun, Senior One, I do not wish to enter the Dan Pavilion. Wei Ping's statement had been made after considerable deliberation. In the eyes of Wen Jingjun and Shou Qingyan, he was a second-tier alchemist. Yet, Wei Ping was acutely aware that his alchemical skills were merely at the mid-level of the first tier. Although he was close to reaching the upper echelon of the first tier, he was still worlds apart from a genuine second-tier alchemist. Typically, as long as he had the formula and materials, he could concoct the corresponding elixirs using his stone bottle without issue. However, the moment he stepped out to teach others, it would undoubtedly expose his true level. Hence, entering the Dan Pavilion was utterly out of the question. Wen Jingyun was taken aback by Wei Ping's rejection. Ignoring the change in expression of the two women, Wei Ping continued, I understand that your recommendation to join the Dan Pavilion is well-intentioned. However, from what you have just conveyed, it seems that entering the Dan Pavilion would require a significant investment of time in concocting pills for the sect's disciples, as well as teaching on behalf of the masters. This is truly a tremendous waste of time. The younger generation possesses rather mediocre aptitude for cultivation and cannot afford to squander so much time. Otherwise, if one's pursuit of alchemical mastery hampers their path of cultivation, resulting in failure to establish a foundation, the aspiration for the golden core becomes unattainable, and the dream of longevity fades. It would indeed be a fruitless endeavor. Moreover, the younger generation does not intend to abandon the art of alchemy completely, nor will they entirely forsake it in the future. It is not mere self-praise, given sufficient time. I am confident in my ability to achieve mastery through self-study. Upon hearing Wei Ping's resolute declaration, coupled with the unwavering determination evident in his demeanor, Wen Jingyun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, it struck her as a great pity to witness Wei Ping squander his alchemical talents in such a manner. At merely 15 years of age, he had achieved the rank of a second-tier alchemist through a haphazard legacy of alchemical knowledge, relying solely on his own intuition. Should his innate abilities remain untapped, it would represent a substantial loss for both Wei Ping and the Qingming sect. Consequently, Wen Jingyun turned to Wei Ping and inquired, Are you certain you do not wish to visit the alchemy pavilion? Wei Ping nodded affirmatively, Absolutely. With a smile, Wen Jingjun replied, Very well, if that is your decision, then I shall assist you this once. However, given your exceptional talent for alchemy, should the elders of the alchemy pavilion become aware, they may very well compel you to join them. Therefore, I shall not disclose your alchemical prowess to anyone else. And you too must be exceedingly cautious not to let it slip. Chapter 76. The qualifications of Wei Ping. Seeing that Wen Jingjun had indeed acquiesced to Wei Ping's seemingly absurd request, Shou Qingyan could not help but feel anxious. However, since the principal party, Wei Ping, was willing, she refrained from interfering. Wen Jingjun took a jade talisman from her waist and handed it to Wei Ping, saying, Take this talisman. Should you encounter any trouble, you may directly seek me out. Although Wei Ping did not fully comprehend its significance, he trusted that Wen Jingyun would not lead him astray, and thus he accepted it without hesitation. Subsequently, Wen Jingyun led Wei Ping and Shou Qingyan out of the cave dwelling. Once outside, Wei Ping was astonished to discover that Wen Jingyun's abode was perched atop a perilous peak. Before him lay a vast sea of clouds, and in the distance, he could vaguely discern several mountain peaks piercing through the cloud cover, all at a similar altitude to Wen Jingyun's dwelling. Farther away, an immense mountain range seemed to touch the heavens. At the mountainside, there was a flat expanse, as if cleaved by a sword, where dozens of ethereal vessels floated gracefully. Numerous cultivators, riding various magical artifacts or soaring on cranes and eagles, flitted in and out, creating a scene brimming with celestial splendor. Wen Jingyun did not linger outside the cave, guiding the two directly towards a grand hall at the summit. Shortly after they entered the hall, several streaks of light descended. The foremost of these, a vibrant green light, materialized into an elderly man with a youthful visage, clad in a verdant robe, radiating a palpable vitality. Upon seeing Wen Jingyun, the elder inquired with concern, Little Jingjun, you have been away for 3 years. Have you encountered any difficulties? Do you require your senior brother's assistance? Wen Jingyun performed a respectful bow and replied, The matter has been resolved. Jingjun is grateful for senior brother Lin's concern. Please, take your seat. The elder nodded and settled into a chair nearby. Before long, 5 more streaks of light entered the hall, each exuding an extraordinary presence, rivaling that of the elder. Upon recognizing Wen Jingjun, they greeted her warmly. inquiring about her experiences during her 3-year absence from the sect. When Jingjun offered them standard responses, awaiting the gathering of the 7 peak masters. However, the 7th peak master was notably delayed. The other peak masters exhibited no signs of impatience, maintaining their composure as they cultivated their inner energy. It was not until half an hour later that a woman, riding a flying sword and arriving with slightly less speed than the previous masters, descended into the hall. This woman was tall and graceful, her dark hair cascading down her back, simply tied at the nape, with a few rebellious strands brushing against her jade-like cheeks. Her almond-shaped eye sparkled, her nose was straight, and her lips were rosy and white-toothed, exuding an air of dignified boldness. Upon coming to a halt, she offered a respectful salute to the 6 peak masters and Wen Jingyun, declaring, "I, Xiang Shuang, the eldest disciple of the Longhu Peak, greet all esteemed uncles. I apologize for my tardiness." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping couldn't help but wonder why the representative from Longhu Peak was not the peak master, but rather this disciple named Xiang Shuang. However, Wen Jingyun and the others were not in the least bit perplexed, gesturing for Xiang Shuang to take the last chair in the grand hall. Once Xiang Shuang was seated, Wen Jingyun gracefully stood up and addressed the various peak masters, saying, "Today, I have invited my esteemed brothers here, firstly to alleviate any concerns you may have felt regarding my 3-year absence. Now that I have returned to the sect, it is only right that I put your minds at ease. Secondly, I wish to request your assistance on behalf of my junior sisters." As she spoke, Wen Jingyun motioned for Wei Ping and Shou Qingyan to step forward for all to see. These two, named Wei Ping and Shou Qingyan, were instrumental in ensuring her safety during her trials. Thus, the matter at hand was to seek the acceptance of these two into the sect. Upon hearing this, the elder clad in a green robe responded first, "This is a trivial matter. Since these two have rescued a direct disciple of our Qiming sect, I shall take the responsibility to admit them, provided their talents meet the requirements of my Chuiling Peak." Wen Jingyun then turned to introduce Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan. This esteemed individual is Lin Xian, the master of Chuiling Peak. Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyan immediately bowed, saying, "Junior Wei Ping Shou Qingyan pays respects to Peak Master Lin." Lin Xian nodded and beckoned to Shou Qingyan. "Come here, little girl. Let me see the quality of your spiritual roots." Zhou Qingyan glanced at Wen Jingyun, feeling somewhat apprehensive, before approaching. Once she stood before him, Lin Xian extended a finger, and a flicker of spiritual light sparkled at the tip, which he pressed against her forehead. Moments later, a dual aura of water and fire emerged behind Zhou Qingyan. The crimson hue was slightly dim, while the azure radiance shone brilliantly. Observing this, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "You possess a mid-grade water attribute spiritual root, which barely qualifies. However, my Chuiling Peak primarily cultivates wood attribute powers, and given that this girl is already 25, she is somewhat past the ideal age for our peak." Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Zhou Qingyan's eyes. After assessing her spiritual root quality, the other peak masters, aside from Lin Xian, showed no signs of interest. Wen Jingyun remained silent, instead taking Shou Qingyan's hand and leading her to a beautiful woman dressed in a water-blue robe. "Sister Yin, Qingyan's water attribute spiritual root has reached mid-grade. Might she be permitted to join your Shuiyun Peak?" The master of Shuiyun Peak smiled slightly, glancing at the anxious Shou Qingyan before responding, "Since Sister Wen has spoken, how could I allow my junior sister to remain discontent? Very well. Let this young one join Shuiyun Peak." Following this, the master turned to Shou Qingyan and added, "However, let me be clear with your qualifications. You shall initially remain at Shuiyun Peak for cultivation. Whether or not I will accept you as a disciple depends on your future performance. Is this arrangement acceptable to you?" Upon hearing this, joy immediately lit up Zhou Qingyan's face, and she bowed deeply. "I am willing." Subsequently, Lin Xian beckoned to Wei Ping. As Wei Ping approached, Lin Xian similarly placed a finger between his brows. Wei Ping was already aware of his dual elemental affinity, which encompassed both earth and wood. However, he remained oblivious to the precise grade of his spiritual root. After Lin Xian's finger touched him, two hues, earthy yellow and verdant green, emanated from the back of Wei Ping's head. Yet, these glimmers were considerably dimmer than those displayed by Zhou Qingyan. Lin Xian shook his head in resignation, noting, "A low-grade spiritual root with dual earth and wood attributes cannot gain entry to my Chuiling Peak." Upon witnessing Wei Ping's spiritual root aptitude, not only Lin Xian but also the other peak masters could not help but shake their heads. It was evident that Wei Ping's demonstrated potential was woefully inadequate, and none of the peak masters wished to take him under their wing. Observing their reactions, Wei Ping's expression remained largely unchanged. It matters not, he thought to himself. After all, with the stone vial in my possession, even with inferior aptitude, I can still elevate my cultivation through the accumulation of elixirs. Chapter 77. Entering the Dragon and Tiger Peak, observing the indifference of the Peak Masters towards Wei Ping. When Jingzhen pondered for a moment before speaking with a hint of inexplicable significance, esteemed brothers, you should understand that spiritual root aptitude may only influence a cultivator's speed of training, but it does not determine their ultimate potential. While Wei Ping may lack in spiritual root quality, he might possess unique attributes in other respects. However, upon hearing Wen Jingyun's words, the Peak Masters offered no response. Regardless of any exceptional qualities Wei Ping might have, a deficiency in aptitude remains a deficiency. External assistance can indeed elevate a cultivator's level, but the same resources that might enable an upper-grade spiritual root disciple to reach foundational establishment would only allow a lower-grade spiritual root practitioner to ascend a single realm of spirit gathering. No matter how unique one may be, can one truly compare a spirit gathering cultivation to foundational establishment? Such a loss-making venture is not one anyone would undertake. Seeing the silence from the others, when Jingzhen glanced at Wei Ping, noticing his calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of disappointment, and a flicker of appreciation crossed her beautiful eyes. After some contemplation, she turned to the master of the Chui Ling Peak and suggested, Brother Lin, the spiritual root attributes of young Wei align quite harmoniously with the techniques of your Chui Ling Peak. Perhaps we should consider admitting him? Master Lin stroked his beard and replied, Ah, Jingyun, you are aware that while wood attribute techniques are balanced and nurturing, they require a substantial foundation to flourish. If the aptitude is insufficient and the training speed too slow, Wei Ping may not only fail to reach foundational establishment, but might also struggle to attain the 9th level of spirit gathering before a full cycle of 60 years. Among spirit gathering cultivators over 60, those who can achieve foundational establishment are exceedingly rare. We wouldn't want this young lad to exhaust his lifespan and become mere dust. Upon hearing this, when Jingyun paused, then turned to a regal woman adorned in elegant robes, exuding an air of nobility, and inquired, Sister Ji, would the Huang Ji Peak consider accepting Wei Ping? The master of Huang Ji Peak shook her head, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. The fundamental techniques of Huang Ji Peak are rooted in a path of overwhelming power and dominance, requiring either a fiercely passionate temperament or a noble lineage for successful cultivation. This young man does not fit such criteria. When Jingyun proceeded to inquire with each peak master, excluding the eldest disciple of the Dragon and Tiger Peak, Xiang Shuang, yet none were willing to accept Wei Ping. Observing Wei Ping's unperturbed expression despite the rejections, a glimmer of admiration shone in Wen Jingyun's eyes. Now, only Xiang Shuang remained silent. After a brief pause, when Jingyun approached her, however, before she could reach, Xiang Shuang rose and bowed to Wen Jingyun, stating, Teacher 1, if Wei Ping does not mind the current plight of the Dragon and Tiger Peak, I am willing to take him under my wing. At these words, Wei Ping felt an immediate sense of relief. Although he had the assurance of the stone vial, he understood the wisdom of seeking refuge beneath a great tree. If he could not join the Qiming sect, he truly had no better alternative. After being consecutively rejected by the previous peaks, Wei Ping had nearly contemplated seeking refuge in the Alchemy Pavilion. Fortunately, in the end, the esteemed Xiang Shuang did not refuse him. Just as Wei Ping was about to acquiesce, the voice of Wen Jingyun suddenly echoed in his ears. Wei Ping, be sure to contemplate this carefully. The master of Longhu Peak has been missing for nearly a decade, and only a handful of disciples remain within, the most accomplished among them being Xiang Shuang, who is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Were it not for her unwavering dedication as the eldest disciple, Longhu Peak would likely have been disbanded long ago. Should you choose to join this peak, not only will it hinder your alchemical pursuits, but you will also find little in the way of resources to enhance your cultivation. In contrast, joining the Dan Pavilion, despite the mundane tasks that come with it, would be infinitely more advantageous. Startled by the sudden voice, Wei Ping instinctively glanced towards Wen Jingyun, who wore a gentle smile yet remained silent, revealing that this must be some form of magic. Though Wen Jingyun's words were spoken with good intentions, the Dan Pavilion was not an option for Wei Ping at this moment, as it would expose him. After casting a grateful glance at Wen Jingyun, he turned to Xiang Shuang and declared, I am deeply honored by your acceptance, and I wish to join Longhu Peak. Observing Wei Ping's deep bow to Xiang Shuang, Wen Jingyun let out a barely perceptible sigh, a flicker of regret in her eyes. It seemed Longhu Peak had acquired a significant advantage. Once the matter of Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyun's apprenticeship was settled, when Jingyun expressed her need to enter seclusion once more, respectfully bidding farewell to the Peak Masters. After expressing their gratitude to Wen Jingyun, Wei Ping and Zhou Qingyun followed the eldest disciple of Longhu Peak, the master of Shuiyun Peak, as they departed. After more than an hour, Xiang Shuang led Wei Ping and Zhu Zai to a perilous mountain peak, majestic and imposing. At the summit stood a somewhat ancient hall. Upon arriving, Xiang Shuang did not immediately push the door open, but rather, with a hint of anxiety, addressed Wei Ping. Wei Ping, you may not be aware of the current state of Longhu Peak. Our master has disappeared, and the remaining disciples have long sought other paths, leaving only a few behind. Joining Longhu Peak will not yield any benefits for you. Please consider this carefully. Wen Jingjun had already conveyed this information to Wei Ping. However, Xiang Shuang's candidness reflected her good nature, and Wei Ping could not help but develop a modicum of affection for this eldest disciple of Longhu Peak. Nodding earnestly, Wei Ping replied, Senior, I have made up my mind. I wish to join Longhu Peak. Seeing Wei Ping's resolute determination, a smile broke through Xiang Shuang's previously stern demeanor. She then led Wei Ping into the hall. Upon entering, Wei Ping discovered that although the hall appeared somewhat antiquated, its interior was remarkably tidy and immaculate. Within the hall, there were no other furnishings, only 8 ethereal portraits and a single incense burner. Clearly, this place was regularly maintained. Once inside the hall, Xiang Shuang's expression abruptly shifted to one of solemnity. Turning her head, Xiang Shuang fixed her gaze upon Wei Ping's eyes and earnestly declared, Wei Ping, this place is the ancestral hall of our Longhu Peak. Today, I shall formally accept you into our sect within this sacred hall. If you harbor any second thoughts, now is your final opportunity. Once you have pledged your allegiance to the ancestors, there will be no turning back. Naturally, Wei Ping had no intentions of retracting his decision. He nodded solemnly and replied, I understand, esteemed senior. Noticing his resolute demeanor, Xiang Shuang refrained from further commentary and led Wei Ping before the portraits of the ancestors to pay his respects and offer incense. After bowing to each of the 8 ancestors, Wei Ping officially became a disciple of the Qiming sect at Longhu Peak. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of softness crept into Xiang Shuang's gaze as she regarded him. Once Wei Ping rose, Xiang Shuang smiled gently and said, Among our ranks at Longhu Peak, there are still 3 disciples. Since you have paid homage to the ancestors, you shall henceforth be the 4th disciple of our sect. From this day forward, you need only refer to me as your elder sister. Wei Ping nodded and clasped his hands in salute, saying, I humbly greet you, elder sister. The smile on Xiang Shuang's face deepened as she said, Come, junior brother Wei, allow me to select the sect's cultivation methods for you. Chapter 78, The Qianxing Longevity Technique. Subsequently, Wei Ping was escorted by Xiang Shuang to the library of Longhu Peak. Although Longhu Peak had seen better days, it still possessed formidable defenses within its library. Under Xiang Shuang's guidance, after traversing through 3 layers of protective formations, Wei Ping was brought before an expansive building dedicated to books. The structure was crafted from a rare spiritual wood, imbued with golden threads and resembling amber in quality, appearing as a singular entity. Wei Ping had never before encountered such a wondrous material. As he gazed at the building, a hint of sentimentality graced Xiang Shuang's delicate features. Junior brother, our Longhu Peak library houses over 100 techniques for the spirit gathering stage, dozens for the foundation establishment stage, and 3 for the golden core stage. Among them, the techniques for the golden core stage are the secret transmissions of the Qiming sect, while the rest have been meticulously gathered by our ancestors of Longhu Peak. One day, when you achieve great mastery, remember to contribute to our library just as our esteemed ancestors did. Hearing Xiang Shuang's words, Wei Ping felt a profound stir within his heart. Is this the benefit of joining a sect? He recalled how he had spent over half a year searching for techniques suited to his spiritual roots. Now, an abundance of methods lay before him. The disparity between a solitary cultivator and a sect disciple was indeed as vast as heaven and earth. Meeting Xiang Shuang's enchanting gaze, Wei Ping solemnly nodded and replied, Junior brother understands. With only a handful of guardians remaining at the now diminished Longhu Peak, Xiang Shuang led Wei Ping directly into the library, clearly well acquainted with the premises. She purposefully selected 5 jade slips upon entering the first floor. She then presented these slips before Wei Ping, stating, As you possess dual attributes of earth and wood with a low-grade spiritual root, one of our sect's 3 secret techniques, the Qianxing Longevity Technique, aligns quite well with your spiritual affinity. Regrettably, to cultivate this technique in the spirit-gathering stage, one would need at least a mid-grade spiritual root. Once you break through to the foundation establishment stage, with the aid of various heavenly and earthly treasures, you may then consider shifting your focus to this method. In addition, excluding those techniques incompatible with your roots or requiring excessively high qualifications, the 5 methods currently suitable for your cultivation are these. Upon hearing her words, Wei Ping's admiration for his diligent senior sister deepened. Gratefully nodding, he began to examine the jade slips that Xiang Shuang had carefully selected for him. The titles included Earth Element Embryo Technique and Wood Spirit Nourishing Technique. After a considerable time spent contemplating the 5 jade slips, he fell into deep thought. The techniques chosen by Xiang Shuang were undoubtedly of commendable quality, with the lowest ranking at the level of Minor 5 Elements Technique. However, in comparison to the Minor Spring and Autumn Technique, these 5 methods not only presented a more complex path to cultivation, but also lacked the potential to enhance the probability of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. After some contemplation, Wei Ping shook his head at Xiang Shuang and remarked, "Thank you for your kind intentions, senior sister. But the cultivation method I am currently practicing is already more suitable for me." Xiang Shuang was taken aback by Wei Ping's response, her expression momentarily faltering. However, she quickly regained her composure, smiled, and nodded, saying, "That is perfectly fine. After all, once you establish your foundation, you will need to switch to the secret technique of our Longhu Peak, the Qianqing Longevity Sutra. For now, it is acceptable for you to continue with your original method." Once the matter of cultivation was settled, Xiang Shuang inquired, "Junior brother, do you have any specific requirements for your living environment?" Without hesitation, Wei Ping replied, "The more abundant the spiritual energy, the better. A larger space would be ideal, and it should ideally be in a secluded area." After speaking, he felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and adding with a smile, "If such a place is not available, any cave dwelling would suffice." Hearing Wei Ping's requests, Xiang Shuang chuckled softly, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone as she said, "Let me tell you, among the 7 peaks and 3 pavilions of the Qiming sect, only our Longhu Peak allows a nascent spirit realm cultivator like you the luxury of freely choosing a cave dwelling. Follow me." With that, Xiang Shuang led Wei Ping out of the library. Before long, they arrived in a secluded forest near the summit of Longhu Peak. This place seemed to have been untouched by human presence for quite some time, as the stone path beneath their feet was strewn with dried branches and fallen leaves. Pushing aside the underbrush, a sealed stone door appeared before Wei Ping. As she gazed at the door, memories of the past surfaced in Xiang Shuang's mind, and a trace of nostalgia graced her features. "Junior brother, this cave dwelling is named Qingting Garden, and it perfectly meets your requirements. You may reside here." Subsequently, Xiang Shuang retrieved a bundle from her storage pouch and handed it to Wei Ping. "This is the monthly cultivation resource allocated to disciples in the nascent spirit realm of our Qiming sect. Be sure to collect it at the beginning of each month." Wei Ping nodded appreciatively as he accepted it, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Xiang Shuang waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. "You are new to your residence, and there will be many trifles to attend to. I shall not disturb you further. If you need anything, you can purchase it in the market at the foot of the mountain. Remember to visit the Ancestor Hall in 3 days. I will introduce you to your other 2 senior brothers and sisters." With that, Xiang Shuang handed Wei Ping the token for the Qingting Garden cave dwelling and turned to leave. Wei Ping hurriedly escorted her a few steps before she vanished from sight. Only then did he turn towards his new abode. Upon entering Qingting Garden, Wei Ping was immediately enveloped by a surge of abundant spiritual energy, far exceeding that of his previous residence in Xianyuan City. Merely instinctively operating the Shao Chuanxiu Gong, a wisp of spiritual power appeared in his dantian. However, this wisp had yet to undergo the refinement of the aura of flora and could not yet be termed spring and autumn spiritual power. Even so, residing here, combined with various elixirs, would undoubtedly accelerate Wei Ping's cultivation speed significantly in the future. The interior space of the Qingtung Garden is vast, encompassing not only a living room and a quiet chamber, but also an array of essential rooms, including an alchemy chamber, guest hall, beast pen, and spiritual fields. Everything one could desire. Remarkably, within the alchemy chamber, there exists a source of subterranean fire. With this fire, Wei Ping will no longer need to rely on spiritual wood or similar materials for his alchemical endeavors. However, it appears that no one has ventured into the Qingting Garden for an extended period, as the entire cave dwelling is covered in dust. Wei Ping and his companion, the piglet, spent a considerable portion of the day cleansing the space, ultimately reviving the Qing Ting garden to its former glory. By the time they finished tidying up, night had already fallen. Wei Ping placed the piglet into the beast pen and proceeded directly to the quiet chamber of the Qing Ting garden, retrieving the bundle that Xiang Shuang had entrusted to him before her departure. Upon unwrapping the bundle, the first thing to catch Wei Ping's eye was a jade stone, the size of an egg. This was unmistakably a complete spiritual stone. Following that, he discovered a set of light blue garments, standard attire for disciples of the Qingming sect. In addition, there were 2 alchemical bottles. Chapter 79, The Majestic and the Miniature at Longhu Peak. Wei Ping first picked up the light azure robe, inspecting it thoroughly before discovering that it was, in fact, a first-tier medium-grade magical artifact. This robe possessed a purification spell usable once a day, a communication spell available 3 times daily, and a breath concealment spell that could be employed every 3 days, significantly reducing the aura emitted by a practitioner for a quarter of an hour. In addition to these inherent spells, the material of the robe was exceptionally sturdy, impervious to mundane weapons and capable of withstanding some magical ones as well. Wei Ping cherished the robe immensely and promptly donned it. Subsequently, Wei Ping shifted his focus to the remaining items. He was not in want of spirit stones at present, having received 15 from Zhou Ji after the auction of the Meng estate. However, gazing at this solitary spirit stone, he couldn't help but marvel at the financial prowess of the Qingming sect. For a mere disciple in the spirit-gathering realm, the sect generously provided a complete spirit stone each month. One could only imagine the treatment afforded to those in the foundation establishment or even golden core stages. The thought made Wei Ping shudder. After securing the spirit stone, he picked up the 2 elixir vials. Each vial bore a note detailing the elixir's name and effects. One elixir was named Jade Essence Pill, a first-tier upper-grade elixir designed to assist practitioners in the late stages of spirit gathering. The other was the Spirit Recovery Pill, also a first-tier upper-grade elixir, known for swiftly restoring 20% of a spirit-gathering practitioner's spirit energy. Without hesitation, Wei Ping opened the 2 vials. Inside, he found 3 Jade Essence Pills and only a single Spirit Recovery Pill. Upon this realization, a sense of frustration welled up within him. Despite their remarkable nature, the quantities were woefully insufficient for his cultivation needs. For a fleeting moment, he pondered the prospect of acquiring the formulas for these 2 elixirs. Quickly shaking his head, Wei Ping dismissed such impractical thoughts, placing the Jade Essence Pills and the Spirit Recovery Pill into a stone bottle, intending to extract them once they had been infused with spiritual energy. The Jade Essence Pill, resembling a translucent jade stone, indeed exuded an aura of opulence after infusion. Without further contemplation, Wei Ping consumed one of the infused Jade Essence Pills, aligning his spirit with the heavens as he activated the little spring and autumn technique. 3 hours later, Wei Ping felt a shift in his aura. Within his dantian, 2 strands of spirit energy had surged forth. Opening his eyes, a smile graced his face. Truly, it was a superior grade elixir, its efficacy several times greater than that of the Ruby Essence Pill. However, upon the addition of these 2 strands of spirit energy, the color of the spring and autumn spirit energy in his dantian began to dim. This did not take Wei Ping by surprise. Harvesting a first-tier medium-grade spirit plant, aged several hundred years, from his personal spirit field, he held it in his hand, allowing his internal spirit energy to flow along an intricate pathway. Immediately, a wave of botanical essence emanated from the spirit plant, which Wei Ping gradually absorbed. Half an hour later, he slowly concluded his cultivation, noticing that the spring and autumn spirit energy, which had previously dulled, had regained some of its luster. Meanwhile, the aura surrounding Wei Ping, reminiscent of the late-stage Na Ling realm, began to fade gracefully, akin to dormant foliage in the chill of early spring. Ever since his spiritual energy transcended the Na Ling realm, Wei Ping observed that his spring and autumn spiritual power would naturally condense its presence, if deliberately stimulated. This effect would intensify even further. On the other side, the recently harvested first-grade mid-tier spiritual plant appeared wilted and weary. Without hesitation, Wei Ping seized the opportunity while the potency of the Yusui Dan still lingered, and once again channeled the Shaochuan Shou Gong. After another hour, he emerged from his secluded chamber, his aura having receded to the mid-stage of Na Ling. 3 days later, as dawn broke, Wei Ping donned his light azure robe and stepped out towards the ancestor hall. Today marked the day he would meet his 2 senior brothers and sisters, whom he had never encountered before. Before long, he arrived near the ancestor hall, where he spotted Xiang Shuang's tall silhouette already stationed before the hall. Stepping forward, Wei Ping offered a respectful bow, Apologies for my tardiness, senior sister. Xiang Shuang waved her hand dismissively, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she regarded Wei Ping. Clad in the disciple robes of Qingming's sect. Do not be so formal, junior brother. My cave abode is nearby. It is not unusual to arrive early. How are you finding the Qingting Garden? If it does not suit you, please let me know, and I will find you another residence. Upon witnessing Xiang Shuang's radiant smile, Wei Ping couldn't help but respond with a smile of his own. I am quite accustomed to it. I have never resided in a cave like the Qingting Garden before. At that moment, a languid voice interjected. Of course. The Qingtung Garden was once the abode of our esteemed ancestor. I had long desired to dwell there, but senior sister was reluctant to part with it. Who would have thought it would eventually fall into your hands, junior brother? Xiang Shuang sighed, her brow furrowed. Wang Shidi, you possess a golden fire spiritual root. The Yaohua Cave is far more suitable for you. Why do you so desperately wish to reside in the Qingting Garden? The languid voice grew clearer. Humph. The Yaohua Cave is hardly a place for anyone to reside. Ultimately, it is your favoritism, senior sister. As the voice drew nearer, a figure revealed itself to Wei Ping. He turned to see a man, casually holding a wine jug, sauntering towards him with a languid demeanor. However, curiously, he sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from this individual. Xiang Shuang regarded the somewhat disheveled figure with a sigh. Wang Shidi, drinking is detrimental to your health. Why are you indulging so early in the morning? The man paid no heed to Xiang Shuang's words and approached Wei Ping, scrutinizing him from head to toe before tossing something towards him. You must be Wei Ping, the little junior brother. It is a pleasure to meet you. Here is a gift from your senior brother. Wei Ping caught the object, revealing a verdant jade pendant. Merely holding it, he felt a refreshing chill permeate his being. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this pendant was indeed a first-grade mid-tier magical artifact. At that moment, Wei Ping was about to decline. But Xiang Shuang waved her hand and said, Junior brother, this is your second senior brother. Wang Jun accepted this Qingxin pendant graciously, with a beaming smile. Wang Jun patted Wei Ping on the shoulder and continued, Junior brother, once you step onto Longhu Peak, we become one family. Please accept this gift from your senior brother. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping finally accepted the magical artifact named Qingxin pendant and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you, senior brother Wang. Wang Jun's smile widened. And just as he was about to speak, a soft and delicate female voice echoed from behind, Junior brother. Quickly call out to senior sister Qin so she can hear you. Wei Ping turned around to see a woman standing against a tree, radiating a gentle, icy aura. Her pallid complexion almost translucent, smiling warmly at him. Xiang Shuang cast a sympathetic glance at the woman and said to Wei Ping, This is your third senior sister. Qin Nuan. Chapter 80. Second senior brother and third senior sister Qin Nuan possessed a delicate figure, reminiscent of a frail willow swaying in the breeze. Coupled with her demeanor, akin to that of Shi presenting her heart, and her unusually pale complexion, Wei Ping mused that this third senior sister might be afflicted by some ailment. However, Qin Nuan exhibited no trace of fragility. With a radiant smile adorning her lips, she approached Wei Ping and, playfully tapping his shoulder, fixed her large eyes upon him. Enunciating clearly, Junior brother, why are you silent in the presence of your senior sister? The term junior brother was pronounced with particular emphasis. As Wei Ping was enveloped by her refreshing fragrance, he earnestly clasped his hands and responded, Junior brother Wei Ping pays his respects to third senior sister. Upon hearing her title, Qin Nuan's eyes crinkled with joy. Wonderful. I am no longer the youngest, she exclaimed. She then retrieved 3 chilling spirit talismans from her bosom, stating, Here, junior brother, these are first-grade superior cold wind talismans crafted by me. Consider them a token of our meeting. Having already received a welcoming gift from second senior brother Wang Jun, Wei Ping graciously accepted her offering without further hesitation. Qin Nuan's smile grew even brighter. After Wei Ping had greeted both Wang Jun and Qin Nuan, Xiang Shuang remarked, Today, we shall first pay homage to our ancestors, followed by a welcome banquet for our junior brother. To this, Qin Nuan clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Yes, indeed. It has been far too long since we have had such merriment at Longhu Peak. Wang Jun chimed in, Senior sister, we cannot do without fine wine. I intend to drink until I am intoxicated. Xiang Shuang cast a steady gaze at Wang Jun and after a moment replied, Only this once. It shall not be a regular occurrence. Under the guidance of the eldest disciple, Xiang Shuang, the 4 siblings first paid their respects to the ancestors before proceeding to Xiang Shuang's cave dwelling, known as Qinghu Mansion. Though Longhu Peak had seen better days, Xiang Shuang, being a foundational cultivator, was afforded all the requisite comforts. Upon entering Qinghu Mansion, she unveiled an array of precious spirit fruits, previously unknown to Wei Ping, followed by a whole roasted spirit lamb and copious amounts of fine wine, all laid out before them. Without concern for formalities, the four of them gathered around, indulging in the feast. As Wang Jun became merrily inebriated, he produced a jade flute from his sleeve and began to play. Xiang Shuang, not to be outdone, drew her sword and, in harmony with Wang Jun's flute, performed an elegant sword dance. Wei Ping and Qin Wan applauded enthusiastically, captivated by the display. Throughout his life, Wei Ping had never experienced such a heartwarming scene. Observing his carefree seniors, he too could not help but smile warmly. Before they knew it, the day had slipped away. As the banquet concluded, second senior brother Wang Jun and third senior sister Qin Wan bid their farewells. Wei Ping intended to leave as well, but Xiang Shuang expressed a desire to speak with him. At that moment, only Xiang Shuang and Wei Ping remained in Qinghu Mansion. Observing the smile still gracing Wei Ping's face, Xiang Shuang pondered for a moment before speaking. Junior brother, I understand that your talents may not be exceptional. Yet it is essential to remember that diligence can compensate for shortcomings. The realm of cultivation is replete with tales of those of inferior, even subpar, aptitude, who ultimately achieve greatness. As she spoke, Xiang Shuang retrieved a jade slip and 3 palm-sized formation discs from her storage bag. Though I am unable to offer much else, I present you with this set of first-tier high-grade spirit gathering array, which can enhance the cultivation speed of a spirit gathering realm practitioner by 10%. Upon gazing at the array discs, warmth blossomed in Wei Ping's heart. It was evident that this set had been specially sought out by Xiang Shuang for him. The timing of her gift, given only now, clearly took into account the faces of Wang Jun and Qin Wan. At this moment, Xiang Shuang's gentle voice continued to resonate in Wei Ping's ears. This spirit gathering array is arranged according to the positions of heaven, earth, and humanity. Should you find it perplexing, the jade slip contains the methods for setting up this formation. Wei Ping accepted the array discs and bowed respectfully to Xiang Shuang. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. Subsequently, he prepared to take his leave. As he was about to depart, Xiang Shuang advised him to seek her out whenever he encountered confusion during his cultivation. Wei Ping nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon returning to his new abode, he beamed at the welcome gift presented by his seniors. After tidying up for a while, he organized the items and entered his quiet chamber. A week later, Wei Ping completely absorbed the last jade marrow pill, leaving him with no option but to consume the red jade pill for his cultivation. Transitioning to the red jade pill resulted in a significant decline in his cultivation speed. Ultimately, the red jade pill was suitable only for mid-stage spirit gathering practitioners. Even though Wei Ping utilized a stone vial to endow the red jade pill with spirit, barely enabling it for use by late-stage practitioners, his inherently inferior aptitude meant that even the empowered red jade pill could not substantially enhance his cultivation speed. Having experienced the effects of the jade marrow pill, reverting to the sluggish pace of cultivation was intolerable. The immediate course of action was to devise a means of acquiring more jade marrow pills, or, preferably, to obtain a formula for similar elixirs. Beyond mere cultivation, the primary focus must also be on improving his spiritual root quality. Mere elixirs would not suffice. Without a corresponding enhancement in aptitude, the rate of advancement would remain sluggish. A dual approach was imperative. After careful consideration, Wei Ping exited the Qingting courtyard and made his way to the outskirts of Qinghu Prefecture. As his spiritual energy surged into the disciples' robe of the Qingming sect, the communication technique was promptly activated. Wei Ping addressed the illuminated pattern at the collar, saying, "Senior sister, junior brother Wei Ping has an inquiry." Before long, the gates of Qinghu Prefecture swung open, and Xiang Shuang emerged with a smile. "Junior brother, have you encountered something perplexing during your cultivation?" Wei Ping clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. But I have come to seek your guidance on a different matter." With an unwavering smile, Xiang Shuang said, "Please feel free to speak, junior brother." Wei Ping, unreserved, inquired, "During your cultivation, have you found it rather arduous? I wish to ask if there are any elixirs within our Qiming sect that can enhance one's spiritual root aptitude." Upon hearing this, a hint of bitterness emerged on Xiang Shuang's face. Indeed, our sect possesses such elixirs, known as the seed jade pill. Although it only slightly augments one's spiritual root aptitude, when practitioners confront bottlenecks, using it in conjunction with breakthrough elixirs can yield remarkable results. However, this elixir is exceedingly precious. Even the pill pavilion can only produce a small batch each year. Traditionally, It is the peaks of Huangji and Cooling that benefit from its distribution, while our Longhu Peak can only dream of it. Xiang Shuang's words did not come as a surprise to Wei Ping, as such elixirs are indeed exceptionally valuable. After a brief pause, Wei Ping further inquired, "Sister, do you happen to know how one might acquire more of the Yusui Dan?" To this question, Xiang Shuang promptly replied, "Visit the administrative hall. By completing the respective tasks, one can obtain it." Chapter 81. The Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs. The Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs? Hearing Wei Ping's puzzled voice, Xiang Shuang nodded and elucidated. This hall is where our Qiming sect disseminates bounties. It is not solely the sect that issues tasks. Disciples from various peaks and even the deacons are empowered to do so. The tasks encompass a myriad of categories: protection, hunting, exploration, resource gathering. Upon the successful completion of a respective task, one can reap the corresponding rewards. Typically, these rewards consist of spirit stone fragments or spirit stones. Additionally, various elixirs are the most abundant offerings. Should you require assistance in accomplishing a task or desire a particular item, you may also post a bounty for the sect's disciples to fulfill. As Xiang Shuang spoke, Wei Ping's eyes gradually brightened, prompting him to inquire about the location of the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs. Subsequently, he clasped his hands in gratitude and remarked, "Thank you, senior sister, for your enlightening explanation. Without further ado, I shall venture to the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs." Before Wei Ping could turn away, Xiang Shuang retrieved a palm-sized black token from her storage pouch and handed it to him, saying, "Junior brother, you cannot undertake tasks without a disciple token. This is your token, recently issued. I intended to deliver it to you in a few days, but since you are here today, please take it." Upon receiving the black token, Wei Ping scrutinized it and noticed that the front bore the inscription of the 3 characters of Qingming sect, while the back featured the words Wei Ping, disciple of the spirit-gathering realm of Longhu Peak. The faintly glowing aura emanating from the token indicated that it was indeed a magical artifact. As Wei Ping accepted the disciple token, Xiang Shuang specifically cautioned, "Junior brother, do refrain from accepting tasks that are overly challenging. Failure to complete them may result in penalties." Wei Ping nodded solemnly, acknowledging her advice. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister." He then took his leave with a respectful bow. The Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs is not singular. It comprises a main hall and various branches, with the bounty tasks being consistent across all. In due course, Wei Ping arrived at the nearest Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs. This establishment, built against the mountains, rises 5 stories high, positioned at the confluence of Longhu Peak and Huangji Peak. As Wei Ping approached the entrance, he observed numerous disciples of Qingming sect bustling about. According to Xiang Shuang, the first floor of the hall is designated for tasks accessible to practitioners of the spirit-gathering realm. Without further contemplation, he followed the flow of people and entered the hall. Upon entering the first floor, Wei Ping's attention was immediately captured by a colossal pillar occupying a third of the hall's expanse. Adorning this pillar were 8 wooden doors. The surface of the pillar shimmered with shifting light and shadows, as various bounty tasks flickered with ethereal brilliance. Most disciples, upon entering the grand hall, instinctively directed their gaze toward this pillar. Occasionally, a disciple would identify a task and proceed toward one of the doors below the pillar. Subsequently, the corresponding luminescent pattern upon the pillar would instantaneously vanish, signifying that the bounty task had been claimed. Amidst the flickering shadows and light, a bustling scene unfolded. With just a few glances, Wei Ping comprehended the workings of the Bureau of Affairs. He promptly emulated the actions of others and began perusing the tasks inscribed upon the pillar. Task No. 163. Seek a senior practitioner in the late stage of nascent spirit to assist in hunting a gravely injured peak nascent spirit green rock wolf. Upon completion, all rewards shall be mine, with a remuneration of 1 spirit stone, valid for 3 days. Task No. 655. Protect a practitioner in the initial stage of nascent spirit for 1 month, with a reward of 10 spirit stone fragments. After surveying the offerings, Wei Ping discerned that resource-related tasks were the most suitable for him. He then specifically sought out tasks pertaining to the procurement of elixirs. Shortly thereafter, he discovered 5 tasks that aligned perfectly with his abilities. The first 4 sought various elixirs appropriate for the nascent spirit stage, all of which he possessed. Task No. 293. Seek 10 elixirs suitable for mid-stage nascent spirit cultivation, with a reward of 2 jade marrow pills. The final task was classified as a B task. Task No. 345. Seek 1 second-tier healing elixir for internal injuries, with a reward of 8 spirit stones. The Han Luqing Xian Dan was precisely the second-tier elixir for treating internal injuries. Having memorized the numbers of these 5 tasks, Wei Ping advanced towards a wooden door beneath the pillar. Upon pushing it open, a vast chamber revealed itself before him. At its center stood a miniature stone tower, approximately the height of a person, remarkably resembling the Bureau of Affairs. However, upon closer inspection, Wei Ping noted that this tower possessed not 5, but 6 tiers. As soon as Wei Ping stepped through the wooden door, the tower emitted a radiant light towards him. Following that, a somewhat mechanical voice resonated from within the stone edifice. Wei Ping, disciple of the nascent spirit at the Longhu Peak. Upon your inaugural visit to the Bureau of Affairs, please read the initial understanding of the Bureau of Affairs before accepting tasks. Subsequently, the tower quivered slightly, and a white jade slip soared towards Wei Ping. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting astonishment at this talking object. A thought surged through his mind. Could this tower be a magical artifact? Wei Ping had heard tales of certain golden core masters whose artifacts developed sentience, their intellect indistinguishable from that of ordinary beings. The realization that the Qingming sect had installed such a treasure within the Bureau of Affairs for task management left him in awe of their wealth. He then pressed the white jade slip to his forehead. In the next moment, a cascade of information flooded his consciousness. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, discovering that in order to accept tasks within the Bureau of Affairs, one must register with a disciple token. Only upon completing the registration could one commence taking and posting bounties. Moreover, according to the initial understanding of the Bureau of Affairs, it was permissible to register under a pseudonym, likely to safeguard the privacy of the disciples. Soon after, Wei Ping followed the prescribed steps and approached the stone tower with his disciple token in hand. Please state your name, he uttered, enunciating each syllable. Jin Yan. A moment later, his registration was successful. The stone tower emitted a radiant light once more, scanning the disciple token held by Wei Ping. Please specify the task you wish to undertake. Wei Ping cleared his throat and proclaimed, I wish to accept task number 293, designated B. After enumerating 5 tasks in succession, he finally paused. In the next instant, the voice of the stone tower resonated again. Task accepted successful. Please submit the required elixirs promptly. Failure to complete the task within the deadline will result in penalties. Wei Ping nodded and turned to leave. Half a day later, he returned to the administrative hall. This time, he did not even glance at the pulsating pillars of light. Instead, he casually pushed open a door and stepped inside. Chapter 82. The Jade Lotus Hidden Spirit Elixir. Behind the wooden door lay the same scene as before. Following the instructions of the initial insights of the Bureau of Affairs, Wei Ping retrieved his disciple token and placed it alongside the 5 elixirs required for the tasks before the stone tower, uttering, Disciple Jin Yin, submitting task number 293. Category C, and task number 345, Category B. In the next moment, a beam of spiritual light emanated from the stone tower, drawing in Wei Ping's disciple token along with the 5 vials of elixirs. Simultaneously, a somewhat monotonous voice echoed again. Please wait. After verification by the disciples of the Elixir Pavilion, your task rewards will be issued. A quarter of an hour later, the voice from the stone tower resounded once more. Verification complete. Task approved. Here are your rewards for completing the tasks. At that moment, 8 spirit stones, 6 jade spirit pills, and several fragments of spirit stones materialized before the tower. These items were indeed the rewards for the 5 tasks. After confirming everything was in order, a smile graced Wei Ping's face as he mused. With the Bureau of Affairs at my disposal, I need not worry about selling these red jade pills, minor barrier pills, wisdom-enhancing pills, and the remaining 3 cold, dew tranquil heart pills. Immediately, Wei Ping stored these items in his spatial pouch and turned to re-enter the main hall of the Bureau of Affairs. The previous 5 tasks had been chosen somewhat at random. Now, emboldened by his initial success, Wei Ping adopted a focused approach, diligently seeking resource-related tasks that suited him. Even within the Qingming sect, lower-tier cultivators were still plentiful. Elixirs such as the red jade pill and minor barrier pill were in high demand, and before long, Wei Ping uncovered a multitude of similar tasks. Calculating the stock of his red jade pills and minor barrier pills, he opted to accept a reward task valued at 20 complete spirit stones all at once. Additionally, he possessed wisdom-enhancing pills that could temporarily elevate the comprehension of cultivators in the spirit-gathering realm. Such special elixirs held considerable worth, as a single pill suitable for that stage often commanded a value equivalent to 3 jade spirit pills in the Bureau's reward tasks. Unfortunately, The task-seeking wisdom-enhancing pills were significantly fewer in number compared to those for the red jade and minor barrier pills. After selecting his tasks, Wei Ping made another trip, exchanging most of his inventory for spirit stones and jade spirit pills. In the span of just one day, his fortune soared by 28 complete spirit stones and an impressive 26 jade spirit pills. Subsequently, he secured the jade spirit pills and laid out all his spirit stones, posting 2 new tasks. Upon his departure from the Bureau of Affairs, 2 additional tasks were added within its confines. Task number 763, Category B. Seeking a second-tier growth elixir formula with a reward of 30 spirit stones, and task number 383, Category C. Seeking a first-tier high-quality cultivation elixir formula with a reward of 10 spirit stones. The rewards for these tasks were calculated based on similar prior tasks. In addition to the release of a task denoted by the character, an additional complete spirit stone must be paid as a commission, while the task associated with the character requires merely a fragment of a spirit stone as payment. Merely by issuing these 2 tasks, Wei Ping found his reserves of spirit stones nearly depleted. With no other recourse, he reluctantly resumed his alchemical pursuits, laboriously refining pills in his stone vial amidst his training. At the same time, when Jingyun finally emerged from her seclusion, upon her return, she had fully recovered from her injuries. Soon, her presence became apparent to those around her. The disciples of the Qiming sect were made aware of her return, and some had even considered visiting her. However, upon reaching the entrance of her cave dwelling, they found not only was their visit unfulfilled, but they did not even catch a glimpse of Wen Jingjun herself. On one particular day, a sudden flash of light appeared outside Wen Jingyun's cave. The light halted before her dwelling, revealing a strikingly beautiful female cultivator. After casting a message spell, the door to Wen Jingyun's abode gradually opened. It appeared that this female cultivator was quite familiar with Wen Jingyun. Before long, she stood before Wen Jingyun, and upon their reunion, tears glimmered in her eyes at the sight of her long-lost acquaintance. Wen Jingyun, upon seeing her, allowed a rare look of relaxation to cross her features and smiled gently. "Wanner, it has been years since we last met. Are you well?" The female cultivator, slightly bowing in respect, replied, "Thank you for your concern, esteemed aunt. I have been well these past few years, though I have been greatly troubled by your disappearance. The uncertainty surrounding your fate has caused me much anxiety. Fortunately, you have returned safely to the sect." As she spoke, tears finally slipped from the corners of her eyes. Observing this, a soft warmth appeared in Wen Jingyun's gaze. "It is all in the past now. I have returned, have I not?" The female cultivator nodded vigorously in agreement. After a moment, her emotions settled, and she could not help but inquire, "Esteemed aunt, what truly transpired during your disappearance? As one of the 3 chief disciples of the Qingming sect, how could anyone have caused you to vanish for 3 long years?" Pausing briefly, Wen Jingyun responded, "I have some inkling regarding this matter. However, identifying the perpetrator will require further consideration. But tell me, Wana, what have you been up to these past 3 years?" Thus, the female cultivator named Wanner engaged in casual conversation with Wen Jingyun. Their atmosphere was harmonious, reminiscent of old friends rather than the relationship of an aunt and niece. During their discourse, Wen Jingyun occasionally recounted events that transpired in the city of immortal fate. Each time she did, Wanner listened intently, her expression shifting in tune with Wen Jingyun's words, interjecting with fervor, "What? The lord of that humble city of immortal fate actually dared to act with such audacity? He truly deserves punishment. Ah, this Wei Ping, the younger brother, possesses an endearing simplicity and is undoubtedly an honest individual. Alas, it is indeed rare to witness Qing Yin emerging from the mire untainted this week. Of course, for the most part, it is Wana who speaks while Wen Jingjun listens quietly." During their conversation, Wana-'s complaints about a particular matter piqued Wen Jingjun's interest. "Uncle Master, you are unaware of just how excessive our sect's Dan Pavilion truly is. Over 2 years ago, while exploring a certain relic, I obtained a formula for a pill known as the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill. This Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill ranks as a low-grade second-tier elixir, possessing effects akin to those of the Seed Jade Pill, yet with greater potency. A year ago, I expended a substantial portion of my fortune and finally gathered the materials for 2 sets of the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill, intending to commission a disciple from the Dan Pavilion to concoct them. However, the disciple claimed he could not guarantee the success rate, and most egregiously, this precious formula was to be taken without compensation. Furthermore, even if I acquiesced to these conditions, I would have to wait an entire year for the disciple to prepare it for me. In my opinion, our sect's Dan Pavilion is destined to be ruined by these scoundrels one day." Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Wen Jingyun's lips as she replied, in that case, you might consider seeking out Wei Ping, the fourth disciple of Longhu Peak, to give it a try. Chapter 83. The guest at Qingting Garden. Upon hearing Wen Jingyun's words, Wanner was momentarily taken aback. She had just heard Wen Jingyun mention the name Wei Ping. However, her own discourse had been on the matter of alchemy. Why would Wen Jingyun suggest that she seek out that mere boy who was only in his teens? After pondering for a moment, Wanner refrained from further inquiries, for it was never a mistake to heed Wen Jingyun's counsel. Surely, her master would not lead her astray. As the two conversed, time slipped by swiftly. Noticing the day had grown late, Wanner bid her farewell and departed. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Wanner gradually came to understand. She had heard that when Wei Ping first sought a master, he had been rejected by all the peak leaders and, in the end, was reluctantly assigned to the struggling Longhu Peak. Could it be that Wen Jingyun intended for her to offer support to her benefactor? With this thought, Wanner devised a plan in her heart. Early the next day, Li Wanner made her way to Longhu Peak, heading directly to Xiang Shuang's cave. Before long, Xiang Shuang led Li Wanner towards Wei Ping's dwelling. Upon arriving at Qingtung Garden, a flash of inspiration sparked in Xiang Shuang's fingertips, and she cast a message spell. Junior brother, there is a distinguished guest here. Come out to greet her at once. Inside Qingtung Garden, Wei Ping was engrossed in his cultivation. Upon hearing Xiang Shuang's message, he was momentarily puzzled. After some contemplation, he tidied his appearance and stepped out of the quiet chamber. As he emerged from Qingtung Garden, Wei Ping beheld his senior sister accompanying a stunning young female cultivator clad in a purple skirt. It was apparent that this enchanting figure was the esteemed guest his senior sister had mentioned. However, Wei Ping did not recognize her. Noticing the youthful countenance of Wei Ping, Li Wanner chose not to perform the customary greeting and directly inquired, "Are you Wei Ping?" "I am Li Wanner, a disciple of Zixia Peak and also a close friend of Master Wen Jingyun." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping returned a respectful gesture while silently pondering. So, she is a friend of Elder One. What could she possibly want from me? Observing Wei Ping's somewhat perfunctory greeting, Li Wanner felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, considering Wei Ping's connection to Wen Jingyun, she refrained from voicing her displeasure. Glancing at Xiang Shuang, Li Wanner said, "I apologize, senior sister Xiang, but I have a matter to discuss with junior brother Wei. Would it be permissible?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuang regarded Wei Ping, noting his lack of any adverse reaction, and nodded, saying, "In that case, I shall not intrude." With that, Xiang Shuang offered a slight bow and turned to leave. Subsequently, Wei Ping invited Li Wanner into his dwelling and prepared a cup of spiritual tea for her, then inquired, "Sisterly, may I ask what brings you to seek me?" After taking a delicate sip of the tea, Li Wanner replied, "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to see you and to inquire if you are facing any difficulties in your cultivation or if you have sufficient spiritual elixirs. Furthermore, should you encounter any issues while at Longhu Peak, feel free to seek me out at Zixia Peak. I will do my utmost to assist you. After all, you are a benefactor to Master Wen, and it is only right that I extend my support." Upon hearing this, Wei Ping finally grasped the true intent behind Li Wanner's visit. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Ping shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sisterly. However, on Longhu Peak, my senior brothers and sisters have shown me great kindness, and I have not encountered any significant issues that require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Li Wanner, who was holding a teacup, froze momentarily, a look of absurdity crossing her face. She raised her head to gaze at Wei Ping, exclaiming with a mixture of irritation and amusement, "Wei Ping, could you possibly believe that cultivation is merely a matter of camaraderie and familial bonds? Embarking on the path of cultivation, it means engaging in a fierce contest against heaven, earth, and humanity alike. You claim you have faced no challenges? Remaining here on Longhu Peak is your greatest challenge. Relying on those meager monthly Yusui Dan, with your aptitude, when will you ever achieve the consummation of the spirit nurturing stage, let alone the subsequent foundation establishment and golden core stages? Even if you get along splendidly with Sister Xiang and others, without resources, you will be destined to remain in the spirit nurturing realm for eternity. The path of cultivation heavily depends on wealth, companions, techniques, and location. Yet here you are, secluded on Longhu Peak, completely bereft of any of these elements. Do not be under the illusion that the few Yusui Dan you receive each month will suffice. On other peaks, disciples in the spirit nurturing stage can easily complete various tasks to earn a substantial amount of Yusui Dan. You have only a handful of self-absorbed senior brothers and sisters. leaving you utterly devoid of any financial or companionship support. As for techniques, although Longhu Peak has not completely lost its heritage, the methods available are profoundly intricate. Given the current dismal state of Longhu Peak, who could possibly assist you in your practice? Lastly, regarding location, it is needless to say, your cave dwelling, though spacious, offers nothing of real value. Observing your cave, it lacks even the most basic protective formations. As Li Wan'er continued her relentless tirade, Wei Ping remained silent. Though her demeanor was less than pleasant, her words came from the heart. Yet, little did Li Wan'er know that he possessed a miraculous stone vial in his possession. For Wei Ping, the matter of cultivation resources was hardly an issue at all. Meanwhile, after a lengthy and earnest discourse that left her lips slightly parched, Li Wan'er paused. Satisfied as she observed Wei Ping deep in thought, she mused, now, perhaps this young fellow will comprehend his predicament. Subsequently, after taking a gentle sip of the spiritual tea at hand, she remarked, however, "Dear junior brother Wei, do not be overly concerned. Since you are an esteemed benefactor of Uncle Wan, I shall not turn a blind eye to your plight. Shortly, prepare yourself, for I will take you to visit the senior sister of my Zixia Peak. Our senior sister is known for her benevolence. When the time comes, gauge my demeanor and, if necessary, express your grievances. On account of my reputation, she will surely permit your transfer to Zixia Peak. I do not mean to boast, but the treatment afforded to disciples of Zixia Peak is worlds apart from that of Longhu Peak, not to mention the modest cultivation resources one may receive each month. Within the confines of my beloved Zixia Peak, senior disciples at the foundation establishment stage regularly impart their wisdom to the younger generation of practitioners. Every 3 months, my esteemed master, the head of Zixia Peak, graciously holds a lecture. The value of such an opportunity for a novice embarking on the path of cultivation cannot be overstated. A single attendance will undoubtedly reveal its significance to you. Furthermore, disciples of Zixia Peak have the privilege of undertaking exclusive bounty tasks designated for our peak, a generous benefit bestowed upon us by the peak master. In addition, Zixia Peak is fortified by a grand protective formation, meticulously refined by generations of ancestors. While I need not elaborate on its formidable defensive capabilities, even its fundamental ability to gather spiritual energy is sufficient to amplify the mountain's spiritual aura by 1/3. Chapter 84. The indolent Wei Ping. After an extended discourse, Li Wan'er finally ceased her chatter. With a wave of her hand, she addressed Wei Ping, saying, "Enough, it is getting late. Quickly change your attire, and I shall take you to meet the senior sister." To her surprise, Wei Ping, as if just roused from slumber, lifted his head with a hint of drowsiness in his eyes and replied, "I appreciate your kind intentions, sisterly. However, I find myself quite content here on Longhu Peak and have no intention of transferring to Zixia Peak. Moreover, as you mentioned, the trivial matters on Zixia Peak are rather numerous, and I lack the time to squander." Upon hearing this, the expression on Li Wan'er's face froze entirely. As if she had not comprehended his words, she inquired once more, "What did you say?" Wei Ping, exasperated, reiterated his previous statement. This provoked Li Wan'er to rise abruptly, her sleeves swishing, as she declared in anger, "A child so unteachable. You, a slothful wretch, are squandering my good intentions." With that, she strode out of the guest hall of Qingtin Courtyard, making her way outside. In that moment, Li Wan'er suddenly recalled that yesterday, Master Wen had instructed her to seek out Wei Ping regarding the matter of the Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pill. It was evident that this adolescent lad could not possibly assist her in concocting a second-tier inferior pill. Could it be that Master Wen intended to imply that if she were to help Wei Ping extricate himself from his plight, he would, in turn, assist her with the Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pill? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of this notion, causing her steps to slow. However, the thought of Wei Ping's indolent demeanor filled her with frustration. Despite her extensive discourse, he remained as obstinate as a stone in a latrine, rendering her efforts futile. After a brief moment, an idea struck her. To liberate Wei Ping from his predicament, she could not be overtly persuasive. He must come to understand the advantages of the other peaks for himself. If she could allow him to experience the benefits enjoyed by the disciples of Zixia Peak, he would inevitably realize the desolation of Longhu Peak. At that point, she would need no further words, for he would himself beseech a transfer. With this plan in mind, Li Wan'er turned and retraced her steps back to the guest hall of Qingtin Courtyard. Meanwhile, after watching Li Wan'er storm away, Wei Ping let out a subtle sigh of relief. Although Sister Li's intentions were indeed noble, her incessant rambling had consumed the entire morning without yielding any productive outcome. Yet, Just as he was about to exit the guest hall to tend to the piglets, he noticed the figure clad in purple turning back towards him. Fortuitously, when Li Wan approached Wei Ping this time, she refrained from lecturing him. Instead, she tossed a pill bottle towards him, brusquely stating, on account of Master Wen, "I shall gift you this bottle of purple chi pills." With that, she paid no heed to his reaction and turned on her heel to leave. Wei Ping picked up the elixir vial and, upon closer inspection of the annotations on its surface, realized that this purple chi pill was indeed a first-tier top-grade alchemical concoction. Its medicinal potency was not only pure, but also exceeded that of the jade marrow pill by several folds. To his astonishment, upon opening the small vial, he discovered it contained as many as 5 pills. In that moment, Wei Ping could not help but exclaim his admiration for Li Waner, who truly was a benevolent soul. Upon exiting the Qingtung courtyard, Li Waner did not head straight back to Zixia Peak. Instead, she made her way towards the nearest administrative hall. At this juncture, she pondered the uncertainty surrounding Wei Ping's success and decided to post a bounty task within the hall, hoping to find a second-tier alchemist capable of crafting the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill for her. Even if Wei Ping were to succeed, it would pose no significant issue, as such a potion that could enhance one's spiritual root qualities would always be in demand. Before long, Li Waner arrived at the administrative hall. Habitually, she lifted her gaze towards the shimmering pillars that reflected light and shadow. As she did so, a particular task suddenly caught her eye. Task number 763. Seeking a second-tier recipe for enhancing spiritual root qualities, offered a reward of 30 spirit stones. Upon seeing this task, Li Waner felt a surge of joy. What a fortuitous coincidence. She could accept this task and later request the issuer to convert the reward into the crafting of the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill, thus saving herself the trouble of finding someone to refine the potion. Li Waner noted the task number and stepped through the wooden door. Moments later, she emerged from the administrative hall, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. In the days that followed, after leaving a message for the alchemist who published the task, Li Waner became increasingly attentive, making it a point to visit the administrative hall daily to check for any updates on the task. Unfortunately, for several consecutive days, task number 763 remained unchanged, and her initial excitement began to wane. After a few days, Wei Ping, as was his routine, arrived at the administrative hall to submit his tasks. During this period, he had become exceedingly familiar with the hall. As he crossed the threshold effortlessly, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure clad in purple. It was Li Waner. At that moment, she appeared somewhat solemn as she walked towards the exit. Noticing her, Wei Ping felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, recalling the time she had lectured him at length. Instinctively, he lowered his head, fortunately, lost in her thoughts. Li Waner did not notice him and exited without a word. Once she had departed, Wei Ping let out a sigh of relief and casually pushed open a wooden door to enter. However, just as he submitted a batch of elixirs and received his reward, the stone tower unexpectedly emitted a monotone voice. "Jin Yan, regarding the task number 763 you posted, a disciple of the Zixiao Fairy has left a message. Would you like to view it?" Wei Ping's heart leapt with joy at this news. Could it be that someone is willing to undertake this task? Wei Ping promptly replied, "Check." Subsequently, shadows danced atop the stone tower, and a line of text materialized before Wei Ping's eyes. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I possess a second-tier low-grade recipe for the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill, which should meet your requirements. However, I do not wish to receive the 30 spirit stones you proposed as compensation. Instead, I would prefer to advance the recipe for the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill, along with 2 sets of the necessary spiritual herbs for its refinement, in exchange for taking on your task. The reward shall be 2 finished Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pills. If this is agreeable, please amend the task and respond promptly." Upon reading this, a look of delight emerged in Wei Ping's eyes. He had not anticipated that the recipe for enhancing spiritual root aptitude, along with the required spiritual herbs, could potentially be acquired in one fell swoop. Without hesitation, Wei Ping modified task 763 to align with the proposal from the enchanting fairy Zixia. He then left a message for her. "Your proposal aligns perfectly with my intentions." Chapter 85. The elixir formula acquired upon returning to her dwelling. Li Waner reclined on a luxurious concubine couch crafted from spiritual wood. Her delicate brows furrowed as she began to ponder. Logically, given the passage of time, the disciple who had issued task number 763 should have seen her message by now. The absence of a reply likely indicated dissatisfaction with the remuneration she had proposed. According to a disciple from the Pill Pavilion, It is improbable for even the most skilled alchemists to successfully concoct an unfamiliar elixir on their first attempt. The journey from initial exposure to the formula to producing a qualified elixir typically requires multiple practice sessions. Therefore, neither the disciple from the Pill Pavilion nor the elders could guarantee that Li Wanner's 2 sets of spiritual herbal materials would yield a satisfactory elixir. Contemplating this, Li Wanner felt a flush of embarrassment. Her demands seemed rather excessive. After some reflection, she resolved to return to the administrative hall the following day to amend her message. Rather than insisting on 2 Jade Lotus Spirit elixirs, 1 would suffice. If that proved unfeasible, she could accept the original offer of 30 spirit stones for the formula. She could first cultivate a good rapport with the alchemist, which would facilitate future requests for the production of the Jade Lotus Spirit elixir. Early the next morning, Wei Ping hurried to the administrative hall. Having left a message for the esteemed Fairy Zixia the previous day, he was anxious to discover whether she had responded. However, upon his arrival at the hall, he caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning to look, he realized it was Li Wanner. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his surprise, but he chose to act as though he had not seen her, promptly stepping through a wooden door. Simultaneously, Li Wanner had also spotted Wei Ping. Her eyes brightened, and she prepared to call out a few encouraging words. Yet, to her dismay, he turned and entered the door without acknowledgement. This prompted a sudden stiffness in her half-opened lips, and an inexplicable irritation welled up within her. What does this mean? Am I truly that intimidating? Nevertheless, prioritizing her urgent task, Li Wanner cast a resentful glance at the door through which Wei Ping had vanished, flicked her sleeve, and proceeded through another door. Upon entering, she intended to leave a message for the issuer of task number 763. However, just as she presented her disciple token, the stone tower spoke first. Fairy Zixia, you have received a message from Jin Yan. Would you like to view it? Li Wanner was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that Jin Yan was indeed the one who had issued task number 763. Instantly, she cast aside her earlier displeasure regarding Wei Ping, her heart quickening with a surge of nervous anticipation. Clearing her throat, she replied, "View." In the next moment, as light and shadows danced, a line of text appeared before her eyes. What you propose aligns perfectly with my intentions. The instant she read those words, a radiant smile blossomed on Li Wanner's face. Ha ha ha, a substantial fortune. Li Wanner herself could hardly believe that the alchemist named Jin Yan had indeed accepted her terms. To avoid any lingering uncertainties, Li Wanner promptly began replying to messages while retrieving the recipe for the Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pill, along with the 2 sets of spiritual herbs from her storage pouch. As Wei Ping stepped through a wooden door, he couldn't help but exhale in relief. Although Li Wanner meant well, her incessant chatter could be quite overwhelming, and he was not keen on being lectured first thing in the morning. Subsequently, he presented his disciple token and submitted several tasks he had accepted yesterday, eagerly anticipating a response from the enchanting Fairy Zixia. However, after the submitted pills were inspected and confirmed to be flawless, and the rewards were distributed, Wei Ping found himself disappointed by the absence of a reply from Fairy Zixia. Yet, he understood that it was only natural, after all. He had only responded to her the day before, just as Wei Ping was organizing a few Jade Sui Pill into his possession and preparing to leave. The central hub of the administrative hall suddenly announced, "Jin Yan, your task number 763 has been accepted by Fairy Zixia, and there is one message. Would you like to view it?" Wei Ping paused momentarily, a flicker of joy illuminating his face. It seemed Fairy Zixia was quite eager. He promptly nodded and replied, "Yes. Let me see it." As his words echoed, a cascade of light and shadow danced upon the stone tower, and a line of text appeared before Wei Ping's eyes. "Friend, you are truly remarkable." A smile crept across his face upon reading those 4 words. In the next moment, a contract imbued with spiritual light emerged from the stone tower. This contract was specifically designed for agreement-based tasks, such as hunting missions, where rewards were typically dispensed only after the task's completion. To safeguard against deceit, both parties engaged in the task would sign this spiritual contract. This contract was rather unremarkable, aside from ensuring that neither party was a rogue attempting to deceive others for rewards. However, this did not imply that violating the contract would come without consequences. The administrative hall meticulously documented all signed contracts, and failure by either party to fulfill the agreement would result in penalties, ranging from the forfeiture of rewards to expulsion from the sect. Wei Ping had no intention of breaching the contract, and thus he remained unperturbed as he examined the agreement. The contract mandated that he deliver 2 Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pills to Fairy Zixia within a year, accompanied by her seal. Observing the exceptionally pristine contract, Wei Ping hesitated not for an instant. Following the guidelines detailed in the administrative hall initial explanation, he waved his disciple token and affixed his mark to the contract as well. Once the stone tower absorbed the contract, an antiquated jade slip and a collection of spiritual herbs emerged from within. Wei Ping first grasped the jade slip and discovered it contained the recipe for the jade lotus spirit-nourishing pill. Yulian harbors a miraculous elixir, a second-tier inferior medicinal pill, with its primary ingredient being the second-tier inferior spiritual herb, the heart-purifying lotus, alongside the second-tier inferior spiritual herb, the earth root. Upon closer inspection of the collection of spiritual plants, two magnificent lotus flowers, resembling exquisite jade bowls, are prominently displayed. It is evident that these are indeed the heart-purifying lotuses of the second tier. Nearby, two roots, entirely enveloped in a deep azure hue and resembling mountain yam, stand as the earth roots of the second tier. After a meticulous examination and confirming their integrity, Wei Ping gathered these items with great eagerness and promptly exited the administrative hall. Shortly after Wei Ping's departure, Li Wanner emerged from the wooden door, her face adorned with a radiant smile. She glanced around, failing to catch sight of Wei Ping's unfortunate figure. With her mood shifting from gloom to brightness, Li Wanner lifted her petite lips and strolled out of the administrative hall, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 86. Enhancement of qualifications upon returning to his Qing Tong courtyard. Wei Ping meticulously examined the various principal and auxiliary herbs of the two jade lotus spirit-gathering pills, thoroughly inspecting each stone vial. He then prepared to plant them within his personal spirit field. However, as he opened the spirit field and immersed his consciousness within, he was taken aback to discover that it was nearly filled to capacity. Within this verdant expanse, 5 plants each of the principal herbs, cold jade lingji and snow jade plum, occupied 1 mu. Additionally, there stood a walnut tree of the cloud spirit variety, a yuan fruit tree, and a blood flood fruit tree, collectively taking up another mu. Furthermore, various spiritual plants and medicinal materials required for elixirs, such as the red jade pill, intelligence enhancement pill, and minor barrier breaking pill, occupied an additional 3 mu. To cultivate the second-tier low-grade spiritual plants, clear heart lotus and earth root, along with the remaining auxiliary herbs for the jade lotus spirit-gathering pills, he would require at least 2 more mu of land. Reluctantly, Wei Ping decided to harvest approximately 2 mu of lower-grade spiritual plants to clear some space, after which he planted the clear heart lotus and earth root. This experience served as a reminder to Wei Ping that his personal spirit field was nearing its limits, and the elixirs he would encounter in the future would only increase in grade. Although the spirit field had been imbued with the water from the stone vials, yielding effects comparable to the second tier, it was still somewhat inadequate. He resolved to post a purchasing request at the administrative hall for a second-tier personal spirit field. After noting this down, Wei Ping watered the spiritual plants with the stone vial water and resumed his cultivation. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed. Throughout this month, Wei Ping devoted himself to rigorous training. Since entering the late stage of spirit gathering, the significance of his spiritual root qualification had become increasingly apparent. Despite his unbroken consumption of the jade marrow pill, his cultivation speed had slowed considerably. Now, a single jade marrow pill could only augment his spiritual power by a single thread. This reality intensified his yearning for the jade lotus spirit-gathering pills. Fortunately, after a month, the clear heart lotus and earth root within his personal spirit field had flourished, and he had amassed sufficient principal and auxiliary herbs for 8 batches of the jade lotus spirit-gathering pills. He could now commence the dual process of planting and pill crafting. Entering the personal spirit field, Wei Ping instinctively glanced at the blood flood fruit tree, where 9 fruits, akin to the size of eggs, hung tantalizingly. He then directed his attention to the clear heart lotus and earth root. After harvesting a batch of herbs, he proceeded to the alchemy chamber. Several hours later, 3 dragon-eye-sized jade lotus spirit-gathering pills, exuding a faint fragrance, appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Wei Ping grasped one and consumed it. As the pill entered his abdomen, he immediately sensed a refreshing aura emanating from the jade lotus spirit-gathering pill, gradually permeating his limbs and bones. A wave of contentment washed over him, akin to shedding a heavy shackle, with a profound sense of relaxation blossoming from deep within, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. Moments later, this refreshing sensation began to dissipate. Wei Ping promptly activated his Shaochuanxiu technique, eager to assess the efficacy of the jade lotus spirit-gathering pill. Wei Ping had practiced the lesser spring and autumn technique countless times, becoming thoroughly familiar with it. As he began to channel his spiritual energy, he immediately noticed a subtle difference. This time, as he utilized the lesser spring and autumn technique, the absorption of the celestial spiritual essence felt significantly easier than before. Previously, he could absorb at most 100 strands of spiritual energy during a complete cycle. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had absorbed 10 additional strands this time. Nearly one Jade Lotus spiritual essence pill had enhanced his aptitude by a remarkable 1/10. Upon realizing this, Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly consumed the remaining 2 Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills in one go. Instantly, a wave of refreshing energy surged within him. However, compared to the first experience, which felt liberating as if he had shed shackles, this sensation was less intense. After some time, once the effects of the 2 pills were fully absorbed, Wei Ping once again practiced the lesser spring and autumn technique. Upon completing another cycle, he opened his eyes with a slight frown. This time, his cultivation efficiency had improved once more. During a full cycle, he managed to absorb over 120 strands of spiritual energy. Yet, the combined effects of the 2 Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills were akin to that of the first pill alone, leaving Wei Ping somewhat astounded. The efficacy of the Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills seemed to diminish far too rapidly. At this rate, if he wished to elevate his spiritual root aptitude to the medium or even high grade, the number of Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills required would be staggering. Moreover, it appeared that enhancing his aptitude to the medium grade was likely the limit. Whether he could progress further remained uncertain. After much contemplation, Wei Ping suddenly smiled in relief. He was merely in the spirit gathering stage, and possessing medium-grade spiritual root aptitude was more than sufficient. Subsequently, he harvested 3 sets of the primary and secondary herbs needed for the Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills, and the remaining herbs in his spiritual field would be ready for collection in 15 days. Thus, Wei Ping could concoct 12 Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills every 15 days. After spending half a day crafting the freshly gathered herbs into pills, he consumed all 9 of them one by one. Throughout the night, the refreshing sensation within him persisted. However, with each pill consumed, the potency he could absorb diminished. By the time he took the 9th pill, the absorbed potency was even less than a fraction of the first. Fortunately, after consuming all 12 Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills, Wei Ping's cultivation efficiency had increased by 50%. Now, when he practiced a cycle of the lesser spring and autumn technique, he could absorb and refine 150 strands of spiritual energy, although he was uncertain about the extent to which his spiritual root aptitude had improved. Wei Ping was quite content with his progress. The remaining task was to diligently consume 12 Jade Lotus spiritual essence pills every half-month. The enhancement of one's spiritual root aptitude is not solely reflected in the efficiency of cultivation. Wei Ping has also discerned that since he ingested 12 Jade Lotus spirit-nourishing pills, beyond the improvement in his cultivation efficiency is control over spiritual energy. The assimilation of the essence from century-old flora while practicing the minor spring and autumn technique, and even various capabilities of spring and autumn spiritual power have all experienced a notable elevation. Remarkably, even his physical strength has increased by 10%. For Wei Ping, these 12 Jade Lotus spirit-nourishing pills represent a comprehensive advancement. As another fortnight passed, Wei Ping once again consumed 10 Jade Lotus spirit-nourishing pills, further augmenting his spiritual root aptitude. With the remaining 2 Jade Lotus spirit-nourishing pills in hand, he proceeded to the administrative hall. These 2 pills were precisely what the immortal Zixia required. Chapter 87. The Grand Competition of the Sect. Upon arriving at the administrative hall, Wei Ping dutifully submitted several red jade pills and other elixirs, fulfilling his assigned tasks. Subsequently, he produced the 2 Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills. Summoning the Stone Tower, he surrendered the 2 pills, thereby completing the spiritual contract he had forged with the fairy Zixia. After confirming that the contract was indeed fulfilled, Wei Ping returned directly to Longhu Peak. Days later, Li Wan'er once again visited the administrative hall. This time, her purpose was not to acquire the 2 Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills. In truth, since signing the spiritual contract with Wei Ping over a month ago, she had scarcely thought of it. After all, she had never anticipated that an alchemist could master a new pill formula in such a short span of time. Upon entering the core of the administrative hall, Li Wan'er intended to issue a task when, unexpectedly, the Stone Tower expelled 2 pills the size of longan fruit. In the next moment, the previously mentioned spiritual contract was also ejected. Li Wan'er was momentarily taken aback. She was familiar with such occurrences involving the stone tower. This contract signified that Jin Yin had fulfilled the agreement he made with her. The two pills were unmistakably the Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills that Li Wanner had long desired. However, this realization left her incredulous. Could it be that the alchemist named Jin Yin had effortlessly concocted the Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills? It had only been a little over a month. Such talent was, even to an outsider like Li Wanner, astonishing. Though she understood that the administrative hall had recognized the completion of the spiritual contract, casting no doubt upon the pills, she could not suppress the thought that these two Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills might be counterfeit. Reaching out, she carefully examined the pills. Upon closer inspection, they matched the descriptions found in the formula for the Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills perfectly. Moreover, simply inhaling the fragrant aroma emanating from the pills instilled within her an overwhelming desire. As she gazed at the two pills, her excitement intensified markedly. In such a brief time, Jin Yin had comprehended and produced the Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills, a level of alchemical talent Li Wanner had never encountered. With such aptitude, as long as Jin Yin did not meet an untimely demise, he was destined to become a third or even fourth-tier alchemist in the future. With this thought, Li Wanner resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Master Jin Yin. After a while, she carefully stored the two Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills in her storage pouch and turned to leave the administrative hall. The likelihood of these pills being genuine was high, yet she still intended to have them appraised at the pill pavilion to ascertain their quality. Time flew by like an arrow, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Wei Ping consumed 12 Jade Lotus spirit-infusing pills every fortnight. In the span of 3 months, Wei Ping consumed a staggering 72 Jade Lotus essence pills. Such a substantial quantity of this ethereal elixir significantly accelerated his cultivation speed, more than doubling it. Coupled with an uninterrupted supply of jade marrow pills and the essence of century-old flora, Wei Ping's dantian was once again filled to the brim. Subsequently, he issued a bounty task, procuring several first-tier superior breakthrough pills, which he infused with spiritual essence before commencing his breakthrough. 3 days later, within the serene confines of the Qingtang courtyard, Wei Ping's body trembled as a powerful aura suddenly emanated from him. Before he could harness it, this potent energy swiftly dissipated. At that moment, Wei Ping appeared almost ethereal, akin to the flora within a forest, his presence subtly diminished. It was only then that he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had attained the 8th level of spirit assimilation. Clenching his fist and feeling the increasingly pure spring and autumn spiritual energy within, he nodded in satisfaction. This breakthrough marked a significant enhancement for Wei Ping. The spring and autumn spiritual energy had become more refined, its quality compressed by a third, and it even bore a sense of solidity. Moreover, his various abilities had seen improvement. Most importantly, after reaching the 8th level of spirit assimilation, Wei Ping's dantian expanded once more, now capable of accommodating 320 strands of spiritual energy. Such a quantity would suffice for an ordinary cultivator to establish a foundation, albeit at a mere average level, far from the realm of golden elixirs. A day later, having solidified his newfound realm, Wei Ping finally emerged from his retreat. Upon stepping out, he received a message through a communication technique. Junior brother, hurry to the ancestor hall to prepare for the arrival of the sect steward. The voice belonged to his senior sister, Xiang Shuang. However, for reasons unknown, her tone carried a hint of tremor. Intrigued, Wei Ping noted that during his time at the Qingming sect, he had yet to see anyone visit Longhu Peak besides Li Wanner. Without hesitation, he set aside his teacup and made his way out of the Qingtang courtyard. As he approached the ancestor hall, he spotted not only senior sister Xiang Shuang but also second brother Wang Jun, third sister Qin Wan, and a graceful middle-aged woman accompanied by 2 somewhat inexperienced disciples. Xiang Shuang was slightly bowed, conversing with the middle-aged beauty, while Wang Jun and Qin Wan displayed expressions of unease and urgency. Sensing the atmosphere, Wei Ping quickened his pace towards the ancestor hall. Upon arrival, he clasped his hands in greeting towards the elegant woman, saying, "Disciple Wei Ping of Longhu Peak pays respects to the esteemed elder. I have just emerged from my secluded training and may have inadvertently neglected to respond to your summons. I hope you will not take offense." Xiang Shuang also bowed, adding, "Please do not blame Elder Ma. My junior brother is often absorbed in his cultivation, which may explain his delayed response." The middle-aged woman initially showed a flicker of discontent upon noticing Wei Ping's tardiness, but her demeanor softened upon hearing his explanation. After a dismissive wave of his hand, Steward Ma no longer regarded Wei Ping. He turned to Xiang Shuang and spoke in a tone that was both official and matter-of-fact. Xiang Shuang, I have made myself abundantly clear. For the past decade, Long Hufeng has consistently ranked at the bottom among the 7 peaks of our sect, and in recent years, you have failed to even produce candidates for the Spirit Gathering Period competition. If you once again find yourselves at the bottom in the upcoming sect competition in 3 months, the sect will have no choice but to disband Long Hufeng. Following its dissolution, you will be selected by the remaining 6 peaks to join them as disciples. This decision has been made by the other peak masters and the sect leader. It is not something a mere steward like myself can influence. Upon hearing these words, Wei Ping's pupils constricted in shock. What? The sect intends to disband Long Hufeng? Meanwhile, Xiang Shuang's complexion drained of color as she absorbed Steward Ma's uncompromising tone. She opened her mouth, seemingly ready to voice a protest. Yet ultimately, upon meeting the steward's eyes, which held a hint of pity, she refrained from uttering a single word. Chapter 88. Revealing strength after the departure of the sect's steward with the surname Ma, the 4 disciples of Longhu Peak gathered at Xiang Shuang's Qinghu mansion. Wei Ping was filled with a multitude of questions. What exactly is the sect competition? What rank must Longhu Peak achieve to avoid being disbanded? What role could he possibly play? However, observing Xiang Shuang's ashen complexion, the lack of mirth on the face of his 3rd senior sister, Qin Wan, and the 2nd senior brother, Wang Jun, who was drowning his sorrows in drink, Wei Ping opened his mouth but remained silent. Once they were seated, a heavy silence enveloped the room, gradually thickening the atmosphere. Qin Wan's lips curled slightly, breaking the stillness as she spoke. Sister, among us at Longhu Peak, you are the only one capable of fighting in the Foundation Establishment realm. The responsibility for this contest among Foundation Establishment disciples falls upon you. It is unfortunate that my innate cold poison has exhausted your spirit stones, leaving us unable to afford the resources required for cultivating those few spells. I have come to terms with it. After all, I do not have many years left to live, so please do not squander your efforts on me. Before Qin Wan could finish her thought, Xiang Shuang furrowed her brow and interjected. Qin Wan, what are you saying? Do not concern yourself with the matter of spirit stones. If need be, I shall undertake a few lucrative tasks to earn some. Seeing Xiang Shuang's stern demeanor, Qin Wan sighed and fell silent, lowering her head. On the other side, Wang Jun lifted the wine jug at his waist, took a swig, and with a carefree smile remarked, Do not worry, junior sister. I still have a few spirit stones. I can lend them to you for now, as long as you master a spell from your inheritance within the Foundation Establishment realm. We shall not find ourselves at the bottom in the sect competition. After a brief pause, Wang Jun continued, As for the competition among the nascent spirit realm disciples, with your current cultivation level, Wei Ping, you would merely be offering yourself as a meal. I could always lower my cultivation to the nascent spirit realm once more. With my experience in the Foundation Establishment realm, I am confident I could secure victory in the nascent spirit disciple competition. Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuang's frown deepened. No. Wang Jun, you have only just barely recovered to the Foundation Establishment realm. If you were to regress again, it would be utterly detrimental. In response, Wang Jun shrugged with a smile. Then, sister, what alternative do you propose? Xiang Shuang's expression faltered, and she fell into silence. Indeed, given the current circumstances of Longhu Peak, it seemed there was no other viable solution. Listening to their discussion, Wei Ping gradually grasped the specifics of the sect competition. It was evidently a contest of the disciples' skills, cultivation, and combat prowess, divided into the realms of Foundation Establishment and Nascent Spirit. Observing the now muted expressions of his senior brothers and sisters, Wei Ping lifted his head and solemnly declared, I shall take charge of the sect competition for the Nascent Spirit realm. Throughout his time at Longhu Peak, despite the brevity of their acquaintance, Wei Ping had sensed the deep affection his seniors held for him. Today, witnessing Xiang Shuang, Wang Jun, and Qin Wan all willing to sacrifice for one another, Wei Ping felt an even stronger desire to remain united with them. Moreover, should the Longhu Peak be indeed abolished, given the previous rejections from various peaks, Wei Ping harbored no illusions that any of them would accept him. Even with the connections of Wen Jingyun and Li Wan he would still face relentless ostracism and unrest. Observing Wei Ping's proactive demeanor, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Xiang Shuang's eyes. However, she shook her head and replied, No, junior brother, you have only just entered the late stage of the spirit nurturing realm. Since joining the sect, you have dedicated yourself solely to arduous cultivation without having practiced any spells. Even if you had mastered a few techniques, you would still be no match for the sect's disciples. Participating in the Sect S Grand Competition would only lead to you placing at the bottom. Wang Jun also patted Wei Ping on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, junior brother. My own path has been severed. There is no shame in dominating within the spirit-nurturing realm. Just watch as I unleash my prowess." Seeing the carefree expression on his second senior brother's face warmed Wei Ping's heart. Previously, he had been unaware of the plight of his second senior brother and third senior sister. However, it was not too late to understand now. With the miraculous efficacy of the stone vial, as long as he deciphered the healing methods for Wang Jun and Qin Wan, he would surely be able to concoct healing elixirs for them. Wei Ping shook his head and, with utmost seriousness, addressed the three. "Though I am indeed new to the late stage of the spirit-nurturing realm and have not learned many spells, my cultivation technique is unique. It allows me to develop a special form of spiritual energy known as spring and autumn vitality, which is both abundant and formidable." He then elaborated on how this spring and autumn vitality could usurp the life force of his enemies, causing them to wither. Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuang and the others felt a stirring in their hearts. They were aware that superior techniques possessed unique traits. But the ability of this spring and autumn vitality to drain life force and induce aging was indeed astonishing. As Wei Ping's voice resonated, the atmosphere among the group gradually intensified. After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, the other cultivation method I practiced possesses the dual cultivation of both body and spirit. While it may not match the orthodox body refiners, it certainly grants power comparable to that of an ordinary mid-stage spirit nurturer." Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuang and her companions were taken aback, followed by their eyes lighting up in unison. If what Wei Ping claimed were true, his strength among disciples of the same rank in the Qingming sect would not be considered weak at all. Should he further cultivate a few spells and maximize the potential of his robust spiritual energy and the life-draining ability of spring and autumn vitality, even with a lower realm, he could surely secure a commendable ranking. As Xiang Shuang pondered this prospect, her expression finally broke into a smile. Wang Jun clapped Wei Ping on the shoulder with a grin. "Well done, junior brother. Who would have thought that beneath your usually silent demeanor, you concealed such strength?" Wei Ping chuckled. "You never asked me." Wang Jun shook his head in amusement. "You rascal." Subsequently, it was decided that Wei Ping would represent Longhu Peak in the Sect S Grand Competition. However, given Wei Ping's current capabilities, there remains a certain inadequacy. Thus, it is imperative that he enhances his skills in spells, artifacts, and cultivation. Regarding the aspect of spells, Wei Ping need not exert himself. The library of Longhu Peak possesses an orderly inheritance, replete with an array of high-level spells rarely disseminated beyond the Qiming sect. After a thorough discussion among the group, Xiang Shuang promptly escorted Wei Ping into the library, unveiling all the spells suited for the nascent spirit realm, allowing him the freedom to choose. The spells of the nascent spirit stage are categorized similarly to medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, divided into first, second, and third tiers, along with the exceptional fourth tier. Wei Ping gazed at the numerous large shelves filled with spell jade slips, his eyes alight with excitement. Upon entering the library, Xiang Shuang, smiling warmly at the visibly enthusiastic Wei Ping, remarked, "Junior brother, our Longhu Peak boasts a total of 759 types of nascent spirit spells, with approximately a quarter pertaining to the earth and wood attributes, all located on the 3 shelves in the northeast corner. Hurry and select your desired spells." Chapter 89, Mastering Extraordinary Spells. Wei Ping followed the direction indicated by Xiang Shuang. Shortly thereafter, he came across 3 bookshelves marked with the attributes of earth and wood. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but marvel. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Indeed, the Longhu Peak is truly one of the 7 peaks of the Qingming sect, although it has fallen into decline for quite some time. Its legacy of spirit-gathering spells remains remarkably abundant, not to mention the low and mid-tier spells of the first rank. There are over 80 high-tier spells of earth and wood attributes alone. Among them, 5 are classified as extraordinary spells. Notably, one of these first-rank extraordinary spells, named Imu Wutulisher, is a dual attribute spell of earth and wood, perfectly aligning with Wei Ping's own spiritual root attributes. Before long, Wei Ping found himself overwhelmed by choices. This was a delightful dilemma. One must remember that during his time in Skinyuan City, the spells typically employed by ordinary cultivators were largely subpar. To be proficient in just 1 or 2 low-tier spells of the first rank was already enough to dominate among peers of the same level. Now, with such an array of top-tier first-rank spells at his disposal, he was enamored with each one, eager to attempt learning them all. However, it did not take long for Wei Ping to clarify the types of spells he truly needed. First and foremost, he required spells of the evasion category. Next, he sought defensive and offensive spells. Furthermore, these spells ought to harness the unique qualities of spring and autumn spiritual energy. Ideally, he also desired those that could expedite training through spiritual herbs and elixirs. Additionally, Wei Ping needed a staff technique that could genuinely showcase his physical cultivation prowess. Having come to this realization, Wei Ping swiftly identified several spells. First-rank high-tier evasion spell, Zhouyu Liuxiu Bu. First-rank high-tier spell, Jimu Shield. First-rank extraordinary spell, Imu Wu Tu Li Shi. Lastly, a body cultivation technique named Qingxiao Staff. These four spells all met Wei Ping's criteria. After acquiring the 4 jade slips, he exited the library. Upon reviewing Wei Ping's selections, Xiang Shuang furrowed her brow slightly, hesitating before saying, "Junior brother, these spells are quite difficult to learn and master. If you do not possess the corresponding spiritual herbs and elixirs, you may only scratch the surface in 3 months." Then, pausing for a moment, Xiang Shuang recalled that Wei Ping had not practiced spells before and clarified, "By scratching the surface, I mean achieving a basic understanding of the spell you were studying. There are further stages of minor success, major success, and perfection thereafter." Wei Ping had already familiarized himself with these distinctions in the spell jade slips. Without further elaboration, Wei Ping smiled and said, "Senior sister, my goal for these 3 months is to cultivate the Qingxiao staff to a stage of minor success, ensuring I do not fall behind in the sect's grand competition. As for the others, they are merely an enticing prospect to be practiced gradually in the future." Upon hearing this, Xiang Shuang relaxed her brow and nodded, saying, "That is indeed the right approach." Afterward, Wei Ping returned to Qingding Courtyard with the 4 spells in hand. Upon entering the tranquil chamber, Wei Ping was just about to commence his studies when the communication talisman within his Qiming sect attire suddenly illuminated. A somewhat unfamiliar yet melodious female voice resonated in his ear. "Wei Ping, I have something to discuss with you. Please open the door." At this, Wei Ping furrowed his brow, and after a moment's contemplation, he recalled that the voice belonged to Li Wanner of the Zhixiao Peak. A wave of curiosity washed over him. What could she possibly want? Hesitating briefly, he let out a soft sigh, and for the sake of those few purple cheap hills, he rose and exited the tranquil chamber. Upon opening the cave dwelling, he respectfully saluted the visibly excited Li Wanner. "I was unaware of your sudden visit. What urgent matter brings you here?" Li Wanner's eyes sparkled as she addressed him directly. "You are aware that your Longhu Peak is on the verge of being disbanded, correct?" Hearing this, Wei Ping's brow knitted in concern as he corrected her. "Senior, what you say is unfounded. The steward ma mentioned that if Longhu Peak remains at the bottom of the rankings in 3 months, then it would face disbandment, not that it is imminent." Li Wanner waved her hand dismissively and remarked, "It makes no difference. Your Longhu Peak is scarcely populated, lacking both resources and mentors. How could you possibly compete with the other peaks?" With a slight tilt of her snow-white chin, she regarded Wei Ping with an air of smugness. "The sect's steward must have informed you. Should Longhu Peak be disbanded and other peaks refuse to accept you as disciples, you would be expelled from the sect. Such expulsion would not only strip you of your cultivation, but also obliterate all memories of the sect's cultivation techniques from your very soul." At her words, Wei Ping's pupils constricted slightly. Such measures were indeed more ruthless than mere death. Li Wanner chuckled lightly. "So, how about hurrying along with me to Zhixiao Peak?" Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Wei Ping shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, senior. But I firmly believe that our Longhu Peak will not finish at the bottom this time." Upon hearing this, the smile at the corners of Li Wanner's mouth faltered, and disbelief flickered in her eyes. Do you comprehend what you're saying?" Wei Ping nodded but refrained from further speech. Seeing his demeanor, Li Wanner recalled his previous rejections of her goodwill, igniting a flare of irritation within her, and she scoffed. "Very well. I shall see how you manage to surpass the disciples of the other peaks." With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Despite her words, Wei Ping's impression of her did not diminish. After all, her intentions were ultimately for his benefit. Shaking his head, he returned to his cave dwelling. Once back in the tranquil chamber, he first picked up the first-tier supreme spell, Imu Wu Tu Li Shi. 3 hours later, Wei Ping had thoroughly studied the spell. The practice of Imu Wu Tu Li Shi was not particularly challenging. Once initiated, one could utilize spiritual wood as the foundation, gathering spirit to form a powerful golem. However, the execution of this technique not only demands immense energy, but also requires the infusion of a spirit wood's heart. The strength of the conjured Imu Wu Tu warrior is directly proportional to the quality of the spirit wood heart employed. Should one merely utilize an ordinary first-tier low-grade spirit with heart, the resultant Imu Wutu warrior would possess strength only equivalent to the early stage of spirit gathering. Conversely, if one were to employ a first-tier premium spirit with heart, the Imu Wutu warrior's combat power could ascend to the late stage of spirit gatherings, akin to a body-refining warrior. Moreover, although mastering this Imu Wutu warrior technique at the initial level permits the summoning of only a single warrior, achieving a minor success enables the direct conjuration of 3 Imu Wutu warriors. Should Wei Ping refine this technique to a minor success, his power would multiply exponentially. Furthermore, the primary challenge in cultivating this Imu Wutu warrior lies in manipulating the earth element energy and bonding it to the wood essence. If one could procure a rare material known as the geomagnetic core, it would significantly accelerate the cultivation process. Chapter 90. The advancement of the piglet. After setting down the Imu Wutu leasher, Wei Ping picked up the Zhouyu Liuxiu step to examine it further. The following day, he arrived at the Bureau of Affairs and promptly issued 4 bounty tasks. Among these, 2 were aimed at locating the geomagnetic core associated with the cultivation of the Imu Wutu leasher and a first-grade premium spirit with seed. The remaining 2 tasks involved procuring the 6-time qi necessary for practicing the Zhouyu Liuxiu step and any form of Jimu tree sap. The 6-time qi is a specific energy harvested using a unique artifact called a qi gathering bottle during the early morning, midday, sunset, and the 3-night phases. Despite its grand name, it is not a rare commodity for cultivators. Conversely, obtaining Jiamu tree sap is even simpler, had Wei Ping not been disinclined to exert effort. He could easily cultivate a spirit tree in his personal spiritual field to extract the sap. Furthermore, during this period, Wei Ping's stock of spirit stones had been steadily increasing, nearing 50 complete stones. With a generous spirit, Wei Ping set the bounties at double the market value. While the geomagnetic core and first-grade spirit with seed were indeed elusive, news of the 6-time qi and Jiamu tree sap surfaced within mere days. After another trip to the Bureau of Affairs, Wei Ping found his storage bag enriched with a wooden vial and a glass vial, containing the 6-time qi and a type of Jiamu tree sap named Xianjiangmu. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Wei Ping immediately retrieved the translucent glass vial. Inside, a fist-sized, vividly colored orb of qi swirled, exuding a harmonious blend of colors. Though this 6-time qi appeared scarce, it had taken an entire month to gather. This single vial had cost Wei Ping a staggering 10 fragments of spirit stone. After a brief inspection, he uncorked the vial and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Instantly, the fist-sized orb of 6-time qi was drawn into his body. Simultaneously, the cultivation method for the Zhouyu Liuxiu step emerged vividly in his mind. Though referred to as a spell, the Zhou Liuxiu step is more akin to a body refinement technique. Unlike Jiamu technique, which requires the intertwining of spiritual energy, this method necessitates the unlocking of 6 acupoints in the legs. With a mere thought, Wei Ping summoned several streams of spiritual energy from his dantian, enveloping the 6-time qi and directing it toward the Senyinjiao acupoint. The spring and autumn spiritual energy was remarkably dense. With a single thrust, it propelled the 6-time qi directly into the acupoint. As the 6-time qi entered Senyinjiao, a small portion seamlessly integrated into the acupoint. Wei Ping immediately felt a gentle coolness at the Senyinjiao, a wave of joy swelling within him. Previously, he had attempted to cultivate the Zhouyu Liuxiu step, but it had taken him 3 days just to open this first acupoint, Senyinjiao. To his astonishment, with the aid of the 6-time qi, the process proved remarkably effortless. Subsequently, Wei Ping, with unwavering resolve, harnessed the vast surge of spiritual energy to once again collide with the Sanyang intersection and the Yangfu acupuncture point, ultimately reaching the Zhahai acupuncture point. In a single attempt, he successfully opened all 6 critical acupuncture points required for the Zhouyu Liuxiu step. Simultaneously, the essence of the 6 temporal energies fully integrated into these 6 points, depleting itself entirely. At this moment, Wei Ping had undoubtedly entered the threshold of mastering the Zhouyu Liuxiu step. Should the 6 temporal energies persist, he was confident he could cultivate this technique to a minor success within 3 months. Noticing that time was still plentiful, Wei Ping took out a vial of Xiangyang wood sap to begin his training on the first-tier superior spell, the Armor Wood Shield. Compared to the Zhou Liuxiu step, the Armor Wood Shield technique appeared significantly simpler for him. Even in the absence of the Xiangyang wood sap, Wei Ping was on the verge of mastering the Armor Wood Shield. He picked up the small vial crafted from Xiangyang wood and poured out a globule of sap exuding a vibrant life force, which he applied to his arm. Immediately, with deft hands, Wei Ping formed the necessary hand seals, while the spiritual energy within him surged in accordance with the incantation. During this process, the Xiangyang wood sap on his arm transformed into a transparent state at a visibly rapid pace. Concurrently, Wei Ping felt a robust aura of the armorwood attribute. Then, with a thought, he called out, "Armorwood shield." In the next instant, a semi-transparent, slightly slender azure shield manifested abruptly before him. Instantly, a flicker of joy illuminated Wei Ping's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It worked." Subsequently, with a mere thought, the armorwood shield swiftly moved behind him. Within less than 15 minutes, the shield could no longer sustain itself and silently dissipated. Observing this, Wei Ping was not surprised. After all, this was merely a novice-level armorwood shield, which not only required a full 10 breaths to cast but also had a very brief duration, capable of withstanding only a single attack of average strength from a practitioner at the nascent spirit late stage. However, once he reached the minor success level in his cultivation, these issues would be rectified. Following this, Wei Ping exited the quiet chamber, leading Zhu Zai out to prepare for an experiment on the effectiveness of both the Zhouyu Liuxiu step and the armorwood shield. Months passed, and Zhu Zai finally broke through to the mid-nascent spirit stage. At this point, Zhu Zai's bristles exhibited a slight bluish hue, and the two tusks in its mouth became increasingly formidable, revealing serrated protrusions along their length. Beyond these changes, Zhu Zai's intelligence had also significantly increased. It could now fully comprehend Wei Ping's words. Although Wei Ping was uncertain whether other spiritual pets would exhibit similar intelligence at Zhu Zai's level, he knew that Zhu Zai's agility seemed rather extraordinary. All of this appeared to be connected to the mysterious stone vial. For Zhu Zai's diet now consisted entirely of the spiritually enriched rice and water imbued with the essence from the stone vial, making these changes hardly surprising. Wei Ping gently patted the piglet's head and said, "Piglet, when I wave my hand, charge towards me." A look of confusion flickered in the little piglet's eyes. Nonetheless, for the piglet, it was clear that regardless of what Wei Ping said, obedience was all that mattered. It nodded affirmatively, signaling its understanding. Subsequently, Wei Ping retreated a short distance, bracing himself, and waved at the piglet. The moment the piglet saw Wei Ping's gesture, it sprang into action. Instantly, for clouds of mud erupted beneath its hooves, each step resonating like the beating of war drums, reverberating through the air. The piglet's massive form transformed into a dark shadow, charging fiercely towards Wei Ping. Taken aback by the piglet's formidable momentum, Wei Ping exclaimed softly, "Wooden shield." No sooner had the words left his lips than the technique was unleashed. A semi-transparent azure shield materialized before the piglet. With a low growl, the piglet bared its two long tusks, which glimmered like short swords. Lowering its head, it lunged forward with great force. In the next moment, a resounding crack echoed as the wooden shield shattered into a flurry of ethereal light. The impact of the piglet's strike reached a staggering intensity, equivalent to the peak of the spirit-gathering stage. Chapter 91, Master of Elegance. Is it the realm of nailing? However, after a direct clash with the Jiamu shield, the momentum of the piglet was considerably diminished. By the time it reached Wei Ping, its speed had significantly decreased. Observing this, Wei Ping leisurely executed the 6 void steps. In that fleeting moment, an astonishing 10 strands of spiritual energy vanished from Wei Ping's dantian. Subsequently, a peculiar sensation surged within his heart. With a single step, he propelled himself forward a couple of zhang, as if the ground beneath him had inexplicably shortened. The piglet's eyes widened in surprise as it glanced at Wei Ping's previous position and then turned to look back at him, confusion evident in its tiny eyes. Wei Ping, with a smile on his face, waved at the piglet. Without hesitation, the piglet turned and charged towards Wei Ping once more. However, each time it was on the verge of reaching him, a shadow of a green shield would appear to obstruct it momentarily, allowing Wei Ping ample time to execute the 6 void steps. Watching the piglet miss again, Wei Ping couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, he finally released the slightly dazed piglet. Back in the quiet chamber, Wei Ping meticulously recalled the earlier experiment with the piglet, his expression returning to tranquility. After pondering for a moment, he mused. The Jiamu shield was too slow to deploy and could only withstand the piglet's attack once, consuming a considerable amount of energy. Although the 6 void steps were elusive, they too required a cumbersome initiation. Had it not been for the Jiamu shield momentarily hindering the piglet, he would have had no time to execute his own technique. In conclusion, both spells were indeed worthy of their superior first-tier classification. However, considering Wei Ping's current nascent level, Relying on them in combat was utterly implausible. Subsequently, Wei Ping visited the administrative hall to post tasks for procuring the 6 temporal energies and Jiamu tree sap. Fortunately, these items were not particularly rare, and he easily acquired several batches. With the 6 temporal energies and Jiamu tree sap in hand, Wei Ping's mastery of the 6 void steps and Jiamu shield advanced rapidly. At the same time, he did not neglect his training in the body refinement technique. The Azure Flood Dragon Staff. Compared to other spells, he found this body refinement technique remarkably accessible. Wielding the spiritual bamboo staff he had uprooted from his personal spiritual field, he made significant progress in just a few days. However, during his training, he realized that the bamboo staff was becoming increasingly unsuitable. Not only did it fail to harness his immense power, but it also clashed somewhat with the Azure Flood Dragon technique. While it remained adequate for practice, it was inadequate for combat. Fortunately, after enduring prolonged exposure to the stone bottle water, the bamboo staff's material quality had significantly improved. Based on Wei Ping's experience, he estimated that the bamboo staff was nearing the pinnacle of the first-tier grade. After nurturing the stone bottle's water for a while longer, it will eventually transform into a first-tier exquisite spiritual plant. At that time, I can invite a master craftsman to cleanse the inscriptions within this spiritual bamboo staff and replace them with more suitable ones, thereby creating a fine weapon once again. As time passes, Wei Ping steadily advances in the 3 schools of the 6 void steps, the Armorwood Shield, and the Azure Flood Dragon Staff. However, it is somewhat regrettable that there has been no news regarding the Geomagnetic Core and the first-tier exquisite spiritual wood seed. Moreover, Wei Ping continually feels a sense of insecurity about participating in the sect competition with his current cultivation at the 8th level of spirit gathering. After some contemplation, he decided to visit the administrative hall once more. This time, he not only increased the reward for the Geomagnetic Core and the first-tier exquisite spiritual wood seed by half again. Previously, Wei Ping had already offered a reward that was double the market price for these items. With the increase in rewards, the bounties for both tasks soared to a total of 5 complete spiritual stones. Additionally, Wei Ping issued a bounty for a method suitable for swiftly enhancing cultivation at the spirit gathering stage, using 1 complete spiritual stone. After completing all of this, he returned to his Qing Tong courtyard. Unbeknownst to Wei Ping, less than half a day after he left the administrative hall, these 3 tasks, exuding the aura of a wealthy fool, quickly spread throughout the hall. Everyone soon learned that a wealthy individual named Jin Yin had emerged. As the news circulated, it eventually reached Li Wanner's ears. Upon hearing the name Jin Yin, she was immediately elated. After acquiring 2 Jade Lotus Spirit Nourishing Pills from Jin Yin last time, Li Wanner had consumed them upon returning, intending to use them alongside her pre-prepared breakthrough elixir. Unexpectedly, under the potency of the 2 pills, her spiritual root quality surged from mid-grade to high-grade. Naturally, the breakthrough was smooth, allowing her cultivation to ascend to a new level. Thus, she realized just how significant a figure this Jin Yin, the alchemist, truly was. After emerging from her seclusion, Li Wanner promptly decided to cultivate a good relationship with Master Jin Yin. To her surprise, just as she was contemplating how to connect with him again, she heard the news. With a bright smile, she immediately left Zixiao Mountain and headed to the administrative hall. After a brief search, she discovered the 3 tasks posted by Wei Ping. Upon seeing the first 2 tasks, Li Wanner did not give it much thought. While challenging for disciples at the spirit gathering stage, they posed no trouble for her. However, when she came across the 3rd task seeking a method suitable for quickly enhancing spiritual power at the spirit gathering stage, a somewhat absurd thought emerged in her mind. Why is Master Jin Yin inquiring about cultivation methods for the spirit gathering stage? Could it be that Master Jin Yin is not at the foundation establishment stage, but rather a practitioner at the spirit gathering stage? Upon contemplating this, Li Wanner's bright eyes widened in astonishment, her shock nearly beyond expression. Thus, it appears that Jin Yin had indeed ascended to the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist during the nascent spirit stage. As far as Li Wanner was aware, within the Qiming sect, only the former head of the Alchemy Pavilion had achieved such a feat at the same stage as Jin Yin. Furthermore, even the few 3rd-tier alchemy masters in the pavilion had not accomplished this. With this thought, could it be that Jin Yin is destined to become a figure akin to the head of the Alchemy Pavilion in the future? Contemplating this, Li Wanner wished fervently for Jin Yin to appear before her at that very moment, for she would undoubtedly cling to him without relent. Subsequently, Li Wanner accepted all 3 tasks simultaneously. Half a day later, She returned to the Bureau of Affairs with a first-grade exquisite geomagnetic core and a seed of a first-grade exquisite spiritual wood known as Qianxi Mu. Following this, she left a message for Wei Ping, elucidating several methods for rapidly enhancing one's strength during the nascent spirit stage. Chapter 92. The Geomagnetic Core and the Thousand-Thread Spirit Wood. On the following day, Wei Ping arrived at the Bureau of Affairs with renewed enthusiasm. This time, he was not met with disappointment. Upon entering the core of the Bureau and presenting his disciple token for identity verification, the stone tower immediately radiated with ethereal light. Jin Yin, the tasks numbered 325 and 326 under Category B have been successfully completed by the esteemed Zixia Fairy. The geomagnetic core and the seed of a first-grade premium spirit would have been submitted. Task number 327 has also been accepted by Zixia Fairy, Qingshan Master, and others. Please review the messages and select an individual to distribute the rewards. Upon hearing the name Zixia Fairy, Wei Ping's heart stirred. He distinctly recalled that the formula for the Yu Lian spirit pill had indeed been provided by her. It was astonishing that the much-anticipated geomagnetic core and the first-grade premium spirit wood seed, along with the method suitable for enhancing one's cultivation during the spirit gathering period, had all been resolved by this remarkable individual. Reflecting on this, he realized that he and Zixia Fairy were truly fated to cross paths. A radiant smile blossomed on Wei Ping's face. With the geomagnetic core and the seed of first-grade premium spirit wood in hand, the practice of the Imu Wutu warrior technique could finally proceed along the right path. He then extracted these two items. In an instant, two objects flew out from within the stone tower. One was a fist-sized, deep brown spherical core, exuding a rich earth aura. The other was a slender and resilient spirit wood seed, as thick as a common person's arm, with a pale yellow hue. Upon their appearance, a brilliant smile spread across Wei Ping's face. The quality of the geomagnetic core and the seed of first-grade premium spirit wood exceeded his expectations. The size and aura of the geomagnetic core indicated that it had indeed reached the first-grade premium level, as described in the Imu Wutu warrior technique. With such a core to assist him, Wei Ping's cultivation of the Imu Wutu warrior technique would yield remarkable results. Moreover, the spirit wood known as the Thousand Threads wood was not an ordinary Imu attribute spirit wood. It was among the most suitable varieties for the Imu Wutu warrior technique. After verifying the items were correct, Wei Ping promptly placed them into his storage pouch. Shortly thereafter, the stone tower released a multitude of messages. Unlike the previous two tasks, the task number 327, which sought to enhance one's realm, had prompted nearly everyone who viewed it to attempt to accept it and leave messages for Wei Ping. In no time, a vast array of densely packed, luminous characters appeared above the stone tower. A glance revealed an eclectic mix of messages. With one in particular standing out prominently, this message was from Zixia Fairy. Although I do not possess a specific method, I can certainly introduce Master Jin Yin to several effective ways to rapidly enhance cultivation during the spirit gathering period. There are 4 methods for swiftly advancing one's cultivation. Firstly, having endured battles of life and death, this method is not limited to the spirit realm. It proves effective across all stages of cultivation. In times of crisis, it can significantly stimulate a practitioner's potential with a certain probability of directly elevating their realm, making it one of the swiftest methods for enhancing one's cultivation. However, this approach is exceedingly perilous, and it is seldom employed unless absolutely necessary. Secondly, there is the practice of demonic cultivation techniques, which involves sacrificing the blood and souls of the living. This method allows for rapid advancement in cultivation, yet it offends the heavens and is condemned by the cultivation community. Once discovered, the practitioner would inevitably face collective opposition, and there lies a grave risk of distortion of one's mind, leading to a descent into the demonic realm and becoming a puppet of the demon lords. Thirdly, one may seek the secret realms hidden within the cosmos, where the water of spirit elevation often resides. By cultivating with this water, rapid progress in cultivation can be achieved. Fourthly, one can utilize various potent elixirs and spiritual plants, which, despite their considerable side effects, can also facilitate swift enhancement in cultivation. The aforementioned methods are merely a brief introduction, and there is no need for fellow practitioners to expend spirit stones. As he perused the multitude of comments, Wei Ping found himself developing a modicum of admiration for the individual known as the Purple Mist Fairy. Subsequently, he shifted his attention to other messages. I possess a first-tier superior spirit elevation elixir recipe that can rapidly enhance cultivation. If it meets your requirements, I would accept an additional spirit stone for this recipe. I am aware of a location within the clear spirit secret realm where the water of spirit elevation can be found. For 5 spirit stones, I can disclose its whereabouts. I have a first-tier supreme spiritual plant known as the corrupted soul essence herb. Consuming it yields immediate effects on cultivation. Taking one in the early stages of spirit gathering can elevate one's realm directly. In the mid-stages, 5 can similarly enhance one realm. Even in the late stages, consuming one can elevate at least a tenth of a realm. Among the vast array of messages, most pertain to the secret realms and the highly potent yet side effect-laden elixirs and spiritual plants. After considerable contemplation, Wei Ping ultimately chose to respond to 3 messages, agreeing to pay the requested fees. The first 2 were from those offering the spirit elevation elixir and the corrupted soul essence herb, respectively. The remaining message related to the aforementioned clear spirit secret realm. Wei Ping had indeed heard of this clear spirit secret realm, a place within the Qiming sect exclusively accessible to disciples in the spirit gathering stage. By completing a requisite number of tasks in the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs and purchasing a key to the secret realm, disciples from any peak could enter. Furthermore, out of gratitude for her kindness, Wei Ping also decided to offer the Purple Mist Feria Spirit Stone. After leaving messages for the 3 individuals, Wei Ping eagerly returned to the Qingtung courtyard, his magnetic core and 1,000 threads with sapling in hand. Upon arriving at the Qingtung courtyard, he placed the 1,000 threads with sapling into a stone vial to imbue it with spirit energy. Once extracted, the sapling became increasingly resilient, its hue deepening to a rich gold. After planting it in his portable spirit field, Wei Ping had another idea. He made incisions in the purple essence fruit tree and the cloud spirit walnut tree, extracting segments of wood as thick as a child's arm from their cores. The wood essence from these 2 trees can be deemed the quintessence of their vitality. Once extracted, the trees immediately began to languish. However, under the nurturing stream from the stone vial provided by Wei Ping, both the purple origin fruit tree and the cloud spirit walnut tree soon exhibited signs of revitalization. Although they did not fully recover on the spot, their condition was no longer dire. Wei Ping specifically sought the wood essence from these trees to cultivate the technique of the Iwood Earth Warrior. This technique, in addition to the tree species, can also be effectively enhanced by the wood essence. Consequently, Wei Ping proceeded to a spacious area, holding the geomagnetic core with care. As the spiritual energy within him swiftly circulated in accordance with the Jade Slip's instructions for the Iwood Earth Warrior technique, the moment his internal energy stirred, the geomagnetic core exuded a profound earthy essence that integrated seamlessly into his being. In that instant, Wei Ping felt the pervasive and extraordinary earth attribute energy emanating from the ground beneath him, and the flow of his spiritual energy became increasingly smooth. As the spell neared completion, a vast mass of earthy energy rapidly coalesced into a sphere, prompting Wei Ping to deftly cast the purple origin fruit tree essence into its midst. Chapter 93. The initial trial of the wood and earth golem technique. As soon as the heartwood of the purple yuan fruit tree was introduced, it instantaneously sprouted countless branches. In the blink of an eye, under the seemingly unrestrained consumption of spiritual energy by Wei Ping, these branches grew and twisted, forming a rudimentary humanoid shape. Subsequently, a multitude of dense earth elemental spiritual energy enveloped the soil, quickly spreading along the heartwood of the purple yuan fruit tree. It was not until Wei Ping had expended a third of his spiritual energy that a towering golem, standing a full yard high and appearing remarkably robust, materialized before him. Although this wood and earth golem was not conjured from the finest first-grade spiritual wood, the heartwood of the purple yuan fruit tree was certainly of superior quality within the first-grade category. Thus, the might of this golem had already reached the level of a mid-stage refining body cultivator. Every movement exuded the strength of 3 bulls. The only regret was that this wood and earth golem lacked the ability to cast spells and required Wei Ping's mental control for movement. It could not be regarded as a true mid-stage refining body cultivator. Nevertheless, even so, this technique undeniably deserved its classification as a top-tier first-grade skill. Wei Ping's complexion paled slightly, clearly indicating a significant expenditure of energy. However, gazing at the somewhat rudimentary wood and earth golem, his eyes sparkled with delight. Next, he was eager to test the power of this golem. He summoned Piglet once more and gestured for it to attack the golem. Despite the golem appearing as a giant in comparison, Piglet showed not an ounce of fear. With a firm stance, its tusks gleaming with a faint spiritual light, it charged towards the wood and earth golem. Simultaneously, as Wei Ping concentrated, the golem sprang into action. Initially, He found himself somewhat unaccustomed to controlling the wood and earth golem. Caught off guard, it was struck heavily by Piglet, colliding against the golem's thigh. With a resounding crash, the area where the golem was hit shattered, scattering soil in all directions, and even the wooden tendons were broken. However, almost immediately, under Wei Ping's guidance, the spring and autumn spiritual energy surged to the damaged area. In the blink of an eye, the wood and earth golem restored itself to its original state. Then, Wei Ping directed the rejuvenated golem to charge at Piglet. Observing this scene, Piglet's dark, glistening eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. Nevertheless, such a fragile entity, which crumbled upon impact, posed no threat to Piglet. With a low grunt, it lowered its head and charged once more at the wood and earth golem. After a quarter of an hour, the wood and earth golem technique reached its limit. Its body now marred with scars. With a loud crash, it shattered into a pile of earth. Seeing this, Piglet's small eyes reflected a hint of relief. This indestructible, unyielding golem, akin to a piece of chewing gum, had indeed given Piglet quite a challenge. The Piglet's eyes twirled with curiosity as it glanced at Wei Ping, who was lost in thought, emitting a plaintive grunt. Observing this, a smile involuntarily graced Wei Ping's lips. Was it merely a request for a bit of movement? Such laziness was truly amusing. After playfully chiding the creature, he retrieved a spiritual fruit from his storage pouch and tossed it to the Piglet as a gesture of comfort. Subsequently, he returned to the quiet chamber. Following a series of experiments, Wei Ping discovered numerous issues with the puppets summoned by the immortality technique. The foremost drawback was the puppets' painfully slow speed. They were unable to evade even a single attack from the mid-level spirit Piglet. Additionally, the frailty of the puppets' bodies was alarming. Despite the Piglet's elongated teeth having undergone a transformation, almost equivalent to a superior-grade magical artifact, a single collision had left a gaping hole, which was utterly unacceptable. Fortunately, both of these issues were expected to see considerable improvement once Wei Ping mastered the technique to a minor achievement level. Upon reaching this stage, he would be able to summon 3 puppets at once, significantly mitigating the disadvantages posed by their lack of speed. Furthermore, at the minor achievement level, the Earth attribute's spiritual energy would become more concentrated during the casting of the technique, greatly enhancing the puppet's physical resilience. Apart from these 2 issues that would be resolved upon reaching the minor achievement level, the immortality technique was replete with advantages. The authentic and formidable strength it bestowed upon the puppets rendered them nearly invincible. Their extraordinary regenerative capabilities made them akin to indestructible cockroaches. With these 2 attributes alone, the immortality technique rightfully deserved its reputation as a hidden art of the Longhu Peak. In the ensuing days, Wei Ping dedicated most of his energy to mastering this first-tier exquisite spell. With the assistance of the first-tier exquisite geomagnetic core, his progress in cultivating this technique was nothing short of astonishing. Soon, the immortality technique caught up with the progress of his other spells. As Wei Ping acquired the geomagnetic core and the Qianxi wood seeds, it seemed that fortune had finally smiled upon him. Within a few days, he had also gathered various spiritual plants required for the spirit elevation pill, including a corrupted soul essence grass. However, the only lament was that upon obtaining these items, Wei Ping realized that such pills and plants often shared a common flaw. While their efficacy was undeniably potent, their side effects were equally unimaginable. Generally, individuals would refrain from using these kinds of pills and plants unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, the potency of these items would degrade alarmingly, often. Consuming just a few pills would significantly diminish their effects. Previously, Wei Ping had contemplated replacing the Yusue pill with the spirit elevation pill and the corrupted soul essence grass. But now it appeared utterly impossible. Wei Ping, as per his usual practice, first placed these various spiritual plants in a stone vial for a brief period before subsequently planting them in his portable spiritual field. A month later, the primary and auxiliary ingredients for the spirit elevation pill, along with the corrupted soul nurturing grass, had each blossomed and borne fruit in 2 waves. At last, Wei Ping was poised to concoct and consume both the spirit elevation pill and the corrupted soul nurturing grass. He first retrieved the matured corrupted soul nurturing grass. Prior to its sojourn in the stone vial, the grass exuded a deep black hue, permeated by a faintly putrid aura. Merely catching a whiff of this decay left Wei Ping feeling lightheaded, a testament to its potent toxicity. However, after its passage through the stone vial, the corrupted soul-nurturing grass underwent a remarkable transformation. Its once dark gray exterior shifted to a delicate shade of gray, and the noxious scent dissipated entirely. Satisfied with this change, Wei Ping nodded approvingly and promptly consumed the corrupted soul-nurturing grass. Chapter 94. The pinnacle of the 8th layer of spirit nurturing. The moment Wei Ping swallowed the corrupted soul spirit herb, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. At that instant, he could almost hear the cracking sound of his meridians straining under the immense pressure. Wei Ping's eyes flew open, a blend of surprise and joy illuminating his gaze as he mused inwardly. The efficacy of this herb is truly astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Wei Ping exerted all his strength to circulate the lesser spring and autumn technique. The flow of spiritual energy was so rapid that it resonated throughout the quiet chamber like the roar of a mighty river. It took Wei Ping a full 3 days to barely refine and absorb this single herb. Remarkably, this corrupted soul spirit herb alone had augmented the spiritual energy within his dantian by 20-fold. Sensing the newfound abundance in his dantian, a smile involuntarily appeared on Wei Ping's face. However, such explosive potency had also left his meridians significantly damaged. Without hesitation, he consumed a second-tier lower-grade cold dew tranquil heart pill, renowned for its immediate effects. Almost instantaneously, the pill began to mend the injuries to his meridians. Within a mere quarter of an hour, his internal wounds were completely healed. Seizing the moment before the effects of the cold dew tranquil heart pill faded, Wei Ping produced another corrupted soul spirit herb, swallowing it with practiced ease. This time, however, merely a day later, Wei Ping emerged from the chamber with a slightly pallid expression, in stark contrast to the substantial enhancement from the previous herb. He found that the second one had only increased his spiritual energy by 12. To his astonishment, the potency of the corrupted soul spirit herb had diminished by nearly half after just one additional use. At that moment, his dantian contained a mere 280 strands of spiritual energy, still 40 short of the 320 required. It seemed nearly impossible to rely solely on the corrupted soul spirit herb to elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of spirit nurturing. With a resigned shake of his head, Wei Ping turned towards the alchemy chamber, preparing to concoct a spirit elevation pill. After consuming one spirit elevation pill and refining it, a smile once again graced Wei Ping's face. Fortunately, this pill proved equally effective. Just one was equivalent to 3 upper-tier jade marrow pills. Moreover, the time required for refining and absorption was significantly less than that needed for the jade marrow pills. Even more crucially, in comparison to the corrupted soul spirit herb, the spirit elevation pill possessed far less terrifying resistance to repeated use. At the very least, it would suffice for Wei Ping's cultivation for a considerable period. In the days that followed, Wei Ping wasted not a moment, dedicating himself to practicing various spells and meditative exercises to elevate his realm. A month later, with only 2 weeks remaining until the sect competition, Wei Ping's diligent training had culminated in all his spells reaching a considerable level of proficiency. Compared to before, his combat prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Simultaneously, his cultivation had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of spirit nurturing. With just one step remaining, Wei Ping stood on the brink of becoming a practitioner of the 9th layer of spirit manipulation. Yet, this final stride seemed an insurmountable chasm for him in the immediate future, no matter how ardently he trained. The 320th strand of spiritual energy eluded his grasp, although each session of cultivation revealed a few wisps of energy blossoming within his dantian. The time required to fully saturate it seemed to stretch into years. To make matters worse, the efficacy of the spirit-enhancing ascension pill had long since waned after a month of consumption, and the soul-infused herb had proven futile after he had ingested the 5th plant. In light of this, the only feasible opportunity for a breakthrough to the 9th layer appeared to lie within the ethereal waters of the spirit ascension within the celestial spirit secret realm. However, traversing this realm was no simple feat. It housed not only various resources in the coveted ascension water, but also countless ferocious beasts. These creatures were not akin to mere piglets. They were born of relentless combat, having survived the harshest trials of nature to reach their formidable stature. Despite having mastered numerous minor spells, Wei Ping prudently decided to stockpile an array of supplies before embarking on his journey into the celestial spirit secret realm. Yet, prior to entering, Wei Ping had one more matter to attend to. In the past few days, the spirit bamboo, nourished by the water from the stone vial, had finally matured into a first-tier exquisite level. With this golden bamboo in hand, he made his way to the artifact pavilion of the Qiming sect. Disciples wishing to acquire or forge magical artifacts could either post bounties in the administrative hall or enlist the help of the pavilion's disciples for crafting. Although commissioning the pavilion's disciples required a greater expenditure of spirit stones compared to posting a bounty, it assured a higher success rate in artifact creation. Most crucially, as long as sufficient spirit stones were provided, the crafting could commence immediately. For Wei Ping, time was of the essence. Without hesitation, he opted to proceed to the pavilion for artifact crafting. After consulting with the senior sister, he soon located a modest hillock. This hill, situated in the southwest of the Qiming sect, was entirely crimson, devoid of any vegetation. From a distance, Wei Ping could sense a palpable heat radiating from its summit. Having never visited the pavilion before, he felt a stir of curiosity at the sight. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, he found that the pavilion was unlike the administrative hall, which welcomed disciples to the central hub of magical artifacts. Instead, it resembled the prestigious Qianjin workshop within the celestial fate city. A series of stone houses, varying in size, stood in close proximity, each adorned with the names and lineage of the pavilion's disciples. At first glance, the uniformity of these stone structures rendered them indistinguishable from one another. Fortunately, prior to his visit, Senior Sister Xiang Shuang had recommended a friend of hers, a second-tier artifact craftsman named Yi Haidang. Subsequently, Wei Ping casually walked into a stone house with its door wide open, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Haidang. It was only upon entering this stone edifice that Wei Ping discovered the extraordinary depths concealed within. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately struck by the sight of an enormous cauldron, from which surging flames erupted, rendering the base of the cauldron a fiery crimson. Nearby, a robust man was tirelessly forging a piece of shimmering metal, glistening like the stars. Not bothering to lift his gaze upon Wei Ping's entrance, the burly man stated bluntly, "The finished magical artifacts are displayed on the walls. Feel free to take whichever you fancy, but it is a firm price, and no debts will be entertained. Should you wish for a custom piece, a deposit is required, and after signing a spiritual contract, you may return in 1 month." However, after a brief pause, the sturdy craftsman noticed that his visitor remained silent. With a hint of confusion, he raised his head, ready to inquire what this individual was there for, only to find the stranger bowing politely and asking, "Esteemed brother, might you enlighten me on the whereabouts of Yi Haidang from the Artifact Pavilion?" Chapter 95. First Grade Premium Spirit Bamboo Staff. It appears that Yi Haidang is quite renowned within the Artifact Pavilion. Without much inquiry, Wei Ping found his way to Yi Haitang's stone dwelling. However, in stark contrast to other stone houses where the sounds of clinking and clattering frequently emanated, this particular abode of Yi Haidang was peculiarly silent. Coupled with the strange expressions that flickered across the faces of the pavilion disciples upon hearing his inquiry about Yi Haidang, Wei Ping could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Observing the dust settled upon the grand entrance, Wei Ping, feeling somewhat anxious, retrieved a letter from his storage bag that was entrusted to him by his senior sister, Xiang Shuang. He knocked on the door and called out, "Is Senior Sister Yi inside? I am Wei Ping, a disciple from Longhu Peak, and I have come upon the recommendation of Senior Sister Xiang Shuang to seek your assistance in crafting a magical artifact for me." After waiting for a moment, the stone house remained eerily still, devoid of any response. Wei Ping's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated. Could it be that this renowned artifact smith, Yi Haidang, is not at home? Just as he was about to turn away, a somewhat indistinct voice suddenly emerged from within the stone house, coming. In an instant, the stone door swung open with force, sending a cloud of dust swirling up, which only deepened Wei Ping's frown. Shortly thereafter, a robust, sun-kissed woman, her arms bare, stepped out. At that moment, a thought crossed Wei Ping's mind. Is this artifact smith truly reliable, as my senior sister portrayed? Fortunately, upon the door's opening, Wei Ping caught a glimpse of several artifacts radiating with spiritual light adorning the walls behind Yi Haidang. Instantly, his worries dissipated, even with just a fleeting glance. He could ascertain that these artifacts were undoubtedly superior to those he had encountered from other smiths. A few even reached the second-tier level. Wei Ping's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips as he thought, "I knew my senior sister would not lead me astray." Upon opening the stone door, Yi Haidang did not, as many other artifact smiths would, attempt to promote her wares to Wei Ping. Instead, she scrutinized him from head to toe, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. "Nascent spirit realm? So, it seems the artifact you wish to forge is of the first-tier level. How dull. I'm not interested." With that, she turned her back, poised to shut the door. Seeing this, Wei Ping hastily produced the letter from his senior sister Xiang Shuang. "Senior Sister Yi, I was referred by my senior sister Xiang Shuang. This is a letter she asked me to deliver to you." At his words, Yi Haidang paused, muttering, "What a hassle." She then turned around, accepting the letter from Wei Ping's hand. After glancing at its contents, she scratched her head and said, Since it's from that girl Xiang Shuang, you may come in. But let me make it clear, my prices are not cheap. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping eagerly nodded and replied, rest assured, Senior Sister Yi, spirit stones are not an issue. Upon entering the stone dwelling, Wei Ping soon realized that, although it appeared unremarkable compared to others, its interior was vastly different. To begin with, the intensity of the central hearth's flames surpassed that of the previous stone houses. After stepping inside, Yi Haiding boldly seated herself cross-legged and inquired of Wei Ping, speak plainly, what kind of magical artifact do you wish to forge? And what are your specifications? Wei Ping promptly retrieved a piece of spirit bamboo, now radiating a resplendent golden hue, from his storage pouch and presented it to Yi Haiding. I would like to request Sister Yi to first cleanse the original patterns from this spirit plant, and then, without compromising its vitality, transform it into a magical artifact suitable for body cultivators. At his words, Yi Haiding, who had previously appeared somewhat indifferent, suddenly showed a hint of intrigue in her eyes. A living artifact? How fascinating. She took the spirit bamboo from him and gently struck it twice, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, a crisp and clear resonance. Then, with her gaze brightening, Yi Haiding summoned flecks of spiritual light in her hands, intermittently touching and striking the spirit bamboo. After a brief interval, she nodded approvingly. Indeed, this spirit plant possesses vitality. However, the methods previously employed were somewhat lacking. With a sweeping motion of her hand, the three original patterns, broken chi, shattered armor, and Thousand June, materialized upon the spirit bamboo. Casting a disdainful glance at the outdated designs, Yi Haiding remarked, what era are we in that such patterns are still in use? I can forge it into a magical artifact without harming the bamboo's vitality. However, this means the inherent properties of the bamboo will not be fully realized. If we disregard that, I foresee the possibility of crafting a quasi-second-tier artifact. Otherwise, it shall remain at most a top-tier first-level artifact. Are you certain you wish to preserve the bamboo's vitality? Upon hearing this, Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded eagerly. A top-tier first-level artifact is sufficient. I request Sister Yi to proceed with that. Yi Haiding nodded in agreement, then cheerfully added, it will cost you a spirit stone, and as per the rules, you must pay half the deposit up front. Without hesitation, Wei Ping produced a spirit stone and handed it to her, saying, there is no need for such formalities. If I trust the senior sister, I trust her judgment. At this, Yi Haiding's gaze shifted slightly, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips as she accepted the spirit stone, saying, return at this time tomorrow to collect your artifact. The following day, Wei Ping returned as promised. This time, he navigated through the numerous stone houses with ease and arrived directly at Yi Haiding's dwelling. After knocking on the door, he called out, Sister Yi, it is I from the Longhu Peak. Before he could finish, the stone door swung open violently, and a beam of golden light shot forth, embedding itself in the ground before Yi Xian. At that moment, a somewhat hasty voice echoed, all right, enough of your prattling. I have already crafted the magical instrument for you. The specifics, you shall discover on your own. Through the fleeting passage of time, Wei Ping observed Yi Haiding within the stone chamber, diligently forging some magical artifact. Respecting her concentration, he refrained from interrupting her. Offering a respectful bow before extending his hand towards the spirit bamboo staff. Upon grasping it, Wei Ping immediately discerned the staff's transformation. Compared to yesterday, this spirit bamboo staff now gleamed with a crystalline sheen, exuding a subtle aura reminiscent of gold and iron. With a swift tug, he felt an unexpected heaviness in his hand, a flicker of delight illuminating his eyes. The primary reason Wei Ping sought to reforge this spirit bamboo staff was that it had become too light for him, no longer suiting his grip. After exerting a bit more force, he successfully extracted it. Strangely enough, for reasons unknown, and regardless of how Yi Haiding had achieved this, the spirit bamboo staff now felt perfectly balanced in his grasp. Unable to contain his excitement, Wei Ping instinctively swung the staff. In an instant, a thunderous sound akin to a muffled roar reverberated through the air. With a resounding crash, despite his minimal effort, the point of impact erupted, creating a substantial crater.